Chapter 447 Reputation Reversal. Saint Chao Xing. After this battle, the four major camps can no longer organize an attack of this scale. After a moment, they sighed helplessly. Forget it. Just wait until the Oracle War is over. Yeah. Instead of going out to give away points, it is better to stay in the main city honestly. Although they were very angry, they also knew, waiting in the Oracle battlefield, at least there is still a little chance. If they are cleared out directly, they will get nothing. The four major camps are very frustrated. At the end of the day, no team dared to leave the defense range of the main city. But in the afternoon, they suddenly saw that 3 legions sneaked out of the main city. The survivor standing on the city wall suddenly brightened their eyes, pointing down and said, "Look, brothers, it seems someone sneaked out. Are these people going to sneak out to score points, like the guys in front? Ha ha. Those branded monsters will teach them a lesson." After all, the same situation has occurred a lot in the past few days. Even when the charge was organized not long ago, many people were ready to take advantage of the loophole to secretly deal with the Dragon Crystal. And these people were ruthlessly killed by Chao Xing branded monster army. Just when everyone was waiting, the branded monster army overwhelmed the 3 teams. The next situation made everyone feel strange, because those branded monsters not only did not attack the 3 legions, on the contrary, they took the initiative to split a road for them to pass safely. This weird scene directly shocked all the survivors. Turtle, what's going on? Why don't those branded monsters attack them? What the hell? Do they have some special props that can block the perception of the branded monsters? Everyone was extremely curious about the situation in front of them. These 3 armies belong to Ji Xinyue, Yao Yiming and Bai Ji, as his internal supporters in the 4 major camps. He has completely controlled the situation now. So he thought about giving these 3 people some benefits. Let them deal with those branded monsters, and then brush up the points. Anyway, if these branded monsters die, the Dragon Crystal will be brushed out again. It is better to make good use of them, so that they can also get more points, and then use them to improve their strength. At the same time, Ji Xinyue, Bai Ji and others, with the survivors in their legions, carefully passed through the branded monster group. Everyone's face was nervous and excited. This was their first close contact with these monsters, and no battle had taken place yet. At such a close distance, they could even feel the strong sense of oppression coming from those monsters. Soon, they passed through the monster group and came to the crystal land behind. There was a branded monster army of 20,000 to 30,000 waiting there. At the same time, Chao Xing message came. These monsters are for you to spawn. Just attack them. Seeing this message, the 3 of them showed excitement on their faces. Then, they commanded their legions to start attacking these branded monsters. Swish. Crack. Various attacks fell on the branded monsters, but did not cause any attacks, standing in place like a live target. It was so easy for everyone to deal with such monsters that would not resist, as the branded monsters fell in groups. For a while, Ji Xinyue and Yao Yiming's points began to soar. This scene even made the survivors in the live broadcast room confused. Fuck. What's going on? Why don't these monsters attack them? My turtle. So many monsters are theirs. How many points do they earn? This is too cool. How did they do it? For a while, everyone's eyes showed confusion and envy. Seeing this scene, other survivor legions also followed suit and wanted to come out of the main city. Then, they were greeted by the concentrated fire attack of a large number of branded monsters. Boom! Boom! After a group wipe, the survivors were stunned. Damn! These branded monsters are still attacking us. What about these 3 people? Why don't the branded monsters attack them? Fuck! Are they relatives of the branded monsters? At this time, someone seemed to realize something. I understand. Now all the branded monsters are controlled by Chao Xing. Only he can command the branded monsters not to attack others. These 3 people are probably Chao Xing acquaintances. They were deliberately released to brush points. After hearing this, the survivors were stunned at first. Fuck. Is there such an operation? It's too much. They blocked us in the city and let his friends out to brush points. Is this a system loophole? The survivors of the 4 camps were immediately angry. However, their anger was useless. After all, the initiative was in Chao Xing's hands. He could let anyone out if he wanted. At this moment, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue, and Bai Ji were still excitedly attacking the branded monsters to brush points. Even the survivors under them were amazed. Haha. I didn't expect that knowing Chao Xing would have such benefits. It's so cool to be able to attack the branded monsters without any scruples. Brothers, keep going. This is the opportunity Chao Xing has given us. How many points we can earn depends on our hand speed. Among the three, except Yao Yiming, the other two women have formed legions. At this moment, everyone was having a great time brushing. At the same time, their good impression of Chao Xing was rapidly increasing. Compared to other survivors, who could only stay in the main city, their brushing of points was simply awesome. Time passed quickly in this pleasant brushing. The whole day passed in the blink of an eye. Each legion of Bai Ji and Ji Xinhua killed about 70,000 to 80,000 branded monsters. What does this mean? With a bonus of double points, it is equivalent to at least 160,000 points. On the other side, Yao Yiming only killed 30,000 to 40,000 branded monsters. But he did not create a legion, so all the points were for him alone. The three of them gained at least 70,000 to 80,000 points that day. They have already entered the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. And Bai Ji, who was already powerful, has even entered the top 10 of the leaderboard. When night fell, the three of them returned to the main city leisurely, facing a large number of jealous or angry eyes. Now many people hate Chao Xing in their hearts. This anger has also transferred to them. Many people even want to attack them in the main city on the spot. However, because the survivors of the four camps cannot attack each other, so no matter how angry they are, they can only condemn them with words. The three of them found a place to rest in their respective main cities. They ignored all the accusations and abuses from other survivors. Of course, in addition to a lot of verbal attacks. Among them, there were also many people who chatted with them privately, wanting to join the Legion and go out with them to brush points. Faced with these people's applications, the three naturally rejected them without hesitation. The next day, the three of them walked out of the city gate again and started brushing points. The survivors of the four camps were even more angry. Fuck. I want to report. This is cheating. Fuck. This is using loopholes in the rules to brush points. Ah. I'm so angry. So envious. For a while, a large number of survivors posted on the World Forum, accusing Chao Xing of this behavior. However, this is not a game, and no one can respond to their reports. It is estimated that even the system did not expect that this situation would occur. So there is no such restriction at all. Ji Xinhua and the other two are still happily brushing points. After a day today, they have once again amassed a large number of points. Bai Ji is almost in the top 5 of the rankings. The next day, that is the 23rd day of the Oracle War. On this day, when everyone thought that Chao Xing would keep them in the main city until the last day, he suddenly appeared next to the main city of the goddess of Wind Camp. Then he said directly, "Survivors of the Wind Camp, how about we talk?" Speaking of which, since Chao Xing obtained the crystal authority, he has not appeared in front of people. Although everyone knows that he is controlling these branded monsters, no one knows where this man is hiding. After many days, Chao Xing appeared again. At this moment, countless survivors' live broadcast perspectives were locked on him. The survivors of the main city of Wind also climbed up the city wall, with a complex look in their eyes, either anger or emotion. They looked at the man in front of them. It was him who blocked tens of millions of top survivors in the world in the city, and prevented them from leaving. At this time, a survivor of the Wind Camp shouted back, "I am Wang Tao, the third on the list. What do you want to talk about?" Chao Xing said, "From today until the last day of the Oracle War, I will give you some branded monsters every day. Don't destroy my crystals. How about we all live in peace?" Hearing this, the millions of survivor lords of the Wind Camp all looked confused. But they soon understood something. This is, like the three legions, helping them to use the loopholes in the rules to score points? Wang Tao stood on the wall and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Chao Xing nodded, "Of course. Everyone is from Blue Star. Although we are now in a state of opposing camps. But if we can cooperate and win-win under the premise of friendship, then I am also very happy." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Including the live broadcast room barrage has been crazy. Fuck. Big Boss Chao Xing actually took the initiative to allocate a large number of branded monsters to the Wind Camp to brush points. I didn't expect that this person, who has already mastered such a big advantage, would actually think of helping the survivors of other camps. Yes, this is simply a saintly act. Damn. If it were me, I would definitely agree. The survivors of the main city of the goddess of the wind suddenly showed various complex expressions on their faces. There was astonishment, surprise, and doubt. They thought that they would be blocked by Chaoxing like this until the last day of the Oracle War. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. Chaoxing actually took the initiative to offer them a large number of branded monsters to brush points. The survivors of the main city of the wind stood on the city wall and shouted excitedly, "Big Boss Chaoxing! We are willing!" They knew clearly that if they were blocked like this, they would get nothing. If you agree now, it's like picking up points for free. Wang Tao, who ranked third on the list, also said, "We all agree with this plan." Chaoxing chuckled and nodded. "Very good. Then as agreed, I will let the army of branded monsters retreat and leave enough for you to score points. By the way, don't have any crooked ideas. If you want to attack the dragon crystal while I evacuate the branded monsters, then I will concentrate all my strength to clear him out of the oracle battle. Don't doubt whether I can do it." There was a hint of threat in his tone. Hearing this, the survivors on the city wall immediately replied, "Definitely not. If there are these guys who break the rules, our Wind Chaser Corps will take action and catch him outside the main city. And let Boss Chaoxing kill him. Yes, our Jiang Shui Lone Boat Corps does the same. Don't worry, Boss Chaoxing." For a while, the survivors of the Wind Camp reached an amazing consensus in a short time. After all, they can still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. As long as Chaoxing fulfills his promise and everyone cooperates with each other, they can almost kill these branded monsters without any damage later. Chaoxing smiled. Then he waved his hand. A large number of branded monsters retreated to an area 10 kilometers away. However, 70 million branded monsters were left behind. After all, although each crystal can continuously hatch branded monsters, the hatching speed is also limited. Hatching 280 million a day is the limit. These branded monsters left behind can just provide them with a large number of points, while ensuring that the combat effectiveness of the branded monster army is not reduced too much. As for how they divide these branded monsters, it is not something Chaoxing has to consider. At this moment, the survivors of the Wind main city saw the branded monster army retreat. For a moment, everyone's eyes showed excitement. Those legion leaders raised their weapons and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, Chaoxing has fulfilled his promise. Let's charge." As soon as the words fell, a large number of survivors rushed out of the defense shield. Then, they began to attack the scattered branded monsters. Just as they agreed, these 70 million branded monsters really stood still, and did not fight back at all in the face of everyone's attacks. The survivors of the Wind Camp also experienced the same happiness as Bai Ji, Xinyue and others. The enemy stood still and was beaten, and the points skyrocketed. For a while, their good impression of Chaoxing in their hearts could be said to have soared rapidly. At this time, Chaoxing had used the teleportation function of the Dragon Crystal again, and came to the second main city at the fastest speed. That is, the area where the Goddess of Nature camp was located. On the city wall, a large number of survivors gathered. They had all heard about the Wind Camp, including the woman who is currently ranked second on the list, Angelina. Seeing Chaoxing figure at this moment, everyone looked serious. Chaoxing spoke slowly. "You should know about the Wind Camp. Then, the above are my conditions. Can you agree?" Hearing this, the survivors of the Goddess of Nature camp and the Goddess of Wind camp reacted in the same way. Everyone responded, "Boss Chaoxing, we are willing." Angelina also assured Chaoxing, "If you are willing to help us score points, then the previous grudges will be written off. I will also restrain the survivors of the Goddess of Nature camp and will not attack the Dragon Crystal." Chaoxing nodded. "Very good. I believe in your promise. After all, this is witnessed by more than 1 billion people." After hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. They also knew that there were a large number of survivors watching them in the live broadcast room. If anyone unilaterally violates the agreement, he will definitely be condemned by a large number of survivors. Although reputation is useless to many people, but with so many people witnessing, the probability of some people violating the agreement is reduced again. Next, Chaoxing went to the camp of the Goddess of Life and the camp of the Goddess of Order and proposed the same conditions. Soon, the survivors of the 4 main cities reached an agreement with Chaoxing, and he also waved his hand. "Let the vast number of branded monsters retreat to a position 10 kilometers away." There were also about 60 to 70 million branded monsters left in the original place. The survivors of the 4 camps rushed out with a howl and attacked these branded monsters frantically. However, because they would not resist, in just 2 hours, these 70 million branded monsters were divided up by a large number of survivors. But with the blessing of double points, the points they earned in these 2 hours were even more than the previous whole day of fighting. For a time, the survivors were so excited. It's so comfortable. I got more points in 2 hours than I did in a whole day of fighting. Yeah. None of my men were injured in the battle, which saved us a lot of points. Ha ha ha. I can change into 2 sets of purple suits again. So cool. Thanks to Boss Chaoxing. You gave us this chance to brush up points. The chat channels of the 4 major camps praised Chaoxing. In just one day, Chaoxing's reputation has experienced an unprecedented reversal. Even the Wind camp, which originally hated Chaoxing the most, no one attacked him anymore. There are even many people posting on the World Forum, praising Chaoxing. They also said that the system was good at launching this 5th camp. If Chaoxing hadn't gone to the 5th camp, they wouldn't have had this chance to brush up points. And those survivors who were kicked out of the Oracle War in advance regretted it. Damn it. I wouldn't have charged forward if I had known. Now, I'm dead, and I can only watch them brush up points from outside. I was so depressed. Of course, among these tens of millions of survivors, it is impossible that there is no troublemaker. There are many survivors who, after killing the 70 million branded monsters left by Chaoxing, looking at the dragon crystal in the distance, greed appeared in their eyes. There are also many people who secretly gather their legions and deliberately make a big circle, trying to attack the dragon crystal from other directions. However, as the existence that controls the entire crystal plane, Chaoxing can clearly sense their movements. For such guys, Chaoxing always crushes them with the most violent attitude. Then, he came to the vicinity of the 4 main cities and asked them to hand over the people. After seeing Chaoxing come directly to the door, the survivor lords, who were secretly making moves, suddenly turned green. And the other survivors also reached an amazing consensus at this time. Together, they carried these troublemakers out of the main city. Although the 4 major camps cannot attack each other, the system does not say that they cannot contact each other. As soon as these guys were thrown out, they were immediately killed by Chaoxing army to scare the monkeys. Chaoxing also left them 1 million branded monsters as a reward, which was well received by the survivors. Chapter 448, The Last Day. So, in this strong atmosphere, whoever dares to take the initiative to break the agreement and deal with the dragon crystal will be the enemy of all the survivors of the 5 camps, and will be targeted by everyone. This is simply an incredible thing. The system originally launched the 5th camp to let the 2 sides confront each other. Unexpectedly, because of Chaoxing's wave of operations, everyone started a win-win mode of cooperation. So, the Oracle battlefield continued for 6 or 7 days. Chaoxing left a large number of branded monsters for them to brush points. And those survivors were honestly brushing monsters and helping Chaoxing clear those troublemakers. Everyone has gained a lot. In the Oracle battlefield, the remaining nearly 10 million survivors can be said to be grateful to Chaoxing. Compared to being blocked in the main city by Chaoxing a few days ago, there was a lot of scolding. Now, whether it is the World Forum or the World Channel, Chaoxing is full of praise. Almost pushed him to the position of a saint. Chaoxing's reputation has once again reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, in some hidden areas outside, there are some people with strange breath or strange behavior. They are all survivors who have special opportunities and join the indigenous forces and cannot participate in the Oracle War. Although they cannot participate in the war, they will still pay attention to the situation of the Oracle War. Obviously, since the beginning of the Oracle War, Chaoxing's name has been in their ears. These survivors can't help but pay attention to this man. After all, this is the first among the tens of millions of survivors. Among these people who pay attention, there is the Seed of Light. They are all studying Chaoxing's strength and his methods. However, because of Chaoxing's deliberate concealment, currently, only the Dragon Speaker, Francesca, Sarah and Braun have shown strong combat power. Although the others have become master-level creatures, Chaoxing also asked them to try not to show it. The Seed of Light thought, this Chaoxing is indeed quite capable. Currently, he has 4 master-level combatants under his command. Among the survivors, he is already a very terrifying force. As the spokesperson of the church, He clearly knows how powerful a master-level creature is. Through these red-robe bishops. He also knows that it is very difficult for the natives to break through to the master level. And as a lord who develops his territory in accordance with the rules, he actually has 4 master-level creatures. This is incredible. A solemn look appeared in the eyes of the Seed of Light. But soon, he smiled. What am I worried about? It's just 4 master-level creatures, which is far from our Church of Light. According to the development progress of these lords, it will take more than 10 years to reach the scale of our church. Even for this Chao Xing, it will take at least a few years. After all, master-level creatures are not cabbages on the roadside. Thinking of this, the Seed of Light was no longer worried. At this moment, a message came to his private chat. It has been investigated that the area where Chao Xing was originally located was Area 174, which is the survivor near the snowstorm plain. According to the intelligence, he has won the first place in the ranking at least 3 times in a row. Note, don't forget the reward you promised me. After seeing this message, the Seed of Light immediately caught a key word. Snowstorm Plain? He was deeply impressed by this place. That was the first place where the church had an accident. A large camp was destroyed. And not long after, a red-robed bishop was buried in the witch forest. Later, all the large camps were uprooted overnight. From all the previous signs, all this was done by that group of demons. But the God of Light said before that we were in the wrong direction. And there might be someone else. Wouldn't it be? This guy? At this moment, the Seed of Light frowned again. Before this, he had never regarded other survivors as his opponents. Because in his opinion, the gap between the other survivors and himself is too big. They are just a group of ants. However, in this oracle battle, he saw the combat power of those top lords, and no longer looked down on them. Under the promotion of the Lord system, the speed at which these survivor lords become stronger is incredible. Especially, the one who can be the first among the top survivors in the world. If it is him, he may really have the strength to kill our red-robe bishop, and destroy the large camp. On the whole, this Chao Xing is very suspicious. It seems that we have to send someone to investigate this person in depth. Thinking of this, the Seed of Light immediately summoned several red-robe bishops. The investigation of Chao Xing began. At the same time, in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, in a magnificent city, in an unknown corner, a strange-looking man was lying on an operating table. His skin was a strange grayish white, like an old parchment without blood. His cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, and his eyes flashed a dark red light. Especially his skin was covered with all kinds of horrible corpse spots. His body was firmly tied to the operating table, surrounded by bottles and jars filled with various black organs. These organs were taken out of this man. At this moment, he was also paying attention to the live broadcast channel of the World Forum, watching other survivor lords killing people in the Oracle War. He was extremely depressed. Damn, this shitty S-level talent I awakened has turned me into this kind of monster. Not only did I not get any benefits, I was also caught and studied for so many days. These damn bastards have taken more than 1,000 kilograms of organs from me. If this continues, even my S-level talent can't stand it. Thinking of this, his face became even uglier. Looking at the messages sent out on the private chat column, they were like a stone sinking into the sea, and no response was received, which made him even more desperate. These days I contacted so many survivors, wanting them to rescue me, but these guys directly refused when they heard where I was imprisoned. His eyes fell on the name that was discussed the most on the World Forum. Chao Xing. Now only you can save me. You must reply to my message. On the Crystal Land, it was still going on at the original rhythm. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the Oracle War. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Chao Xing has commanded the newly born branded monsters to gather near the 4 major camps. Today is the last day. If there are no unexpected circumstances, we can give more branded monsters to the 4 major camps to let them score points. Anyway, I can't take these branded monsters back to the territory. It's better to do a favor and send them out. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. His purpose has always been to never put himself on the opposite side of the players. As a lord from Blue Star, Chao Xing clearly knows what his base is. Without this group of good leaks and good brothers, the development speed of his territory would not be so fast. So, even if this time it was for special reasons, he joined the opposite camp. Chao Xing also helped his good brothers on Blue Star to gain a lot of points without sacrificing his own interests. Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but more about human relationships. At present, it seems that the situation is very good. This wave can be said to make the survivors of the 4 major camps no longer hate themselves, and they are grateful to him one by one, including the survivors outside. Their favorability towards Zhao has increased dramatically. At the same time, the survivors of the 4 major camps are also discussing eagerly. Brothers, today is the last day of the Oracle War. You can go back after midnight tonight. This month has passed so quickly. I don't want to go back. It would be great to continue to brush points with Chao Xing. Yes, this kind of brushing is really comfortable. I have exchanged a lot of high-level power hearts, which allowed me and my men to break through to the 4th level. I also exchanged a few sets of purple suits, and my strength has increased dramatically. Everyone discussed their gains in the past month, with many feelings in their hearts. It can be said that a month of Oracle War is also a month for these survivor lords to complete their transformation. When they leave this plane, everyone's strength will increase dramatically. And at this moment, all the survivors heard a prompt. Survivors of the 4 major camps, please pay attention. The Oracle War Crystal Bloom has come to the last day. Due to unknown reasons, the survivors of the 4 camps will receive the blessing of the Oracle. In the next 18 hours, before midnight, all attributes will increase by 100%, and each crystal destroyed will receive a 50,000 points reward. Due to unknown reasons, the invincibility effect of the main crystal has expired. Now, you can attack the main crystal directly. If you destroy the main crystal, you will receive a random legendary equipment reward. See the system prompt. The survivors of the 4 main cities were stunned for a moment, and then everyone's eyes showed shock. Fuck. 100% attribute bonus. Destroying a crystal will give 50,000 points. Did I hear it right? As long as you destroy the main crystal, you will even get a legendary equipment. Oh my god. This reward is too abnormal. Ghost. This is using a huge amount of rewards to tempt us to destroy those crystals. Obviously, this is a temporary increase in rewards. In the past, destroying a crystal would give a maximum of 5,000 points. And now, it has increased tenfold, which is really incredible. Obviously, it should not be a reward given by this system, but the existence behind the 4 major camps. At this moment, Chao Xing also received this system prompt. This also made him more certain of his guess. The so-called Oracle Battlefield is actually a game between the 4 true gods and the ancient dragons. Because of certain rules, these true gods and ancient dragons cannot take action. We survivors can only fight each other to decide the outcome of this war. So the rewards that can be exchanged in the point store are different for each camp. And the system is in a neutral position. It doesn't care which side can win. It just transmits all information to all survivors of the 5 major camps. So, I can also receive this information. After figuring this out, Chao Xing's heart was full of emotion again. Sure enough, the water in this world is too deep. According to the original script, the 4 major camps will destroy all crystals within 20 days. By then, Kralkator will die completely. And now, in order to maintain balance, he has pushed himself to the opposing camp. Chao Xing doesn't know what forces are driving these things, but it is obvious that he is now in the game. He can only do his best to persist until the last moment of the Oracle War. And there is something more troublesome. The invincible effect of the main crystal has been wiped out. This is equivalent to destroying all the dragon crystals that I have managed and saved for so many days. Now the survivors can attack the main crystal directly. And if the main crystal is destroyed, no matter how many dragon crystals are left, they are useless. Chao Xing's expression became solemn. At the same time, he also prepared these survivors to attack the main crystal. As a survivor of Blue Star, Chao Xing knew that greed is a weakness of human nature. The cooperative relationship they maintained before was nothing more than an exchange of interests. Now, the benefits of pushing away the main crystal far exceed the benefits Chao Xing gave them. It is very likely that many people will not be able to resist this temptation and launch an attack on the main crystal. At the same time, the survivors of the 4 major camps stood on the main city. Looking at each other, they asked in the Legion channel one after another, "Captain, should we go? It's the last day. If we attack now, Boss Chao Xing won't say anything. Right? Yes. Yes. Destroying a crystal is worth 50,000 points. If we blow up anyone, we will make a lot of money. However, Most of the Legion leaders on the field couldn't make a decision at the moment. Even the barrage in the live broadcast room was speculating whether the 4 major camps would be unable to resist the temptation and unilaterally break the agreement. After all, the reward this time is too fierce. Whoever destroys the main crystal will be given a legendary equipment. So far, these survivors have never even seen legendary equipment, let alone obtained it. At the same time, a Legion leader couldn't help asking in the chat channel, "Everyone, what should we do now? Should we rush out and attack the dragon crystal now?" Our current status added up to more than 120%. Even if these branded monsters are powerful, they can't stop the impact of so many of us. What do you think? For a while, many Legion leaders showed excited looks in their eyes. At this time, a strong man in the top 100 of the rankings stood up and said, "Everyone, don't forget the agreement we made with Chao Xing. There are more than 1 billion eyes watching us outside now. If we ignore the agreement and attack the crystals, how will others view us?" Hearing this, everyone's faces showed hesitation again. According to the agreement, Chao Xing left a large number of branded monsters for them to score points. Until the end of the Oracle War, they could not take action against those dragon crystals. At that time, they personally agreed to it under the witness of more than 1 billion people. If they took action at this time, it would be equivalent to the 4 major camps unilaterally violating the agreement. In addition, because everyone had cooperated happily in the past few days. So after hesitating again and again, everyone decided to continue this cooperative relationship. Many Legion commanders began to restrain their subordinates and asked them to stay honest and not think of these crooked ideas, including Angelina, Wang Tao, Omar and other large group leaders. They all asked their subordinates to stay honest. These strongmen still value their own reputation. Although there are still a few survivors who ignore the dissuasion, their number is relatively small. After making some preparations, Chao Xing was surprised not to see many survivors coming out. "I didn't expect that they could resist the temptation of legendary props. This is beyond my expectation. It seems that the agreement I made with them before has worked." A smile appeared on Chao Xing's mouth. If there were no previous means. Otherwise on this last day, all the survivors would rush to the main crystal at all costs. Even Chao Xing might not be able to withstand it when the attributes increase by 100%. Of course, as mentioned before, human nature is complicated. Some people value their own reputation, while others disdain it. Many survivors have already led their legions out of the main city. As soon as they came out, they shouted loudly, "Boss Chao Xing, I'm sorry. We won't attack the main crystal. We will attack those dragon crystals. 50,000 points is too much. Please give us a hand." Seeing this scene, Chao Xing looked a little cold. If these people attack the dragon crystal and succeed, once others see it, they will definitely follow suit. Then a chain reaction will be set off. This kind of thing must be curbed in the shortest possible time. So, Chao Xing directly commanded a large number of branded monsters to wipe out all these survivors and their legions. However, because the attributes of these people increased by 120%, Chao Xing branded monsters also suffered a lot of casualties when clearing these people. Seeing this scene, some survivors in the main city were eager to move. Chao Xing knew that it was time for him to appear. So, he appeared in front of the main cities of the 4 major camps at the right time and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, if it is allowed, it will be the last part of the night. I will evacuate all the branded monsters to the vicinity of the main crystal. At that time, you can attack these dragon crystals freely. Don't you want to destroy the dragon crystals to get points? I can give them to you, but you have to wait until the night." Chao Xing now can delay for an hour. After hearing Chao Xing promise, the survivors of the 4 camps were immediately moved. Chapter 449 Break the Rules. The God Servant Corps reappears. After hearing Chao Xing promise, the survivors were already excited. They discussed one after another. "Brothers, Chao Xing proposal is good. There are still more than 20,000 crystals on the crystal land. But at our speed, we can destroy at most 5,000 or 6,000 a day. If Chao Xing evacuates the branded monsters, we can attack these dragon crystals without restraint. The points of the dragon crystals are allocated according to the output, so we don't have to worry about not earning points." After hearing this, the others also echoed, "Yes. And because of the obstruction of the branded monsters, we have to pay a lot of casualties every day. If Chao Xing evacuates these monsters, then our speed of obtaining points will be several times faster. In the discussion of the crowd, everyone decided to continue to believe in Chao Xing. At the same time, Chao Xing added another sentence. Of course, it is limited to the survivors who have not left the city during this period. If anyone unilaterally violates the agreement, I will stick to my original statement and clear them out of the Oracle battlefield. Hearing this, everyone standing on the city wall agreed. Don't worry, Boss Chao Xing. We won't violate the agreement. We are still waiting to score points together in the evening. That's right. We are different from those guys. The 4 camps, the survivors who were ready to move, were once again suppressed by Chao Xing's promise. Everyone was eager for the arrival of the evening. Time passed quickly. It was soon 12 o'clock noon. Seeing that the survivors of the 4 camps still did not move, the system prompt appeared again. Attention survivors of the 4 camps. The Oracle battle is about to end. Due to unknown reasons. In the next period of time, you will get 10 times the points reward for killing all branded monsters. At this moment, everyone who saw the system opened their mouths slightly, with strong shock in their eyes. Then, they looked at the branded monster in the distance and fell into silence. A full 10 times the points reward. What does this mean? With an attribute increase of 110%, a penalty of 10% reduction in the attribute, plus a 10 times points reward. Even the Dragon Crystal is a 10 times points reward. This means that they can get at least the points of the previous 10 days today. Everyone's eyes showed greed. Many survivor lords were ready to move. They had already led their legions to the city gate area. They had forgotten the agreement they had just made with Chao Xing on the city wall. There were also many people who swore that they were different from others. And seeing this scene, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, Bai Ji, Angelina and others restrained their men at the first time. And they kept speaking to appease them in the camp channel. Everyone, don't be blinded by the reward. Boss Chao Xing has promised us that we will be able to score freely at night. And we will earn more at that time. Think about the survivors who attacked the Dragon Crystal a few days ago. They were cleared out of the Oracle battlefield by Boss Chao Xing because they did not resist the temptation and missed the opportunity to score. Yes, everyone must calm down. Under their comfort, the restless army of survivors actually calmed down again for a short time. At this moment, Chao Xing was even more surprised to see that the survivors still did not leave the city. He was even ready for all the survivors of the 4 camps to attack at the same time. Now, so many people resisted the temptation of 10 times the points and stayed in the city honestly. This is simply incredible. There are many reasons for achieving this effect. One is that Chao Xing gave them enough benefits. The second is that Chao Xing showed enough strength. If they want to attack the Dragon Crystal, they may be directly wiped out. No one is willing to take this risk. The third is that there are more than 1 billion people watching them overhead. So these captains restrain their desires. Chao Xing said with relief. Very good. Just delay for a few more hours. By night, with the number of branded monsters in my hands, it will be enough to support until the end of the Oracle War. However, the existence behind the 4 major camps has spent a lot of money this time, and even launched 10 times the points. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not continue to use other means. Just when Chao Xing was thinking this, the originally dark purple sky suddenly heard several cracking sounds. Crack! Crack! As if several holes were blasted. For huge gaps appeared in the sky above. A mysterious and vast breath came from these gaps. The next moment, 4 colors of light burst out from these gaps. Red, green, white, blue. Buzz, buzz. 4 colors of light fell from the sky to the earth. In the blink of an eye, 4 different colored light pillars stood on the boundless crystal land. Everyone's eyes were attracted by these 4 light pillars. Doubts appeared in the eyes of the survivors. What are these? I don't know. Why do I feel like it's some kind of passage? Before the words fell, a large number of figures have emerged from these light pillars. They are wearing armor of different colors and holding sacred battle blades. Everyone has a resolute and brave look on their face. These figures are the God Servant Corps that was previously wiped out by Chao Xingtuan. Moreover, the number this time is beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, the number of God Servant Corps gathered under each light column exceeded 5 million. Fuck. Is it so outrageous? Seeing that those survivors did not take action, they directly summoned so many God Servant Corps to deal with me. This is against the rules. Damn it! Chao Xing was very angry. But soon, he regained his composure and began to think about the corresponding countermeasures. Obviously, This kind of teleportation is by no means without cost. Otherwise, the 4 major camps would not wait until the last day to use this method. This is also the last test for him. If they can hold on until midnight tonight under this terrifying impact, it will be the victory of the 5th camp. If they can't hold on, the main crystal will be destroyed. Then, as the voice in my mind said, the crystal dragon Kralkatorrik will die completely, and this world will lose its balance. As for what consequences it will cause, Chao Xing doesn't know. But before that, he could only withstand this wave of impact. And he had to withstand it. Otherwise, once he showed signs of decline, the other survivors would definitely take advantage of the situation and attack his dragon crystal and main crystal. At the same time, under the gaze of billions of eyes, a large number of God's servant core, carrying boundless power, launched a charge towards the center of the crystal land. Boom! The ground was shaking slightly. All obstacles encountered along the way, whether those crystal boulders or wandering branded monsters, were ruthlessly chopped to pieces by the sharp blades of the God Servant Core. You know, the power of the 1 million God Servant Core before was already invincible in the crystal land. And now, the number has directly increased several times. And the 4 light pillars are still continuously transmitting more God Servant guards. It gives people an unstoppable feeling. Chao Xing took a deep breath. Just as he was about to command the branded monsters to confront the God Servant Core head-on, the voice of the dragon appeared again in his mind. The chosen ones. There is a force that broke the rules, forcibly broke the plane and opened the Oracle transmission column. The transmission column will continuously transmit more God Servant Core. Please be sure to stop their attack. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He already understood this. Up to now, it is not a fight between Chao Xing and the 4 major camps. It is a game between 2 other powerful beings. The 4 major camps continue to strengthen the survivors and violate the rules to transmit a large number of God Servant Core. Judging from the current situation, Chao Xing can't hold on for the remaining 12 hours. Chao Xing asked in his heart, with the current strength, I may not be able to hold on until the last moment. Do you have any solution? The voice replied again, because of the restrictions of the rules, they cannot send the real God Servant Core over. In the Oracle teleportation column, what is summoned are the phantoms of the God Servant Core. I will give you a higher level of authority in the Crystal Land. And you can use the power of Kralkatorrik once. For unknown reasons, you have obtained a higher level of authority in the Crystal Plane. And the attributes of all branded monsters are increased by 20%. You have one chance to actively release the magic of the ancient dragon. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's face showed confusion. An opportunity to actively use the magic of the ancient dragon means, after 12 o'clock in the evening, the kind of clearing magic that covers the entire plane? After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing's eyes showed shock. After all, that is the power of the ancient dragon. These days, everyone has witnessed the power of this power with their own eyes. Under such a terrifying attack, it doesn't matter what level of strong you are, or how many there are. As long as you are within the range of the Crystal Land, you will die. At this moment, he seemed to see the hope of victory. Very good. Although this thing can only be used once. But as long as I seize the opportunity, it will be the key to my victory. Chao Xing's confidence increased greatly. At the same time, a large number of divine servants have rushed over. He quickly pressed the communication device on his ear, and then commanded Bing on. Assam, Mushi, Boji, lead the army to stop their attack. Let the branded monsters fight them to death. And you are responsible for destroying the formation. We will implement your will. The moment they received the order, the 4 people took action at the same time. They also knew that the next moment would be the most serious. The massive branded monsters that originally surrounded the 4 main cities all followed behind them and rushed towards the 4 light pillars in the sky. Although the number of the God Servant Core attacking this time far exceeded their imagination. But because each true god only opened one transmission channel, so the attack also came from 4 different directions. As long as these God Servant Core were intercepted and the 4 light pillars were surrounded, they could be dragged to the spot. Boom! The entire Crystal Land was shaken strongly because of the charge of the massive branded monsters and the God Servant Core. Everyone stared at the battlefields in all directions with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, the army of branded monsters came into contact with the God Servant Core. When the 2 sides met, it was the most intense collision. One after another, branded shells streaked across the sky, and countless flying blades followed and fell into the ranks of the God Servant Corps. And the other side did not give in, raising the battle blades in their hands. Strong sword energy slashed out like lightning. After the violent explosion, a large number of God Servant guards of the God Servant Corps were blown away on the spot and disappeared into a white light. And the sword energy emitted by the opponent also cut a large number of branded monsters into pieces. This group of God Servant guards had extremely fanatical beliefs, facing the branded monster army that completely suppressed them in numbers. They did not give in at all. One by one, they were madly attacking the formation of the branded monster army. Among them, Chaoxing also noticed some familiar faces. It was the God Servant Corps that was taken away by them last time. With fanaticism in their eyes, they shouted loudly, "Warriors, follow me and kill. This time, we won't lose again." Boom! Boom! With unparalleled momentum, they rushed into the group of branded monsters at the fastest speed. And the two sides came into direct contact. As soon as they came into contact, the most intense collision occurred. However, even if these divine guards came back, but in terms of numbers, Chaoxing still had the advantage. With hundreds of Doomsday meteors and hundreds of millions of ranged units focusing fire, this group of divine guards, which totaled about 20 million, was bombed to the point of being annihilated again. And those surviving divine guard captains looked at the sky full of artillery fire, which was about to drown them. There was no fear in their eyes. "Damn blasphemers. We will come back. And you will pay for your actions." Boom! The second wave of concentrated fire fell, killing them all instantly. Chaoxing's heart moved, and he continued to order all branded monsters, "Advance at full speed. Surround these 4 light pillars for me. Kill as many as you come." A hint of ruthlessness appeared on Chaoxing's face. "You can summon continuously, right? It depends on whether you summon more or I kill faster." Chaoxing once again used the operation of bombing the group of survivors. Directly washed the ground with unlimited firepower. Boom! With continuous concentrated fire attacks, the area near the teleportation light pillar is completely covered. Those God guards, who just appeared in the Crystal Land, were killed instantly before they could see the surrounding scenes clearly, including those God guards, who had been killed by Chaoxing twice in a row. They were resurrected again and again, and were killed by the concentrated fire of the branded monsters again and again. But this time, Chaoxing found that he did not get any bonus points for killing these God guards. But it's normal to think about it. If you can also get points for killing these infinitely resurrected God guards, then Chaoxing will get at least hundreds of millions of points this afternoon. It's not enough to directly empty the point store. The scenes of the battlefields in different places are different. There are a large number of branded monsters surrounding the light column, and then bombarding the God guards inside infinitely. The fierce battle made the survivors swallow their saliva. They realized that with their own strength, if they dared to get involved in a battle of this scale, no matter how many times they were resurrected, they would not be enough to die. Of course, the group of God guards were not fools. After several deaths, they have already figured out the experience. At the moment of landing, they rushed directly into the army of branded monsters and carried out suicide attacks. Although these God guards will soon be solved by the branded Scorpion army and the Hydra inside. But with their charge, many branded monsters under Chaoxing were killed and injured. But everything is still within the controllable range. According to the speed at which these divine servants were teleporting, it was impossible for them to break through the blockade of the branded monster army and attack the main crystal before midnight. In addition, Chaoxing also arranged a large number of branded monsters near the main crystal for defense. It can be said that as long as there are no accidents, the final winner must be the 5th camp. The fierce battle lasted for an hour in the blink of an eye. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the branded monsters on Chaoxing's side were attacked by suicide by the continuous God Servant Corps, killing nearly 100 million. And Chaoxing also bombed dozens of waves of God Servant Corps' transmissions. And even the light contained in these 4 light pillars dimmed a little. However, after seeing the number of branded monsters decrease in the 4 main cities, many survivors finally couldn't hold back. They led the army directly to rush out. Boom! A large number of survivors swarmed out and rushed directly to the direction of the Dragon Crystal. For these people, Chaoxing did not stop them. And there was no way to stop them. They could only rely on the branded monsters near the Dragon Crystal to delay their steps. However, there are still quite a few who continue to stay in the main city and do not come out. Although the benefits of destroying the crystal plus 10 times the points are very attractive. But compared with these rewards, some people care more about their reputation and the promise made by Chao Xing. Chao Xing took a quick look and found that the number of survivors who took advantage of the chaos to attack the dragon crystal was about 1/3. This was already the best result. If Chao Xing had not sent out the branded monsters to let them score points in the previous few days, at this time, it was not 1/3 of the survivors who launched the attack, but all the survivors who attacked at the same time. It can be said that it was precisely because of this move that his current battlefield pressure was greatly reduced. Chao Xing took a deep breath again. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but a strong fighting spirit rose. Come on! Let me see if the remaining crystals and branded monsters can hold on to the last moment. In an instant, all the branded monsters, including those stationed in the dragon crystal, were all controlled by his consciousness and began to fight with these survivors. The entire crystal land ushered in the most chaotic moment in history. The 4 largest branded monster armies were blocking the divine servants, and both sides continued to suffer heavy casualties. Some of the survivors were also leading the army to attack Chao Xing Crystal's stronghold. Brothers, kill! Whether you can get rich in exchange for a large number of hearts of power depends on today. Crack! Crack! The shouts of the survivors and the sound of crystals breaking kept ringing. As the controller of the entire crystal land, Chao Xing at this moment has already pushed his brain power to the limit. The tense nerves are like a string that is about to break. In addition to the battlefield where the 4 god servant armies are located, he is also taking into account the defense near the main crystal, as well as thousands of battlefields of all sizes near other dragon crystals. This is even more than when Assam and the spirit of the lake played the chess of gods. Only the brain power of the gods can control such a complex battle situation. If Chao Xing's strength had not been greatly improved recently, he would not have been able to hold on for long. Even so, after holding on for less than 20 minutes, he also had a situation similar to Assam at that time. His whole body was shaking violently, and blood and tears even flowed from his pupils. At this moment, Chao Xing only felt a severe pain in his brain, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. It seemed that he would faint at any time. Chao Xing gritted his teeth to keep himself awake. However, even though he bit his lips, his consciousness became increasingly blurred. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. If this goes on, something big will happen. Even the survivors who were watching the live broadcast in the air could see that the state of these branded monsters was not right. The team that had been attacking in an orderly manner began to become disorganized, and some branded monsters even ran around blindly, not knowing where to attack. One branded shell after another was fired randomly, and some even exploded in their own team, splashing a dark purple smoke and debris. The live broadcast room was constantly passing by. Brothers, have these branded monsters gone stupid? Why are they attacking their own people? No. It should be that something went wrong with Boss Chao Xing. He can no longer operate. So that's how it is. It seems that Boss Chao Xing is immortal after all. He can't control such a large battlefield by himself. Indeed. But he can hold on for so long, which is beyond imagination. If it were me, I would probably be unable to hold on after 10 minutes. Boss Chao Xing is going to lose. At the same time, the battle-hardened god servant corps below naturally noticed the decline of the branded monsters. They seized this opportunity, quickly arranged in a neat battle formation, and advanced step by step. The sword energy came like a storm, and a large number of branded monsters were chopped into pieces on the ground. Chao Xing almost tried his best at this moment. He held the staff tightly in his hand, and the ice element magic on his body continued to emit, dyeing the ground into white frost. Damn it! Hold on! You must not fall asleep! He screamed in his heart. His pupils had turned blood red, and fine blood beads were oozing out of the pores all over his body. It made him look like a bloody man. Extremely terrifying. The intense pain came in waves, far exceeding the time when he absorbed the dragon's heart. However, no matter how Chao Xing struggled, the situation on the field was still taking a sharp turn for the worse, and the balance of victory began to tilt towards the god servant corps. Just when he was about to faint, the voice appeared in his mind again. The chosen one. Please hold on. Kralkatorter will soon wake up. Chao Xing complained in his mind at this moment. I want to, but I'm just a 6th level archmage. I can't take care of such a large battlefield. It's already reached the limit. Chao Xing gradually closed his eyes. I know. The chosen one. You have tried your best. Now, please accept my power. At the same time, deep in his mind, the curled-up blue dragon suddenly opened its wings. A soft and vast light emanated from its body. Then, this magical power was bestowed on Chao Xing. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. You have obtained the magic blessing of the Fate Dragon, Aurine. In the next 12 hours, all skill cooldowns will be reduced by 40%, reach the maximum value. And your mental power will be in an infinite state. Chapter 450 Legendary Creatures appear, clearing everything. Chao Xing suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and immediately felt a sense of clarity in his brain. The severe pain disappeared, and an unprecedented vast mental power burst out from his body. Even because the mental power was too strong, it directly rushed the surrounding branded monsters dozens of meters away. When Chao Xing woke up and noticed the system prompt, ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Fuck. Skill cooldown reduced by 40%? And unlimited mental power? Add my own 50%. Wouldn't that reduce the cooldown time by 90%? This is too cool. And Chao Xing also learned the name of the blue dragon through the system prompt. The Dragon of Destiny. Aurine? What is its relationship with Kralkatorrik? However, now is not the time to delve into these. After his mental power entered the infinite state, Chao Xing swept away his previous decline. Then he controlled the battlefield of the entire crystal land. And he was even more adept at it. A large number of branded monsters instantly became like chicken blood. The coordination combat ability and attack desire increased significantly. And they organized a fierce offensive again and rushed towards the enemy. The main battlefields everywhere, including those large and small battlefields near the Dragon Crystal. All enemies felt the pressure surge, and the intensity of the battle instantly rose to a new height. The survivors of the God Servant Corps and the 4 major camps were suppressed by the branded monsters and retreated step by step. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to have transformed into a god who controlled the overall situation and became the brain of all the branded monsters. There was a bright light flashing in his pupils, and his strong mental power was constantly surging. The tilted scales were reversed again by him with his own strength. The live broadcast room barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. 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 These branded monsters have become even crazier. Are they still human? Where is the limit of Chao Xing? Too abnormal. How can someone's mental power be so terrifying? Under Chao Xing control, the battle situation of the entire crystal land was once again maintained in a balanced state. Time passed slowly. Soon, 3 hours had passed. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In one afternoon, a large number of survivors destroyed only more than 3,000 dragon crystals with a 120% attribute increase. And there were more than 20,000 dragon crystals left on the entire land. The survivors looked at the huge crystal in the center area, and greed appeared in their eyes. Everyone. It's meaningless to deal with these dragon crystals. Let's go and destroy the main crystal now, and end this battle. As for the legendary equipment, whoever can get it depends on their ability. After hearing this, the survivors who were besieging the dragon crystal smiled. Everyone agreed. Then, a large number of survivors rushed to the center of the crystal continent. Chao Xing saw that these survivors gave up attacking the dragon crystal and rushed to the main crystal. But he was not in a hurry, because he had been prepared for this moment. At some point, Chao Xing had already mobilized all his men, such as Assam and Dragon Speaker. Back. In addition, there were tens of millions of branded monsters gathered near the main crystal. It was to guard against their attack. In the blink of an eye, the mighty army of survivors arrived near the main crystal. Charge. Destroy the main crystal and take down the legendary equipment. A large number of survivors, with red eyes, launched attacks from all directions without hesitation. As for these people, Chao Xing naturally killed them mercilessly. The branded monsters launched various group attacks, killing groups of survivor lords and their combatants on the spot. The Dragon Speaker and Francesca flew in the air, constantly launching terrifying attacks. The Ascalon Legion below rushed into the crowd and slaughtered directly, although they increased their attributes by 120%. However, the increase on Chao Xing's side is far more than 120%. In the case of the same level, the Ascalon Legion needed 3 or 4 knives to kill them before, but now it can only be increased to 5 or 6 knives at most. As the army of survivors fell like harvested wheat, Chao Xing points began to soar. In addition, Chao Xing also used all his props. Luminous Meteorite, ancient god weapon seal, original cube, and so on. Survivors died in batches. They fought one after another. Every second, a large number of creatures, or branded monsters, from the 4 camps died. The 4 beams of light in the sky continued to transmit more divine servants. The shouts of killing, the shouts of charging, and the sound of crystals breaking were intertwined. At this moment, the Oracle battlefield has reached its most intense level. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were overwhelmed and didn't know where to look. The barrage was also floating wildly. Fuck. Is this the last day of the Oracle War? The fight was so fucking intense. Boss Chao Xing is so fierce. Under such terrible pressure, there are still these untrustworthy guys who backstabbed. And they have persisted until now without showing any signs of decline. Yeah. It's too abnormal. If it were me, the main crystal would have been destroyed long ago. Hold on. Boss Chao Xing. Boss Chao Xing. Come on. At this moment, the barrage was swiping the screen wildly, cheering Chao Xing on. After all, apart from other things, the fact that Chao Xing could persist for so long in such a difficult situation is enough to be admired. It has nothing to do with position or interests. Everyone wanted to see this person's persistence be rewarded. Time soon came to around 5 o'clock in the evening. The battle situation in the Crystal Land changed again. From the 4 light pillars, more than a dozen creatures wearing red, blue, green, and white armor appeared. Their armors had their own characteristics. Red like fire, blue like the deep sea, green like the forest guardian, and white like a holy angel. The breath emanating from their bodies makes people feel a fatal crisis. It's even comparable to the first time Chao Xing met the dragon speaker. When he glanced over, Captain of the Divine Servant. Level, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Skill, unknown. Status, summon creatures. Goddess's blessing obviously. These figures are all heroic level Divine Servant guards. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but complain, it's fucking outrageous. Seeing that they couldn't take me down in a short time. They actually summoned so many heroic creatures. Next, do you want to send legendary level Divine Servant warriors over? At this moment, Chao Xing once again felt the determination of the 4 major camps to destroy the main crystal. He glanced at his trump card. The biggest killer at present is undoubtedly the dragon's clearing magic. As long as this thing is used, no matter how many captains of the Divine Servant come, they will die. In addition, there is Lizardman Ancestor statue. This thing is also a killer against legendary creatures. However, both of these things can only be used once. Although the Ancestor statue can be used twice. The cost is too high. Chao Xing's expression was slightly gloomy. And then he said solemnly, it's not the time to use these trump cards yet. We have to hold on for a while. At the same time, with the arrival of the heroic captain of the God Servant, the combat power of the God Servant Corps has experienced a terrifying surge. These powerful creatures carry the power of thunder and lightning every time they swing their swords. The air is torn apart wherever the sword energy passes, and a sharp whistle is emitted. A large number of branded monsters are instantly shattered under their attack. The power that burst out is like a powerful god of war, and there is no enemy wherever they pass. It is even almost as strong as the dragon speaker. This also greatly increased the morale of the God Servant Corps. Everyone, follow me. Charge. The roar of the captain of the God Servant exploded on the battlefield like thunder. Boom. The God Servant guards below launched a fierce attack at the same time. For the glory of the goddess. Charge. The death rate of the branded monsters increased again, seeing that they were about to break out of the encirclement of the branded monsters. Chao Xing's eyes turned cold. No matter what level you are, take a few waves of my artillery fire first. After he finished speaking, he once again commanded a large number of long-range units to focus fire on the God Servant Corps below. Among them were a large number of Doomsday meteors, which resonated with the earth of the dominant level Hydra. Under this terrifying explosion, even these God Servant captains could not bear it, as the earth trembled wildly. The charge that the God Servant Corps had just organized was once again beaten back by Chao Xing, and even those God Servant captains were killed instantly. However, what made people despair was that not long after, more than a dozen hero-level God Servant captains appeared in each light column. They had a firm look in their eyes, and did not feel frustrated after being killed instantly. Under the protection of the goddess's power, we are immortal. God Servant Corps. We will win. Other God Servant guards shouted one after another. God Servant Corps. We will win. We will win. We will win. After he finished speaking, these warriors launched a brave charge again. Not only that, even the battlefield near the dragon crystal caught fire again. More survivors in the main city saw the captains of the gods appear and rushed out, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to attack the dragon crystal. Now the number of people dealing with the dragon crystal has increased from 1/3 to half. Seeing this scene, the more than 1 billion survivors on the field couldn't help but sweat for Cao Xing. Many of the comments scolded these people for being shameless and adding insult to injury. Cao Xing seemed very calm. He knew that it was a miracle that he could hold on until today. Even if the main crystal was destroyed in the end, it was not a rare thing. If it weren't for various factors, the main crystal would have been destroyed 10 days ago, and it would have been impossible to drag it until now. What he had to do now was to do his best to defeat all the guys and drag it to the last moment. As more survivors joined the battle, the speed at which the dragon crystals were destroyed was also greatly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, the number of crystals dropped below 20,000. Next, every time a crystal was destroyed, Cao Xing could hear a wail from deep in his mind. Woo! Woo! It was as if the shattering of the crystal would make him feel very painful. This painful sound kept echoing in Cao Xing's mind, even making him unable to concentrate. At the same time, the voice of the other blue dragon sounded. More crystals are destroyed. The chosen ones. Hold on. Cao Xing shook his head, and then said, I know. As long as the main crystal is not destroyed, it will be fine. Right? Yes. Okay. Then come on. He made up his mind, decided to wait for an opportunity, and give them a big wave directly. In the next 2 hours, the number of branded monsters on Cao Xing's side became fewer and fewer. It was less than half of the original number. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. In addition, more survivors gained a lot of points because they saw others attacking the dragon crystal. Unable to resist this temptation, they rushed out of the main city. Only about 1/5 of the survivors were still sticking to their promises and not taking action. Among them, the largest number was naturally the 10,000 survivors in the 4 major districts. As the survivors of the district where Cao Xing was, many of them were his loyal supporters. At this moment, he was also scolding the shamelessness of others. These bastards promise so well in front of so many people, but in the blink of an eye, they are like shit and go back on their word. Yeah, these guys are so damn abominable. If we can't attack each other, I will directly bring people to help Cao Xing defend the crystal. Fuck their ancestors. The survivors in the 4 districts were indignant. They stood at the gate of the city, and everyone who left the city had to be greeted by their family. However, in the face of such great benefits, many people did not take such abuse to heart at all. Seeing more and more people rushing out of the main city, the remaining survivors, who were still holding on, even felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Cao Xing, you must hold on. And at this moment, everyone saw that a majestic figure appeared in the 4 light pillars that penetrated the sky at the same time. As soon as their breath appeared, it instantly covered the entire crystal land. No matter where you are, you can feel the vast, destructive breath coming from the other party. Cao Xing suddenly raised his head and stared at the figure floating in the sky. Legend. At this moment, he knew the strength of these figures, because Cao Xing felt the same threat from these creatures as the lizardman chieftain. Of course, they were still much weaker than the old chieftain, who was almost a demigod. However, no matter how weak they were still legends. That was far beyond the power of heroes. He glanced at them. God's servant commander. Level, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Skill, unknown. Status, summon creatures. Blessed by the goddess. A series of question marks as always. The 4 God's servant commanders, wearing white armor and holding holy swords, descended like gods of war. The moment they appeared, they illuminated half of the sky. The sharp sight seemed to be able to penetrate everything, and directly locked onto the main crystal area where Cao Xing was. He uttered a majestic cold snort. Any blasphemer will be melted under the glory of the goddess. After saying this, they raised their weapons at the same time. The light on the holy sword surged, and the light was like a dazzling sun, which made it impossible to look directly at it. I don't know how many survivors received a system prompt. You have been affected by the effect of the God's servant commander and entered a state of blindness. The next moment, they swung the holy sword at the same time, and sword energy swept out like a storm. The ground of the crystal land was easily cut open. and every sword cut left a 1,000-meter-long gully. A large number of branded monsters and branded scorpions were instantly destroyed under this powerful attack, without even a chance to resist. At least tens of thousands of branded monsters were chopped and exploded by them with a single sword. Compared to the dragon speaker, they need to use skills to achieve this effect. These legendary creatures are so powerful that they are terrifying at this moment. Not only that, their mobility has also reached a perverted level. These 4 legendary creatures disappeared almost at the moment of the first sword strike. Their figures flashed and appeared 1 or 2 kilometers away. This method is even comparable to teleportation. Even Chao Xing could not catch their figures. This was also the first time Chao Xing saw the power of legendary creatures. They were simply inhuman. Every time they flashed, they casually waved their swords and took away large swathes of branded monsters. Chao Xing army was almost swept all the way. The encirclement formed by the massive branded monsters was directly torn open in a short time. The 4 great commanders of the gods saw this, and their faces showed a majestic look again. They snorted coldly, "Everyone, follow me to charge and destroy the main crystal directly." After the words fell, they took the lead and rushed to the center of the crystal continent. A large number of god guards followed these 4 legendary creatures, and their morale soared. No matter how the branded monsters blocked them, these 4 legendary commanders would chop away all obstacles with one sword. 400 million branded monsters have been fought till now, and only less than 100 million are left. Seeing that the army of divine servants has broken through the blockade, everyone's heart tightened. It seems that the encirclement of Chao Xing has failed, and these divine servants have rushed out. Yes, and it seems that they are preparing to attack the main crystal directly. It's over. Such a powerful existence. I'm afraid that one sword can chop the main crystal. The appearance of legendary creatures on this oracle battlefield is incredible in itself. This is definitely a violation of the rules. But the existence behind the 4 major camps is too determined to destroy the main crystal, almost at all costs. At the same time, the vast army of divine servants below is fighting with the army of branded monsters on the crystal land. And the 4 great commanders of divine servants are teleporting at an inhuman speed, quickly approaching Chao Xing position. In the blink of an eye, they are about to arrive near the main crystal. They float in the air, and their eyes, as dazzling as the sun, begin to sweep across the entire army of branded monsters, instantly locked onto Chao Xing, who was surrounded by the branded monsters. It seemed that under their perception, all hidden means could not escape. One of the great commanders of the gods spoke in a dull voice. "So, it is you who is controlling the entire branded monster army?" There was a look of looking at ants in his eyes. "Humble blasphemer. Accept the punishment of the goddess." As soon as the words fell, the 4 great commanders of the gods raised their weapons high, and they were going to wipe out Chao Xing directly. A sense of crisis of death enveloped his heart. Being locked by this terrifying existence, Chao Xing felt cold all over and could not move at all. It seemed that the other party could easily crush you to death with just a move of his fingers. It was a feeling of powerlessness that could not be overcome. This was also the first time that Chao Xing faced a legendary creature directly. Just the invisible pressure alone made people unable to resist. At this moment, Chao Xing forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. "Damn! You're still punishing me? Look at how arrogant you are! Today, I kill you all here." The moment he finished speaking, Chao Xing used his only chance to release dragon magic. At the same time, some magical power seemed to be mobilized in the crystal land. The whole world began to vibrate slightly. It was different from the vibration caused by the movement of the massive branded monsters before. This time, everyone felt a mysterious breath. This breath cannot be described in words. It was as if some advanced life form had awakened. It was a kind of suppression of the life level. On the crystal land, the combined army of billions of survivors could no longer move. Even those legendary creatures were suppressed and had difficulty moving under this breath. They looked pale and were about to speak. "Crystal!" A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. Roar. The next moment, a series of explosions sounded throughout the crystal land. Puff! Puff puff puff. This was the sound of the bodies of the survivors and the god servant core exploding. Instantly, fear enveloped everyone's heart like a dark cloud. Blood splattered in the air, and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. The originally fierce battlefield turned into a bloody hell in an instant. Even the soldiers of the god servant corps were not spared. Their bodies shattered like porcelain under the roar of this giant dragon. The entire crystal land instantly fell into a dead silence. Chapter 451, Fulfilling the Promise. Xing character. The entire crystal land fell into a dead silence in an instant. Only the endless explosions echoed, playing the music of death. At this moment, the survivors standing on the main city saved their lives under the protection of the defense shield. But their eyes were still filled with extreme shock. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Just now, was that the roar of the dragon? This posture is a bit like the kind of clearing magic at 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was shocked. If it was the kind of clearing magic at night, then the roar of the dragon was just a prelude. The latter is the real killer. Fuck. At this time, the dragon's clearing power is triggered, and the crystal land is activated. Then the fun is great. Just as they looked at each other with difficulty and confidence, the entire crystal land was completely activated. ZZ. ZZ. The terrifying sound of electric current sounded. Then came the dark purple mist that filled the entire world. Then, the crystal energy jumped wildly in the mist. In the roar of the dragon just now, the survivors and the God-Servant Corps who survived by chance were also shrouded in the terrifying electric current. Puff! Puff! As if trapped in a thunderous purgatory. The explosions continued. No matter how many God-Servant Corps descended on the 4 light pillars, they all exploded in an instant. The light of the Oracle transmission pillar became dimmer, and the sky was covered by dark purple clouds again. Even the live broadcast screen in the live broadcast room was disturbed. All the survivors could only see the screen in front of them constantly twisting and deforming. In their shocked eyes, it seemed that the signal was interrupted, and the live broadcast screen disappeared. The system prompt appeared. For unknown reasons, the live broadcast screen has been turned off. At this moment, the billions of survivors were suddenly at a loss. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room also exploded in an instant. Fuck. What's going on? Why are you suddenly not allowed to watch it? Now is the most exciting moment. Damn it! What happened just now? Was that done by Boss Xing? Hurry up and turn on the live broadcast for me. Everyone was confused and curious at this time. The curiosity in their hearts drove them to know what happened in the Crystal Land. However, the survivors outside could not see it. The survivors of the 4 camps in the Crystal Land at this moment could see it clearly. Being protected by the main city. Some survivors stood on the main city. The entire Crystal Land was filled with countless terrifying digital damage. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. -999, 9999. The survivors who were attacking the Dragon Crystal, including their subjects, were instantly evaporated under this terrifying electric current. Then, there were the God-Servant Corps. ZZ. ZZ. Similarly, as the terrifying damage numbers appeared one after another, these divine guards also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Those heroic divine captains lasted for 1 second under the electric current. After the second, they also dissipated on the spot because their health was 0. The second when the power of the dragon was activated, only 4 legendary creatures were left alive in the entire crystal continent. However, their condition was not much better. Under the cover of this terrifying attack, they had suffered extremely serious injuries. Even their majestic faces showed a look of shock. The power of the dragon was awakened in advance. How is this possible? However, no matter how unbelievable they were, the fact was so. Quick! Destroy the main crystal. At this moment, these 4 legendary creatures wanted to use their last strength to rush over and destroy the main crystal regardless of everything. However, in front of the terrifying power of the ancient dragon, their struggle was in vain. In the 6th second, the 4 legendary God-Servant commanders were also evaporated on the spot and turned into light spots and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Crystal Land was completely quiet, except for the branded monsters and Xing and others. There was no standing figure. Even the 4 light pillars that penetrated the sky and the earth had dimmed. For unknown reasons, you killed the God-Servant commander of the Duenna camp and obtained a divine power fragment *1. For unknown reasons, you killed the God-Servant commander of the Khmer camp and obtained a divine power fragment *1. Because, at this moment, Xing, who saw the message prompt, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. It is worthy of the power of the ancient dragon. Under this kind of world-destroying attack, even legendary creatures can't stand it. This time, you can finally hold on until midnight? However, at this moment, the system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that you have activated the clearing magic and activated the power of the crystal earth. The remaining time is 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiaoxing's eyes showed a solemn look. Oh my god. This thing can only last for an hour. And the dragon named Oreen didn't tell me. I thought it would last for 6 hours like at night. Obviously, Xiaoxing's idea of relying on this magic to lie down until midnight was dashed. At the same time, the voice of the blue dragon sounded again. The chosen one. Because Kralkatorik's magic was activated in advance, it did not accumulate enough magic power. This time the magic will only last for an hour. Before the main crystal is destroyed, they will send more divine servants again. After hearing this, Xiaoxing hurriedly asked, how long can it be delayed? About 3 hours. Hearing this, Xiaoxing hurriedly calculated in his mind. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. 3 hours later, it will be 10 o'clock in the evening. That means I have to hold on for another 2 hours. At this moment, Xiaoxing glanced at the number of remaining crystals. Remaining dragon crystals, 18784. Remaining main crystal, 1. There are nearly 20,000 dragon crystals left. No creature will set foot on the crystal land in the next hour. There are less than 600 million branded monsters in the 4 battlefields combined, including the branded monsters near these dragon crystals. The total number is less than 700 million. And according to this dragon named Oreen, after 3 hours, the Oracle teleportation column will continue to teleport the God Servant core. And there is a high probability that it will also teleport legendary creatures. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing felt a pressure in his heart again. Legendary creatures are too powerful. And now, he no longer has the killer weapon of dragon magic. But fortunately, there is another killer weapon Lizardman Ancestor statue. I just killed 4 legendary commanders, and was given 4 divine power fragments, which can be used to replenish the statue's divine power. However, it is still very difficult to use this statue to deal with legends. After all, these guys move too fast. They can teleport several kilometers away. It is difficult to hit them without using the moon goddess orb. Xiaoxing took a deep breath. But there is no way. He can only try his best to hold on. He looked forward again. At the same time, in the 4 main cities, white lights rose. All the survivors who were evaporated returned to the main city, with a confused look on their faces. More people were cleared out of the Oracle battlefield on the spot, because they had run out of resurrections. Those survivors, who were resurrected in the main city were shocked. Fuck. How could the dragon magic appear at this time? Shouldn't we wait until midnight? You're still asking why? It must be the trick of Xiaoxing. He can even control the branded monsters. So it's not surprising that he used the dragon's clearing magic. Oh my god. Xiaoxing is too insidious. If you had told me that you had this trick, I wouldn't have attacked the dragon crystal. I lost a chance to revive. And my troops were all destroyed. And those survivors who didn't leave the city laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha. You guys deserve it. You guys are not trustworthy. So you've all been sent back. The resurrected survivor said disdainfully. We won't put our hopes on others. Although we were killed, we also gained a lot of benefits. The points I got in the few hours of fighting just now are more than what I got in the previous 3 or 4 days. Yes, although I was tricked by Xiaoxing, at least I earned a lot of points. Unlike you fools, you're still waiting for others' promises. Think about it. Xiaoxing can't hold on any longer. Does he still have the heart to care about you? That's right. Faced with the ridicule of these people, everyone felt a burst of anger. At the same time, they also became a little unconfident. That is, does Xiaoxing still have time to care about them? An hour later, that is, 8 o'clock in the evening, the activated crystal land gradually calmed down, including the fog gradually faded away. At this moment, there are not many survivors left in the 4 main cities. Not even 1/3 of the original. Most of them were swept away by Xiaoxing dragon magic just now. And the remaining survivors? They are still under the protection of the main city, standing on the city wall, looking at the center of the crystal continent. At the same time, Xiaoxing's figure appeared. He looked at the survivors of the 4 major camps, and said directly, Then now, fulfill my promise. In the next 2 hours, I will evacuate all the branded monsters near the dragon crystal. How many crystals you can destroy depends on your own speed. Hearing this, the survivors of the 4 main cities were stunned for a moment. Then they reacted at the same time. and ecstasy appeared in their eyes at the same time. Boss Chao Xing. He is indeed a trustworthy man. Yes. I knew he would not forget us. Fuck. Where are the people who just said that Chao Xing would not keep his promise? Stand up. You treacherous guys. Did you see that? Not everyone is as shameless as you. The group of people who believe that Chao Xing would stick to his promise before can be said to be proud at this moment. One by one, they began to spray wildly in the chat channels of the 4 major camps. And their combat effectiveness soared. And the other group of people felt blushing. Chao Xing continued at this time, however. Those who just attacked my dragon crystal don't need to come out. If you come out again, I will carry you away directly. Hearing this, the group of people who had just resurrected in the main city were even more ashamed. After the words fell, Chao Xing waved his hand. A large number of branded monsters began to gather in the area near the main crystal. Although most of the survivors had broken the agreement, Chao Xing had no need to fulfill any promise. But Chao had to make a deal with other survivors later. And it was precisely because of his promise that at least 1/5 of the survivors did not participate in the attack. Although not much, it did reduce a lot of pressure on Chao Xing. In addition, these dragon crystals would be useless if they were left behind. So now, it was naturally the time to fulfill the promise. At this moment, many survivors from the 4 main cities walked out of the city gate with excitement. Then they rushed to the location of the dragon crystal at the fastest speed. With a 120% attribute increase, each one moved very fast. Then, they began to attack the dragon crystals frantically. Crack! Crack! Crystals were shattered one by one. Each crystal can provide 50,000 points. And then the points are distributed according to the damage caused by everyone. There are still more than 18,000 seats left here. And a huge amount of points can be obtained. Besides, only 1/5 of the people can enjoy this treatment. With fewer people, everyone gets more points. On the leaderboard, the points of these people began to soar at a terrifying speed. Everyone shouted excitedly in the chat channel. This is too cool. A crystal can be destroyed in 1 or 2 minutes. And the points are rising. Yes. This efficiency is too fast. It feels like at this speed. 1 hour later. At least it is equivalent to the points of the previous 3 or 4 days. Ha ha ha. Comfortable. Comfortable. This scene made the survivors in the city envious. There are still many who want to fish in troubled waters. Of course, under the report of the survivors of the 4 major camps, they were carried away by Chao Xing without hesitation. Then, because the number of resurrections was exhausted, they left the Oracle battlefield directly. At this moment, they complained in the chat channel. Fuck. What a loss. 1 crystal is worth 50,000 points. Kill those monsters outside. Even if the points are 10 times higher, I have to kill 5,000 branded monsters to get so many points. Damn it. I wouldn't have listened to these idiots and went out to besiege the main crystal of Chao Xing. Yeah. Chao Xing is still quite faithful to his promise. We can only blame ourselves for our bad luck. For a while, everyone praised Chao Xing's character. His reputation was pushed to a peak again. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 in the evening. There were only about 5,000 dragon crystals left. In more than an hour, these survivors destroyed about 12,000 dragon crystals. And the efficiency was still very fast. Everyone had an excited look on their faces. Because everyone had gained a lot. More or less. And these points will improve their strength. After about 20 minutes, there were only 3,000 crystals left. Chao Xing looked far ahead. In the dark purple sky of the crystal land, the 4 gaps that looked like mirror fragments were ready to move. Now, as the power of the dragon gradually dissipated, these 4 places once again emitted holy white light. A new oracle transmission column was about to appear. Chao Xing knew that the next moment was the most serious. So, he turned around and said to the survivors on the entire crystal land, "Okay, everyone go back to the main city now. Lest the war start later and affect you." At this moment, everyone looked at the area where the 4 light pillars fell. And they also knew what was going to happen next. They said one after another, "Brother Chao Xing, come on. We believe you will succeed. Damn it. If I can't attack those God-servant core, I will help Chao Xing defend the crystal here. Anyway, there is no loss if I die now. Yes, I also want to help Chao Xing." After hearing this, Chao Xing also smiled. "Everyone, I appreciate your kindness. But you can't intervene in this battle. After all the regions are merged, maybe we will have the opportunity to cooperate again." Hearing this, the survivors on the field were moved again. Don't worry, Chao Xing. If we have a chance to meet in the future, just ask us if you have anything to do, and we will do our best to complete it. Me too. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's heart was filled with joy again. Obviously, this wave of favorability is quite good. There are almost more than 1 million survivor lords here, and they are not ordinary lords, but the top ones in the world. They all have their own extraordinary features, which may be useful in the future. At that time, it will be a terrifying force. Of course, this is all later. Now Chao Xing has to find a way to deal with the last wave of attack from the God Servant Corps. The crowd retreated like a tide. At the same time, the 4 oracle transmission pillars that penetrated the sky and the earth have reappeared, and in them, a large number of figures emerged. It is the endless God Servant Corps. The moment they appeared, their eyes looked at the area where the main crystal was again. Humble guy, no matter how many times you kill us, we will come back again. Everyone, follow me to kill. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes condensed. Here it comes. In an instant, the thoughts in his mind moved, and the remaining 600 million branded monsters were divided into 400 million, and formed 4 legions to deal with these God Servant Corps. With this control, a large number of branded monsters rushed towards the 4 light pillars like an overwhelming force. And Chao Xing also noticed that the strength of the newly appeared God Servant Corps was similar to that of the previous 4 main cities. There are currently no hero-level creatures. He analyzed in his mind, because of some kind of rule. They can't summon hero-level units immediately. Only as time goes by can they summon a more powerful army of divine servants. According to this calculation, the legendary units will not come immediately. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately made up his mind. As long as the legendary strongman does not appear immediately, he can continue to maintain the situation. It dragged on until midnight. Boom! Boom! Fierce fighting began on all battlefields. 400 million branded monsters fought head-on with the army of divine servants. And the remaining 200 million branded monsters were all concentrated in the main crystal area. But compared to before, the advantage now is that there are no survivors harassing those dragon crystals. All the survivors have retreated to the main city and stood on the city wall to look out. Even the survivors who were cleared by the dragon magic did not come out again. One reason is that there are not many dragon crystals left. Second, they also wanted to see if this man could hold out until the last moment under the impact of so many God Servant Corps. Now the live broadcast screen has been closed, and only they can witness this scene with their own eyes. The army of branded monsters once again engaged in a fierce battle with the God Servant Corps. Because Chao Xing still had the advantage in numbers, he quickly wiped out the first wave of God Servant Corps, and he controlled the branded monsters all the way forward, surrounded the Oracle teleportation column again, and carried out firepower washing. However, not long after, many extremely powerful auras appeared from the 4 Oracle teleportation columns. In less than half an hour, the existence behind the 4 main cities could not wait to summon the heroic God Servant captains. And there were a lot of them. The moment they appeared, they launched a brave charge again. Under the leadership of these captains, the God Servant Corps was almost unstoppable. In just over 10 minutes, they tore open Chao Xing branded monster encirclement, and led more God Servant Corps to rush towards the main crystal area. In order to stop these God Servant captains, Chao Xing drew another 80 million branded monsters from the vicinity of the main crystal, divided them into 4 armies, and went to stop them. Under the suicidal attacks of countless branded monsters, these heroic God Servant captains were held back again, and they were successfully killed before they attacked the main crystal. 11 o'clock at night. That is, the first hour after the dragon magic ended. More than 300 million of Chao Xing's remaining 600 million branded monsters had been killed. Under the impact of that group of powerful creatures, the branded monster army was left with more than 200 million. At the same time, the 4 light columns were still continuously transmitting the God Servant army and more God Servant captains. Chao Xing did not hold back anymore. He directly ordered the army of branded monsters to launch the most violent attack, intercepting and killing the God Servant Corps again and again. At 11:30 p.m., the branded monster corps had been beaten to only the last 20 million. There was no other way. The consumption of troops in such a fierce battle was too horrible, especially when dealing with those God Servant captains. Many sacrifices had to be made every time to kill them. This led to the destruction of nearly 600 million of Chaoxing branded monster army in just 1.5 hours. However, there was only half an hour left before the end of the Oracle War at midnight. The 4 Oracle transmission pillars were still continuously transmitting more God-servant guards. This scene was enough to make people feel desperate. Now on the Crystal Land, the number of God-servant guards was almost more than the branded monsters. Enemies were rushing in from all directions, and the heavy pressure came like a tsunami. However, Chaoxing did not give up. He took a deep breath. Then he said, Assam, Bing On, Mushu, Boji, lead all the branded monsters to evacuate to the main crystal location. Right here. Hold on for the last half hour. Hearing the order, the 4 people executed it without hesitation. A large number of branded monsters gathered towards the main crystal area, including those dragon crystals on the periphery. They were all abandoned. At this moment, Chaoxing was really desperate. Everything depended on the last half hour. Boom! The 4 God-servant corps had arrived at the central area of the crystal continent. The God-servant corps was like the sharp blade of the gods, rushing from all directions with boundless power. The unattended dragon crystals along the way were destroyed by them. Chapter 452. The crystal bloomed. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering continued. The shattering of each dragon crystal was like the heart of the dragon being chopped and exploded, turning into fragments all over the ground, and emitting dark purple smoke. The purple mist looked more like the blood mist of the dragon, because too many crystals were chopped and exploded in a short period of time. A thick dark purple mist rose from the center of the entire crystal continent. It completely enveloped the main crystal area and blocked everyone's sight. Now, except Chaoxing. No one knew what happened inside. Chaoxing also noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. But not only did he not feel troubled, but a smile appeared on his face. Very good. This dark purple smoke blocks the enemy's sight, but it has no effect on me. As the controller of the crystal land, Chaoxing closed his eyes and could clearly feel the movements of all enemies. And in this way, the survivors can't see inside, and I can let these masters under my command fight with all their strength. During this period, the core combatants under Chaoxing have basically all broken through to the master level. But so far, he has only exposed 3 or 4 master level strongmen. The reason is very simple. First, he doesn't want to reveal too much strength. Second, he is on guard against people like the Seed of Light. Now, the fog covers everything, and he can let go and fight hard. Chaoxing instantly ordered. All combatants listen to the order. Now show your strongest strength. Do your best. And hold on to the last moment. The moment they heard the order, everyone's heart emerged with a strong desire to fight. Assam was the first to respond. He tightly grasped the sword of the lake girl in his hand, rode the frost wolf under his feet, and said loudly, We will use our lives to carry out the Lord's will to the end. Winter, follow me to kill. The moment the order was given, the frost wolf burst out with terrifying speed and turned into a white shadow and rushed out. It is worth mentioning that Winter also reached level 52 days ago. Then it consumed Chaoxing master level power heart and successfully became a 6th level boss level creature, with its permanent state wolf soul awakening. Except for Sarah and the dragon speaker, no one on the field can catch up with the speed of this frost wolf. It is so powerful that it is terrifying. And plus it has an additional 100% healing bonus. So the recovery number of Frost Wolf Winter has reached 22,000 per second. This is a very terrifying number. And it can even be used as an alternative meat shield. Assam rode away and bravely rushed forward with the Frost Wolf. Swish. Swish. A large number of god guards chopped the battle blades in their hands on the Frost Wolf, causing its blood volume to continue to drop. However, after a while, its health returned at a very fast speed. Assam also counterattacked with the most powerful force, and each sword carried boundless power, sweeping away one enemy after another, and then killing them instantly. Assam went in and out of the God-Servant Corps 7 times, destroying their formation crazily. Even the group of God-Servant Corps couldn't help but admire the bravery of this knight. What a powerful knight. It is obviously only the 6th level combat power, but the power it bursts out is even close to the hero level. A strong fighting spirit appeared in the eyes of a God-Servant captain. I meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his great sword and rushed directly towards Assam. And Assam also chose to face this powerful enemy head-on. The surrounding God-Servant Corps automatically divided a battlefield for them. The two powerful beings launched the most violent attack at this moment. At the same time, others also burst out with the most powerful power. The ultimate move of the Dragon Blood Fighter. Dragon Blood Spinning Sky Thorn was released one after another. Ice Dragon Spear breaks. Frozen a large area. A large number of God Servant Corps were dispersed by the impact of this group of warriors. Andrew switched to Owl Beast form and bombarded wildly. Hilda, Sarah, and Isabel on the other side threw out various skills as if they were free. Even the bowstrings in the hands of remote units, such as Elisa and Rennie's, were pulled out of afterimages. At this moment, everyone was killing madly. More than 30 master-level creatures with various permanent buffs were fearlessly impacted. Even the hero-level God Servant Captain was beaten back by them. Then cooperated with a massive army of branded monsters and killed them on the spot. As soon as the God Servant Captains were resurrected, an unprecedented solemnity appeared in their eyes for the first time. What a powerful group of warriors! The power in them far exceeds that of ordinary masters. And their combat awareness is not weaker than ours. Not only that, they also have a mysterious power that infinitely restores their vitality. Incredible. Too incredible. Although the voices of the captains of the God Servant were full of amazement, but their faces showed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Everyone. It is rare to encounter such a powerful and evenly matched enemy. For such an opponent, we need to lead the God Servant Corps to defeat them. Kill. Although Chaoxing Blessing is quite powerful, it still has not reached the level of true immortality. This group of God Servant Corps is also a battle-hardened existence. As they adjusted their tactics, they began to deal with this group of strong men under Chaoxing in a targeted manner. Soon, Assam was the first to die under the siege of many God Servant Corps. However, even before his death, he rushed all the way to the center of the God Servant Corps and killed a heroic God Servant Captain on the spot. Then, there were melee units such as Birchie, Andrew, Johnard, and Josint. These master-level strongmen took a large number of God Servant Corps lives before they died. Even Chaoxing himself had personally participated in the battle. He kept throwing out all kinds of powerful skills. 1,000 miles of freezing, Ice Tornado Storm, Ice Blossom, and other skills were thrown out like crazy. With 90% of the skill cooldown reduction, Chaoxing has completely turned into a bomber on the battlefield. Under this terrifying attack, he can take away a large number of God Servant Corps lives every second. However, compared to the endless number of these God Servant guards, it is simply insignificant. At this moment, Chaoxing seemed to experience the feeling of these God Servant Corps being surrounded by branded monsters. No matter how many enemies you kill, there are still more enemies waiting for you. A deep sense of powerlessness emerged with the death of the melee units under Chaoxing. Next came the ranged units. Sarah, Victoria, Rennie's, Hilda, etc. They were drowned by the massive God Servant Corps one by one. Then at the last moment, they all burst out with the most terrifying power. Then came his own pets. The Mammoth Dabai, the Frost Moose Xiaolin, the Light Feather Chicken Bewley, and the 4 Griffins all contributed their last strength. Even the Ascalon Legion, the Silver Hand Legion, and the mages have all been killed. Fortunately, this is the Oracle battlefield, and these warriors of his are not really dead. Otherwise, Chaoxing would be heartbroken. With their fearless persistence, the time soon came to 23:55. Now, only Lu Mushuet, Francesca, and the Dragon Speaker are left by Chaoxing's side, guarding him. In addition, there are about 1 million branded monsters, and all around, a large number of God Servant legions completely surrounded them. Chaoxing said solemnly, "There are only 5 minutes left. With these branded monsters, plus the Dragon Speaker and Francesca, we should be able to hold on until the last moment." And at this moment, from the 4 beams of light, 4 beings wearing holy armor, and with a breath as vast as a volcano appeared again. The moment he felt this breath, Chaoxing couldn't help but curse. Fuck. You're still here to play Legends at this time? Although he knew that the existence behind the 4 major camps would never let Chaoxing succeed easily. After all, the things involved behind this are too big. It's related to the life and death of a true god-level dragon. However, if these beings behind want to send legendary creatures to this plane, it will also cost a lot. Unexpectedly, Chaoxing just killed 1 wave. Now there are 4 more. It's really a huge investment, including the survivors of the 4 major camps. They all looked at the sky in the distance with shock. Oh my god! For more powerful god-servant commanders are here. I remember that last time. It was because of the appearance of these 4 commanders that Chaoxing formation collapsed, and was even killed all the way to the main crystal. Chaoxing had no choice but to launch the dragon removal magic. Now, does he have the opportunity to use this dragon magic again? Hearing this, the others shook their heads. It should be gone. After all, this kind of magic can last for a long time. If there was, Chaoxing would have used it long ago. Yes. Hearing the analysis, everyone felt even more depressed. The battle in the center of the crystal continent was too intense. The remaining survivors of the 4 camps could not see what was happening at all. At this moment, a large number of survivors stood on the city wall, looking at the central area of the crystal land. Ji Xinyue, Yao Yiming, his sister Yao Ying, and others were there. They tightly grasped their weapons, their eyes full of worry. Chaoxing, you must hold on. Bai Ji, who was standing aside, also looked forward with a serious look. Chaoxing, can you create a miracle? Chaoxing took a deep breath at this time. Come on. It's the last moment. No matter you are a legend or a demigod, I will give you the next one. Then, he looked at the 2 women beside him. Bing on. Francesca, now I give you a task. Find a way to make all these guys chase you. Can you do it? Hearing this, the 2 women did not answer, but directly proved themselves with practical actions. They each flew towards the 4 legendary creatures. At the same time, the 4 legendary creatures rushed at a strange speed, almost advancing several kilometers per second. It took only more than 30 seconds to arrive next to the main crystal. There was indifference in their eyes. And, this time, let me see how you can stop us. Just when they were about to launch an attack, Francesca's spiritual energy suddenly burst out. Buzz! As a burst of invisible spiritual energy spread out with the air. In an instant, the terrifying attack of the 4 legendary powerhouses was directly interrupted. These great commanders of the gods stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, finding it very difficult to understand. This effect was caused by Francesca's commander-level skill, the effect of the Witch's Field. This skill is really useful. Even the skills of these legendary creatures will be blocked. Chaoxing has always been reluctant to use it. Now, under the unexpected circumstances, he has gained unexpected results. And the faces of these 4 legendary commanders are extremely ugly. They just said that Chaoxing had no means to stop the attack. But in a blink of an eye, his attack was interrupted again. A sense of shame and anger surged in their hearts. Damn blasphemer. Do you think that blocking our abilities can stop us from destroying the main crystal? Wishful thinking. Just as they were about to launch an attack again, Bing Lan on the other side swung her sword fiercely and slashed at the sky. Swish. Swish. When the space crack appeared, a rain of swords fell from the sky, completely covering the 4 legends. However, Bing Lan's attack landed on these legendary creatures, and was covered by a layer of light curtain, causing no damage. The 4 great commanders of the gods ignored her attack directly. With indifference in their eyes, they rushed towards the main crystal with their physical strength. Even if they could not teleport, their movement speed reached an incredible level. Nothing could stop their determination to destroy the main crystal. Seeing this scene, Bing Lan frowned, thinking of what Chaoxing had told her. She seemed to have made some kind of decision. In an instant, Bing Lan gathered her strength and took out 4 statues from her backpack. They were the statues of the 4 true gods, which exuded extremely weak divine power. When they sensed the breath of these statues, the great commanders of the gods turned their eyes over at the same time. Then they watched with their own eyes as the dragon speaker chopped all the statues with one sword. Crack! When the statues turned into stone chips on the ground and shattered. At this moment, the eyes of these great commanders of the gods instantly turned red. A wave of anger rose to the sky. They said angrily, "Damn you! You dare to destroy the goddess statue! You blaspheme the goddess so much! I want you dead!" In an instant, they rushed towards Bing Lan regardless of anything, and they were going to kill her immediately. Chaoxing, who saw this scene below, was amazed. Oh my god! Bing Lan actually used this method. It's really eye-opening. Obviously, the 4 true gods are the beliefs of these gods and commanders. Bing Lan's actions can be said to have completely angered them. The 4 legendary creatures rushed towards Bing Lan directly under the rain of swords. At the same time, Francesca and Bing Lan looked at each other. Then, The two turned around without hesitation and flew quickly in the direction of each other. The four legendary creatures followed behind them, as if they wanted to kill the two women as soon as possible. The dazzling light burst out from the weapons in the hands of these four legendary creatures. The sword energy that can kill master-level creatures in seconds fell, and was about to cut towards Francesca and Binglan. And at this moment, Chao Xing had flown into the air without knowing when, and he took out a mysterious statue from his backpack. At the moment when the Lizardman ancestor statue appeared, a breath that seemed to come from ancient times emanated. The four god-servant commanders, wearing holy light armor and emitting sacred light, turned their heads at the same time and looked at the Lizardman statue. Then horror appeared in their eyes at the same time. This is the breath of a demigod. Damn it! This kid actually has this kind of trick. Get out of the way! The moment the words fell, the four god-servant commanders were about to teleport away from here. However, they found that they could not use their teleportation skills. At this time, they were still in the blockade of the witch's domain, and they were immediately furious. They just wanted to leave this area with their physical strength. However, at this moment, Binglan instantly turned into a tornado and spun at high speed, with a destructive sword energy in the lethal airflow. It was Dragon Sword Dance. The strong hurricane swept, causing the four legendary god-servant commanders to gather in the direction of Binglan involuntarily. Although this skill can only delay them for a short moment. But this moment is enough. Chao Xing directly used the ancient Lizard King's wrath on the Lizardman statue. At this moment, a huge lizard suddenly appeared in the air. It was like a huge mountain crawling there. Just a phantom. It made people feel chilled. On the field, countless god-servant guards were shocked by its breath and stood still. It happened in a flash. The moment this terrifying monster was summoned by Chao Xing, it suddenly opened its mouth. A vast energy condensed from its mouth, and even the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this energy. As the energy continued to condense, the ground under the feet of everyone began to tremble violently. Then, a bright beam of light burst out from its mouth. The light was like a sword that pierced through the sky and earth, instantly tearing the void. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space was distorted and deformed, and it made a series of roars, as if it could not bear the burden. Voila! The huge beam of light directly enveloped the four great commanders of the gods, as well as Francesca and Binglan. Then, terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads. -138636731. -149773423. -158745225. -168342263. -176367325. -191364576. More and more terrifying damage numbers appeared. In just a moment, Francesca and Binglan were killed on the spot and disappeared. Then came the four legendary creatures. Their eyes were full of reluctance, and they roared in anger. Damn it! The great commander of the god-servant, actually fell here twice in a row. How hateful! They had just come out, and had not yet shown their divine power when they were taken away by the ancient dragon magic released by Chao Xing. And now they are resurrected for the second time, and are preparing to avenge their previous shame. Unexpectedly, this human took out an even more terrifying thing, and released a demigod-level attack. A blow from a demigod. What does this mean? It simply destroyed everything. The power contained in this beam of light was too terrifying. It penetrated the thick fog directly like a lightsaber. Everyone on the entire crystal continent felt a strong sense of palpitations. When the light gradually dissipated, in the 10,000-meter area ahead, all enemies disappeared, including the four legends, the dragon speaker Binglan, Francesca, and countless god-servant corps. All evaporated without a trace. Only a huge gully 10,000 meters long and a dead silence remained, as if still telling the earth-shaking blow just now. At this moment, a smile appeared on Chao Xing's mouth, because there is only 1 minute left, and there are still millions of branded monsters left near the dragon crystal. It is enough to drag it to the last moment. In other words, he did it. Under the attack of a large number of god-servant corps, and the siege of the world's top survivors, he persisted until the last moment. At this time, unless more powerful creatures are summoned, there is no way to destroy the main crystal before midnight. All the survivors widened their eyes. They looked at the center of the crystal continent with shock. They also saw the destructive death light that penetrated the sky and the earth. But they didn't know who launched the attack, nor did they know what happened inside. And until now, There has been no system prompt, which means that the main crystal has not been destroyed. The survivors were amazed. It's the last minute. My God, did Xiaoxing really hold on? It's hard to imagine. And at this moment, the existence behind the 4 major camps seemed even more anxious. The 4 light pillars burst out with unprecedented light. This light instantly illuminated the entire crystal land, and even gradually dispelled the heavy fog. It exuded a vast aura far beyond the legendary level. And that aura was like the arrival of an ancient giant beast. It seemed that he wanted to send an extremely powerful creature to come again. Xiaoxing's face sank again. It won't be so outrageous. Is it really going to send a demigod? The heart was shrouded in a shadow. If it is a demigod-level creature, then Xiaoxing will have no chance. Enemies of this level. No one knows how strong he is. Maybe in a snap of a finger, he can destroy Xiaoxing and the main crystal together from thousands of kilometers away. And at this moment, from the crystal continent, a mysterious force broke out. This force was like a silent storm, sweeping in an instant. It contained the anger in the heart of a certain existence. It made people feel an irresistible pressure. At the same time, Xiaoxing faintly heard a vicissitudes of life voice. You crossed the line. This power broke out instantly. The 4 oracle transmission pillars began to tremble violently, as if resisting this powerful force. However, under the impact of this vast power, even the light of the oracle transmission pillars gradually dimmed, and the range was suppressed a little bit. Finally, the light of the 4 oracle transmission pillars was completely extinguished, and the transmission was forcibly interrupted. At this moment, Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought a demigod-level creature was really going to appear. And after such a storm, the time came to 23:59:55. However, the power in the sky seemed unwilling. It seemed that some kind of terrifying existence was approaching this plane quickly. Xiaoxing's heart was lifted again, and beads of sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Time passed slowly. 57 seconds. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. Just 3 seconds, but it was as difficult as several centuries. When the countdown reached midnight, everyone held their breath. Time seemed to freeze. At this moment, the fog dissipated in an instant. Everyone saw the scene in the center of the crystal land. There was a huge dark purple main crystal, still standing. This also meant that Xiaoxing persisted. On the city wall, millions of eyes from the 4 major camps stared at the changes in the main crystal. The huge dark purple crystal had a series of silky thin cracks on its surface, and a strong light faintly shone through the cracks. In the blink of an eye, these cracks began to split apart, and the shape became clearer and clearer, faintly turning into the shape of petals. Each crack was like the veins of a petal, delicate and exquisite. Then, this dark purple crystal began to rotate slowly with an elegant and slow rhythm. In the continuous rotation, the crystal petals gradually bloomed. One by one, the crystal petals stretched out, as a mysterious breath burst out from this crystal flower. Everyone couldn't help but whisper. The crystal bloomed. Chapter 453 Dragon Gift. Hidden Profession. At the moment when this main crystal bloomed, the entire crystal land underwent earth-shaking changes. On the ground, small and exquisite dark purple crystals appeared out of thin air, as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. These crystals split, rotated, and bloomed in the same rhythm. Crack! Crack! Crystal flowers bloomed brilliantly on this lifeless, desolate, and lonely land. In the blink of an eye, the entire crystal land was covered with countless purple crystal flowers. And those divine servants, at the moment when the crystal bloomed, their bodies were assimilated into dark purple shapes, and then broke into pieces on the ground. The survivors of the 4 main cities witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes. The entire crystal land was covered with countless purple crystal flowers. It seemed to bloom from the bodies of those who died in the war. This scene was really full of visual impact. At this time, the survivors seemed to understand the origin of the name of this copy. So that's it. Oracle War, Crystal Blooms. So that's it. Crack! Crack! As more and more purple crystal flowers spread, they spread to the foot of the 4 main cities in the blink of an eye. The defense shields of the 4 main cities were easily cracked. Then, these crystal flowers grew directly on the city walls. Like those divine servants, the city walls were assimilated into dark purple crystal shapes in an instant, and then collapsed in an instant. Boom! When the city walls collapsed, These crystal flowers spread to the streets and ruins in the city, and the statue that contained vast divine power. However, even these statues did not stop the spread of crystal flowers. In the blink of an eye, these statues also turned into crystals, and then collapsed and turned into fragments on the ground. When the 4 statues broke at the same time, all the survivors heard a system prompt. The Oracle War Crystal Blossom Dungeon has ended, and the points will be counted later. The survivors of the 4 camps have now been moved out of this plane. After the words fell, a white light appeared in front of the survivors of the 4 camps. They didn't understand what happened yet. The screen flashed, and they returned to their own territory. The last scene was still in everyone's eyes. On the crystal land, there were 2 figures still standing proudly. They looked at the sky from afar, surrounded by countless branded monsters and blooming crystal flowers. Like the kings of the entire crystal land, the 2 people left behind were Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. Chao Xing saw the collapsed 4 main cities, and doubts appeared in his eyes. Is this the end of the battle? So far, Chao Xing has not heard the system prompt. Moreover, he is still in this plane, and at this moment, the vast and boundless will seem to have arrived near this plane. In an instant, an extremely terrifying breath burst out. The sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible force. An unfathomable high-level language came from it. The voice was like a mysterious spell, echoing throughout the plane. Chao Xing didn't understand, but he felt a crisis of death. It was a real crisis of death. It was like a shadow, making his heart seem to be tightly grasped by a cold big hand. He could clearly feel that this will was angry. The other party seemed to be going to attack him. Chao Xing's face turned pale in an instant, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Fuck. Isn't it? The mission is completed. I'm going to be wiped out. But at this moment, the entire crystal land began to tremble violently. Then countless huge cracks appeared on the ground, and these cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. From these cracks, endless purple light burst out. At the same time, an unprecedented explosion sounded. Boom! The sound exploded between heaven and earth like thunder. Then, the entire land was instantly torn apart. The crystal land collapsed? No. It cannot be said to have collapsed. It is that this huge crystal land turned into a giant dragon. A huge and boundless dragon. Its body was dark purple, and each scale had beautiful patterns on it. There were crystal mountains on its back, which were rolling like a moving world. Roar! A roar sounded. The crystal dragon angrily spit out a purple beam of light towards the sky. The beam of light soared into the sky, as if it was going to pierce the sky. And from the torn hole in the sky, a powerful golden light also burst out. The 2 powerful energies collided instantly. And then, Chao Xing could not see anything, including him and Lu Muxue. Their bodies were directly annihilated under the collision of this powerful energy. Time passed. A voice came faintly in his ear. It was a sandstorm. A mess. Boundless hunger. Endless anger. He only peeked at that consciousness for a moment. But that was enough. It noticed him. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a short second. It also seemed like a year had passed. Chao Xing's consciousness gradually woke up. However, he found that the place where he appeared was not the crystal continent, nor his own territory. It was all white around him, and he couldn't see anything, just like when he saw the dragon named Urine. And at this moment, a neutral voice sounded in his mind. People say that I am greedy. However, the scars of the brand can never be erased in my heart. Chao Xing was very familiar with this voice. He often heard it in the past month. It was not the fate dragon Urine, but another dragon. The chosen one. I am Kralkatorek. Chao Xing's eyes gradually became serious. And then he asked, did you just use the last of your strength to launch the attack? Yes. I don't have much strength left in my body. And after launching that attack, my body has disintegrated. My consciousness will also completely dissipate after a period of time. Hearing this, Chao Xing's mood became a little heavy. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't change the fate of Kralkatorek's death. It seemed that it was destined, no matter how hard he tried. Even the ancient dragon of the true god level could not prevent his death. The neutral voice said, the chosen one, don't feel sad. You have done a good job. Because of your efforts, the world has maintained balance again. Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. You have maintained the balance. But you are not. Yes, I am dead. My death is inevitable. My fate has already been determined. Even the true gods cannot resist. Chao Xing asked doubtfully. Did the 6 true gods kill you? The voice paused for a moment, and then slowly said, no, not them. In fact, they also want to maintain the balance. But they can't help themselves. They also know that only by killing me can they continue to conceal the... Just like 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago. There were also the deaths of true gods. And I will not be the last one. During the time when I chose to seal myself, I saw a lot. But I can't tell you everything I saw. I can only tell you one thing. The 6 true gods are not enemies. And the ancient dragons are not friends. Don't trust anyone. Chao Xing's eyes were solemn. He carefully reviewed the last sentence in his heart. The 6 true gods are not enemies. And the ancient dragons are not friends. The situation became more and more complicated. And even he felt a little confused. Kralkator's voice continued to ring. The chosen one. I know you are confused now. Don't be confused. Just follow your inner choice. Before you encounter the same choice, think carefully. Why did you come to this world from another world? Because you lords of other worlds are all special. Any of your choices will not be affected by any factors. So you can transcend fate. These words directly made Chao Xing feel like he was struck by lightning. And he was enlightened. He nodded solemnly and said, I understand. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Kralkator said, it's me. I should thank you for holding on until the last day and allowing me to regain some strength. Now, my power has been successfully inherited by my child. It will replace me and become the new crystal dragon. After hearing this, Chao Xing realized something. Your child is the other dragon of destiny. Aurene? Yes. The chosen one. Thank you for everything you have done. I really want to have a good chat with you. But I don't have much time. In the last moments, can I know your name? The dragon's voice became weaker and weaker. Chao Xing said slowly, my name is Chao Xing. Hearing this name, the dragon's voice was silent for a moment. Then he said again, Chao Xing, you have helped me and my offspring. And you will become my friend of Kralkator. Then now, as a friend, I will give you the last gift. After the words fell, a mysterious power descended on Chao Xing's head. For unknown reasons, will grant you the power of the ancient dragon. Do you accept it? Chao Xing thought for a moment, and clicked accept directly, integrating the power of the ancient dragon. At the same time, the mysterious power above his head suddenly landed on him. At this moment, Chao Xing felt that he was wrapped in endless dark purple divine power, as if he was in a mysterious ocean of energy. Because this power was too terrifying. The powerful aura even completely filled his body. In just a moment, Chao Xing was dizzy by the impact of this vast power. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, a faint voice sounded in his mind. You have acquired my characteristics. My child Aurene will inherit my power. And I will leave completely. Please rest assured. My death has dispelled some doubts about existence. And you will not be noticed. Goodbye, my friend. Chao Xing. Maybe one day, we will meet again. At this moment, the voice completely dissipated. This ancient dragon, who had lived for who knows how many years, finally died. The system prompt appeared. The monster stared at its own reflection. It stared at it for a long time until it passed through the reflection and came to the other side. It found that it had actually come to the consciousness of the dragon. Just like standing in the eye of a storm. In its heart, a storm was brewing. This storm would tear the sky apart, stir up a sandstorm, and drag everything into the most primitive chaos. And in the center of this eye of the storm, it found a dark purple heart, the heart dripping with blood, filled with a suppressed desire for destruction. At this time, it understood that in the center of every storm, there is an empty place and a desire that cannot be filled. If the storm wants to fill that desire, it needs to devour more. But the feeling of emptiness will become stronger. At this moment, it also understood that the dragon was actually itself. So, it threw itself into the storm without hesitation. After the dragon-slaying war, Kralkator was left alone in the vast and desolate crystal land, surrounded by desolation, which made it feel a loneliness that permeated its bones. So, it chose to seal itself and suppress the storm in its heart until one day it completely disappeared from the world. It succeeded with its own death. It brought a brief balance to the world. One day, the crystal dragon may appear again. One day, a new dragon slayer will appear. And one day, they will become friends again. 2. The death of the crystal dragon Kralkator. Time passed slowly. Chao Xing didn't know how long it had passed. I just felt as if I was lying in a warm, soft and mysterious place. And then I gradually broke out of the shell and turned into a dragon soaring in the sky. He felt that he had become a magical will and could clearly hear what others were thinking. After a moment, he heard a system prompt. Fusion successful. You have absorbed the remaining power of the crystal dragon and become a hidden profession, Frost Dragon Mage. Basic attributes increased by 50%. You learn new skills. Crystal Control passive. Ice Crystal Rage passive. Doomsday Ice Star, Forbidden Spell level skill. You gain the characteristic Crystal at this moment. Xiaoxing's eyes showed shock. It actually made me a hidden profession. Not only did it increase the attributes by 50%, but it also gained 3 skills. Fuck. This is too powerful. Right? At the same time, a system prompt appeared beside Xiaoxing's ears. Survivor Xiaoxing. Please note that the crystal blooming of the Oracle War has ended. During this month, you successfully guarded the main crystal until the last moment, and received an additional reward, points * 5 million. The points ranking reward is being settled. Settlement successful. Within 30 days of the Oracle War, you have accumulated points, 31.4156 million. Your ranking on the points list is 1. Get ranking reward, any item exchange reward in the point store. Gold points plus 200. Before Xiaoxing came to his senses, the white scene around him had disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found that everything around him had become extremely familiar. Under the light of the lighthouse, the glittering king's altar was like a sacred monument. The wizard tower exuding a blue magic aura was like a mysterious magic lighthouse. The spacious streets around, the scattered residential houses, sewing shops, etc., and those familiar faces. This is his territory. I'm back. A relieved smile appeared on Xiaoxing's face. The Oracle War lasted only a month, but it felt like a year had passed. He appeared right in the center of the territory. At this moment, all the combatants in the territory stood in the central square and waited eagerly. He was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. When Xiaoxing turned into a meteor and landed in the territory, everyone looked over. When they saw the familiar face and dress, the worry and confusion in everyone's eyes disappeared in an instant. Then they showed an uncontrollable excitement on their faces. They shouted excitedly, "Lord! Big Brother! A Xing!" A cry of surprise rang out, and everyone quickly surrounded him. Elisa and Xiao Chuchu rushed up and hugged his waist. Tightly, unwilling to let go, including the faces of other people. They all had expressions of great joy. At this time, Xiaoxing asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you so excited?" Elisa raised her head. "Lord, what's wrong? We have all returned from that place, but we haven't seen you come out. Everyone has been waiting here for hours, and still hasn't seen you. We thought, woo." As the little girl spoke, her tone was filled with tears, and her tears fell like dewdrops. Hearing this, Xiaoxing was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the time. He found that it was already past 5 in the morning. He thought to himself, so only 5 hours have passed in that strange space. I thought it had been a few years? Coming back to his senses, Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm back. Right? I'm your lord. How could anything happen to me?" Elisa nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yeah. The lord will be fine. You promised Elisa that you would give me lots of candy and milk." A gentle smile appeared on everyone's face. Xiaoxing continued, "Well, after fighting for a month, everyone is exhausted. Go back and rest now. Tomorrow, you will have a day off." Hearing this, everyone cheered loudly. "Long live the Lord." With excited looks, everyone dispersed. Soon, only Lu Muxua and Xiaoxing were left here. She said with concern, asking, "You came out alone after so long. What happened?" In the end, she and Xiaoxing were annihilated together by that terrifying attack. In theory, they should have appeared together, but Xiaoxing was a few hours late. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, but finally did not tell Lu Muxua what happened in that space. After all, this matter was too important. Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nothing happened. It's just that a mysterious person came to talk to me about some things." Hearing this, Lu Muxua's eyes showed a thoughtful look. But she was a smart woman, so she didn't ask more questions. But she said softly, "Okay, then I go back to the Lord's mansion first. After you finish your business, remember to go back and rest for a while." Chao Xing smiled and nodded. I know. When Lu Muxua also left, Chao Xing was the only one left here. At this moment, he had a faint smile on his face. Next, it's time to count the gains from this oracle battle. This time, I swiped tens of millions of points and let all members break through to the master. Then, I accepted the power of Crowcater and successfully changed my job to a hidden job, the Frost Dragon Mage. Finally, I also received the reward of the first place in the points ranking, a free store exchange opportunity, and a full 200 gold points. Chapter 454 Transformation. Consumption Rewards. It can be said that the harvest this time has completely exceeded Chao Xing's imagination. As mentioned before, after coming out of the Oracle War, Chao Xing's overall strength has undergone a qualitative change. Not only personal strength, but also the strength of the entire territory. This trip, although there are dangers everywhere, I was almost wiped out by that terrifying existence. But the benefits are also quite terrifying. Now, let's check my attribute panel first. Name, Chao Xing. Oh my. This improvement after becoming a hidden attribute is really terrifying. It feels like all the leaders of the same level have been crushed by me. Chao Xing felt a strong sense of joy in his heart. This trip, counting the 20% attribute bonus of Heart of the Dragon, plus the 50% attribute bonus of changing to a hidden profession, a total of 70% attribute improvement. It has completely exceeded the leader-level creatures of the same level. Moreover, 50% of the attributes are not the maximum improvement of changing to a hidden profession. In addition, Chao Xing also activated 3 special skills. He looked at the attributes. Crystal Control, passive skill. All skills are attached with crystal power. Skill damage increased by 20%. Ice Crystal Fury, passive skill. After releasing magic 10 times in a row, the attack range of the next magic is increased by 100%, currently effective for legendary skills. The trigger interval is 10 minutes. Doomsday Ice Star, forbidden spell. Summon a certain number of Doomsday Ice Stars in the sky. The number is Spirit * 10, causing a bombing effect on all enemies below. The damage coefficient is each meteor * 334%. And when it explodes, it instantly releases strong cold air and crystal power, freezing the enemy and attaching 1 layer of vulnerability effect. Cooling time, 10 hours. Note, this skill contains powerful force and may damage the terrain. Please use it with caution. After reading the introduction of these 3 skills, Chao Xing was amazed again. Oh my god, even forbidden spell level skills have appeared. This is too powerful. Moreover, this does not look like an ordinary forbidden spell. It is a forbidden spell composed of the 2 powers of ice and crystal. As the system introduced, the forbidden spell skill contains extremely strong destructive power. When this thing is used, both the damage coefficient and the range have exceeded Chao Xing's current most powerful skill, Ice 1000 Miles. Of course, the other 2 skills are also very powerful, especially the second one, Ice Crystal Fury. This ability can actually double the attack power and range of the skill. The most important thing is that it can be used on legendary skills. How perverted this is. There is no need to say more. Chao Xing just wants to say, too damn powerful. Now I am a real great wizard. He was very surprised. In addition to these 3 skills, a special ability called Characteristics was also activated. He glanced at the panel. Feature, Crystal Unique. This thing doesn't have any display, and I don't know what it's used for. But since it was left to me by the Crystal Dragon, it must be very important. Chao Xing decided to study this feature slowly when he had the chance. Very good. Next, it's time to digest another reward. Next, of course, is the points reward. First, he glanced at the ranking list. Ranking of the top 5 camps ended. First place, Chao Xing. Cumulative points, 31.4156 million. Belonging to the Crystal Dragon Camp. Second place, Angelina Zorn. Cumulative points, 1.9132 million. Belonging to the Natural Goddess Camp. Third place, Bai Ji. Cumulative points, 1.8542 million. Belonging to the Life Goddess Camp. Fourth place, Wang Tao. Cumulative points, 1.7667 million. Belonging to the Order Goddess Camp. Fifth place, Caleb Freck. Cumulative points, 1.5762 million. Belonging to the Wind Goddess Camp. Sixth place, Chao Xing is the only one with an 8-digit score on the list. A full 30 million points. Daunting. He calculated it in his mind. After the 16th day, I had more than 17 million points. After the 13 days of blocking the city, I got more than 8 million points just from the crystal reward settlement. Then I successfully defended the main crystal, and was rewarded with another 5 million points. And the cumulative points reached 31 million. Chao Xing just wanted to say, comfortable, too comfortable. Now, it's time to see how to spend these points to maximize the benefits. Before, I exchanged a total of 5 dragon hearts and 50 master level power hearts, spending 15 million points. Plus, I spent hundreds of thousands of points on resurrection. That is to say, I still have 16 million points left to use. Thinking of this, Chao Xing calculated in his mind. With these 16 million, I can first consume 10 million points to exchange for the scales in the store. Then use the free exchange quota of the first place in the ranking to exchange for the drop of blood. In this way, not only can I empty the point store, but I still have 6 million left to squander. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes showed excitement again. This time, his benefits were really huge. Even these powerful props in the point store were emptied by him. It is simply unimaginable to exchange for other survivors. After making a decision, Chao Xing immediately started to exchange. Do you want to consume points *10 million to exchange for Kralkatoric scale *1? Do you want to consume one free exchange opportunity to exchange for Kralkatoric blood *1? Chao Xing nodded in unison. The next moment, the number of times these two materials can be exchanged in the point store has reached the upper limit. And Chao Xing backpack also has an extra scale and a heart. With excitement, he took the scale out of his backpack first. Instantly, an invisible and powerful aura emanated, directly covering the entire territory. It was similar to the scale of Zwama obtained before. The scale of Kralkatoric was also more than 30 centimeters wide, and could be used as a small shield. However, the scale of Zwama was almost transparent, while the scale of Kralkatoric was dark purple. There was also a beautiful crystal flower on it, just like the giant dragon he saw at that time. He looked at the attributes. Ancient Dragon, Scale of Kralkatoric. Quality, Unknown. Armor, Unknown. Additional effect, Crystal Power, immune to all lightning attacks. Additional effect, Raging Dragon, contains the furious power of Kralkatoric, and will rebound 50% of the current damage when attacked. Note, a scale from Kralkatoric, containing powerful crystal and furious power. If it is handed over to a legendary forger, and the corresponding materials are prepared, it may become a powerful legendary equipment. Chao Xing was refreshed. Oh my god! This scale has such a strong attribute. Not to mention anything else. Just the line of immunity to all lightning attacks can show how powerful this scale is. Although the scale of Zhuama also has the effect of immunity to physical attacks, but it can only be immune to legendary level and below. And this scale of Kralkatoric does not have such a description. In other words, this thing can be directly immune to even the thunder attribute attack of the god level. If this scale can be made into armor, or a shield, it will be truly invulnerable to thunder. And there is also a 50% anti-injury effect at the back. Not to mention this effect, if the HP is high enough, it can even directly kill the enemy. But, it is very difficult to make it into equipment. Not to mention that there is no idea about the materials needed. Just finding a legendary forger is extremely difficult. Chao Xing shook his head, and carefully put the scale away. Looking at another item in the backpack. Ancient Dragon, Blood of Kralkatoric. Quality, Unknown. Effect, the blood contains the power of the Ancient Dragon. After fusing it, it can be transferred to the Dragon series Hidden Profession. Obtain a significant attribute improvement, and activate additional skills. Note 1. This blood can be used on survivors or on subjects. Note 2. Because the power contained in the blood is too strong, only creatures above the legendary level can be fused. Otherwise they will explode. Is it another item that can be transferred to a hidden profession? I just don't know what the difference is between this Dragon series profession and my Frost Dragon Mage. After thinking about it, there should be a difference. After all, what I received was the power of the dragon, not the blood. In addition, this drop of blood can only be used for creatures above the legendary level, so I can only put it in my backpack temporarily. After checking these two rewards worth 10 million points, Chao Xing continued to think. Now there are 6 million points left. What should I use to redeem? There are still some good things in the point store. For example, those weapons, equipment, and expert emblems. Chao Xing analyzed it. Those 10 expert-level emblems must be exchanged. After all, there are many life-related professions in my territory that need emblems to improve their proficiency. If there are 10, a total of 1 million points are needed. Then, there are 5.12 million points left. There is no need to exchange those suits. With my upgrade speed, I guess they will be eliminated soon. How about exchanging them directly for 170 expert-level hearts of power, so that all the Dragon Blood fighters can break through to the 5th level? In this way, there will be 100 or so left to train other types of soldiers. Thinking of this, Chaoxing has made a decision. Do you want to consume points *1 million to exchange for expert level emblems *10? Do you want to consume points *5.1 million to exchange for expert level hearts of strength *170? Yes. In an instant, more than 6 million points were consumed. Then, Chaoxing exchanged the remaining points for several sets of purple and blue equipment. Not a single drop was left. Not bad. These things will not only allow Harold to get one step closer to becoming a master forger, but will also increase the strength of my legion. Of course, in addition to these points rewards, there is another more important reward. That is gold points. Looking at the total gains during this period. Gold points, 928 before entering the Oracle War. Chaoxing had 263 gold points. In the Oracle War, the main crystal was saved until the last day, and a total of 465 points were accumulated. Plus, the first place in the ranking list gave another 200 gold points. So now it is almost 1,000. Very good. These points can be used to exchange for the other 2 pieces of the Ancient Winter set for 300. After all, the attributes of this level 50 epic set are still very powerful, and can be used for a long time. The remaining 628 points can be used to exchange for 6 leader level recruitment scrolls, or 1 commander, and a leader scroll. There are still many powerful scrolls in the gold store. For example, the Dragon Shaman, such as the Holy Maiden's personal guard Dragon Blood Fighter. There are also some commander level scrolls of professions that Chaoxing doesn't know. It's a bit difficult to choose. Commander level creatures are much stronger than leader level creatures, and they have their own commander skills. But if you want to exchange for a commander scroll, the remaining points can only be exchanged for 1 leader scroll. At this moment, Chaoxing's eyes showed a tangled look, and when he noticed that the gold point store still did not disappear, it seems to understand something. It seems that this gold point store will always exist. There will be a chance to exchange these scrolls later. Then now, use them to exchange for a commander plus a leader scroll. After making the decision, Chaoxing immediately started to exchange. Do you want to consume gold points *300 to exchange for Ancient Winter Bottoms, orange? Ancient Winter Boots, orange? Do you want to consume gold points *600 to exchange for Dragon Shaman Recruitment Scroll, Leader Level, *1? Jode Iron Frost Recruitment Scroll, Commander Level, *1? Yes. The next moment, 2 more orange equipment and 2 recruitment scrolls appeared in Chaoxing's backpack. At this moment, 900 gold points were consumed. Chaoxing patted his backpack with satisfaction. Very good. The harvest of this trip is almost all used up. Glancing at the properties of the other 2 orange equipment, there are some surprises. The bottom has a defensive effect. When attacked, there is a 100% chance of triggering a magic shield, blocking 27% of magic damage. The boots are magic amplification. When releasing magic, there is a 30% chance of increasing the damage of this skill by 50%. What Chaoxing is more interested in is the set effect of this epic 3-piece set. Looking at the properties. Winter is coming. Ancient Winter set properties. Set effect, after turning on, with itself as the center. The temperature within a 3,000 meter diameter range is reduced by 20 C to 30 C. This temperature does not affect friendly units. Accompanied by strong snow, interfering with the enemy's vision and reducing a certain amount of movement speed. During the cold winter, all friendly ice attribute attacks increase by 30%. Attack range increases by 30%. Lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Oh, another special effect to lower the temperature? If I upgrade to the legendary level and learn the skill Eternal Sin Ice Prison, combining these 2 skills, won't it freeze the enemy to death directly? Chaoxing thought happily. Obviously, this set of equipment is very effective, especially in this world. The lethality is even more explosive. Chaoxing also put on these 2 pieces of equipment together. Instantly, a strong magic power surged in his body. The attributes were improved again. Moreover, because the bottoms and boots are the same color as the robe he was wearing before, now it feels more like a hole when worn, which makes Chao Xing's temperament invisible. Chao Xing admired it narcissistically. So far, this trip to the Oracle War has come to an end. As for the other 2 scrolls in the backpack, Chao Xing decided to summon them again when he went out to fight. Meanwhile, the excited survivors were having a heated discussion in the chat channel. Since Chao Xing activated the dragon magic at 7 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast was interrupted. So the survivors outside didn't know what happened later, including the survivors of the 4 major camps. They didn't know what happened specifically. They didn't even see the crystal land turn into a dragon before they were teleported away. But there is a key information. Chao Xing persisted. Under the impact of the massive army of divine servants, he persisted until the last moment. Some survivors of the 4 major camps said excitedly, "Brothers, you didn't see it. The final scene was so shocking. The whole world was full of amethyst flowers. Just like a dream world. Dangerous and charming." Yes. And Chao Xing kept his promise after the dragon magic ended and let all of us go out to score points. He is so trustworthy. It's so cool. In the last 2 hours, I earned the points of the previous 7 or 8 days and made a fortune. It's really cool. But it's a pity that we can't help Chao Xing. We thought he couldn't hold on for several times. But he still held on. The other survivors in the 4 major areas could feel the excitement just by listening to their sharing. I was excited and regretful that I couldn't participate in this Oracle War. At the same time, I secretly vowed in my heart to improve my strength as soon as possible. Next time, if I encounter this kind of battlefield activity again, I must participate in it. At the same time, in this Oracle War, the entire 4 major areas have become extremely respectful of Chao Xing. For no other reason. Just because Chao Xing is from their 4 major areas. And when he was in such a dangerous situation, he still thought about others and helped everyone to score points. This kind of character alone is not something that ordinary people can do. It can be said that many of these top survivors in this Oracle War owe Chao Xing a favor. If there is anything in the future, Chao Xing will wave his arm. Not to say that everyone will help, but there will also be a considerable number of supporters. In the heated discussion among the crowd, the time came to 6 o'clock in the morning. The moment of dawn. The dazzling dawn shone from the distant sky. It illuminated the snow-capped mountains, forests, and ice lakes. At the same time, it also shone on the territories of the survivors, making the buildings inside shine brightly. And the protective shield that protected the territory for a month also melted like ice and snow. This also means that the Oracle War is officially over. The system prompt appears. Attention all survivors. The Oracle War has ended, and you have passed the adaptation period of the Ice Age. Next, your survival journey will usher in a new chapter. Don't let your guard down. Affected by unknown factors, the world environment will become more severe. From time to time, powerful natural disasters will break out. Be careful to prevent them. Please use the time of the development period to improve the overall strength of yourself or the territory as much as possible. One day soon, a new expansion will be ushered in, and you will face new and more powerful enemies. This expansion is extremely difficult, and the power of individuals seems relatively small. Only by working together and making the right choices can you become the last survivor. Chapter 455, A New Stage. Monster Siege Activity. Seeing the system prompt, the chat channel was in an uproar instantly. So we have only gone through the adaptation period after coming to this world for a few months. Now that we have entered the development period, do we not have to worry about monsters or ice nests threatening our territory every day like before? Don't think about it. Didn't you hear the system prompt? It's just a temporary respite. It won't be long before a new expansion pack is launched. And the system has said that it is very difficult. And it is estimated that many people will die. Yes. Even in the development period, it is not as peaceful as imagined. The frequency of various natural disasters will increase. And we are not sure whether we can withstand it. In the chat channel, many people are very pessimistic about the future. Coming to this world, we are in a state of nervous tension every day. The survivors have to fight against the extreme cold, and also find ways to deal with various natural disasters and monsters. It can be said that there has not been a good day. Many people are not sure whether they can survive the next day. At this time, another person said, "Okay, brothers, stop sighing. At least, we have survived in this world until now. Right? We are all elites who survived after billions of people were eliminated. No matter how difficult it is not as difficult as when we first came to this world. Hearing this, there was laughter in the chat channel. Yeah. We were almost all frozen to death on the first day we came to this world. We are lucky to be alive now. I just lived a happy life as a lord for a while. Now I have girls on my left and right, and several maids serving me. I don't want to die so soon. Brothers, come on. You must live well. One day in the future, we will build a city belonging to our blue-starred humans. Hearing the last sentence, everyone was full of expectations. At this moment, Chao Xing, after reading the system prompt, also had a thoughtful look in his eyes. After the adaptation period, we will enter a new stage. Next, the survivors will actively explore this world, contact the natives of this world, and even integrate into their system. As for the last system prompt, the other survivors did not know what happened. But Chao Xing was thoughtful. The new enemy refers to the Blood Legion? It seems that the new expansion should also be related to the Blood Legion. And even the system prompts that the survival is extremely difficult. It seems that the strength of the Blood Legion is indeed beyond imagination. However, Chao Xing was not so nervous. After all, his strength has also been terribly increased in this Oracle battle. Even if the Blood Legion attacks, he has some self-protection power. And next, his territory will usher in a state of rapid expansion. Before the Blood Legion appears, it will have even stronger strength. Just as Chao Xing was thinking about this, the system prompt appeared again. All survivors, please note that in the development period, 2 small activities will be launched. Namely, Enhanced Ice Nest and Monster Siege. Enhanced Ice Nest activity. The influence of the dragon's power has returned to normal. Next, Ice Nests will appear from time to time in each region, and the level of monsters in the Ice Nest will be greatly improved. Don't provoke them easily before you have enough power. Killing the monsters born in the Ice Nest will gain a lot of experience. And there will be a small chance of exploding Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls, rare materials and other rewards. Each enhanced Ice Nest destroyed will gain 10 gold points. Monster Siege activity. Next, during the development period, a Monster Siege will occur every 7 days. Each Monster Siege is divided into 10 waves. The difficulty of each wave will increase, and the number of monsters will increase. The surviving lords can choose whether to challenge the next wave, and a Monster Siege ranking list will be launched. The territory is ranked according to the number of successful challenges and the challenge time. The top 10,000 lords in each region will receive generous ranking rewards. Seeing the prompts these days, Chao Xing was stunned again. Are there 2 new activities? They sound pretty good. He analyzed it in his mind. The first activity is very simple. Just to deal with those enhanced Ice Nest monsters. There will be many monsters appearing in it. And these monsters also give a lot of experience. This is to allow the survivor lords to have a way to quickly upgrade their levels. And the second Monster Siege activity is equivalent to testing the overall strength of the territory. These 2 activities. The Ice Nest is every day, and the Monster Siege is once a week. It seems that even in the development period, the system has arranged the lord's time very tightly. Chao Xing smiled. I thought that after the Oracle War, I could relax for a while. It seems that I will be busy again. And next, I have more things to do. First, I have to go to the Griffin's Nest to tame the Griffin and complete the commission tasks of Earl Winston and the Master Tamer. Then I have to wait for Francesca to refine enough holy water, and then deal with the ancient battlefield, subdue all the undead, and find the legendary shield inside. Then I have to go to the main city of Yongchuan to exchange the honor point reward, and explore the inheritance of the legendary wizard. In addition, there are the ruins that Lord Orlon mentioned before, to see if I can participate in any championship trials, and go to the tribe where the ancient elves are and visit them. It can be said that Chao Xing has a lot of things to do, and each one is very important. In addition, there is another more important thing. That is, find the location of the headquarters of the Church of Light. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a slight chill. The Church of Light has always been his great enemy. Once upon a time, he could only act cautiously when the church was not easily noticed. Every time he attacked this force, he had to try his best to ensure that he would not be discovered. But now, unknowingly, he already has the capital to confront this huge force head-on. If allowed, Chao Xing would lead his troops without hesitation and directly overthrow this church. Let the old boy, the God of Light, Stay in the land of the underworld and can't get out. Chao Xing mouth curved. I don't know. Compared with the current Church of Light and my territory, who has more master-level strongmen. He couldn't wait to send people to find the headquarters of the Church of Light. However, everyone is resting now. Chao Xing promised to let these fighters rest for a day. No matter how many things there are, they can wait until tomorrow. Shaking his head, he temporarily put aside these things that cannot be realized immediately. The current focus should still be put back on the territory. Chao Xing continued to sort out the subsequent development plan in his mind. Next, let's see how the staff had progressed in the month I was away. Chao Xing came to the center of the territory and shouted, All staff, assemble. Heard the order. Hundreds of staff came over and gathered together. They looked at their lord with excitement. Chao Xing smiled and said, It's been a month since I last saw you. Now report on your work progress. Zelko, you go first. Heard the voice. The old village chief of Grapevine Village stepped forward excitedly and said, Dear Lord, a new day will bring you wealth and glory. According to your instructions, this month I will lead all the villagers to cultivate good fields and build greenhouses. At present, our territory has a total of 17 acres of good fields. 7 acres of good fields are used to plant cold dew rice and Kulin barley. Silver dew berries and winter grapes are planted on 5 acres each. These crops are growing well. According to estimates, the first harvest will be available in about 2 months. After listening to the old village chief's series of reports, Chao Xing also smiled. Very good. Then you continue to cultivate fertile fields and plant more cold dew rice and barley. Now the population of our territory is increasing, and the daily food expenses are an astronomical figure. Whether we can achieve self-sufficiency depends on you. Zelko straightened his body and said excitedly, We will do our best to ensure that all the soldiers in the territory can eat healthy and delicious food. After that, he respectfully retreated back to the crowd. Chao Xing looked at the others again. Chao Yi, it's your turn. The leader Chao Yi stepped forward and said respectfully, Dear Lord, this month we have basically been building city walls and elemental arrow towers according to your instructions. At present, all the city walls have been built to advanced level. In addition, 45 elemental arrow towers have been upgraded to expert level, and the other elemental arrow towers have also been upgraded to advanced level. Chao Xing looked around. As the leader Chao Yi said, his territory was surrounded by a circle of towering city walls. The height is more than 10 meters, and the width is 4 meters. The frosty white city wall looks cold and heavy under the dawn light. It is like a solid barrier guarding this land. Chao Xing was full of admiration. Now my territory is one step closer to those giant cities. The next step is to find a way to get an expert-level city wall blueprint and upgrade the city wall again. When the width of the city wall reaches a certain level, we will find a way to build some defensive facilities, such as goblin artillery, catapults, etc. on the city wall, to deal with the next monster siege. After thinking about this, Chao Xing looked at De Zhuang, the polar man holding a hammer next to him. De Zhuang. The polar man immediately stepped forward and said loudly, Lord, I have been mining the cave with the goblins for this month. We use transport vehicles to load a large amount of, or back for sorting. Currently, a total of 31,785 pieces of frost white crystals have been sorted out, and a total of 3,633 pieces of primary and intermediate magic crystals. In addition, there are some metals such as copper and iron, which add up to more than 100,000. Hearing this number, Chao Xing's eyes also showed admiration. Frost white crystal is a material with a very wide range of uses. It can not only be used to repair the legendary weapon Magdel, but also to make those advanced machines later and repair mechas. The other magic crystals are also very important. They will be used on a large scale when the territory enters a new stage. Very good. Keep it up. Our territory needs more resources to expand. Understood. Respected Lord. De Zhuang respectfully took his leave. Chao Xing looked at another polar man. Duan, how is your progress? Duan also reported respectfully, Respected Lord, according to your instructions, we have been working hard to upgrade the furnace and the Lord's mansion this month. At present, your furnace has been upgraded to level 21 and successfully turned into an energy station. The Lord's mansion has also reached level 11 and has become a Lord's castle. Duan's tone was very steady, as if he was reporting an ordinary thing. But Chao Xing was very excited, because the furnace and the Lord's mansion are the most important buildings in the territory. Only when these two buildings reach a certain level can Chaoxing territory enter a new stage of development. Speaking of which, he had already noticed the changes in these two buildings in his territory. The current furnace has changed from a cylindrical shape with a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 2 meters to a 3-storied prison-shaped building with a height of 8 meters and a metallic luster. It looks like an energy tower, which contains surging energy. But when you get close, you can't feel the high temperature radiating from it. It is providing heat for the entire territory in another way. He glanced at the properties. Energy station, level 21. Effect: can increase the temperature of a 5 km diameter area by 15 to 40 degrees Celsius. Additional effect: high energy state. After turning on the high energy state, it can increase the heating of the territory by an additional 25 to 35 degrees Celsius. But the hourly consumption will increase by 3 times. Consumption: 1 hour/1 primary energy crystal. Materials required for the next level: 50,000 refined iron, 30,000 copper, 10,000 mithril, 500 master element crystals. Introduction: an energy station that can provide huge heat for the territory. Even when a blizzard comes, you can rely on it to get through it safely, compared to the previous furnace, which can only heat locally. The closer to the furnace area, the higher the temperature. The energy station provides much more advanced heat, and can provide heat stably and evenly. It is like a powerful heat source center, which keeps the temperature of the entire territory at a suitable level. In addition, the level 21 energy station has an additional high energy state function, which can increase the temperature of the territory by consuming more energy. This high energy state is good. Even in a blizzard, the temperature of the territory will not drop much. It just so happens that Dazhuang mined a lot of energy crystals in that cave, which is enough for a long time. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction and looked at his lord's mansion again. No, it is now called the Lord's Mansion. But the Lord's Castle. This magnificent castle is more than 12 meters high, and the area has more than doubled. The overall appearance is made of solid gray stones, with towering 4-corner towers and flags flying on the top of the tower. The huge city gate is made of heavy wood and solid metal, and it is above, carved with exquisite patterns. Really impressive, Chaoxing exclaimed. Then he looked at the attributes. Lord's Castle, level 11. Not bad. Not bad. The population of the 11th level Lord's Mansion has increased a lot. Next, I can recruit troops on a large scale again. Although the Zhuama Claw Point store has ended now, there is no source of a large number of recruitment scrolls. But it doesn't matter, because next, the population can still start from those indigenous people. After entering the development period this time, the system is pushing the survivors to contact more indigenous people, even if it is just a large number of civilians. Chaoxing can train them into Ascalon warriors, thrust archers, or shadow killers through the training barracks, relying on the strength of Chaoxing territory. Their levels can be quickly upgraded. In addition, there is another mode of explosive troops, which is related to mechanics. Of course, this will be discussed later. Polar Manduan continued to report, Lord. In addition to the energy station and the Lord's Castle, the other 2 buildings you ordered, the teleportation array and the statue, have also been built. It's right there. After hearing this, Chaoxing looked over again. And sure enough, on a vacant lot in the second ring area of the territory, he saw a glowing teleportation array. And near the territory square, there stood a tall and majestic statue holding a forging hammer. Chaoxing looked at the properties of the 2 buildings. Large space teleportation array. Chaoxing smiled again. These 2 epic quality buildings have also been successfully built, especially the teleportation array, which is extremely important to Chaoxing. Very good. Then we can go to Yongshuang main city, and then find a way to get the teleportation array permission of the main city, and then we can teleport at will. Of course, this may be a little difficult. As mentioned before, Yongshuang main city will not open their teleportation array permission to a chosen lord at will. But Chaoxing also has some connections in Yongshuang main city, so it should be no problem. If it really doesn't work, you can think of other ways. Thinking of this, Chaoxing no longer worried about this problem. He continued, okay, I know your work progress. Now continue to work. Yes, Lord. Everyone dispersed. Chaoxing was thinking about what he would do next. This month's Oracle War has gained a lot. He still has a lot of things in his backpack that need to be digested. For example, those hearts of power. expert emblems, etc. Chapter 456, The First Master Blacksmith. Robot Blueprints. Thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to use these 13 expert-level emblems first to maximize Harold's proficiency. Then see if this dwarf blacksmith can break through to the master level. After all, as long as he successfully breaks through to the master level, he can not only make the batch of materials that exploded from the Lizardman Overlord last time into equipment and weapons. He can also repair the legendary weapon in Lu Mushua's hand. It can be said that it is of great significance. So, Chao Xing went straight to the blacksmith shop and pushed open the door. Clang! As the door opened, a burst of hot air hit his face. Inside the blacksmith shop, 3 forging furnaces were running. The sound of dingling-dang-dang was heard on the forging table. 3 figures were holding forging hammers at this moment, sweating profusely. What surprised Chao Xing was that the 2 little guys, Sailor and Bodhi, also started forging. After looking at their attribute bar, they found that they had indeed added a skill primary forging mastery, and their status had changed to blacksmith apprentice. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. With the talent of craftsman's spiritual enlightenment, these 2 little guys learned very quickly. They are indeed a good candidate for being a blacksmith. The 3 people who were working in the blacksmith shop also saw Chao Xing's arrival. They stopped their actions at the same time and bowed slightly. "My lord, I wish you good health." Chao Xing waved his hand and got straight to the point. "Harold, what are you making recently?" the dwarf blacksmith reported. "Lord, during this period, we have forged hundreds of barbarian shields. And the materials from the saber-toothed tigers you gave me last time have all been forged. These materials together have forged 11 golden quality spears, 1 epic quality spear, and the cursed spear head you gave me, which has also been recast. In addition, the tiger's skins and bones have also been made into some leather armor, light armor, etc." Harold finished speaking in one breath. Chao Xing's smile became even bigger. This is a valuable resource. If so many purple and gold equipment are traded with other chambers of commerce, a huge amount of crowns can be obtained. Of course, Chao Xing will not sell them. There are many people in his territory who need some suitable weapons. Those shields can be handed over to the Silver Hand Knights as secondary equipment, and the other spears, light armor, etc. can be handed over to the Dragon Blood Fighters. Greatly improve the combat effectiveness and survivability of the warriors. However, Chao Xing's main purpose this time was to help Harold improve his proficiency. He did not take the equipment away immediately, but he first glanced at the panel of the dwarf blacksmith. Life skills, expert forging mastery, 5172/50,000 in this month. Harold increased his proficiency by more than 5,000 just by forging a large number of equipment. It is equivalent to saving Chao Xing 1 expert emblem. Chao Xing praised, "Very good. You have worked hard during this period. Now, to reward your efforts, take this." After speaking, Chao Xing directly took out 9 emblems and handed them over. Harold stared at the emblem in Chao Xing's hand, seemed to remember something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "These seem to be the things that the Lord helped me break through to the expert blacksmith last time. There are so many of them." Chao Xing said, "Yes. These emblems should be able to make your proficiency reach the expert limit. Of course, I know that in order to break through to the master level, you need to awaken the so-called craftsman soul. But don't worry. Just do your best." But Harold shook his head and said, "Lord, these emblems are enough for me to break through to the master level directly." There was a confident look in his eyes. Chao Xing's face was a little confused at first, and then he asked uncertainly, "You mean, you have awakened the craftsman soul?" Harold chuckled, "Yes, respected Lord. There is a statue of the god of forging in our territory, which is of great help to us forgers in awakening the craftsman's soul. Recently, I go to observe this statue for half an hour every morning. Just a few days ago, by chance, I awakened the craftsman's soul." Chao Xing's face showed surprise. "Wow, I didn't expect the statue of the god of forging to have such an effect. It was really built right. In this way, I can immediately have a master forger." "Very good. Then you use these emblems now and break through to the master. As you say, Lord." Harold executed without hesitation. According to Chao Xing's method last time, all the emblems were used. Every time a crest was used, a large amount of forging experience poured into Harold's mind. After all 9 crests were used, Harold felt that his head was about to explode. The vast amount of forging experience turned into a surging torrent. and the strong impact made him feel as if he was always under the heavy blow of a giant hammer. Countless forging scenes, skills, and knowledge flashed through his consciousness like lightning. The pores of the dwarf blacksmith's body oozed fine beads of sweat, and the whole person was shaking violently. The two blacksmith apprentices next to him looked at their master's changes with a look of doubt. There was a look of worry in their eyes. However, this kind of crest is not dangerous. It just takes a certain amount of time to digest the memory. Soon, Harold sorted out the massive memory in his mind. An invisible temperament rose from his body. It was an aura of calmness and confidence, as if he had become the master of the forging field. He stood there quietly, but gave people an unshakable feeling like a mountain. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Harold Iceberg Stealth Forging finally broke through the bottleneck, and the forging proficiency has been upgraded to the master level. Congratulations. You have a master blacksmith. The territory prosperity plus 100. Harold now held the hammer, with wisdom and calmness in his eyes, and came to Chao Xing. Lord, I succeeded. Thank you for your cultivation of me. Your kindness is like a reborn parent to me. He bowed solemnly and showed Chao Xing the highest standard of etiquette. Chao Xing waved his hand. No need to say more. Harold, I see your contribution to the territory. Next, just keep working hard. The blacksmith nodded solemnly. At this time, he said respectfully, Lord, I have become a master blacksmith now. If there is a chance, I would like to ask you to take me back to the South Continent. I will return to my tribe and bring you my epic blueprint. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He had indeed heard Harold say that before. When the forging skills of their dwarves are upgraded to masters, as long as they return to the tribe, they will get an exclusive epic blueprint. But the South Continent, the distance is too far. So far, he has not even been to the main city of Yongshuang. However, the Goblin Lock also said that he hopes to return to the South Continent and find his people. If you really want to go to the South Continent in the future, you can take Harold and the Goblin Lock with you. So Chao Xing replied, Okay, I know. I will take you back to the South Continent if I have the chance. Harold nodded respectfully. At the same time, Chao Xing glanced at his panel again. Life skills, master level forging mastery, 172/200000. Sure enough, the master level can also be upgraded. But to upgrade to the next level, you need a full 200,000 proficiency. If there is no expert level emblem to speed up, it may take forever to reach the maximum proficiency. Also, there is one thing Chao Xing is not sure about. That is, if the master level forger continues to improve, will he directly become a legendary forger? Or is it the same as their strength division? After the master is the hero, and then the legend? If so, it will be even more distant for Chao Xing to have a legendary forger. Shaking his head, Chao Xing did not aim too high. After all, he is already very satisfied with having a master level forger now. Then, he took out all the bones and claws that the lizard overlord exploded from his backpack. Looking at the pile of materials on the ground that exuded powerful power, Harold's eyes once again showed admiration. However, during that period of time, Chao Xing would always bring back some amazing materials. This dwarf blacksmith was used to it. The two little guys next to him were already pale and dizzy from the smell of the materials. After all, it was the materials from a 7th level dominant monster, and they couldn't bear the smell alone. Harold looked at it carefully, and then asked, Lord, do you want to forge all these materials into corresponding equipment? Chao Xing nodded slightly. Yes, it happens that you have become a master now, so these materials are handed over to you. There is another thing. As he said, he took out the 2 broken swords from his backpack. It was the legendary weapon, Magdel. This is a broken legendary weapon, and it needs to be repaired now. The materials needed for repair are also ready. You will be busy again in the near future. Harold took it solemnly. He said in a serious tone, I didn't expect that I could personally repair a legendary weapon in my lifetime. It's my honor. Please rest assured, Lord, I will finish it as quickly as possible. Very good. You can continue working now. As you command? After that, the blacksmith Harold directed the 2 apprentices, Sailor and Bodhi, to walk over carefully and collect all the materials on the Lizardman Master on the ground. Chao Xing himself came to the storage box of the blacksmith's shop. Then he directly clicked to open it. As soon as it was opened, there were more than a dozen spears in it, ranging from gold quality to epic quality. There were also a large number of light armor, leather armor, etc. Chao Xing put them all into his backpack. Obtained, Saber-tooth Spear Gold, *11. Obtained, Saber-tooth Storm Spear, Orange, *1. Obtained, Soul-breaking Curse Spear, Unknown Grade, *1. Obtained, Tiger King Coat, Gold, *5. Obtained, Tiger Bone Light Armor, Purple, *27. Obtained, Tiger King Light Armor, Gold, *5. A large amount of gold and purple equipment was harvested all at once. Chao Xing was so happy. These were the harvests after killing those saber-toothed tigers last time. He glanced at the properties. Those golden spears and light armors, while having high armor, also have good mobility and attack power. Very suitable for dragon blood fighters. As for those leather armors, they can be given to agile units in the territory, such as nightmare archers, ice archers and the like. The more special ones are the two spears. One is of epic quality, and the other is of unknown quality. He glanced at the properties. Soul-breaking Curse Spear, Unknown Grade. Quality, Unknown. Attack Power, 1815 to 1972. Equipment Level, Level 50 and above. With unique special effect, Soul-breaking Curse reduces the target's armor by 10% and loses 10% of its health within 60 seconds. This effect can only be applied to legendary creatures. Note, the life loss effect can only be triggered twice. Equipment Introduction. Originally the spearhead of the legendary weapon Soul Reaper Spear. It was restored to a little power by the expert Forger Herald. Seeing the above attributes, Chao Xing eyes showed doubt. I remember. Isn't the curse effect on this spearhead ineffective against legendary creatures? After being forged by Herald, even legendary creatures will be affected by this curse. This is an amazing improvement. You know, hero-level units, like Dragon Speaker, have a HP of over 10 million. Legendary creatures must be even more terrifying. However, this weapon can actually reduce the enemy's health by percentage. If you stab the enemy with a bullet, it will definitely hit the aorta. I can only say that it is worthy of being a legendary weapon. It is still so powerful even if it is broken. With a satisfied look, Chao Xing checked another weapon. Saber-tooth Storm Spear Orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment Level, Level 50 and above. Attack Power, 1572 to 1641. Additional Special Effects. 1. Strength plus 300. Agility plus 200. Attack Speed plus 20%. Additional Special Effects. 2. Breaking Edge when attacking. Ignore 20% of the enemy's armor. Additional Special Effects. 3. Saber-tooth Storm when attacking. There is a 35% chance to activate the remaining Saber-tooth Storm power, causing damage to surrounding enemies, lasting 60 seconds. With a trigger interval of 3 minutes, note, this spear was made by forging expert Herald Iceberg. Percentage ignores armor. Very strong. As an epic weapon, the output capacity is still very terrifying. Chao Xing put it into his backpack with satisfaction, and then walked straight out of the blacksmith shop. In the territory, he began to think about what to do next. I still have 4 expert level emblems in my backpack that I can use. This thing can directly transform high-level talents into experts. And there are many people in my territory who need this. For example, the Poison Master Sabina, the Painter Edward, and the Tree Spirit Encyclopedia, Juliet. In addition, Chao Xing can also use it to improve his rule skill. This skill can increase the attack power and morale of all friendly forces by percentage, which is still very powerful. Just when he was about to use it for himself, a petite figure walked over quickly. Big brother. A crisp voice sounded. Chao Xing looked up and asked in confusion. Xiao Chu-Chu. What's wrong? The little girl trotted to Chao Xing's side, and then said innocently, that Big brother gave me the master level heart of power last time, which allowed me to break through to the 6th level mechanic. And the system rewarded 2 blueprints. At that time, the battle was tense on the Oracle battlefield, so I didn't give it to you. Chao Xing was stunned. And then he remembered this. After a mechanic breaks through to the master level, he will obtain 2 production drawings of mechanical creatures. At this time, the mechanic can really show his edge, as long as there is an advanced mechanical factory in the territory. Plus these 2 blueprints, a large-scale explosion of troops can be achieved. This is also the main source of troops for most lords in the middle and late stages of the game. And this explosion mode consumes much less resources. which is much more convenient than training a lord. Even if you die in battle, you can continue to make them. And you don't feel bad at all. It's okay. Xiao Chuchu. Show me the blueprint. Okay. Big brother. Tong Chuchu stretched out her little hand, took out 2 blueprints from her backpack, and handed them to Xiao Xing. Obtained. Predator Robot Production Blueprint. Obtained. Counterattack Robot Production Blueprint. Glanced at the attributes. Predator Robot Production Blueprint, Elite Level. Blueprint Effect. You can mass-produce level 50 elite Predator robots in the mechanical factory, with skills such as environmental camouflage, small missile launch, mechanical claw attack, self-destruction, etc. Note, each Predator robot will occupy 2 population, material required for production, advanced mechanical factory. Frost White Crystal Stone * 100. Fine Iron * 100. Copper * 100. Mithril * 20. Counterattack Robot Production Blueprint, Ordinary Level. Blueprint Effect. You can mass-produce level 50 counterattack robots in the mechanical factory, with skills such as mobile shooting, blade cutting, self-destruction, etc. Note, each counterattack robot will occupy 1 population, material required for production, advanced mechanical factory. Frost White Crystal Stone * 50. Fine Iron * 30. Copper * 30. Mithril * 10. The strength of the robots in these 2 blueprints is different. One is a common creature, and the other is an elite creature. Of course, they are good at different directions. However, they have one thing in common: both robots have a self-destruct skill. This is also one of the most difficult points for the mechanic in the later stage. After the health of each robot is reduced to 0, it will enter the self-destruct state and cause damage to the surrounding enemies. And the damage coefficient is very high. A mechanic will make all robots self-destruct at all costs. Even the commander-level creatures of the same level can't stand it. Of course, this will be very expensive. Ordinary lords can't afford it. But with the strength of Xiao Xing territory, he can try to play this way. Xiao Xing smiled and thought to himself, the materials needed to make these 2 robots are quite simple. And then we can enter the explosion mode. Chapter 457 Expert Level Command. Visit by the Bard. With the mechanic's blueprint, you can enter the blast mode. However, the only flaw is that even robots need to occupy population. But now his lord's castle has reached level 11, with a full population of 6,000. Each subsequent level will increase the population by 2,000, which is still enough. Xiao Xing touched Tong Chuchu's head. Not bad, little Chuchu. These 2 blueprints are very powerful, and can increase the territory's combat power. After receiving Xiao Xing praise, the little girl smiled happily. Hee. As long as the big brother likes it. Xiao Xing smiled. Let's go. Let's find the goblin lock together, and let him make these 2 robots. Hearing the latter sentence, little Chuchu asked with big eyes in confusion. Are you looking for that ugly goblin uncle? As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. Since the last time they saw the goblin in the cave, Elisa and Tong Chuchu have been calling him the ugly goblin uncle. This also made the goblin lock very reluctant to see the 2 little girls. Xiao Xing smiled. Yes. Come with me, little Chuchu. Okay, big brother. Tong Chuchu followed Xiao Xing obediently, and the 2 walked side by side. The brick and stone ground in the territory was stepped on and made a clattering sound. Not to mention, this scene really felt like a father taking his daughter. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the mechanical factory together. Xiao Xing also noticed that several strange large devices appeared in the open space next to the factory. They were some huge oval airbags with a length of about 70 to 80 meters. The airbags were made of some tough special fabric, and a sturdy metal cabin was hung below. The space of the metal cabin was very large, almost equivalent to a small mobile room. And on the front and back sides, there was a huge propeller. This is the advanced goblin airship, which has a tough appearance and is full of goblin characteristics. Xiao Xing also showed admiration on his face. According to the calculation that a goblin airship can carry 208 people, there are 8 here, which can carry more than 1,600 people. Locke is very efficient. It seems that this goblin has not been lazy this month. Xiao Xing smiled and knocked on the door of the machinery factory. Dong! Dong dong. No one responded the first time. Xiao Xing knocked 3 times in a row. Impatient voices came from inside. Oh! My God! Stop knocking! Don't you know that the working environment in the machinery factory is very noisy? Let me see which blind guy disturbed the great Goblin Lock's work. The Goblin Lock stepped out with his short legs and cursed. He looked like he was going to ask for an explanation. When he pushed open the door and saw the figure standing in front of him, his expression froze. Lord. You're back. In just a few tenths of a second. He quickly put on a smile. I'm really sorry. Locke didn't receive the news and didn't know that the wise and powerful Lord had returned. I'm so negligent. This guy looked regretful. Chao Xing smiled and didn't continue to listen to the goblin's nonsense. Instead, he asked directly, Locke, I asked you to upgrade the Earth Dragon mech to the master level a month ago. How is the progress now? The goblin craftsman quickly reported, Thank the god of the crypt. The upgrade of the mech is quite smooth, and it will be completed soon. We will rush to work tonight. And tomorrow morning, you will be able to lead the new, beautiful, and powerful Earth Dragon mech to go out to fight. Believe me, Lord, the Earth Dragon mech that has broken through to the master level will definitely satisfy you. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, I have 2 more drawings for you to make. After the Earth Dragon mech is repaired, you can make this one specifically. He threw the drawing over directly. The Goblin Lock stretched out his shriveled little hand, took the drawing, and looked at it in front of his eyes. A thoughtful look appeared in his dark green pupils. It seems to be a technology one have never seen before. But the overall structure is similar to Goblin technology. A bit like our Goblin Microcombat Mecha and Humanoid Reconnaissance Mecha. Chao Xing asked, This technology does not belong to the Goblin clan. Can it be made? The Goblin Lock quickly replied. No problem. Respected Lord. I will do my best to make these 2 robots next. Very good. Come on, Locke. After saying that, he took Tong Chuchu away from here. The 2 soon came to the central area of the territory again. Xiao Chuchu, there is nothing to do today. You should also go and have a rest. But little Chuchu shook her little head and said, Big brother, I'm not tired. I go play with Sister Elisa later. She said she would take me to the forest outside to dig out bird nests today. Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Tong Chuchu strangely. Speaking of which, this little girl came to this world. Except for the hard time when she first came. After coming to Chao Xing territory, it can be said that every day of her life was very exciting. Fighting monsters, farming, digging bird nests, fishing. She has done everything. As a little girl of a few years old, Tong Chuchu's experience can be said to be quite rich. Chao Xing didn't know what kind of person Tong Chuchu would become when she grew up in this environment. But these are later stories. Chao Xing smiled and said, Okay. Be careful when you go outside the territory. Tong Chuchu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, big brother. I will be careful. After that, she jumped away from here and went to find Elisa. After Tong Chuchu left, Chao Xing opened his personal panel and looked at the life skills on it. Advanced Command, 385/5000. Skill Effect, Overall Attack plus 5%. Morale increased by 5% in the previous continuous command of battles. This skill was also directly stacked to the advanced level. Like these life skills, it is quite simple to go from elementary to advanced. You just need to study hard, depending on your personal talent and efforts. In 1 to 10 years, you can almost upgrade a skill to advanced level. But after the life skills reach advanced level, it is very difficult to go further. In addition to hard training, you also need to have enough talent to become an expert in an industry. But with this emblem, it is much simpler. Just use it directly. Do you want to consume Expert Emblem *1 to improve special skills? Advanced Command Yes. As Chao Xing clicked to confirm, an emblem disappeared from his backpack. At the same time, a huge amount of memories poured into his mind. Among these memories, there are some scenes of commanding and deploying troops on the battlefield. Not only can it increase his command experience, but it can also expose him to some new tactics. When all the memories are absorbed, Chao Xing opened his eyes. You use the Expert Emblem, and the proficiency of advanced command skills has increased by 50 points. Your command skills have been upgraded to expert level. Chao Xing exclaimed, Very good. I now have an expert level life skill. He glanced at the attributes. Expert level command skills. Proficiency, 358/50,000. Heart of Command, 0/1. Skill Effect, Overall Attack Power plus 10%. Morale increased by 10%. The breakthrough from advanced to expert actually adds an additional 5% attack power. which is really good. But it's a bit troublesome to break through to the master. In addition to the proficiency of 50,000, you also need a heart of command. This heart of command is easy to understand. Just like Harold's forging. He needed a craftsman's soul to break through to master Qiaoxing control. He also needed another key thing to break through to master. As for this control heart, Qiaoxing didn't have any ideas. So he stopped thinking about it. After all, the expert level control was enough. Qiaoxing thought to himself, now, there are only 3 expert level emblems left in the backpack. Let's upgrade the life skills of others to the expert level. He went straight to the alchemy workshop. As the door opened, a series of strange medicine boxes came from the front. The witch Francesca has begun to continue to make potions. As one of the top 3 combat forces in the territory, Qiaoxing also took her to the oracle battle this time. So the alchemy work in the territory was put on hold. But this woman is also very hardworking. She started working as soon as she came out of the oracle battlefield. Qiaoxing asked Francesca, how many bottles of holy water have been made? The amount of holy water determines whether Qiaoxing can flatten the ancient battlefield with minimal damage. Of course, the more the better. The witch raised her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. There are about 500 bottles now. If I go all out now, I can make 300 bottles a day. But I won't have time to make other potions. Hearing this number, Qiaoxing calculated in his mind. There are a total of 1,547 melee units in his territory. If you give them each a bottle of holy water, you will need more than 1,000 bottles. And he also needs to keep some holy water for backup. After all, holy water can not only strengthen the damage to the undead, but also weaken the attributes of the undead. It is very effective against some powerful undead. In other words, Qiaoxing needs to have about 2,000 bottles of holy water before he can officially start to deal with the ancient battlefield. At 300 bottles a day, we can reach the target number in about 5 days. Very good. Just in time to eliminate the threat of this ancient battlefield before the first wave of monsters attack the city. Qiaoxing said, thank you for your hard work during this period. Francesca shook her head slightly, not seeming to care. Then, Qiaoxing came to Sabina again and upgraded her advanced poison mastery to expert poison mastery. Speaking of which, poison mastery and alchemy mastery are different. Poison mastery can only make some poisons, such as nightmare potion, frog potion, etc. Although it is also very useful, it is still not as versatile as alchemy mastery. Qiaoxing also remembered. The agreement made with this woman at the beginning was to let her serve in the territory for 3 months, and then let her upgrade to the 4th level and go back for revenge. Now, 2 months have passed unknowingly. Of course, it doesn't matter if the time is up. After all, it can be renewed at 100 loyalty. As for Sabina's enemy, it's just a local nobleman, and he can be killed by sending 2 people. Qiaoxing smiled in his heart. Then, under Sabina's grateful eyes, he left the alchemy workshop. Next, he found the painter Edward and helped him improve his advanced painting mastery to expert painting mastery. After doing all this, Qiaoxing only had the last expert emblem left. He decided to keep this one. Maybe he will meet other high-level talents in the future, and he can use it then. So far, the gains from the Oracle War have been digested again. Just as Qiaoxing was about to continue to patrol the territory, the system prompt appeared. Ice Crystal Kingdom, Gwyneth applies to visit your territory. Do you agree? Seeing this prompt, Qiaoxing's eyes gradually showed a thoughtful look. Gwyneth. Such a familiar name. But soon, he remembered who this name was. This person seems to be the bard who sings beautifully in Malayan City. How did she find my territory? With a strange look, Qiaoxing clicked confirm. At the same time, on the snow in front, a ragged figure walked towards the territory. Her steps were very slow, but she revealed a kind of fatigue, compared to the bright and beautiful Gwyneth I saw in the tavern last time. This woman has become much more haggard. Her hair was scattered like dry grass, and there seemed to be dirt deliberately smeared on her face, covering her beautiful face. The originally bright eyes have now become dim, and the eye sockets are deep. It is completely impossible to tell that she is the bard who sang in the tavern and amazed everyone. Qiaoxing stood at the gate and watched the woman slowly walk towards him. She also noticed Qiaoxing. After getting closer, she gradually raised her head. A bright light suddenly appeared in her dim pupils. Then she quickened her pace and walked towards him. After the two met, Gwyneth was a little excited. She stretched out her black-gloved hand and put her hands together in a prayer gesture. Xiaoxing asked first, "What's the matter with you coming to my territory?" Hearing this, Gwyneth slowly opened her cracked lips. A mysterious sound came from her throat. She pointed to her mouth and waved her hand. At this moment, Xiaoxing recalled. This woman was poisoned by the black-billed crow, and her vocal cords were damaged after the poison took effect, and she could no longer speak. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, pressed the communication device on his ear, and switched to the team channel. "Does anyone among you understand sign language?" The warriors in the territory heard Xiaoxing's voice, and doubts appeared in their eyes. A moment later, a majestic voice sounded. "I understand a little." The speaker was Victoria, the Queen of Mind. "Very good. You come to the gate of the territory now. I wait for you here." "Well, I be there right away." After a while, a graceful figure came slowly. She was wearing a blue wizard robe, outlining her hot body. She was wearing a white wolfskin coat, and her hands naturally hung at her sides. She walked towards Xiaoxing step by step with a dignified manner. It was Victoria. When she came to his side, Xiaoxing said, "Help me translate what this woman is saying." Gwyneth was quietly holding the lute in her hand, watching this extraordinary queen. There was a slight surprise in her eyes. It seemed a little surprised that there was such a refined person in his territory. As Victoria's majestic eyes swept over, Gwyneth actually felt like a thorn in her back. Then, she stretched out her hand and gestured slowly. Victoria nodded, her eyes slightly fixed on the woman in front of her. After a moment, the Queen of Mind Chi turned her head and translated. She said that last time in the tavern in Malayan City, you reminded her of the black-billed duck poison, and she followed your advice and went to see the doctors in the city. But those doctors didn't find any symptoms until the poison took effect. And then, they remembered your warning. But it was too late at that time. The black-billed duck poison completely destroyed her vocal cords. And the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce searched for doctors all over the city, but couldn't do anything. Since then, she has been unable to speak. During that time, she almost lost hope in life. Victoria looked at her gestures and translated simultaneously. Then he continued, "One day, she suddenly thought of you, and thought that since you knew she was poisoned by the black-billed duck, you might have a way to restore her voice. She didn't want to lose her voice. So she resolutely left the city and came to the wilderness outside alone. It took her nearly a month to come to our territory through the information of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce." After hearing this, Xiaoxing also understood the ins and outs of the matter, and why she came to his territory. Looking at this bard, admiration appeared in his eyes. "I have to say that this woman's perseverance is amazing. A woman who can't speak, alone in this dangerous and cold world, crossing more than 500 kilometers. After a month of long journey, she came to her own territory. During this period, you don't have to think about it. I know that she must have suffered a lot. But Xiaoxing had no way. If she found him before the poison took effect, it would be fine. After all, with the light-feathered chicken, a purifying light can solve the black-billed crow poison in her body. However, this woman found me only after the poison took effect. Now, if I want her to regain her voice, I can only cure her vocal cords first." Xiaoxing sighed, then shook his head and said, "I don't know how to restore your voice. I'm sorry." Hearing this, the woman was stunned, as if her hope had been dashed. She stood there in a daze. I don't know how long it took. She took a deep breath and gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Xiaoxing, nodded gently, and gestured again. Victoria next to her translated. She said, "Thank you. Sorry to bother you." After that, the woman hugged the lute, turned around and walked out of the territory. However, her back looked so lonely, and her beautiful eyes became dim. After a month of long journey, I finally found this chosen lord, my only hope. As a result, the other party's reply was that there was no way. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would not be able to bear this kind of blow and lose the motivation to continue living. But this woman didn't seem to give up. She seemed to be going somewhere else. Xiaoxing stared at her back, with a thoughtful look at his eyes. This woman not only has master-level singing skills, she also has master-level musical instrument skills, advanced performance skills, advanced poetry creation skills, and other skills. Even if she can't speak, she is still a rare talent. Moreover, she can find her own territory from a lion city alone. Which already shows the fate between her and Chao Xing. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing called her. Wait a minute. In front, Gwyneth, who had walked out more than 10 meters, stopped and turned her head slowly. She looked at Chao Xing with a puzzled look. Chao Xing asked directly, "What are your plans next?" The woman thought for a moment and gestured again. Victoria said, she said that next, she would go to other cities to see if she could find a way to restore her voice. Chao Xing stared at her and said seriously, "Gwyneth, are you willing to join my territory?" Chapter 458 Intelligence and Massive Resources of the Church of Light. Hearing Chao Xing's invitation, Gwyneth stood in the snow in a daze, holding the lute in her arms, and seemed to have no idea how to respond. Chao Xing continued, "Although I don't know if I can find a way to restore your voice, if there is a chance, I will help you find out. During this time, my territory can be your safe haven." Chao Xing did not make a 100% commitment to her, and Gwyneth seemed to be seriously considering his suggestion, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a while, she gestured a few more times. Victoria said, "She is asking what she needs to do to join the territory?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "Do what you are good at, and you can teach the children in the territory to use musical instruments. By the way, when you are free, you can also teach others to read, and you can be the teacher in the territory. Speaking of which, the literacy work in Chao Xing territory should also be launched. In the entire territory, most of the polar people and staff are illiterate, and there is Tong Chu Chu. The education task of this little girl should also be put on the agenda." Gwyneth thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. She said, "I am willing." Chao Xing looked at the queen next to him speechlessly. "I know this sentence." Chao Xing issued a recruitment invitation to Gwyneth, and the woman quickly clicked to agree. "Recruitment successful. Gwyneth has joined your territory. Territory population +1." Chao Xing smiled and walked in front of her. "Welcome to join, Gwyneth." He stretched out his right hand, and the woman seemed a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a while. After a while, she stretched out her right hand and took off the black gloves on it, revealing a handful of scars. There were frostbite and some other scars on it. It seemed that she felt that her hand was too ugly, and she shyly retracted her hand. But Chao Xing directly held her palm and said solemnly again, "Welcome, Gwyneth." Gwyneth only felt that her frozen right hand was suddenly wrapped by a pair of warm hands. The strong warmth stung the wound on the back of her hand. She felt embarrassed in her heart, and a look of emotion gradually appeared on her face. Then she nodded gently. Chao Xing quickly let go of her hand and looked at the queen next to him. "Victoria, take her to the territory now. By the way, let Dahua send her a few bottles of milk from Cloud Yaks to treat her frostbite." "Okay. Please follow me." After the words fell, the majestic queen turned around. Gwyneth followed behind her, watching the two women leave. Chao Xing clapped his hands. "Not bad. I picked up another master-level talent for free. Let's see if there is a chance to let her recover her voice and keep this woman completely." Thinking happily, then looked at the time. Before he knew it, it was already around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Chao Xing closed the city gate and walked towards the center of the territory. He had just walked a short distance when the communication device beside his ear began to make an electric sound again. "Zizi! Zizi! Master! Are you there?" Hearing this voice, Chao Xing already knew who the other party was. This was the puppet baron under his control, Fitzwalker. "I'm here," Chao Xing replied. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Fitzwalker hurriedly said, "Great. Master, I couldn't contact you some time ago, and I was so anxious. Then I sent the knights to visit your territory. I finally felt relieved when I learned that you had been away for a while, and would not be back for half a month. So I calculated this day and sent you a message." His tone was full of strong joy. Chao Xing smiled. "Go ahead. What's the matter?" "It's like this, Master. The names of the people you provided me last time were all correct. They were all black-robed priests of the Church of Light. Now these people have been successfully captured. The king is very happy. He really promoted me to Viscount. Now I have a larger territory and power." After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes also showed surprise. "I didn't expect that the chess piece that I arranged casually at that time really grew up. You did a good job, Fitzwalker. Should I call you Viscount now?" Hearing Chao Xing teasing words, Fitzwalker on the opposite side said with fear, "Master, You are joking. I can have everything today thanks to the Lord. Fitzwalker will do his best to serve you. His attitude seemed extremely respectful, with Chao Xing controlling his 100% favorability in life. Even if this guy becomes the king, he will have to obey his orders. Not to mention the Viscount. Chao Xing did not continue to tease him, but said seriously, Fitzwalker, speaking of which, I do need your help with something now. Master, please tell me. I will do my best to complete it. He responded quickly. Chao Xing got straight to the point. I need supplies now. Lots and lots of supplies. After all, he still has 1,000 Ascalon warriors under his command, who need to break through from level 3 to level 4, and then to level 5. The various resources needed here are massive. Master, please tell me. I will find a way to get as many resources as you need, Chao Xing said. First, I need a lot of Kronor. At least 300 million. Then, there is food. Please help me transport 1,000,000 kilograms first. In addition, there is mithril, which requires at least 600,000 pieces. At present, there are only 3 resources. Is there any problem? These resources are really a lot, and ordinary nobles cannot afford them. However, the Baron's mansion has been operating in this area for many years, and its foundation is also amazing. It should not be a problem for him. Hearing Chao Xing's request, Fitzwalker thought for a moment, and then replied, Dear Master, what you want is of course no problem. However, these resources are too many, and I need some time to collect them. Within a week, I will collect all these materials and send them to your territory. Do you think it's okay? Yes, Chao Xing replied. He can still wait for a week. Of course, it would be best if it could be delivered before the monsters attack the city. Fitzwalker immediately said respectfully, Okay, Master, I do it right away. After that, he was about to hang up the call, but Chao Xing called him. Wait a minute. Fitzwalker hurriedly said, Master, please go. Chao Xing asked, in addition to these resources, I want to know if the Blackrobe priests you captured last time revealed any key information during the interrogation? For example, the location of the headquarters of the Church of Light? Hearing this question, Fitzwalker seemed to realize something and replied immediately. Master, the kingdom also attaches great importance to finding the headquarters of the Church of Light. So they conducted various strict interrogations on this group of Blackrobe priests. Although these cultists have been brainwashed, they will not easily leak any information about the church. But the kingdom also obtained some important information through some special interrogation methods. Chao Xing said in surprise, Oh? Really? Yes. Master, one of the key pieces of information is related to the neighboring country of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Kingdom of Varan. Recently, the Kingdom of Varan has been harassing the border. We thought it was strange before. After all, the Ice Crystal Kingdom and the Kingdom of Varan are basically in a relationship of not interfering with each other. Now we know that there may be the shadow of the Church of Light behind this. And some people have indeed seen a large number of White Walkers at the border. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The Church of Light actually got the support of a kingdom, which was beyond his expectation. So it seems that the God of Light is behind it. Right? So it seems that the power of the God of Light is really great. Chao Xing asked, Are there any other news? Yes. Fitzwalker said respectfully. In addition to the shadow of the Church of Light behind the Kingdom of Elan, something strange happened not long ago. According to the report of the scouts on the border of the kingdom, about 20 days ago, a war broke out in a certain area of the border. The movement of that war was so strong that a mountain range collapsed. When the Ice Crystal Kingdom sent people to investigate, they only found a ruin below. However, there are still strong holy light and demonic energy left inside. According to the analysis of a light wizard in the kingdom, these two auras belong to the power of the Church of Light and the devil respectively. After hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly condensed. You mean? That place is most likely an important stronghold of the Church of Light. And then it was attacked? Yes, Master. Chao Xing's eyes showed solemnity. The holy light aura is the Church of Light. And on the other side is a large amount of demonic energy. That is to say, the Church of Light once fought a great war with the devil. And during the Oracle War, I did receive an unexpected message that the Church of Light suffered heavy losses for no apparent reason. It seems that it was most likely that battle. After analyzing this, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing in his heart. Well done to these demons. It's better to hit the Church of Light hard. And according to Fitzwalker, This battle was quite fierce, and both sides must have suffered losses. After all, Chaoxing mission progress has skyrocketed. In this way, even if the two sides had no hatred originally, they now have hatred. And there is another key information. The scope of Chaoxing's search has been narrowed down a lot. It is obvious that the headquarters of the Church of Light is either in the Kingdom of Varen or in the border area. After reaching this conclusion, Chaoxing smiled. At the same time, he appreciated Fitzwalker even more. This kid looks like a hopeless person, but he is quite useful. Fitzwalker asked cautiously, "Master, do you want to contact the Church of Light recently?" He is actually not stupid. After Chaoxing asked the above question, he knew that the Lord might be ready to attack the Church of Light. Hearing this question, Chaoxing smiled and said, "What's wrong, Fitz? You can't bear to leave your old boss?" The other side quickly replied, "How is it possible? My loyalty to the Master is witnessed by heaven and earth. But I want to remind the Master, the Church of Light is a force with many headquarters and branches, and their belief is the only God of Light. So if you want to completely destroy this force, you need to control all the branch bases. Otherwise, as long as there is a base, this force will revive in a short time." After listening to this guy's advice, Chaoxing's mouth twitched. "Fitz, you kid have been thinking about dealing with the Church of Light for a long time." The young Viscount on the opposite side suddenly froze in his tone, and hurriedly said, "The Master misunderstood? Everything I do is considered from the standpoint of the Master, and I have no second thoughts." Chaoxing didn't say much. In fact, he also knew that it would be very troublesome to completely destroy this force. However, he didn't need to completely eliminate this force at once. He just needed to find a way to make the lost progress of the Church of Light exceed 30%. In this way, the old man, the God of Light, can't come out. As long as he can't come out, the Church of Light is not a concern and can be gradually nibbled away. Chaoxing has been coveting the souls of the red-robed bishops and archbishops of the Church of Light for a long time. After all, these souls are the most scarce resources in his territory. However, because there are too few ways to obtain them, there are simply not so many commanders and dominant creatures for Chaoxing to kill. Coincidentally, the Church of Light has many strong people. Speaking of which, I haven't heard from Archbishop Sullivan recently. Otherwise, I can find a way to get another dominant soul in my backpack. In addition to dealing with these red-robed bishops, Chaoxing also wants to test the strength of the old man, the God of Light. What is the strength of a creature without a godhead? Can it take two of my ancient lizard king's wrath? Shaking his head, Chaoxing decided not to try. After all, it is a god. If it goes wrong, it may die. Chaoxing continued to talk to the communication device. "I understand, Fitz. Now go and prepare the resources to send them to me." "Understood, respected master. I will go right away." Having said that, Chaoxing hung up the communication. Very good. Now the coins and mithril needed by the warriors to break through to the 5th level are almost solved. And what I still need to deal with is a large number of high-level element crystals and expert-level element crystals. These are simple. As long as there are enough resources, they can be exchanged in the market. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the 4 major regions now. And Chaoxing will have to capture griffins next. If you want to catch them all in one pot, you need a lot of pet contracts. He has prepared 2 master pet contracts to capture the Griffin King. As for other griffins, there is a chance to capture them with high-level pet contracts. But to be on the safe side, it is better to trade more expert scrolls. In addition to a large number of pet contract scrolls, a large number of ice dragon marks are also needed to exchange for high-level power hearts. After all, there are still many 3rd-level beings in Chaoxing territory. In addition to 1,000 Ascalon warriors, there are also earth and wind mages, silver hand knights, tribal witch doctors, etc. According to the calculation that a high-level power heart requires 50,000 ice dragon marks. More than 1,000 people is a terrifying number. In order to exchange for so many resources, there must be a large number of precious items. However, Chaoxing really has it. In addition to the saber-toothed tiger meat that was not sold out last time, Chaoxing also has the more perverted lizard overlord meat, orange. Just putting it on the shelf can cause a sensation in the entire market. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing finally decided to put 20,000 pieces of lizard meat on the shelf first. He came to the side of the market and directly set up the transaction information. Consignment item, fresh lizard meat, orange. Stock reserve, 20,000 copies. Required items, Ice Dragon Mark, Expert Pet Contract, Advanced Element Crystal, Expert Element Crystal, etc. Consigner, Chao-Shing. Seller's note, lizard meat with powerful attributes. 1 portion equals 5,000 Ice Dragon Marks equals 1 Expert Pet Contract equals 100 Advanced Element Crystals equals 10 Expert Element Crystals this time. Chao-Shing set a very high price. 5,000 Ice Dragon Marks can be exchanged for 1 portion, which is 100 G. But the attributes of this beast meat are also very powerful. Not to mention the 300-point attribute bonus in the front. The 5% armor bonus in the back is enough to make everyone excited. After all, who doesn't want to have higher armor and increase more survivability? Once these beast meats are on the shelves, they will definitely cause a lot of scramble. Sure enough, not long after this epic beast meat was on the shelves, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire chat channel. Although the survivors were used to Chao-Shing putting some powerful beast meat on the shelves again and again. But this time, it was epic beast meat. You can imagine what this concept is. Everyone began to frantically collect various resources, and then rush to the market as soon as possible to trade with Chao-Shing, for fear of being a step behind, and then being snatched away. Including those Legion leaders, they also put down everything in their hands, and ran back to trade with Chao-Shing. Just less than a minute later, Chao-Shing received a large number of transaction information. Transaction successful. You got Ice Dragon Mark * 100, 000. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 2000 G. Transaction successful. You got Expert Pet Contract * 1. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 100 G. Transaction successful. When a large number of system prompts appeared, in less than 3 minutes, Chao-Shing 20,000 epic quality beast meats were sold out instantly. Not only that, because the market was too hot, Chao-Shing also put more than 7,000 lizard meats on the shelves. When the transaction ended, the whole chat was filled with sighs. The survivors who got the meat were so excited that they forgot everything. And those who didn't get the meat felt very regretful. And many people were chatting with Chao-Shing privately, wanting to buy some privately, and even willing to pay more. Chao was excitedly counting the gains from this transaction at this time, and had no intention of paying attention to these private chat messages. After calculating, the cumulative gains from this transaction were Ice Dragon Mark * 118 million Expert Pet Contract * 572 Advanced Element Crystal * 37624 Expert Element Crystal * 21963. More than 100 million Ice Dragon Marks. So cool. Add more than 20,000 Expert Element Crystals. Now the materials for the warriors to break through the 5th level are all settled. So comfortable. This time, 27,000 pieces of lizard meat were sold in exchange for a large amount of resources. And in Chao-Shing backpack, there are still 170,000 pieces of meat like this lizard master. From this, you can imagine what an amazing fortune this is. It can be said to be an instant wealth. Chapter 459, Overall Improvement. New members of the territory. Chao-Shing exclaimed, epic quality meat like this is hard currency even in the later stages. The remaining 170,000 pieces are enough for me to use for a long time. Wait for Fitzwalker to send the resources to me, so that all soldiers can break through to the 5th level, and then go to deal with the ancient battlefield. In this way, experience will not be wasted. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing became more satisfied. After carefully confirming that there was nothing to do, Chao-Shing prepared to go back to the Lord's castle to rest for a while. For the past month, in the Oracle War, Chao-Shing directly set up a tent and slept on the crystal land. Now, he can finally sleep comfortably in his own little nest. Pushing open the door of the Lord's castle, the environment inside is brand new again. The spacious hall on the first floor is luxurious. The huge crystal chandelier hangs overhead, emitting soft light to illuminate the entire hall. The marble floor is black and white, and there is a soft blanket on it. There are many sculptures and crafts in the corners, a blazing fireplace, and oil paintings on the corners. Chao-Shing exclaimed, "It's really magnificent. Now my lord's castle is more magnificent than Winston's Earl's mansion." Who would have thought that such a magnificent castle was upgraded step by step from a shabby stone house? His heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Looking around, there is a spiral staircase on the side of the hall, with an iron staircase handrail installed next to it. Going up the stairs, You will reach the rest area on the second floor, where there is a quiet and elegant atmosphere. The warm fire crackled in the fireplace, and the warm white curtains and wooden furniture added a few touches of warmth. The specially made windows are like picture frames, and you can clearly see the pale trees swaying in the wind outside the window. The rustling leaves form a wonderful harmony with the tranquility of the room. This design is good. You can also see beautiful scenery in the room. The quality of life now is even better than some nobles. This is the life that a lord should have, Chao Xing thought happily. At the same time, he noticed that Lu Muxue was still sleeping soundly on the warm big bed. The soft light fell on her side face, illuminating her sacred and peacefully, like a sleeping beauty. And Chao Xing took off his mage robe and got into the bed. He hugged the beauty and slept comfortably. This time, Chao Xing slept for more than 10 hours. He slept until the second day of the development period. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note, you have passed the first day of the development period, and the first activity, the enhanced ice nest, has been opened. A large number of ice nests have been randomly placed in various regions. A large number of powerful monsters will be hatched in the ice nests. Please deal with them with caution. Weather forecast, today's weather. Light snow. Temperature is minus 53 degrees Celsius to minus 62 degrees Celsius. Seeing the system prompt, all the survivors opened their eyes. Yesterday, no one encountered anything. The system is also very user-friendly, giving everyone a day of rest. So the enhanced version of the Ice Nest event was not launched until today. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue woke up together. The two looked at each other and smiled. Axing, let's keep working hard today. After a day of rest, Lu Muxue also knew that they had to continue to develop the territory today. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, let's work hard together. Strive to have stronger strength before the Blood Legion attacks. Yeah! The two got up quickly and came to the center of the territory. At this moment, more than 1,000 combatants were waiting for Chao Xing instructions on the spot. After seeing the figure of their lord, all thousands of eyes looked over at the same time. Chao Xing asked, "Have you all rested well?" "Well rested, Lord," the warriors replied in unison. The shouts of thousands of people were deafening, and the momentum was quite amazing. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. The Ascalon warriors on the side said, "Lord, please give us today's tasks." The centaurs were also excited, and us. The centaurs can't wait to go out and fight. The warriors responded one after another, full of enthusiasm. Chao Xing waved his hand and suppressed this group of warmongers. He did not issue today's tasks immediately, but he first distributed a lot of equipment from yesterday. Most of the equipment was for the Dragon Blood fighters, such as those Beast King leather armor, light armor, and some golden spears. Among them, Chao Xing gave the epic spear and another cursed spear to the two leaders, Rune and Gain, respectively. Since Erqiao already had golden weapons, there was no need to distribute them. Commander Boji used an axe, so he couldn't use it. No one said anything about the scene. After all, compared to them, there are so many types of soldiers on the field, and no one can compare to the Dragon Blood fighter. This is why the Dragon Blood fighter scroll is more difficult to get. Many lords train the Dragon Blood fighters in their territories as core combatants. It is difficult to even gather a 10-man Dragon Blood fighter corps. Not to mention Chao Xing, who has more than 50 people and is about to move towards a 100-man corps. At this moment, after these Dragon Blood fighters put on new equipment, their momentum also increased a lot, especially Commander Boji. Chao Xing gave him a set of golden quality Tiger King light armor. Although compared with his body size, this set of light armor is a bit out of place on his body. However, his thin body exudes a fierce aura. In the entire territory, no one dared to ignore the threat of Commander Boji. Then, Chao Xing took out 100 barbarian round shields from his backpack. He distributed them to all the Silver Hand Knights. All the knights took them with excitement. Now they held shields in their left hands and guns in their right hands. If they lacked a mount like the Frost Wolf under Assam, this knight group would be completely formed. "Thank you, Lord." The knights thanked him solemnly. Chao Xing waved his hand and gave an order. "All Dragon Blood fighters and Nightmare archers, step out." Hearing the order, a total of 86 people from the two professions stood up. They held their weapons and looked at their lord seriously. Chao Xing took out more than 100 expert-level power hearts from his backpack and said, "Come here to receive the Heart of Power, and then directly break through." These dragon blood fighters, looking at the pile of hearts of power emitting surging breath on the ground, suddenly showed excitement in their eyes, because they knew that they could soon transform to the 5th level expert level. Before this, there were only more than 100 wild boar warriors, and more than 100 Ascalon warriors in the 5th level troops in the territory, because dragon blood fighters and Star Country swordsmen, etc., are not warrior professions. They cannot use the altar to break through. After the Oracle War, Chao Xing finally gathered a large number of expert-level hearts of power. With excitement, all dragon blood fighters and nightmare archers came forward and received the crystals. Then, each used it to break through. Crack! Crack! As the sound of crystal shattering continued to sound. Then the power contained in it was fused and transformed. A breath of powerful lethality rose up. In less than 3 minutes, someone broke through successfully. Your territory member, Finus, has successfully broken through to the 5th level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Health plus 50%. Prosperity plus 15. A series of system prompts sounded. This also means that Chao Xing has more expert level strongmen. After consuming a total of 108 expert level power hearts, these 81 people, except Boji and the 4 leader dragon blood fighters, all successfully broke through to the 5th level experts. The other warriors on the field had envious looks on their faces. After all, many people here only have the 3rd and 4th level combat power, and they all want to break through to the 5th level like these dragon blood fighters. And Chao Xing didn't let them wait too long, and directly waved his hand. In the dragon store, 100 million ice dragon marks were spent, directly exchanged for 2,000 high-level power hearts. When so many crystals were piled up on the ground of the territory, the rich breath of power almost condensed into substance. Everyone in the entire territory could feel this vast power, especially the 3rd level warriors on the field. Staring at those power hearts, even their heartbeats accelerated a little. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, Chao Xing said directly, all mages, silver hand knights, tribal witch doctors, all stand out. After that, a total of 298 people on the field stood up. Come here, get the power heart from me, and let you all break through to the 4th level today. Yes. Thank you. Great Lord. Everyone came forward with excitement, and then used the power heart in an orderly manner according to the team to break through. Then, the same breath rose up, accompanied by continuous system prompts. It took almost 10 minutes. These 298 people consumed a total of 361 high-level power hearts before they broke through. As everyone broke through, the prosperity of Chao Xing territory also soared. In the current prosperity rankings, the gap between Chao Xing and others is getting farther and farther. Seeing the powerful figures with amazing aura after breaking through the 4th level, Chao Xing also showed admiration in his eyes. Very good. There are more than 200 5th level warriors, and more than 600 4th level warriors in my territory. There are only 1,000 Ascalon warriors left as 3rd level creatures, and I still have more than 1,600 high level power hearts in my backpack. Almost all Ascalon warriors can also break through the 4th level. Chao Xing hesitated at this moment, because he has a more affordable breakthrough plan to let these warriors break through. Not only does it consume less resources, but the success rate is still 100%. That is to use Balthazar's Altar of the Gods. However, Fitz Walker is still helping him to raise resources. It will probably take a few days for him to send the resources over. During this period, Chao Xing still needs them to go out and fight. If they fail to break through, a lot of experience points will be wasted. Moreover, he has a plan to deal with the ancient battlefield in the near future. Before that, he needs to improve the strength of all warriors as much as possible. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to use the Heart of Power to help them break through. It's okay to waste a little. In comparison, improving strength as soon as possible is the most important thing. So, Chao Xing waved his hand and took out all the remaining more than 1,000 high-level Heart of Power. Then, he said, now, all the Ascalon warriors, who are still level 3, come here and receive your Heart of Power. The eyes of the warriors also burst into a strong light. They walked forward with excitement, and then maintained order and received the Heart of Power one by one. Then use it. Similarly, another wave of breath rose up. The strength of the entire territory, including the prosperity, has increased again. A total of 1,378 high-level heart of power were used to allow all the 1,000 Ascalon warriors to break through. Now, there are no combatants below level 4 in Chaoxing territory in the true sense. Moreover, these people have various terrifying permanent states, which can jump 1 or even 2 levels to fight. In other words, the real combat power of these more than 1,000 combatants can actually be regarded as 6th level creatures. This is a force that is enough to make people feel terrified. And next, when the Goblin Lock produces a large number of robots, Chaoxing will have a larger number of more difficult soldiers. All the warriors have uncontrollable excitement on their faces. They can't wait to go out and fight and continue to improve themselves. But before that, Chaoxing still has something to do. That is to use the 2 scrolls exchanged yesterday. After all, this is a scroll for a leader and a commander, which is still very important. With anticipation, take the scroll out of the backpack. Do you want to use the Dragon Shaman recruitment scroll? Do you want to use the Jode Iron Frost recruitment scroll? Chaoxing directly clicked yes. In an instant, a burst of light rose. The scroll in his hand disappeared. 2 hexagram arrays of different sizes appeared in front. On one side, a strong thunder force flashed. Crackle, crackle. The strong electric light continued to explode, as if brewing some kind of destructive thunder. The hexagram array on the other side was obviously much larger, with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Strong snowflakes gushed out from it, as if from another world. Crackle, crackle. 2 figures can be seen in the thunder and snowflakes. One is about 1.5 meters tall. The other is more than 5 meters tall. Such a huge height difference immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Such a tall creature? This also made everyone more curious about what kind of creatures Chaoxing summoned this time. When the destructive thunder and snowflakes gradually stopped, everyone also saw the 2 figures with a huge height difference. One was a strange creature holding a staff and wearing a dark purple robe. He looked very old, with the skin on his face piled up like wrinkled bark, pointed ears, and the dark green pupils, all indicating that this person was not human. The other one was even more exaggerated. He was over 5 meters tall, and his muscles were like cold steel, giving people an indestructible feeling, especially his clenched hands, which were exaggeratedly bulging, like 2 huge stones weighing 10,000 pounds growing on his body, which looked very uncoordinated. If he was hit by a punch, he would definitely be covered in bruises. At the same time, the 2 figures slowly spoke. Giant Jode Iron Frost, Dragon Shaman Bimni, reporting to you. Hearing the 2 speak, everyone on the field was surprised, because they heard about a very famous, but very rare race. The Giants. This is one of the 3 major races in the southern continent. Once the dominant race on the continent, it has extremely powerful strength. However, among the 3 major races, only the dwarves are often active in the sight of major races, because the dwarves' forging technology is well known on the continent. The various weapons and equipment they have made are deeply loved by major races. With this forging skill, the dwarves have extensive trade with other races to obtain a large amount of resources. In addition, many dwarf blacksmiths will integrate into local cities to get better treatment. This is the way of development of the dwarves. The other 2 major races are different. The elves and giants are basically relatively closed and rarely communicate with other races. Even over the years, they have gradually faded out of everyone's sight. But it is undeniable that these 2 races still have extremely powerful power. Especially the giants. They are born with infinite strength and have a strong fighting talent. It can be said that everyone is a natural warrior. Each generation of giant kings has a very strong body, and even has the terrifying combat power to tear apart legendary strongmen with bare hands. These are what Harold told Chaoxing during their usual chats. So, this time Chaoxing suddenly summoned the creatures of this tribe, which still shocked everyone. Of course, the dragon shaman next to him is also very special. After all, those who can control the power of dragons are not ordinary people. Chaoxing said, "Welcome to join us. This territory has become stronger because of your arrival." At this moment, the 2 looked directly at Chaoxing. There was no contempt or arrogance in their eyes. The dragon shaman in dark purple robes saluted Chaoxing slightly. "It's an honor to join your territory. The dragon totem will protect you." The white-skinned giant on the other side, like a silent iron block, bowed to Chaoxing and said nothing. Chaoxing didn't care either. After all, these 2 newcomers just didn't like to talk. but their attitude was okay. So, Qiaoxing first took a look at their attributes. Dragon Shaman. Then Qiaoxing showed a look of surprise. This Dragon Shaman is a bit abnormal. Not only does it have a powerful single target control, but it also has a powerful single target status skill, especially the Thunder Dragon Possession, which can actually increase my spiritual attribute by 20%, not only improving the strength of various status skills, but also increasing a lot of magic attack power. Combined with my Nesha Blessing Aura plus Eternal Power, the strength is really explosive instantly. Chapter 460 Giant Warrior. Pure Violence. Qiaoxing even wanted to use the Blessing Aura immediately to let this Dragon Shaman apply the Blessing buff to everyone on the field. However, before that, he still took a look at the commander-level creature next to him. Jode Iron Frost. This is a pure violent person, with this domineering form plus Iron Frost Phantom form, combined with the Eternal Power. Doesn't it become a killing machine? And there are so many skills and talents that increase armor, plus Frost Magic Shield and Ice Armor. It really kills gods and Buddhas. Qiaoxing looked at this big man, who was almost 6 meters tall, and his eyes showed admiration. It really deserves to be a giant. At the same time, Jode Iron Frost seemed to notice Qiaoxing's sight. The giant suddenly said that, "Lord, Jode now has a small request." A deep voice sounded above his head. Qiaoxing raised his head, looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The giant said embarrassedly, "Xiao De is a little hungry. Can you please give me something to eat?" Qiaoxing was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." He just noticed that the satiety of this giant is a little low. Mr. Qiao is now a big family, so it is not a problem for his subordinates to have enough food. After saying that, he waved his hand and took out dozens of roasted horse meat from his backpack. The fragrant horse meat exudes the aroma of meat and honey, which makes people salivate. Xiao De Tai Shuang's saliva is almost flowing out. "Eat it, Xiao De." After hearing this, the giant quickly took it over, and then swallowed it like a snack, one piece at a time, without even chewing it. Your territory member, Xiao De Tai Shuang ate roasted horse meat. Satiety +1. As he ate, the system prompt for increased satiety kept ringing. When all the dozens of horse meats were eaten, what surprised Qiaoxing was that the other party only increased his satiety by 7 or 8 points. That, Lord, is there anything else? The giant sat on the cold floor, looking at Qiaoxing with an unsatisfied look. The corners of Qiaoxing's mouth twitched. Just now, he took out 30 or 40 kilograms of horse meat, but the giant only increased his satiety by a few points. Doesn't this mean that he has to eat at least several hundred kilograms of food every day? Braun next to him couldn't help asking, "Big guy, how can you eat more than me?" Zhou Tai Shuang was a little embarrassed, and then said naively, "I'm very sorry. I usually eat more, but I don't need meat. I'm not picky. As long as I can eat, it's fine. Of course, if the food in the territory is tight, forget it. I'm still very resistant to hunger." After hearing this, Qiao said immediately, Eat for me, Lu Zhuang. Go to the cafeteria and bring me several hundred kilograms of food." As a great lord, how could he let his subordinates not even have enough food? If it gets out, it will make people laugh. "Okay." The polar man next to him responded quickly, and then immediately entered the cafeteria. Soon, for polar men quickly carried a large amount of bread, milk, and some fish, rabbit meat, etc. Put it all in front of Qiaoxing. Xiao De Tai Shuang looked at the pile of food on the ground, and his eyes lit up immediately. However, he did not rush over immediately, but asked tentatively, "Are these all for me?" Qiaoxing nodded, "Of course." The giant's eyes showed a look of emotion. "Thank you so much. You are such a generous lord. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member Xiao De Tai Shuang has been increased. Current loyalty 72." Qiaoxing waved his hand and let him let go and eat. And Xiao De Tai Shuang was not polite, and rushed over and gobbled it up. Gurgle, gurgle. Pieces of beast meat were swallowed by him, and his satiety was constantly increasing. In the blink of an eye, at least more than 300 kilograms of food on the ground were eaten by him alone, and his satiety was directly increased to more than 90. When the big guy was full, he patted his stomach with satisfaction and sighed. "I haven't eaten so much in many years. Today must be Jode's lucky day." Qiaoxing smiled. He suddenly understood why the giant's recruitment scrolls were so rare. This creature was more edible than the beasts like the white ox and the frost moose. The ordinary survivor lord simply couldn't afford to feed it. It was also fortunate that Chao Xing family was big and powerful. Otherwise, he would have been eaten up by this giant. After settling the two newcomers, Chao Xing took out the blessing halo of the goddess Nesha. Let everyone stand together, including the newly joined dragon shaman and the big guy Jode. They also stood together honestly. Then, Chao Xing ordered, Vimni, try to use Thunder Dragon possession on me. As you wish, respected lord. The old dragon shaman nodded respectfully, and then raised the dragon head staff in his hand. Zizi, zizi. A strong electric current sounded. Chao Xing even saw that behind the dragon shaman, a shadow of a thunder dragon condensed. With a wave of his staff, the thunder dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! After a loud dragon roar, the dragon suddenly drilled into everyone's body. In an instant, the mental power of more than 2,000 people in the audience soared a lot. You have been blessed by Thunder Dragon possession, and under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. At this moment, everyone felt a powerful force remaining in their bodies. Even the dragon shaman was extremely surprised. Incredible. How can my Thunder Dragon possession affect everyone? Blot Sulfur Stone, who is also a shaman, said shaman. This is because of the ability of our lord. The dragon shaman's face showed shock. Chao Xing smiled, and everyone was used to it, no matter what kind of powerful existence. After joining this territory, they will sigh at the abnormality and power of Chao Xing Eternal Power. After receiving the bonus of Thunder Dragon possession, Chao Xing asked everyone to refresh their status again. For a while, everyone's recovery data and attack power were greatly improved. Of course, the biggest improvement was still the dragon shaman and the giant boxer. It's hard to describe it as doubling. The loyalty of the two also increased a lot, all reaching above 70. Jode Iron Frost's loyalty even went straight to 83. The dragon shaman exclaimed, This respected lord, your power is really unimaginable. Not only can you add my Thunder Dragon possession to everyone, you can even make it exist forever. It seems that the more powerful the blessing skills are, the stronger the effect will be under your magical power. One day in the future, if I can transform to the commander level, maybe I can awaken the extremely powerful blessing skill Thunder Dragon descends. Combined with your ability, I'm afraid you can create a terrifying dragon magic army. Hearing this, Chao Xing immediately became interested. Oh! What is the Thunder Dragon's coming? One explained. This is because our dragon shaman has a chance to have a powerful blessing skill. The Thunder Dragon's coming can greatly increase the combat power of all of us, especially for those of us who are magic professionals. Not only will it greatly reduce the interval between our spell releases, but there is also a chance to summon the power of the Thunder Dragon to assist us in attacking. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Is it actually a commander level status skill? And listening to the description of the dragon shaman, it seems to be really strong. If possible, Chao Xing really wants to upgrade him to commander immediately. After all, status skills like this improve the overall strength of the entire territory. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a soul. Commander level souls are too difficult to get. There are a lot of people in his territory waiting to transform into commanders. At this time, Chao Xing thought of the Church of Light again. Damn it. There are definitely many commanders in the Church of Light. When I find your lair, I wipe them all out. The giants next to him said naively, Lord, our giant priests have extremely powerful blessing abilities. If he knew that there was such a magical power in your territory, he would be happy to join. Chao Xing nodded. I see. I find a way to help you continue to improve your strength later. However, these things can only be discussed later. Now that everyone's strength has been improved, they will have to go out to fight and then upgrade their levels. So, he put the blessing halo into his backpack. Now let's start issuing today's tasks. Everyone straightened up immediately, and then their expressions became serious. Today, Commander Boji will lead all the Dragon Blood Warriors and the Ascalon Legion to find the enhanced ice nest outside and deal with the monsters inside. Dragon Shaman Vimni and Jode Iron Frost. You will also follow Commander Boji. These two newcomers have just been summoned, and their levels are still a bit low. Chao Xing happened to have a few expert level power hearts, and the last 3 master level power hearts. They should be able to break through to the master level directly. After hearing this, the two looked at the thin figure. There was no contempt in their eyes. because the aura emanating from Boji was like a flood and a beast to them. Chao Xing continued, all the Star Country swordsmen, Earth mages, Wind mages, and Tribal Witch Doctors are divided into the second wave of teams. All follow Xiao to deal with the ice nest outside. In addition, the Silver Hand Knights and the Centaur Legion, as well as other core combatants, follow me to the nearby mountains. Others continue to guard the territory. Soon, he completed today's combat mission. All the combatants on the field responded loudly after hearing this. Yes, great lord. Then, they dispersed according to Chao Xing instructions. Boji led more than 1,000 people and left the territory in a mighty manner. Swordsman Xiao also led more than 300 people and walked to the other side of the territory. Soon, the place became somewhat empty. Just as Chao Xing was about to lead people to catch the griffin, a cold figure came to his side. Her aura was like a sharp blade made of 1,000-year-old ice. And her cold face said no strangers allowed. It was the dragon speaker. She stood in front of Chao Xing. Her red lips slightly parted, and she seemed to be hesitant to speak. After a moment, the woman took a deep breath, as if she had made mental preparations. As agreed, I'm leaving. Chao Xing raised his head and looked at her deeply. Facing his gaze, the dragon speaker was a little afraid to look at him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. After a month of getting along, this woman no longer had the previous arrogance. Chao Xing also knew that there would be such a day, so he nodded and said, Go. Bing Lan took another deep breath, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and then bowed slightly and said, You are an amazing lord. One day in the future, even if I am not in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, I will surely hear your name. Thank you again for saving me and giving me such powerful power. The dragon speaker was interrupted by Chao Xing before he finished speaking. Why are you so sad? Aren't you just going to find your dragon? What's wrong? After finding Seraphis, you are not going to come back. And you don't recognize me as your lord? Hearing this, the dragon speaker was stunned. Then he asked with an uncertain look in his eyes, Are you really willing to accept me again? When Chao Xing heard this, his face did not change, but he laughed in his heart. What a joke. Who doesn't like buy one get one free? However, he still said calmly, Of course, as long as you want to come back. This will always be your home and your safe haven. Hearing this, the dragon speaker's cold heart seemed to be touched. There was a bit of struggle and reluctance in her eyes. After a moment, she made a decision. Seriously said, Okay. When I find Seraphis, I will take it back, home. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's mouth again. Then, he waved his hand casually. Cry. A griffin soared into the sky and quickly flew to the two of them. Chao Xing said, You don't have a dragon now, and you don't have a means of transportation. So I give you this griffin first. If you encounter danger, don't resist it. Remember to use your space movement to escape back. You should know that the power my territory now has can easily deal with 2 or 3 heroes like you. It's not shameful to come back to find your parents if you can't beat others outside. Do you understand? Hearing the last sentence, the dragon speaker also smiled. Okay. I remember. If I encounter an enemy, I will run towards the territory. After saying that, she jumped onto the back of the griffin and slowly flew into the sky. Whoosh whoosh. The griffin flapped its wings and took her higher and higher. Below, Tong Chu Chu and Elisa kept waving their little hands and shouted loudly. Goodbye. Sister Bing Lan. You must come back. Big sister riding a dragon, looking at the people saying goodbye below. The dragon speaker didn't look back, because she was afraid that if she waited a little longer, she would be reluctant to leave. Only when her figure completely disappeared into the horizon and Chao Xing territory could no longer be seen did she slowly turn her head and look behind her. At the same time, she tightly grasped the ice sword in her hand, and a firm look gradually appeared on her face. With the power you gave me and the strengthening of the dragon heart, this time, I will not lose again. Seraphis, wait for me. Everyone kept watching Bing Lan leave. After a while, Chao Xing patted Lu Muxua next to him, and then said, Let's go. Let's go directly to the griffin's nest now. Yes. The female knight next to him came back to her senses and nodded softly. However, before going to the griffin's nest, some preparations need to be made. Because according to Harati, the griffin's nest is on the edge of a cliff several thousand meters high. and there is a strange airflow above it that prevents them from getting close. So if you want to tame these griffins, the first problem you need to solve is to find a way to climb up that high cliff. Chao Xing himself has the skill of wind wing, so he can fly up very easily, but others can't do that. This time, he is going to wipe out the entire griffin nest with his own strength. Although he can kill all the griffins inside, it is unlikely to catch them all back. So, Chao Xing has to take enough people to fly up together. This problem is also easy to solve. That is to use the goblin airship. It just so happens that 8 airships have been produced in the territory during this period, according to the calculation that each airship can carry 200 people. This place can carry 1,600 people. Chapter 461 The Power of the Forbidden Spell. Chao Xing's Strength. Chao Xing called the goblin Locke over. This goblin changed into a clean work suit today, stepped on his short legs, and ran over quickly. Merciful and powerful Lord, Locke is here. A shrill voice came from afar. When he came to his side, Chao Xing asked, Locke, I need 2 goblin airships to go out for a mission. Is this thing difficult to operate? After hearing this, Locke smiled and said, It's not difficult. Respected Lord, with your intelligence, you can learn it in half an hour at most. The wrinkles on his face were almost piled up together. Chao Xing looked at him speechlessly. Let's be serious. I'm not the only one learning this time. There are others who have to learn to operate this thing. The goblin Locke felt Chao Xing's serious tone, and immediately straightened his face, and hurriedly said, If it's someone else, it will take about an hour or 2. The operation on the goblin airship has been simplified several times, and has become very simple. Even if you are a little stupid, you can learn it after teaching it a few more times. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Okay, now you take some time to teach us how to operate the airship. No problem. The goblin agreed readily, and then trotted towards the direction of the goblin airship. Chao Xing first called the Centaur and the Silver Hand Knight. There are also core combatants such as Braun, Xiao Chu, Assam, Andrew, etc. A total of more than 200 people came to the side of a goblin airship. At the same time, the goblin Locke had opened the hatch under the airship. He said with a polite face, Lord, please come in. Chao Xing looked at the people behind him. All of you come with me and learn how to operate this thing. Yes, Lord. Soon, they all entered the airship cabin. Although, a high-level goblin airship can only accommodate 208 people at most. But that is in flight. Now the airship has not started, so there is naturally no such restriction. At the same time, everyone entered the cabin, and the space inside was spacious. All kinds of strange mechanical parts were arranged in an orderly manner, and the air was filled with a faint smell of engine oil. Everyone looked around curiously. At this time, Locke had come to an operating table in front of the cabin, which had various complicated buttons on it. He stood aside and began to explain to everyone. Everyone, please look at the console. When the red button is pressed, the energy device of the entire airship will be activated. The direction will be adjusted according to the operating lever, and the airship will rise and fall. And look at the indicator lights next to it. These indicator lights represent the status of various parts of the airship. Green means everything is normal. If a yellow indicator light appears, it means that there is a fault in that part and needs to be checked. If it appears, in addition, there are some emergency buttons. As time passed, the goblin Locke introduced the specific functions of the buttons on the console in detail, and in case everyone could not remember, he explained it several more times. About half an hour later, seeing that the goblin Locke had explained almost everything, except for Brown, all the core members under Chao Xing remembered it quickly. There were also about 30 people in the group of Silver Hand Knights who remembered how to operate. However, the group of centaurs looked at each other in bewilderment. Chao Xing supported his forehead and then looked at Harati, the only one among the centaurs who looked smart. Harati, have you remembered this? The centaur saint nodded solemnly. I remember. Lord. Very good. Chao Xing's eyes showed appreciation. Now all the silver hands, and I will drive a goblin airship. The Centaur Legion will drive another goblin airship and follow us. Get ready to adapt to the operation. And then set off. After hearing the order, all the centaurs left the cabin and entered the interior of another goblin airship. At the same time, Tong Chu Chu volunteered and said, Big brother, let me control this airship. Chao Xing also remembered that this little girl has an intermediate mechanical affinity skill. and she can learn to control any machine very quickly. Okay. Go ahead. Thank you, big brother. Tong Choo-Choo thanked happily, and then trotted over to sit in the driving seat. Alyssa followed beside her, staring at her operation with wide eyes and a curious look on her face. Tong Choo-Choo turned her head and said, "Big brother, it's time to start." Okay. At the same time, Tong Choo-Choo pressed the red button next to her. Buzz! The whole airship began to vibrate, and the energy core started. The front and rear propellers also began to rotate at high speed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As the propellers turned faster and faster, the goblin airship began to take off. When the other airship saw that Chao-Shing had already started to move, it immediately started up and slowly took off. In the blink of an eye, the two goblin airships flew hundreds of meters in the air. The Silver Hand Knights stood in the cabin, looking at the scene outside the window with some excitement through the narrow glass window. On the other airship, the centaurs were shouting excitedly, "Ancestors! The centaurs are flying! Ha ha! Kandao, do you think we are the flying centaurs in the legend?" "Can't tell. You are right. But I remember that the ancestors once said that Pegasus can also fly, and we can be called Pegasus." "Pegasus. I like this name. Ha ha." Harati, who was busy at the operating table, couldn't help but hold his forehead amid their excited shouting. The goblin airship had reached an altitude of almost 1,000 meters. After about half an hour of adaptation, they were completely accustomed to the operation of the goblin airship. Then, Chao-Shing pressed the communication device on his ear. "Ready to go? Harati, you follow behind." "Understood, Lord." Soon, the two goblin airships flew towards a looming mountain at the end of the site. The surrounding scene was rapidly receding. This kind of airship moves very fast. The maximum speed can reach about 180 kilometers per hour. So it only took them about half an hour to reach the foot of a mountain. The voice of the centaur Saint Harati sounded in his ears. "Lord, we will soon reach the mountain range. Enter the mountain range and move forward another 20 kilometers. Then fly to the cliff of the third mountain on the left, which is where the griffin's nest is located." Hearing this, Chao-Shing said, "Xiao Choo-Choo, turn around." "Okay, big brother." The little girl immediately began to control the joystick in her hand. Whoosh whoosh. The propeller began to adjust its direction and then flew forward. Soon, they entered the depths of the mountain range. At their feet were mountains and forests. Looking down from the sky, the endless mountains were like a winding white dragon, lying quietly on the ground. The peaks and forests were covered with white snow. The clouds in front were floating between the peaks. It made this place look both majestic and beautiful with peace and tranquility. The various birds and beasts encountered along the way saw Chao-Shing goblin airship. They either roared in anger or flew away in fear. However, whenever some large birds wanted to approach and attack the airship, a shadow would suddenly appear, locking the creature that wanted to approach with murderous eyes. It was Sarah. The domineering aura emanating from her scared the birds so much that they turned around and fled. Since this was just a small mountain range, there were not many powerful creatures, according to the fighters under Chao-Shing. Some famous mountains in this world may even have legendary beasts or birds. They are often the overlords of that area, and no creature dares to approach them. However, there are no such powerful monsters in the snowy plains. So, they had a smooth journey and soon reached their destination. Ahead, there appeared a huge mountain with a height of more than 10,000 meters. It was like a towering tower that reached the sky. The mountain was covered with thick snow, pure white, majestic and spectacular. Harati's voice rang in my ears. "Lord, it is this high mountain. We can see a cliff when we go around the back. At an altitude of about 7,000 meters. It is the location of the griffin's nest." Chao-Shing replied, "Okay. I know." Then, he asked Tong Choo-Choo to go around the mountain. Soon, they came to the back and rose vertically all the way to a height of about 7,000 meters. There was indeed a cliff in front. The mountain stood tall and steep, and the cliffs were almost 90 degrees vertical. The cold cliffs seemed to be chopped out by giants, smooth and hard, adding to the air currents that came from time to time. No one could climb to such a high place and find the griffin's nest above. "It's really steep," Chao-Shing sighed. But fortunately, they were riding on the goblin airship. As the airship continued to move forward against the airflow, after a while, they heard a hissing sound from the front. Cry, cry. A huge figure was hanging on the cliff, their wings vibrating. stirring up a huge gust of wind. Chao Xing vaguely saw a huge nest appearing next to the rock wall. The light hole is nearly 20 meters wide, like the mouth of a dark giant beast. It can be imagined that the space inside must be even larger. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Good. 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 Finally found it. Choo-choo. Now directly control the goblin airship and enter the griffin's nest. With their current strength, they are enough to crush all the griffins inside. So there is no need to test them. Okay, big brother. Under Tong Choo-choo's operation, the goblin airship continued to rush forward. However, the closer it got to the griffin's nest, the stronger the strange airflow became. Like a violent beast, it blew the goblin airship to the left and right. The people in the cabin were like sitting on a rocking car, being thrown to the left and to the right. After a moment, Tong Choo-choo turned around and said with difficulty, Big brother, I can't get through. This airflow is too strong. The airship is not powerful enough, and there is no way to force it through. Chao Xing stabilized his body, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. This time, he can be said to have made sufficient preparations. Not only did he bring a large number of people, but he also equipped all the soldiers with a catapult net. However, in order to capture these griffins, you must first enter the nest to catch them all in one fell swoop. This airflow is a bit troublesome. With the power of the goblin airship, it is actually impossible to get close. Braun next to him said, Lord, this kind of airflow will appear from time to time in the Everfrost Sea, but it is much stronger than this. Even mammoths standing on it will be blown away directly. After hearing this, Chao Xing asked, Braun, do you know any way to stop this kind of airflow on the top of the mountain? Of course I know, Braun replied without thinking. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Oh, tell me about it. The big man blew his beard proudly, and then said, there are two ways. Lord, the first way is to bypass here. Go to the front, and find the key node of this airflow, such as destroying the mountain and changing the direction of the airflow. The second way is much simpler. Just find a powerful wind mage, and let him use his superb magic attainments to control the airflow here, and guide it to other places. Hearing the second method, Chao Xing asked again, can a 6th level wind mage do it? The big man looked at the strength of the airflow in front of him, and then said, it should be no problem. A smile appeared at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. After the previous few months of farming and development, there are many talents in his territory. Basically, there are talented people in all aspects. A powerful wind mage is naturally not lacking. So, he pressed the communication device on his ear. Alan, come to the mountains near the territory. I need your strength. By the way, Mr. Tyran, you guys come here too. After hearing the voice, the two 6th level mages who were following the swordsman shout to find the enhanced ice nest outside immediately replied, I understand. Lord, we will set off now. After the words fell, the two great mages left the team at the fastest speed and rushed to Chao Xing's location. And Chao Xing also controlled the goblin airship to the foot of the mountain to wait. Soon, Alan, wearing a green mage robe, came all the way on the snow. There was also the old mage Tyran, wearing a khaki robe and with a calm temperament. After coming to the side, the two mages bowed and saluted. Dear Lord, the wind/earth will follow your instructions. Chao Xing glanced at Alan. Compared to the cramped look when he was just summoned to the territory by Chao Xing more than a month ago, the young mage has become more calm and confident. After all, no matter what, Alan is now a 6th level leader-level mage. Although he was promoted directly by Chao Xing in a short period of time. But the continuous battles in the Oracle battlefield for a month also gave him a bit of the temperament of a strong man. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Come in. I need your strength in a while. I'm happy to serve you. After that, the two mages stepped into the goblin airship, and Chao Xing continued to let Tong Choo-choo control the airship and quickly took off. In a blink of an eye, they came to the position next to the cliff again. The strong airflow blocked everyone again. Chao Xing turned his head and asked, Alan, is there a problem? The young mage saw this scene and understood something. He nodded solemnly. No problem. Lord, I can drive the airflow here and lead it to a higher place. Very good. Then you go. As you wish. After the words fell, the wind mage came to the entrance of the cabin. When the hatch was opened, a strong hurricane hit. There was a whistling wind in my ears, and a cliff 10,000 meters high under my feet. If I fell down, I might be smashed to pieces. However, Alan jumped without hesitation. Just when he was about to fall, Alan raised his staff, and a hurricane appeared under his feet, carrying him to fly in the air for a short time. This is a small trick that all wind mages can control after breaking through to the 6th level. Control the power of the wind element to make yourself fly in the air for a short time. However, it is different from the wind wing. The wind wing not only moves fast, but also is very flexible and lasts longer. Speaking of which, the master manual that Chao Xing gave Alan last time. In addition to the skill of wind wing, there is also an important skill of wind god shield. But Alan has not learned it yet. This is not to say that his talent is not enough. It is because he has been fighting frequently recently, and there is really not much time for him to calm down and practice magic. But now, he has passed the adaptation period, and there should be a period of development time next. It will not take long for him to learn these two skills. At this moment, Alan was suspended in the air, waving his staff constantly. Every movement seemed to be communicating with the wind element, gathering more wind element power. When he raised the staff again, the strong airflow was instantly led into the air. Like a rushing river finding a new outlet, it completely disappeared. The goblin airship, which was constantly shaking due to the wind, quickly stabilized its body, including those griffins hovering in the sky. They also felt the disappearance of the airflow, and doubts appeared in the pupils of the birds. A smile appeared at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Then he ordered, "Choo-choo, move forward." As soon as the words fell, the goblin airship directly entered the maximum power state and rushed forward quickly. Chao Xing held the staff and prepared for battle. Soon, they were less than 3 kilometers away from the huge griffin nest, and those griffins also noticed the goblin airship approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a shrill warning sounded. Cry! Cry! The sound was like a sharp arrow piercing the sky. If it were a normal situation, these hot-tempered griffins would have rushed over and torn the airship to pieces. However, the airship exuded a strong aura, which made them feel terrified. At this moment, Chao Xing also ignored these warnings and continued to move forward. The Gale Griffins were creatures with a very bad temper. At this time, they were stimulated and did not care. At least 7 or 8 Gale Griffins rushed towards Chao Xing goblin airship. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, they burst out at full speed, like an arrow from a bow, approaching at a speed as fast as thunder. The wingspan of each of these adult griffins exceeded 10 meters. Their huge bodies were like dark clouds pressing down on the land. Give people a strong sense of oppression. Everyone in the airship held their weapons. The goblin airship is actually still very fragile. With the power of these griffins, the airbags outside can be easily torn apart. They are still several thousand meters in the air. If the airship is destroyed, they will probably be skinned alive if they fall down. Sarah next to them volunteered and said, "Lord, let me deal with these griffins." Her moon dance form has 5 opportunities for air dance, and she can jump in the air. With Sarah's powerful fighting power, it is enough to easily knock down these 7 or 8 griffins within these 5 times. But Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "No, let me do it." After he finished speaking, he came directly to the hatch, and the wind wings behind him spread out, and he floated directly in the air with Chao Xing. The group of griffins that rushed over locked onto Chao Xing at a glance, and their eyes suddenly turned red. Cry! With a few screams, these griffins all rushed towards him at the fastest speed. At this moment, Chao Xing slightly raised the 1,000-eye staff in his hand, and a strong chill suddenly emanated from his equipment. In an instant, it seemed as if the temperature of the entire valley suddenly dropped by 20 to 30 degrees. A bone-chilling cold spread, like a surging tide. The boulders and some plants on the surrounding mountains were all frozen and crackling. You know, the temperature in this kind of high mountain is usually below -60 degrees all year round. As a result, it suddenly dropped. The entire valley seemed to have turned into a huge ice cellar, and the cold breath made people shudder. The mountain next to the cliff was quickly covered with a layer of white frost, and the branches and leaves of the plants were also frozen stiff, and would break with a slight touch. Even these Gale Griffins felt their blood frozen instantly under this terrifying cold. The speed of the wings flapping became stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. This effect is the special effect of the ancient winter suit. The cold winter is coming. However, the sudden drop in temperature is just the beginning. As the cold winter comes, the temperature drops sharply. Chao Xing gradually raised his staff. A destructive magical aura gathered on his body, like a giant dragon opening its eyes. A death-like threat instantly filled his heart. These griffins looked at the man flying in the air, and there was even a look of fear in the eyes of the birds. And on the tops of these griffins, huge ice crystals instantly condensed. These crystals have dense ice spikes on their surfaces, with a diameter of more than 1 meter, carrying a destructive aura. The coverage area even reached 3 or 4 kilometers directly. It was Chao Xing's new skill, Doomsday Ice Star, a forbidden spell level skill. Chao Xing's current spirit is more than 4,800, and after the 20% bonus of Thunder Dragon possession, it has reached 5,800, multiplied by 10. It is a full 58,000 ice crystals. The extremely cold temperature in this valley dropped a few degrees again, as he pressed his staff. Hua la la. A huge amount of Doomsday Ice Stars came with the power to destroy everything. The griffins widened their eyes, and were almost dumbfounded, because they had already felt the death-like threat from the huge amount of Doomsday Ice Stars above their heads. Fuck. Are you sure? According to the script, shouldn't they fight each other first, and then release their ultimate moves? Who would come up and cast forbidden spells? At this moment, even if these griffins were stubborn, they would not dare to take such an attack head-on. They flapped their wings, trying to escape the attack range of this huge forbidden spell. However, because the temperature suddenly dropped to below -80 degrees, their movement speed also dropped sharply. In addition, the coverage of the Doomsday Ice Stars was extremely large, and they had no chance of escaping at all. At this moment, the first Doomsday Ice Star had already fallen. The moment the Ice Star came into contact with the mountain, it caused a violent explosion. Boom! The strong cold air erupted in an instant, and the surface of the mountain was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals, and a huge ice pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters was smashed out. Then, more Doomsday Ice Stars came like a meteor rainstorm. Boom! Boom! With loud noises coming one after another. The nearby 3 or 4 kilometers area was completely covered. The huge shockwaves spread wildly in all directions, and the snow and debris raised even blocked everyone's sight. In this destructive scene, several huge damage numbers also appeared. -105,262, -110,245, -110,725, -186,235, -172,465. Chao Xing's current magic attack has reached an astonishing 18,000, plus the 334% damage coefficient of the Doomsday Ice Star, plus the bonus of other skills. Let his damage soar to a nearly terrifying level. The griffins were blasted down the cliff. The mountain trembled violently under the violent impact, as if the entire mountain was shaking. It even triggered a powerful avalanche. The snow rushed down like a tide, with the power to destroy everything. The countless birds and beasts in the mountains were frightened and flew away. This was a scene comparable to a natural disaster. Even the battle-hardened fighters behind Chao Xing swallowed their saliva when they saw the terrifying scene in front of them. They looked at the figure suspended in the air in shock, their eyes full of emotion. Lord has become stronger. So scary. They all died early, so they didn't know that Chao Xing had inherited the power of the dragon. In fact, with another skill, Ice Crystal Fury, the power and range of Chao Xing's forbidden spell can be doubled, but it needs to release magic 10 times in a row as a prerequisite. There is no need to be so troublesome to deal with these griffins. With his current strength, he is already enough to crush this griffin nest. Chapter 462, Catch them all in one net. Contracted Griffin King. Chao Xing is now alone, enough to destroy this griffin nest in a short time. Alan, who was next to him, was completely shocked after watching him cast this forbidden spell. Only a fellow mage knows how terrifying the magic that Chao Xing just released is. Even if he bursts out with all his strength now, it is not even 1% of this magic. He held the staff in his hand tightly again. The young mage did not feel discouraged, but swore in his heart, I must work harder to practice magic and try to catch up with the Lord. At the same time, when the forbidden spell skill ended, there was no more obstacle ahead. Even the entrance to the griffin nest in front was completely covered because the mountain was destroyed, and a large number of griffins were trapped inside before they could escape. This is exactly what Chao Xing wanted to achieve. After releasing this terrifying forbidden spell, he also felt that his mental power was drained. Chao Xing quickly took out a drop of top sap, gold, from his backpack. After regaining his spirit, he quickly said, "All centaurs, control the goblin airship to wait for us here. Choo-choo. Continue to lead us forward and go directly to the griffin's nest." After that, the goblin airship rushed towards the entrance of the griffin's nest at the fastest speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The propeller turned rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, they flew to the entrance of the griffin's nest buried by various boulders and soil. You can hear dull banging sounds from time to time. It seems that there are many powerful creatures inside, trying to rush out of the cave. Chao Xing opened the hatch directly and said, "Victoria, use the mind wave to open the cave." Understood. The moment she heard the order, the Queen of Mind stood at the entrance of the cabin, and then condensed a strong mind in her hands. As she continued to condense, the mind in her hands gradually took on a destructive aura. Then, she pushed her hands forward. A huge mind wave blasted towards the mountain below like a cannonball. Boom! The mountain shook violently again. A huge gap was blasted out in the ruins at the entrance of the cave. A faint light could be seen inside. "Braun, go guard the entrance of the nest. Don't let any griffin out. Others, follow Braum and go down together." After hearing the order, more than 100 people jumped down. Braun also instantly turned into an ice giant. Then he jumped forward. Like a destructive meteor, he fell rapidly downward. The huge shield carried a huge force and drilled directly into the cave, including other people. They followed Braum through the gap blasted out by Victoria and swarmed in. Instantly, there was a chaos inside. Braun held up the shield and activated the group taunt skill Giant Roar to delay a large number of griffins. These griffins continued to launch various crazy attacks on him. The sharp claws grabbed his shield like lightning, making a sharp impact sound. The sharp beak was like a sharp sword, stabbing at Braum again and again. However, this big guy stood there firmly, facing the violent attacks of the griffins, without taking a step back. At this moment, Chao Xing had also rushed in, and he observed the situation inside the griffin nest as soon as possible. The space inside was indeed very large, like a huge cave, with rocks and hay interweaving to form a rough nest structure. In the corner, there were some unhatched eggs. These were a large number of griffin eggs. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. "Great! There are so many griffins here. There are so many griffin eggs. This time I'm rich." However, the number of griffins inside did not seem to be all of this nest. There were only 60 or 70 adult griffins, and the rest were some young griffins. And there was no overly strong aura sensed in it. This meant that the Griffin King inside was not at home. At this moment, with Sarah, Victoria, Hilda, and others entering, the griffins inside immediately stood ready, because they could also sense the horror of this group of people, let alone the extremely dangerous auras of those people. They felt that they could not defeat any of the more than 100 Silver Hand Knights in front of them. Chao Xing said, "Go ahead and subdue these griffins. After these griffins are severely injured, use large nets to trap them directly. But be careful when fighting. Don't destroy the griffin eggs inside." Everyone started to move. At the same time, Braum's giant roar the duration ended. The dozens of griffins also passed him and rushed towards the people behind him. However, the Silver Hand Knights had already rushed forward. One of the elite captains, who was temporarily promoted by Chao Xing, gave the order, "All knights, line up. Stop the griffins here." Instantly, all the Silver Hand Knights raised their round shields, raised their spears in their right hands, and took a defensive posture. Bang! Bang bang! The fierce attacks of the griffins fell on their shields, pushing the Silver Hands back several steps, and the holy shields on their bodies were broken. However, they quickly stabilized their bodies. The knight captain shouted, "Stab!" The next moment, all the knights stabbed their spears with force. Puff! Puff puff puff! The flesh of a large number of griffins was pierced by the spears, and they screamed miserably. "Pick them up!" All the knights exerted force instantly. These dozens of griffins suddenly felt a huge force coming, and then they were picked up at the same time. While their center of gravity was unstable, the captain continued to give orders. "Charge forward. Drive all the griffins together. Form a circle, and don't let them escape." After the words fell, the 100 knights advanced again in an orderly manner, pressing step by step, compressing the activity space of these griffins. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes showed admiration. These Silver Hand Knights have quite rich combat experience. At this moment, the cooperation is also quite perfect. Chao Xing continued. Braun, Assam, Andrew, the three of you block the entrance area. Don't let the griffins inside run away. Others, go ahead. Beat these griffins to a low health. Be careful not to kill them. Hearing the order, the core combatants behind Chao Xing rushed forward immediately. All of them have a combat power of at least the 6th level leader. Dealing with the enemy in front of them is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Sarah and Helly don't need to hide their bodies. They fight directly head-on, rush into the griffin group, and chop down the adult griffins on the spot. Archers such as Rennie's and Elisa also kept pulling their bowstrings in the back, causing huge damage of 20,000 to 30,000, while quickly reducing the health of these griffins. They hit their vital points when they were about to release skills, preventing these griffins from using various group attack skills. Swish, swish. The health of the griffin group dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The battle can be said to be overwhelming, and these griffins have no resistance at all. Only 6 minutes have passed. Most of the adult griffins in it have been beaten to a serious state, and their attack speed and movement speed have been greatly reduced. There are even many griffins who have fallen in a pool of blood and are in a dying state. But it doesn't matter. As long as they join Chao Xing camp, they can be restored to their prime in a short time. And the little griffins in the back still want to rush over to join the battle. Chao Xing directly released more than a dozen ice walls to isolate them. Children should not interfere in the fight between adults. Seeing that the battle on the field is almost over, Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Start throwing the nets." The warriors quickly took out strange devices from their waists. Bang! 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 Large animal catching nets were ejected, covering the griffins on the ground. They were trapped in the nets and struggled madly, making angry hisses. However, these large nets were specially customized by Harold. Not only were they extremely strong, but they also had nightmare poison on them. The more they struggled, the faster the poison would penetrate the whole body. Soon, these griffins lost the strength to struggle. It seemed that the griffins in the entire griffin nest were about to be caught in one net. And at this moment, Chao Xing heard a high-pitched cry. Kai! This sound was extremely penetrating, and even made people feel pain in their eardrums. Chao Xing turned around suddenly, and looked closely. At a glance, he saw a large number of figures appearing on the cliff outside the cave. It was the griffins who went out to forage. There were also several griffins that had just been smashed to the bottom of the mountain by Chao Xing's forbidden spell and escaped the fate of being killed instantly. They sensed that the nest was in danger, and they all rushed back with a ferocious aura. The leader was a huge figure covered with dark blue feathers. The wingspan alone was more than 20 meters. Before getting close, it could be felt that it was much more terrifying than the other griffins in the nest. In Chao Xing's perception, this griffin had at least the strength of a 6th level commander. Is this the leader of the griffin tribe? His eyes became slightly serious. At the same time, Braun had raised his shield, including Assam next to him. He also raised his long sword and was ready for battle. A 6th level commander creature was still very powerful for them. Moreover, there were at least more than 30 adult griffins following behind. This was a very powerful force. Several big guys wanted to stop the griffins outside from entering the nest. But Chao Xing said, "Let them in." Upon hearing the order, Braun, Assam and others stationed in the nest stepped aside without hesitation. And the huge griffin was approaching quickly with a destructive momentum. It crossed a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers in a few seconds. It arrived at the entrance of the cave in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a dull bang, the ruins at the entrance of the cave were directly knocked open by its powerful body. A breath of extremely powerful wildness and brutality broke in. Chao Xing first saw a pair of red eyes. Those eyes were burning with rage, sweeping across the entire nest. This is the Griffin King of the tribe. When the Griffin King noticed the griffins in the nest that were tied up in a net, a terrifying anger erupted from its body. Cry! The powerful sound waves swept like a wave, shaking the dozen ice walls released by Chao Xing into cracks. At the same time, the Griffin troops, following the Griffin King, had also rushed in. The battle was about to start. Chao Xing knew that it was difficult to communicate with this kind of monster. So he said directly, "Sarah, go deal with this Griffin King. Others, the old method, beat the other griffins into a state of serious injury, and then throw the net." Hearing Chao Xing order, Sarah, Helly and other strong men surrounded it. The Griffin King waved its thick and huge claws and attacked them fiercely. However, except that Sarah's level was slightly lower than that of the Griffin King, She was completely crushed in all other aspects. Swish. The claws made a loud sound of tearing the air. But they were easily avoided. And the backhand was a series of attacks on the Griffin King. Shadow attack. Night Claw. Night Phantom Slash. Minus 13,642. Minus 15,245. Minus 14,256. Minus 17,442. Minus 16342 as a 6th level leader creature. The attack power of the Beaster Girl Heli has reached about 17,000 after the blessing bonus. After the armor reduction of the Griffin King, it also caused terrible damage. And Sarah on the other side is even more terrifying. She didn't dodge at all. Opening the Moon Dance form, she confronted the Griffin King head-on. Arc Flash. Death Dance. Shadow Bloom. Minus 33,751. Minus 38,621. Minus 41,633. Minus 58,231. Minus 86,227. Blessing of Liberation. One more terrible damage appeared. Sarah's basic attack power has already exceeded 20,000. And with Blessing of Courage and Blessing of Strength, it has directly reached an astonishing 27,000. In addition, the terrifying critical hit rate and Gift of Liberation. This directly piled up the output of this assassin to an almost abnormal level. In addition, because of Sarah's terrifying attack speed, often when the Griffin King gave her a claw, Sarah had already used up one skill. As the terrifying attacks fell one after another, the Griffin King's nearly 3 million health points were dropping at a terrifying speed. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, its health points were cut by Sarah and Heli together by 1 million. The Griffin King was beaten very aggrieved, although it also has many powerful big moves. However, this is the Griffin's nest, and it cannot be released. Otherwise it will destroy the Griffin eggs inside. So it was a little timid. And Sarah had no scruples. She was originally invincible in single combat, and all her skills were single. At this moment, she was suppressing the Griffin King. Puff! Puff! The dagger cut huge holes on the body of the Griffin King. About 6 minutes later, all the other adult Griffins on the field had been taken down. Only the last Griffin King was still resisting. In addition, it was facing more than a dozen opponents who could crush it in a one-on-one duel. The next battle was naturally no suspense. 2 minutes later, the Griffin King's nearly 3 million HP was directly beaten down to only the last 100,000. There were all kinds of scars all over his body, and the dark blue feathers were also stained with blood. The Griffin King looked at the woman standing in front of him in despair. So far, his HP has reached the bottom. The HP of the woman in front of him has not even dropped to 300,000, and is still recovering at a terrifying speed. It is about to be full. This scene is really despairing. Finally, the Griffin King's huge body seemed to be unable to support it anymore, and fell down dying. Boom! When Chao Xing saw this situation, he knew that it was time. So he said, "Launch the net and trap the Griffin King." Bang! Bang bang! With a series of catapulting sounds, more than a dozen large nets were cast on it. This Griffin King was also tied up like a dough stick. So far, the battle has been completely over. The noise in the entire Griffin nest stopped, including those young Griffins. They have also been tied up like a dough stick and huddled together. Although Chao Xing did not let anyone do anything to these young Griffins, he also used a net to trap them all. He counted carefully. In the entire Griffin nest, including the Griffin King, there are a total of 106 adult Griffins and 32 young Griffins. There are also about 27 Griffin eggs. After getting this number, Chao Xing felt so relieved. What an amazing fortune this is. It goes without saying. This time, it's really all caught in one net. With a happy mood, Chao Xing walked towards the Griffin King. However, its bird-like eyes still carried a look of arrogance and hatred. That look seemed to want to swallow Chao Xing in one gulp. Chao Xing knew that this kind of creature could not be made to surrender by ordinary means. So he didn't waste any words and directly used his trump card, Soul-Sinking Incense. But before that, Chao Xing had another problem. That is, he didn't bring any fire and couldn't light the soul-sinking incense. Speaking of which, there are really few sources of fire in this world. Even those villages and towns, large cities. If you want to get fire, you need to go to a fixed fire point in the city. Otherwise, You could only find a way to keep the stove at home burning at all times. Because once it is extinguished, it is difficult to light it again. Ignited for the first time. So the survivors' bonfires are so magical in the eyes of these natives. At the same time, this is why there are no fire mage scrolls in the store. Because any mage needs to control the power of elements. In this world, the fire element is extremely inactive and cannot be controlled at all, let alone become a fire mage. Of course, if there is such a magic genius who can become a fire mage in this world with poor fire elements, then he must be extremely powerful, because almost most creatures in this world will be targeted by him. However, everything is interdependent. Who says that fire can definitely defeat ice? Xiaoxing shook his head. Andrew, help me light a fire. The druid was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood something. He switched directly to the form of an owl beast, and in order to prevent the entire griffin nest from burning, he also cast a moonfire directly on a piece of wood next to him. Sizzle. Sizzle. A little flame appeared. Xiaoxing walked over and lit the soul-sinking incense in his hand. Because the air flow is faster on the cliff, Xiaoxing asked the earth mage Tyron next to him to control the mountain and temporarily bury the cave entrance. Boom boom. As the soil at the entrance of the cave moved, the interior space of the entire nest became dim. Everyone also took out magic torches. The faint blue light illuminated the entire nest. As the soul-sinking incense continued to take effect, a strange fragrance filled everyone's nose. The beast-eared assassin next to him appeared from the darkness, raised her little head, and smelled the smell in the air. Sniff. Sniff. What is this? It smells so good. Bin Feiying almost fell asleep. Elissa beside him also stood there drowsily. It smells really good. I'm so sleepy. Elissa is going to fall asleep. All the fighters under Xiaoxing were like this. Not to mention the griffins. After all, the soul-sinking incense was developed for griffins. Under the smell, they also became drowsy. It was less than 2 or 3 minutes later. All the little griffins fell asleep. Then came the elite, leader-level adult griffins. They tried to open their eyelids and tried their best to resist the sleepiness. However, they also fell asleep before the 5th minute. Only the commander-level Griffin King was still struggling to hold on. It let out a low roar, as if it would rather die than surrender. Goo goo. However, after 10 minutes, the Griffin King finally couldn't stand it anymore and closed his eyelids. A smile appeared on the corner of Xiaoxing's mouth. That master-level animal trainer was right indeed. Soul-sinking incense can be effective on the Griffin King. Now, we have to hurry up and make a contract with these griffins. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing also walked over quickly and prepared to make a contract with him. However, in order to contract this kind of Griffin King, you need to use the Master Pet Contract Scroll, which can increase the success rate. Fortunately, Xiaoxing bought 2 from the Master Trainer before. Do you want to use the Master Pet Contract Scroll on the Griffin King LV61? The 7th level commander level creature, with a success rate of 55% to 65% yes. Contract failed. Xiaoxing was stunned. Huh? Has more than half of the success rate failed? There was only 1 Master Pet Contract Scroll left in his backpack. If it fails again, he can only use Expert Scrolls to fight the probability. It's not bad. But fortunately, I made sufficient preparations before going out this time. And I brought hundreds of Expert Scrolls. Although the success rate of taming this master creature with Expert Scrolls is very low, but the number of scrolls in my backpack is large. Even if it's a pile, I will pile you into my pet. So, Xiaoxing continued to use the 2nd Master Pet Scroll. But this time the contract seemed to go smoothly. As the scroll in his hand disappeared, a strange spiritual connection connected him and the Griffin King in front of him. Xiaoxing once again felt the anger, sadness and despair in the heart of the Griffin King. The system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations on the successful contract. Griffin King LV61. 7th level commander level creature has joined your territory. Territory population +5. Prosperity +150 haha. It worked. Xiaoxing was pleasantly surprised. The most important thing in a Griffin tribe is the Griffin King. As long as the Griffin King is successfully contracted, the next thing will be easy. Chapter 463 Treasure Chest in a Nest. After successfully contracting the Griffin King, Xiaoxing struck while the iron was hot and contracted other griffins, using 1 expert pet contract scroll after another. Contract failed. Contract failed. Ding! Contract successful. Gale Griffin LV56. 6th order leader creature has joined your territory. Population +4. Prosperity +50. As the system prompts continue to sound, one by one, the leaders and elite griffins were taken under Chao Xing command. The prosperity and population of the territory are also increasing. Even if there are 1 or 2 stubborn donkeys among them, they surrender directly under the attack of Chao Xing dozen scrolls. It took about 5 minutes to subdue all the adult griffins. Chao Xing went to attack the little griffins again. Moreover, because the level of these little griffins is not high, the success rate of expert scrolls for them is significantly increased. It took about 2 minutes to collect all the young griffins into the territory. At this point, the entire griffin nest became Chao Xing possession. Chao Xing clapped his hands, feeling extremely happy. At this stage, whoever has a griffin as a mount can already brag about it. And what about Chao Xing? He directly took down a griffin nest. Even with the foundation of those kingdoms, it is difficult to do such a thing. Although they can capture so many griffins. But to tame so many griffins, it will take a lot of time. Unlike Chao Xing, who caught and tamed them on the spot. This is simply beyond imagination. At the same time, he quickly glanced at the small piece of Shenhun incense left in his hand. Only 5 minutes of burning time were left. He quickly blew it out. This thing is a real treasure. Maybe there will be a chance to use it later. After carefully putting it into the backpack, Chao Xing said, "Let's go to this griffin nest and look for any good stuff." He didn't forget that in addition to capturing these griffins, he also had a mission to complete. The crowd scattered and began to search in this huge griffin nest. And Chao Xing himself went straight to the front of the Griffin King. At this moment, it lay on the ground weakly. Seeing Chao Xing coming, a tangled look appeared in his eyes. After all, the human in front of him was the enemy of the entire tribe. He even enslaved all the griffins. However, it seemed that it couldn't hate this human. This was naturally because of the contract scroll. However, despite this, the Griffin King didn't want to surrender to him. From its loyalty of only 50 years old, it can be seen that if this Griffin King has the opportunity, he will definitely rebel at the first time and then run away. Chao Xing didn't waste time talking to it. He just opened its big mouth and stuffed a special pet ration, purple, into it. Just like all other pets. The expression on the face of the Griffin King changed from indifference and rejection to wide eyes in an instant. Feeling the delicious taste in his mouth, he swallowed it directly. Good. Your pet, Griffin King LV61 successfully used pet rations. Loyalty +10. Current loyalty, 61. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing smiled. And the Griffin King at this moment was also looking at him eagerly. It seemed that he wanted to continue to taste this delicacy. Chao Xing didn't say anything more. He just smashed a dozen pet rations into it, forcing its loyalty to the maximum value. After reaching the maximum value, there was no more hatred in the eyes of the Griffin King looking at Chao Xing. It has become extremely respectful. Good. The Griffin King lay on the ground and made a cheerful low sound towards Chao Xing. It was a sharp contrast to the unruly appearance before. Chao Xing said happily, "Since you are the Griffin King, you will be called Lao Wang from now on." Pet, the Griffin King was named successfully and has been changed to Lao Wang Wu. The Griffin King responded in a low voice while lying on the ground, and seemed to be quite satisfied with the name he chose. Chao Xing glanced at its attributes. Chao Xing pet, Lao Wang. Race, Griffin. Level 61, 7th level commander level creature. HP, 175251/5958321, Pale Tree bonus. Attack power, 18,977 to 19,591. Armor, 2678 to 2864. Skills, Sharp Beak Pecking. Wing Sweep. Wind Assault. Wind Roaring. Sky Flying Feathers. Commander level skills, Guardian Wings. Griffin King spreads its huge wings to protect up to 5 friendly. Legion skill, Whirlwind. Lead all griffins to surround the enemy. Then spin at high speed. Set off a terrifying whirlwind, so that all enemies along the way are swept into the storm and receive damage from the griffin's claws. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Talent, Wind Affinity. Bond, Wind Griffin, 100 activated. Status, severely injured. Bleeding. Oh! This Guardian Wing can also protect friendly units and bear damage. This effect is really good. With the huge blood volume of the Griffin King, it can indeed be used as a meat shield. And in this way, as long as it is under the protection of the Guardian Wing, there is no need to worry about being suddenly killed by the enemy's concentrated fire. With a look of joy, Chao Xing cast an ice healing spell on it, and then let it recover slowly, and let Andrew next to it cast a life blossom. The recovery numbers of over 10,000 gradually appeared on the head of the Griffin King. Lao Wang lay on the ground, feeling the magical power that kept appearing in his body, and the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. As its vitality gradually recovered, Lao Wang also recovered some strength, and then stood up. The huge wings spread out. Hu-hu-hu-hu-hu. When it flapped gently, it raised a gust of wind. After shaking off the dust and blood on its body, the Griffin King stood proudly in place. However, it no longer had the unruly look it had before, and its eyes looking at Chao Xing were full of awe and obedience. Chao Xing said happily, "Old King, tell all the injured griffins to gather together. I will treat them together." The Griffin King nodded slightly, and then issued an order to the tribesmen behind him. Kuh! All the griffins quickly gathered together. Chao Xing glanced at his God-given halo legend. After this period of recovery, the divine power value on it was originally at a full value, but it was used once before it came out. So now there are only 10 points of divine power left. But it would be a waste of time to add status to more than 100 griffins one by one. Chao Xing should not have a big improvement in the near future, so he decided to use it directly. Buzz! When the light turned into a halo and fell down. Everyone also cast various status skills on the group of griffins. All the griffins felt that their injuries were recovering at a very fast speed. Chirp! Chirp! A series of cheerful low sounds came, and the group of griffins seemed very happy at the moment. However, there is still a problem in front of Chao Xing. That is, although the griffins have been caught, they still have to find a way to settle them in the territory. After all, so many griffins require a considerable living space. This nest is good, but there is no way to take it away. Otherwise, you can put it directly in my territory. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing shook his head. Forget it. If it doesn't work, just build a few more cow sheds. The temperature in the territory is very comfortable anyway. It's the same to let them live in the cow shed. At the same time, He Li's voice came. Lord, come quickly. I found a lot of weapons and armor fragments in this corner. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Then he quickly came to the place where He Li said. In the corner of the griffin's nest, there was indeed a pile of messy items. There were some damaged standard armors, broken arrows, and longbows. There were also various badges, spearheads, etc. Obviously, these things were brought back by the Griffin King after defeating the enemy. They have been piled here for a long time and are covered with thick dust. Chao Xing, with an attitude of accepting all comers, put all the miscellaneous items on the ground into his backpack. Obtained, damaged standard armor. Obtained, broken brooch. Obtained, broken kingdom bow. Obtained, family heirloom sword, gold, *1. Obtained. Among the pile of junk, there is a special thing. A sword. Family heirloom sword. Should be the one that Earl Winston needs? Looked at the attributes. Family heirloom sword, gold. Quality, treasure. Attack power, 578 to 684. Attribute, mission item, introduction. The sword passed down from the ancestors of the Zachary family. A symbol of family honor. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Sure enough, it is this mission item. I finally got it. Next, we have to complete the second round of the task. Go to the top of Scott Mountain and bring back the body of the trainer's brother. However, to climb such a high mountain, not only does one need the flying ability of the Griffin King, but one must also have extremely strong cold resistance. Even the master level cannot withstand it. At least a hero level unit is needed. Thinking of this, Chao Xing seemed to realize something. Damn! I should have let the dragon speaker wait for a day before leaving. Except for her, there are no heroes in my territory. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing shook his head. But it doesn't matter. I remember there is a kind of cold resistance potion on the market, which can increase a certain amount of cold resistance in a short period of time. Although it is rare, it should be received. Thinking of this, he was no longer worried. Just when he thought that there was nothing to be gained in this griffin nest, Sarah also came over and reported, Lord, there are 2 treasure chests in the corner over there. Hearing this, Chao Xing became excited again. Treasure chest? Take me there. After saying this, Chao Xing followed Sarah to the depths of the nest. Soon, they came to a darker corner. When Chao Xing saw the appearance of the two treasure chests, he was immediately refreshed. A gold treasure chest and a Haoyue treasure chest. Turtle, this wave is comfortable. With an excited look, Chao Xing walked forward. Found an unlocked gold/moon treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, large griffin nest construction blueprint, orange. Obtained, expert elemental arrow tower blueprint, gold. Obtained, griffin knight long sword, purple. Obtained, master elemental crystal *32. Obtained, griffin feather *523. Obtained, resource pack *3. Obtained, dry grass seed *62. Huh? There's actually an orange construction blueprint. And it's for a griffin nest. Chao Xing was happy. He just said he would find a way to place these griffins. In a blink of an eye, a blueprint was opened. However, the things opened in the other gold treasure chests were a bit disappointing. After all, he already had the expert elemental arrow tower blueprint. This blueprint can only be thrown to the market to see if anyone else needs it. But in general, the harvest from these two treasure chests is still quite good. Looked at the attributes. Large griffin nest construction drawing orange. Quality, epic. Area, 3,742 square meters. Armor, 550. Durability, 120,000. Effect, after providing enough food, the reproduction rate of griffins and the growth rate of young griffins can be increased. Materials required for construction, wood *50,000. Fine iron *10,000. Mithril *500. Hay. Construction time required, 156 hours. Maximum number of workers, 0/8. Note, griffin nests can be built on the ground, but the temperature in the nest must be guaranteed. Otherwise it will seriously affect the reproduction rate of griffins. I didn't expect that this griffin nest can actually increase the reproduction rate and growth rate of griffins. This is a good thing. In addition, the materials needed to build a griffin nest are also very simple. You only need a large amount of wood and fine iron. After returning, let the polar people go all out and build it in one day. Great. This way, my territory can produce more griffins. Chao Xing's mood became better. So far, he had searched all the things in the griffin nest. After carefully confirming that there was nothing missing, Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "Let's go and prepare to return." This trip to the griffin nest can be said to be quite smooth. Of course, it couldn't be unsuccessful. After all, Chao Xing and others were too powerful. Simply overwhelming. As long as they found a way to get in, it would be no problem to deal with the griffins inside. Soon, all the more than 100 figures jumped into the goblin airship. This also included the griffin eggs, which were also carefully carried in by them. Then, Chao Xing gave instructions to the Griffin King. "Old King, lead all the griffins and follow our airship forward." "Coo." The Griffin King responded in a low voice. Then, the goblin airship quickly flew towards the territory. More than 100 griffins followed the two goblin airships. Like a sky guard, they marched into the territory in a mighty manner. All the birds and beasts along the way saw their mighty momentum and dared not approach them at all. Half an hour later, everyone arrived above the territory. At this moment, all the staff members couldn't help but look up. Looking at the large shadows above their heads, they raised their vigilance at the same time. More than 100 griffins acted at the same time, giving them a strong sense of oppression. If they didn't know, they would have thought these monsters were going to attack the territory. They were just about to run back and sound the alarm. But they saw two goblin airships in a large shadow. That seems to be the Lord's airship? Could it be that these big birds were brought back by the Lord? Oh my God! The Lord went out for a trip and brought back so many powerful creatures. It's incredible. In their shocked eyes, the shadows above their heads kept falling. Soon, two goblin airships landed in the territory's buffer zone, including the more than 100 griffins. They also stood quietly in the open space next to them. All the staff looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. At the same time, the newly joined griffins saw the other 3 griffins that had been tamed by Chao Xing. Goo. Following the call, the 3 griffins ran over quickly and joined their own tribe. This scene felt like a long-lost reunion. Chao Xing smiled, then called Duan and ordered, "Duan, Take 7 polar men together. Find an open space in the buffer zone. And build a griffin nest. By the way, don't build it close to the city wall. The polar man hurriedly replied respectfully, Yes, Lord. I go right away. He turned around quickly and started to lead people to build. Chao Xing looked at the people on the field and ordered. Other Silver Hand Knights. Start practicing running in with these griffins now. Including nightmare archers. You too. As an air unit, the griffin can cooperate with many types of troops to fight. Especially for ranged troops like archers. Riding on griffins can increase their lethality by several levels. However, the most suitable flying mount for archers and other ranged units is the Chimera, which is good at launching ranged magic. It is said that this legendary creature can launch 2 forms of attack at the same time. They are fire and poison. Chao Xing had heard the Blood Spider Queen mention it once before. But this legendary creature has not appeared on the continent for many years. At this moment, the Silver Hand and Nightmare Archers all had excitement in their eyes. They stepped forward carefully one by one and stroked the feathers of these griffins. The griffins were very resistant at first, and seemed not to like contact with them. However, under Chao Xing's will, they were still reluctant to let these archers and Silver Hand Knights climb on their backs. Cry. With a loud cry, these griffins took them to the air quickly. The Silver Hand Knights were very excited when they saw the territory getting smaller and smaller, and the scene of rapid retreat. Holy light! I actually became a Griffin Knight. This is incredible. Haha. Being able to ride a griffin is what I have always dreamed of. I didn't expect it to be realized in this territory. The excitement of the knights was almost indescribable, including those nightmare archers. They were also extremely excited at this moment. They rode on the back of the griffin, constantly pulling the bowstring, shooting at the air in the distance, practicing their accuracy. Seeing that the 2 arms have already begun the process of running in, Chao Xing was also deeply relieved. This is a strange army. As long as it is used well, it will be able to play a powerful role in any battlefield in the future. In addition, after the griffin group behind breeds for a while, the griffins in his territory will increase in a stable number every year. By then, maybe I can form a griffin group of 1,000 people. Thinking of this, my mood became better. Chapter 464, S-Level Talents Request for Help. After arranging the group of griffins, Chao Xing thought, Next, I have to let the Griffin King fly to the top of Scott Mountain to complete the task of taming the beast. But before that, I have to find a bottle of potion that can increase cold resistance. Chao Xing went straight to the market channel and typed in the keyword cold resistance potion. Thousands of messages suddenly appeared in front of him. The cold is the main theme of this world. As long as you leave the town or shelter, the low temperature outside is unbearable. But humans can't stay in the same place all the time. Over the years, those alchemists, pharmacists, and alchemists have been looking for various materials to make potions, props, etc. that can resist the severe cold. So there are still a lot of such potions, including the survivors who got a lot. In the market, all kinds of cold resistance potions are available from green quality to gold quality. However, the effect of green quality potions is not significant. After taking it, it can only resist the general low temperature environment within 10 minutes and adapt to -30 degrees Celsius to -40 degrees Celsius. Blue and purple quality potions have not improved much either. Only gold quality potions and above have obvious cold resistance effects. Currently, there are only 3 people who sell gold quality cold resistance potions in the trading market. And they are all names that Chao Xing has never heard of. Chao Xing did not hesitate to exchange a whole piece of lizard lord meat for 10 bottles of cold resistance potions, gold. Both parties are quite satisfied with the transaction. He looked at the attributes. Cold resistance potions, gold. Quality, rare. Potion effect, after taking it, the cold resistance will be greatly increased in the next 30 minutes. And it can survive in an environment of -75 degrees Celsius to -85 degrees Celsius. Yes, with this bottle of potion, it should be enough to resist the cold at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Chao Xing called Assam over again. Knight Assam, I'm going to give you a task now. The knight immediately straightened his body and said solemnly, Please give the order. Respected lord. Chao Xing handed him a bottle of potion first. Then he said, Take the Griffin King to the Scabi Mountains now, and then fly towards the top of the mountain. It may be a bit high, about 20,000 meters. Remember to take anti-cold potion first. On the top of the mountain, see if you can find a body. If you find it, bring it down directly. If you can't find it, contact me directly through the communication device on your ear. There are many capable people in Chaoxing territory now. Many things don't need Chaoxing to do it himself. Just let his men do it directly. Assam nodded solemnly. I understand. Lord, do you have any other instructions? Chaoxing thought about it. Decided to let Assam do the subsequent tasks together. So, he took out a long sword from his backpack and handed it to him. You should also take this heirloom sword with you. After you find the body, go directly to Malign City. First, find Earl Winston. Give him the sword. And take back a deed to the central city of Malign City as a reward. Then find a trainer named Miles Gray. Give him the body. And take back the dragon-taming reins. Assam took Chaoxing's instructions to heart. Then he said respectfully, Don't worry, Lord. I have remembered it. After that, he took a bottle of anti-cold potion, gold. After hearing the prompt that eternal power was effective, Assam immediately jumped onto the back of the Griffin King. Then he directly controlled the old king to take off. Whoosh! The Griffin King flapped his wings and rushed directly to a height of 100 meters. Then, at a terrifying speed, he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, news came from Burji Sun Chaser. Lord, we have successfully found an enhanced ice nest. Just as you said, the ice nest monsters born here are much stronger. Even comparable to the ice nest monsters during the Dragon War. The Dragon War period that Burji mentioned was naturally when the Norn tribe fought against the ice dragon Zhuoma. The ice nest monsters there have not been weakened by any Lord system. Chaoxing asked, Do you need manpower? Not at the moment. We are enough to deal with it with our strength. Chaoxing nodded and said, Very good. The number of monsters hatched in an ice nest is limited. After you kill the monsters inside, just destroy the ice nest directly and continue to look for the next one. Yes, Lord. I am ready to lead the soldiers to attack now. Okay. Both parties hung up the communication. Soon, Chaoxing saw the battle information from Burji. Your territory member, Burji Sun Chaser, killed the ice nest monster LV-65 and gained experience points, 5,005, Pale Tree bonus. Combatants gained experience points, 2502. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing sighed. Sure enough, the level of the ice nest monster has been raised to above level 60. This increase is really a bit abnormal. The other survivors must at least unite and form a legion of several thousand people to be sure to deal with it. Maybe there will be life-threatening dangers. Chaoxing felt very comfortable. He could gain experience while lying at home. And the efficiency is much higher than theirs. Very good. I have completed another task at hand. Now, it's time to send other people to prepare for the next action. So, Chaoxing called Li and Elisa together. Lord, you called me. Lord, I'm here. Although both women are adults, they are not very tall. And they have one thing in common. That is, they are thunder-free. Chaoxing nodded. Heli, Elisa, I have a very important task for you next. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the two women suddenly became serious. Because Chaoxing would not say this under normal circumstances. Even he said it was very important. It must be a very serious task. For watery eyes stared at him, as if waiting for Chaoxing's specific instructions. Next, I will give you a general direction, and you will move forward according to this direction. After moving forward for about 3,000 kilometers, stop and search for the traces of the humpback giant eagle nearby. After hearing this, the two women had a puzzled look in their eyes. Elisa tilted her head and asked, Lord, are you going to catch those giant eagles? Chaoxing shook his head. No, but the place where the humpback giant eagles are located may be the base of the Church of Light. The light in the pupils of the two women flashed. They all knew that the Church of Light was the enemy of their Lord. Now that they have been given this task, it seems that they are ready to take action against this force. Chaoxing continued. You two will follow this clue and look for the location of the base of the Church of Light along the way. Whether it is a branch or a transit station, it will be fine. Of course, it would be best if you can find their headquarters. Now, Healy has become a 6th level leader assassin, and her stealth ability is beyond doubt. As for Elisa, this little girl is a bit weird. She is really weird. She seems to be able to find everything. Taking her with her may increase the probability of finding the headquarters of the Church of Light. The two women also knew the importance of this task and immediately said respectfully, "We understand, Lord." Xiaoxing nodded slightly, then raised his hand and waved. One of the adult griffins that were training with the silver hand flew over alone. "I give this griffin to you as a means of transportation." Li and Elisa's eyes lit up immediately. "Wow, we can ride griffins too." Xiaoxing smiled, and then took out a few more things. "By the way, take these things with you. When you encounter danger, use them immediately, and then run away." Xiaoxing handed the ancient god weapon seal, luminous meteorite, and more than 100 bottles of advanced life secret medicine in his backpack to the two girls. Elisa and Li each took them. Xiaoxing continued to instruct. "Remember, you only need to confirm the location of these strongholds of the Church of Light, and you must not explore them in depth. Understand?" "Yeah." The two little girls nodded like chickens pecking at rice, remembering Xiaoxing's words one by one. After everything was ready, they jumped lightly and jumped onto the back of the griffin. Then they waved to Xiaoxing and said, "Lord, we are leaving. Let's wait for Elisa's good news." "Goodbye, Lord." Xiaoxing also waved his hand to bid farewell to the two girls. The griffin took them to the sky at a high speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, Xiaoxing called Rennies again. "Rennies, I also have a task to tell you. Please give the order." The female archer held the longbow tightly in her hand, like a soldier waiting for the commander to give orders. Xiaoxing said, "Next, I need you to go to a place where there seems to be an ancient tribe. I just need you to explore whether there are still people living there. Don't alarm the creatures inside." The tribe that Xiaoxing asked her to go to was the place where Sarah said last time, where ancient elves might live. In order to prevent empty trips, Rennies was asked to explore first. In fact, this task is most suitable for Sarah. She is not only a dark elf, but also an assassin with strong concealment ability. However, Sarah is the strongest combat force in the territory, and also Xiaoxing's personal bodyguard, so she cannot leave easily. In comparison, Xiaoxing cares more about his life. Rennies nodded respectfully. "I understand." After she finished speaking, she also rode a griffin and left the territory. It must be said that it is really convenient to tame a large number of griffins. Members of the territory can let this creature lead wherever they want to go, which not only saves a lot of time, but also increases safety. When the figure of this woman also turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the sky, Xiaoxing said with emotion, "Now, someone has already explored the way for the next few things I am going to do. Wait for them to bring back information, and then we can act directly." This is also Xiaoxing's code of conduct all the time. No matter where you go, first explore the situation clearly, confirm the danger inside and the strength of the enemy, then adjust the corresponding tactics and take action. In this way, you can get the most benefit while ensuring your own safety. After doing all this, Xiaoxing thought in his heart, "Next, is there anything else to do? Oh, right. There is also the recruitment function of the tavern, and the Shining Star function of the Shining Throne once a week. Both functions can be used every once in a while, especially the latter. This Shining Star is very powerful. Last time, it was with it that I found a priceless frost white crystal mine, and I also got a powerful thing like the Lizardman ancestor statue in it. Now the cooling time has long passed, and it can be used again." So, Xiaoxing quickly went to the high-end tavern and clicked on the recruitment function once. Then he went to the interior of the Lord's castle and came to the throne inlaid with many gems. A ray of light that shot up into the sky lit up, turned into a star, and fell towards an unknown corner in the distance. On the small map, a dark area was suddenly lit up. Xiaoxing took a look. "This time it's quite far from me. More than 130 kilometers. The marked place seems to be in a plain area. Is there anything there? It seems that we still have to ask someone to go out and explore." So, Xiaoxing called the centaur Harati and gave her the task of exploring that place. After receiving the task, the centaur saint rushed out quickly. "Very good. Now the things to do are basically done. In the next few days, I can be a hands-off boss. Then wait for Francesca to make enough holy water, and then we can attack the ancient battlefield." Xiaoxing had already made a plan in his mind. Then, he strolled around the territory. While strolling, a melodious piano sound suddenly came to his ears. Zhongyang. The sound is crisp and full. This is the sound of the lute. The melodious notes echoed in the territory, and each note seemed to have magical power. which could touch people's deepest emotions, including the polar people who were working, and the knights who were training with the griffins. They couldn't help but stop their actions. Everyone stood in place, quietly appreciating the wonderful piano sound. As the performance gradually got better, many people's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. And Qiaoxing also recalled the beautiful singing he heard in that tavern. However, although the performance this time was equally wonderful, but without that kind of singing, I always felt that something was missing. There was an inexplicable regret in my heart. Qiaoxing thought, if there is a chance, I'd better think of a way to restore this woman's voice. After the first monster siege is over, I will go to the main city of Yongshuang. Then ask by the way, is there anyone who can treat this woman's vocal cords? Thinking of this, Qiaoxing continued to stroll while listening to the little song played by Gwyneth, living a leisurely life as a lord. At the same time, in a certain city, in a dark basement, a man with pale skin and terrible scars on his body was still sending private messages. Qiaoxing, you must see my message. Only you can save me. You must reply to my message. Just as he was waiting anxiously, the door of the basement was pushed open, creaky, with the harsh sound of hinges turning. A moment later, a tall and thin man with various tools in his hands walked in from the door. His eye sockets were sunken, and there was a creepy weirdness in his pupils, especially his 10 fingers, like the claws of a beast, slender and sharp. Seeing this man come in, lying on the small wooden bed, the man who kept sending messages to Qiaoxing suddenly closed his eyes. There was no breath coming out of him, as if he was dead, lying quietly on the workbench. Next to him, the tall and thin man had an exaggerated smile on his face. I know you are not asleep. Hee hee. Little guy. Now we are going to start the 73rd experiment. Today, I am going to cut open your skull to see if the structure inside is different from ours. Then try to take out your brain. During this period, I hope you can hold back and not die. Hearing the latter words, the man on the small wooden bed trembled subconsciously. A sense of fear permeated his bones. He wanted to escape, but because his body was firmly trapped, he had no chance at all. In his desperate eyes, he saw the tall and thin man approaching gradually, holding a bright big knife in his hand, started directly from his forehead and slowly cut across. A moment later, the whole basement was filled with the man's shrill screams again. A few hours later, bored Qiaoxing was cleaning up the information on the private chat interface. It still has 99999 plus. As soon as I clicked it, a flood of private messages came. Qiaoxing was originally going to clear it with one click. At this time, he noticed that a survivor had sent him more than a dozen messages. Tianjing, brother Qiaoxing. Save me. Tianjing, brother Qiaoxing. I was caught by a damn native. They are using me for an inhumane study. Tianjing, I have an S-level talent. I have watched the live broadcast. Your combat power is so terrifying. You must be a gifted person. Please save me. These dozen messages, especially the last one, immediately attracted Qiaoxing's attention. It turned out to be an S-level talent? This is quite interesting. He sent a message back. What's wrong with you? I don't know what the other party was doing. It took more than 10 minutes before he replied. Tianjing, great. Master Qiaoxing. You finally replied to me. Thank God. You didn't block me. Qiaoxing replied, let's talk business. What is your S-level talent, and how did you get caught? He knew how powerful S-level talents were. After all, the Goblin King's talent was only A level, but he was able to control all the Frost Goblins. And S-level talents must be even more abnormal. Tianjing hurriedly said, Master Qiaoxing. My S-level talent is called Undead. Chapter 465. The fusion of the talent of the undead and magic. Boss Qiaoxing. My talent is called the Undead. Tianjing replied. The Undead? Qiaoxing asked in confusion. What is the specific function? Tianjing immediately replied, yes. No matter how much I am injured, even if I die, I will be resurrected the next day. Hearing this, Qiaoxing was shocked. Good guy. Is this talent so perverted? Even if I die, I will be resurrected the next day. This is simply invincible. Right? Qiaoxing asked in confusion. How could you be caught with such an awesome talent? Tianjing said helplessly, because when I entered this world, I didn't have my own territory like you, but landed in a small village. And as the price of becoming an undead, I can't choose any profession. And my race automatically turned into a corpse. Chao Xing immediately laughed. Corpse? This race was the first time he heard of. And there is no way to choose a profession. Which means that he has no fighting power, and can only rely on his subordinates to fight. More importantly, this guy doesn't even have a territory. It's equivalent to becoming an ordinary person who is powerless. No. Worse than ordinary people. Ordinary people in this world are still quite strong in physical fitness. If they fight head-on, they can probably knock down an adult with one punch. Not to mention that Tianjing is still a corpse. Tianjing said helplessly, not only has the race become a corpse, but my body has also begun to become like a dead person. The skin has become pale, lost all kinds of perception, and corpse spots have begun to grow on my body. The villagers saw me as a monster. On the third night after I came to this world, I was so hungry in the middle of the night that I was going to go out to find some food. As a result, the militia in the village saw me and thought it was a monster entering the village. So they stabbed me to death with a sword. In this way, I ushered in the first blood in this world. The tone of Tianjing on the opposite side was full of sadness. Then, they lifted my body and prepared to bury it somewhere. But what they didn't expect was that my body moved again the next day. This scared the whole village, and a group of militia rushed over to hold my body and tied me up like a dough stick. Later, they invited priests, exorcists, and hunters, and each of them killed me once. But the next day, I was resurrected again. Even those priests couldn't do anything to me. Just when those villagers were about to burn my body on the spot, a nobleman whose name was unknown suddenly came to the village and spent a lot of money to buy me over. Then I was taken away by this person without knowing what was going on, and then locked up in a basement. It was this person who was doing all kinds of cruel experiments on me every day. There was a fear from the bottom of his heart in his voice. He was studying my body every day and taking away all kinds of organs. Just now, he cut open my skull and stuffed something in it. My head is about to explode now. If this goes on, I feel like I'm going crazy. After listening to this guy's story, Chao Xing's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. This guy is really miserable. Although he got an S-level talent, this talent didn't seem to help him at all, and it also brought endless troubles. He was killed so many times by the villagers. And then, he was taken away by a so-called noble, doing cruel experiments every day, and he had to die once. It has been almost 3 months now. That is to say, this person has been locked up in that basement for nearly 3 months. It is equivalent to having died dozens of times. If it were a normal person, he would have had a mental breakdown. No. Maybe his mind has already collapsed. But he just didn't realize it. Chao Xing asked, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Hearing this, Tianjing on the opposite side hurriedly said, "Boss Chao Xing, I want you to save me. As long as you can save me, I can do anything." Chao Xing seemed to know that he would say this. So he asked, "How can I save you? Do you know where you are?" "I know." Tianjing replied without thinking. "I heard from that perverted man that he seems to be a noble who settled in Yongshuang main city. Which means that the secret room I am in now is near Yongshuang main city." Hearing this, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes immediately. Yongshuang main city? Next, he did plan to go to that place. If the situation allows, we can save Tianjing. After all, an S-level talent is still very important to the human race on Blue Star. Although Chao Xing does not think that he has a big picture of protecting all mankind. But if this guy can develop, combined with his immortal talent, he can play a powerful role in many cases. It just so happens that the Blood Legion is coming soon. At this time, Chao Xing looked at his backpack again. There is a job transfer item on it. The blood of the poison flame giant lizard. This thing can allow survivors to change their professions and races. And this Tianjing is now a non-professional. Can it be used on him? Of course. This is just Chao Xing's idea. At present, we don't know what kind of character this Tianjing is. So there is no need to consider so much. So, Chao Xing said directly, "I know. But I don't plan to go to Yongshuang main city in the near future. It may take about a week. Can you hold on there?" Chao Xing has sent many people out to explore. And next he will have to deal with the ancient battlefield and monster siege. Therefore, it is impossible for him to give up the current development of the territory and disrupt his own development rhythm in order to save a stranger who is not related to him. Hearing this, Tianjing on the opposite side seemed a little disappointed. But he still replied, "I have persisted for 2 or 3 months. and it will be no problem to persist for another week. Boss Chao Xing, you must come to save me. I am willing to do anything. Please. Chao Xing replied speechlessly, I know. Wait, well. After that, Chao Xing closed the private chat window. He thought in his heart, I didn't expect that an S-level talent would end up like this. Sure enough, even if you have talent, you can't be too wasteful. Otherwise, you will be like that goblin Li Yang and this Tianjing. Chao Xing made up his mind again and must develop steadily. On the other side, Tianjing. After getting Chao Xing's promise, hope rose in his heart again. Looking at his newly sewn skull, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the few remaining hairs with one hand, and then pulled them hard. Swish! The skull was directly opened. A crazy smile appeared on Tianjing's pale face, and he stretched out his hand and stirred his brain wildly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day passed quickly. Before dark, Commander Burji led the troops back from outside. Today they killed a lot of ice nest monsters, and everyone gained a lot of experience, including those Ascalon warriors who had just broken through. They almost leveled up 5 or 6 times in one day. Each of them reached about level 35. Even Chao Xing, who was lying in the territory and gaining experience, also leveled up. This shows that, in addition, their 2 teams destroyed a total of 7 enhanced ice nests, and obtained 70 gold points for Chao Xing. Although not much, it is still very good when accumulated. After all, enhanced ice nests appear every day. Then, Chao Xing asked them to go back and rest. Not long after the Dragon Blood warriors came back, Harati also led the centaurs back to the territory and brought Chao Xing a good news. Today, the place that Shining Star found was a medium-sized magic crystal mine. A large amount of magic crystals can be mined in it. Chao Xing, who heard the news, was also overjoyed. For him, this is also a precious resource. After all, there are more and more technologies in the territory now, and a large amount of magic crystals are consumed every day. He immediately made a decision that after the mining of the Lamprey Grotto was completed, Dazhuang would lead other goblins to mine this magic crystal mine. At night, all the warriors returned to the territory and started to eat. The territory was once again filled with the aroma of food, including the mellow aroma of wine from the high-end brewery. One sip made people feel comfortable all over. Speaking of which, I asked Zelko to brew Dream Magic wine and crafted rum a month ago, and I don't know how many bottles he has brewed during this period. The wine may not look conspicuous, but as long as the relevant trade system is established, it is a very profitable industry. A bottle of Dream Magic wine like this can sell for at least tens of thousands of crowns, and Chao Xing's cost price may be less than a few thousand crowns. After all, the raw materials needed are all in his territory. Even the Dream Magic vine has begun to be planted in batches. It can be imagined how much profit Chao Xing can get from it once the batch trading begins. So, he decided to go and see the situation over there tomorrow. At this time, a figure quickly walked over. It was Dahua. Then he respectfully reported, Lord, there was some dispute in the cafeteria just now. The big guy who just joined our territory has a big appetite. He ate hundreds of people's food by himself, leaving the wild boar warriors with nothing to eat. The 2 sides quarreled. Later, we temporarily prepared 200 more servings of food to make them full. Chao Xing also remembered that this big guy, Zhou Taizhuang, was indeed quite a eater. So he also asked Dahua to make 100 more servings of food. Unexpectedly, it was still not enough for this big guy. I understand. You should prepare 200 servings of food for him in advance. Then let him eat alone and don't fight with others in the cafeteria. Yes. After Dahua finished his report, he quickly left here. At the same time, Black Smoke Shaman Blot and Dragon Shaman Vimni came over together. Dear Lord, good night. The 2 saluted respectfully. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then saw the somewhat excited expressions on their faces. Blot, Vimni, do you have anything to report to me? Blot nodded. There is indeed one thing. I cooperated with Vimni today and found something strange. That is my Black Smoke Storm, combined with his Lightning Totem, will produce some strange reaction. Casting these 2 spells in the same area will not only greatly extend the spell time, but also increase the power a lot. Chao Xing immediately became interested. Oh, there is such a thing. Show me. Yes. After hearing this, the 2 shamans immediately raised their staffs. Instantly, a dark purple totem appeared. It stood upright on the ground, emitting infinite lightning power to the surrounding area. Crack! Crack! At the same time, the Black Smoke Shaman on the other side released the boss-level skill Black Smoke Storm towards the area where the totem was located. Whoosh whoosh. The tornado filled with black smoke began to rotate at high speed. In just 1 second, the situation in the storm changed strangely. A large amount of lightning appeared in the black smoke. In a short period of time, the storm expanded from the original 10-meter diameter to more than 30 meters. The rotation speed also increased 2 or 3 times. Crackle. The power of lightning and black smoke intertwined, emitting a destructive force. It seemed that no matter what creature was involved, it would be hit by the double blow of black smoke and thunder. Even Chaoxing felt a threatening force in this storm. It took 10 seconds for the lightning storm to gradually dissipate. After watching the demonstration of the two, Chaoxing explained, "It's interesting. Will the fusion of the skills of the two shamans have such an effect? That is to say, the skills of the people can be integrated with each other, and the collision of different power systems will produce some strange reactions, which greatly enhances the power of this skill. Can you add a little more elements?" "Yes, since it is a black smoke storm. How can the wind element be missing?" Thinking of this, Chaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear. "Alan, come to the center of the territory." Hearing the order, the meditating young mage suddenly opened his eyes. "I'd be there soon, respected lord." A minute or two later, Alan came to Chaoxing. Chaoxing said, "Try it later. After these two shamans released their skills, you released the advanced spell Strangling Vortex to the same area." Alan's eyes condensed slightly, and then he said solemnly, "I understand." At Chaoxing's signal, the two shamans waited for the skill cooldown to end and released their skills again. Huh? Crackle. A huge thunderstorm appeared. On the other side, Alan also raised his staff. Strong wind elements condensed in his hands. Instantly, a high-speed rotating and movable wind element hurricane appeared. Under Alan's control, this hurricane quickly approached the thunderstorm. At the moment when the two storms came into contact, it seems that some strange reaction has occurred again. The wind element hurricane directly swallowed the thunderstorm. No, or it was fused. At the moment when the two storms merged, the speed of the hurricane group increased by more than 10 times. And the range also suddenly expanded a lot. It increased directly to a diameter of 50 meters. So abnormal? Chaoxing was surprised. Alan also said in a surprised tone, "Lord, I think I can try to move this vortex." Chaoxing immediately replied, "Okay. You try it." After getting Chaoxing consent, Alan raised his staff. Whoosh! The terrifying hurricane began to move with his thoughts. And the huge wind force even lifted the ground along the way. The surrounding high-end residential houses were rolled upside down. Chaoxing suddenly had an idea and summoned 2 ice elemental elves, and then directly controlled them to rush into the storm group. Instantly, 6 or 7 damage numbers appeared above the heads of these ice elemental elves. -18764 wind, -19456 thunder, -18676 smoke, -19457, -20663, -19869 in just a few seconds. The health of the 2 ice elemental elves summoned by Chaoxing was directly reduced to 0, and then turned into ice chips on the ground. In about 30 seconds, the storm completely dissipated. It's so damn strong. It can withstand 3 elements in 1 second. A total of 6 times of damage. This storm lasts for more than 30 seconds, which means it can deal up to 180 damage. Who can withstand it? Chaoxing was amazed. And the most important thing is that this skill can still be moved, with paralysis, control and other effects. Great! Another killer has been developed. When these 3 skills are combined, the lethality is probably no less than a small-scale forbidden spell, including the other 2 shamans and a mage. There was also a look of surprise on their faces. It seemed that they could not believe that their spells were so powerful. And this also provided Chaoxing with a new idea. Since the skills of different elements can be integrated, other skills should also be able to be integrated. For example, the continuous drizzle of the water mage is combined with his own ice arrow rain. The aura frenzy of the witch is combined with the life withering of the demon form, etc. What kind of effect will be triggered in this way? It really makes people look forward to it. Chaoxing decided to experiment again when he had the chance. So he said, "Okay, you all go and rest. Yes, Lord. The two shamans and a mage dispersed, and Chao Xing also called 2 staff members to repair the ground that had just been damaged by the experiment of spells. Nothing to do tonight. After absorbing a magic crystal in the mage tower, he went back to the Lord's mansion to rest. However, this time he practiced in a meditation room with the holy light priest Isabel. When the 3-hour meditation time was over, this clergyman, who exuded a holy aura, fell to the ground with a breath like orchid. The priest's robe on his body was half undressed. The snow-white shoulder was extremely eye-catching. It made people swallow their saliva. Chao hugged the holy light priest for a while, and then quickly returned to the Lord's castle. The next day, as the system prompt of the 3rd day of the development period sounded, all the surviving lords woke up at the first time and started a day of development, including Chao Xing. He and Lu Muxue came to the outside of the territory together. Let them continue to follow the rhythm of yesterday. Each follow the troops, and go out to deal with those enhanced ice nests. However, he and Lu Muxue did not need to go out. Just continue to gain experience at home. Speaking of which, Chao Xing basically had nothing to do in the next 2 or 3 days, because we have to wait for Fitz Walker to raise resources, and wait for the witch to make enough holy water before we can start to deal with the ancient battlefield. After that, we will start to deal with the monster siege in the first week. After the monster siege is over, we can go to the main city of Yongshuang. So in the near future, it is better to farm in the territory with peace of mind. Next, let's go and see how much wine the brewery produces. Soon, Chao Xing came to the advanced brewing workshop area. Pushing open the door, a warm air mixed with a strong aroma of wine filled the air. Just smelling it makes people feel a little dizzy. Chao Xing took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's the aroma of rum. This smell must be of good quality." It has been 3 months since he came to this world, because he has been in contact with more wine. Chao Xing now has a certain understanding of the quality of these wines. He patrolled the wide brewing workshop, which was filled with various machines for brewing, arranged in different positions, forming a production line. Next to them, there were dozens of large wooden barrels neatly stacked together. Those barrels were filled with finished drinks. Chao Xing found Zelko behind a pile of machines. The old village chief greeted him. "Good day, Lord," Chao Xing asked. "Zelko, how is our wine production during this period?" Hearing that the Lord began to ask about their work, the old village chief immediately became serious. Then he reported, "For more than a month, we have been brewing rum and dream magic wine. Among them, 113 barrels of fine rum were brewed, which is 11,300 liters. The production process of the other dream magic wine is more complicated, and the total is 6 barrels, 600 liters. Hearing this number, Chao Xing smiled again. It doesn't sound much, but it is a considerable fortune. After all, the 113 barrels of crafted rum alone, at the market price of 4,000 kronor per liter, are worth at least 45 million kronor. Although the market price of the dream magic wine on the other side is unknown, it is probably not too low. After all, this is a golden quality wine, and the output is very low. The minimum estimate is not 80,000 kronor per liter. In other words, the wine in these 40 days alone can bring Chao Xing at least 93 million in revenue. This is a terrifying number, which goes without saying. Of course, Chao Xing territory cannot always maintain this production efficiency. After all, the raw materials for brewing these wines are difficult to obtain, especially one of the key materials, tree sap. This tree sap can greatly enrich the taste of the wine, which is also the main difference between rum and craft rum. Zelko also reported, "Lord, the sap in the territory is only enough for the next 6 days of production." "Look," Chao Xing nodded. "I understand. You just continue to produce wine. I will find a way to get the materials." "Understood," Zelko responded respectfully. Chapter 466, A large number of souls and recruitment scrolls. After leaving the brewery, Chao Xing stood in the territory and thought in his heart. At present, I only know of one place where sap, a raw material, is produced, and that is the Witch Forest. But it can only be exploded from those human-faced trees. Even if I kill all the human-faced trees in the entire forest, the sap that falls will not be able to sustain production for long. I still have to think of a way to see if I can produce sap continuously. But before that, let's clear out the human-faced trees in the forest first. These human-faced trees are the product of failed experiments. Killing them can also be regarded as a relief for these creatures. Moreover, in addition to sap, other life tree hearts, vines, bark, etc. on them are all good things. Therefore, the benefits of clearing out these human-faced trees are still very high. So, Chao Xing called the centaur Saint Harati over and gave her a task. Today, you lead all the centaurs to the nearby witch forest and clear out the man-faced trees and nightmare carnivorous plants. Then bring me back the things that fell. If you encounter other beasts, don't kill them. Try to drive them to the central area of the forest. It may not be possible to explore all in one day, so it doesn't matter if you spend 2 more days. Just remember to come back within 3 days. 3 days later, it will be the day when Chao Xing attacks the ancient battlefield. So he needs to gather all his strength. Chao Xing continued, by the way, there is a tribe in that forest, and there is an ancient castle in the center. You can rest in these 2 places at night. Harati immediately straightened his body, and then respectfully said, yes, Lord. After that, she quickly turned around and left the territory with a large number of centaurs, looking at their backs as they left. Chao Xing also felt a sense of anticipation. I don't know how many life tree hearts and sap Harati can bring back for me this time when he goes to the witch forest. In addition, killing those carnivorous plants will also drop nightmare archer recruitment scrolls. Can we directly put together a squadron this time? Master Chao thought happily. Then he continued to patrol the territory. While walking around, he came to the machinery factory. Chao Xing thought to himself, yesterday I gave 2 drawings to Locke. Now let's see how many robots this guy has produced. So he called the goblin. Locke stood beside him and reported respectfully, Great Lord. According to your instructions, I produced a total of 15 Predator robots, Elite, yesterday. Repulsor robots, Ordinary, 30 units. The oil and dirt on these robots have been cleaned up, and they can be put into the battlefield at any time. Locke's tone was full of pride. Chao Xing calculated in his mind that at this rate, he could produce about 45 robots a day. In about 22 days, he would have a robot army of 1,000 people. This production efficiency is still very fast. After all, this is not an ordinary robot, but a robot with a 6th level combat power and a self-destruct function, combined with Chao Xing talent bonus. The threat it poses on the battlefield can be said to be quite terrifying. The goblin Locke seemed to see Chao Xing thoughts. Lord, if you want to go for volume, just make those ordinary counterattack robots every day, and you can make 90 robots a day. You see? Chao Xing thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, just make them at the current speed. The gap between the elite and ordinary levels is still very large. Not only are the attributes higher, but there is also an extra combat skill. Although Chao Xing now has Nesh's Blessing Ring, which can be used for group bonuses and cannon fodder, but because of population restrictions, it is still necessary to try to improve the combat power of each person/machine. Understood? Great Lord. After saying that, Locke stepped out of his short legs and continued to work. After a while, under the control of Chao Xing, dozens of gray-white figures quickly walked out of the factory workshop. Grunt, grunt. As these robots moved, they made all kinds of strange metal turning sounds. Then they came to the outside of the territory and lined up neatly, like a group of soldiers waiting for their superiors to inspect. Master Chao looked at the dozens of robots in front of him that were more than 1 meter tall and had a gray-white metallic color all over their bodies, and felt very satisfied. It just so happens that there is nothing to do next. So let's add various buffs to these robots first. So, Chao Xing raised his staff and continuously used skills such as Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Shield on these robots. This caused their combat power to surge significantly. In the afternoon, the territory's recruitment function took effect. Ice Crystal Kingdom, Huluan villagers apply to visit your territory. Do you accept? Chao Xing clicked to agree. Then, he personally went to the outside of the territory to greet them. This time, the people who applied to visit the vicinity of Chao Xing territory were a group of refugees. There were about 20 to 30 people. Most of them were men. According to them, Huluan village, where they were, was originally located in the lower reaches of the Ano River, near an uninhabited area. Recently, because the village was invaded by snow demons, many people died every night and could no longer survive. So they fled all the way here, and then heard the information that Chao Xing territory was recruiting people. After Chao Xing carefully scanned their attributes and confirmed that there were no hidden criminals, He accepted all these refugees. Then he called Qiao Yi over and asked him to lead these people to work. At this point, his territory staff has added dozens of people. After Qiao Xing added status to all the robots, he had nothing to do. At present, all combatants have their own tasks. Master Qiao strolled leisurely in the territory. As he strolled, he came to the animal husbandry area of the territory. At a glance, there was a row of cow sheds 6 or 7 meters high and neatly arranged in front of him. At present, there are 18 cow sheds in the territory after the construction during this period. 6 of them are for the cloud yaks to live in, and the other 2 are for bare-feathered chickens. The other 10 cow sheds are for the ordinary cows and sheep that old Mel brought. Qiao Xing walked into a cow shed and saw the busy old Mel and his partner Sihua. The 2 middle-aged men were diligently carrying fodder, constantly pouring hay mixed with Moses grass into the trough of the cow shed. While working, they looked at each other from time to time, and then lowered their heads embarrassedly. This atmosphere is a bit ambiguous. Qiao Xing saw this scene at the door, and the corners of his mouth could not help but show a curve. At this time, the 2 also noticed Qiao Xing at the door. Suddenly, a panic appeared on his face, and he quickly greeted him. Qiao Xing waved his hand. Then he asked, "Mr. Mel, how are the cattle, sheep and chickens in the territory recently?" Old Mel exhaled lightly, and then respectfully reported, "My lord, most of the livestock in our territory have undergone the first wave of breeding. The group of cloud yaks has a total of 19 calves in the past 2 months, and they are growing well. The other cows are also estimated to be in labor, and a second wave of production is expected. It is estimated that 30 more yaks will be produced this year. In addition, there are bare-feathered chickens. 2 rounds of chicks have been hatched in this month. There are 116 new bare-feathered chickens in the territory, and the total number of bare-feathered chickens has now exceeded 200. Hearing this number, Qiao Xing smiled. As time goes by, the foundation he laid before has begun to pay off, as long as this territory still exists. According to this development progress, in a few years, the number of cloud yaks in his territory can even exceed 1,000. Light-feathered chickens are even more terrifying. According to this reproduction rate, in a few years, he will have a large flock of chickens, and then completely realize the freedom of light-feather eggs. Whether it is cloud yaks or light-feather chickens, they can bring huge benefits to themselves, in addition to fine rum and dream magic wine, as well as silver dew berries and agate grapes. These 3 industries together can bring unimaginable profits to themselves every day. Qiao Xing has even seen that a huge amount of wealth is coming to him. Old Mel said, "Lord, in addition to these magical creatures, there are also ordinary yaks and bighorned goats. The economic value of these livestock is not as high as that of magical creatures, but they are easier to raise and reproduce quickly. I apply for 2 more people to help manage these ordinary livestock." Qiao Xing nodded without hesitation. "No problem. All of these are handed over to you, whether it is a shortage of manpower or supplies. Just ask directly." Old Mel said respectfully, "Yes. Thank you, Lord." After leaving the cowshed, Qiao Xing came to the buffer zone outside the territory again. In the area near the blacksmith shop, a huge nest was seen. The internal space of this nest is very large. Harold specially built a rough frame with fine iron, which was covered with hay. Many small griffins lay leisurely in it. It is the large griffin nest. After Duan and others worked overtime to rush the work, it was successfully completed this morning. All the griffins have moved in, including the griffin eggs. They have also been placed. Qiao Xing looked at everything in the territory and couldn't help but sigh. A great territory is gradually prospering. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. In the past few days, Francesca has been making holy water with all her strength. Qiao Xing also gained experience at home and rose 2 or 3 levels in a row. The current level has reached level 57. Today is the 5th day of the development period. In the afternoon, the recruitment function of the tavern has cooled down again, and Qiao Xing clicked on recruitment again. Then, just wait quietly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Qiao Xing heard a series of horse hoof sounds coming from outside the territory. Tap, tap. Then, more than 100 figures came quickly. It was the Centaur Legion led by Harati. After Qiao Xing learned that they were back, he went out to greet them as soon as possible. At a glance, he saw Harati, who was walking in the front and was exhausted, including other centaurs. There were many traces of battle and healed scars. They had experienced a lot of battles in the Witch Forest these days. However, all the centaurs did not look tired, but very excited. Harati reported, "Lord, we have almost explored the entire Witch Forest. More than 80% of the area. Except for some neutral creatures and those beasts. We have dealt with all the face trees and nightmare carnivorous plants we encountered. These are the spoils of war during this period. Please take a look." After saying that, she took out a leather backpack from the soft and bright horse's back and handed it to Chao Xing. Chao Xing took it. When he saw a lot of bright souls, materials, and scrolls inside, there was already a surprise on his face that could not be concealed. Then, he transferred these spoils to his backpack one by one. First, there was the pile of souls. Obtained, soul of the leader of the human face tree *3. Obtained, soul of the leader of the nightmare piranha *3. Obtained, soul of the elder of the human face tree, boss level *11. Obtained, soul of the boss of the nightmare piranha *9. Obtained, soul of the elite of the human face tree / piranha *72. Total 98 souls. This wave is really a sudden wealth. If I can digest them all, I can improve my strength a lot. However, there is a problem in front of Chao Xing now. That is, these souls are basically 4th level. In other words, they can only be used by creatures below level 40. And there are still many 4th level personnel under Chao Xing, such as 1,000 Ascalon warriors, Star Country swordsmen, Silver Hand Knights, etc. It's just right. The 6 leader souls can be distributed. Maybe each type of soldiers can have another leader. Chao Xing thought happily. In addition to these souls, there are other gains. Obtain, level 3 Nightmare Archer Recruitment Scroll *85. Obtain, top quality tree sap, gold, *2155. Obtain, Human Face Tree Leaders Tree Heart of Life, gold, *5. Obtain, Human Face Tree Elders Tree Heart of Life, purple, *13. Obtain, top quality tree sap, purple, *18626. Obtain, medium quality tree sap, blue, *75256. Obtain, tree sap, green, *215,200. Obtain, ancient vine *107000. Obtain. In addition, there are a lot of materials dropped from these human face trees, including vines, bark, etc. It can be said that the harvest is quite terrifying. Among them, the most important are the Nightmare Archer recruitment scrolls. There are actually more than 80 of them. In this way, I can form a legion bond of 100 people. In addition, there are those tree sap, top quality tree sap, etc. This time, we harvested hundreds of thousands directly. Conservatively speaking, we have enough materials for the brewery for the next 6 months. I felt very relieved. After Chao Xing counted the spoils, Harati continued to report, "According to your instructions, we drove all the other beasts to the vicinity of the castle. There are no traces of other creatures in it." Chao Xing nodded slightly. The castle originally belonged to Francesca, but because the monsters in it had been killed by Chao Xing, and Francesca was also kidnapped back to his territory. In other words, Francesca's things are now his. Although he couldn't take them away, he didn't want others to get involved. Chao Xing nodded. "You have worked hard during this period. Now take these souls and use them." Among this group of centaurs, 67 centaurs have broken through to the 5th level. The remaining 31 centaurs archers and 18 spear shield cavalry are still level 40 creatures, so they can still use these 4th level souls. So, Chao Xing took out the 49 elite souls from his backpack. These centaurs took them respectfully, with a look of emotion in their eyes. Then, they all used their souls to break through. In the blink of an eye, many centaurs completed the transformation from ordinary creatures to elites. Your territory member, Candini, has successfully broken through to a 4th level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. And learned a new skill, Armor Breaking Arrow. Your territory member, Canison, has successfully broken through to a 4th level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. And learned a new skill, Charge to Rescue. Your 49 elite souls, 37 of them succeeded in the end. And the success rate is still very high. Similarly, after these centaurs transformed, they all gained a new skill. The elite skills of those archers are the same as Harati's. Both are armor-breaking arrows. so there is no need to look at them. However, the skills of these spear and shield cavalry have been seen before, so you can take a look. Charge to rescue. When a friendly unit is in danger, quickly lock onto the local unit that is attacking it. Come to the enemy at a very fast speed and knock it away. Cooling time, 45 seconds. This elite skill is still very good. In this way, this group of spear and shield cavalry not only has a strong charge ability on the battlefield, but can also destroy the enemy's formation. Chao Xing looked at Arati and said, "You have worked hard these days. Go and rest first. By the way, there is a hot spring in the territory. You can take other centaurs to take a bath in the hot spring and relax." Hearing the last sentence, the female centaur seemed to think of something, and a blush appeared on her face. But she quickly suppressed it. She nodded gently. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Lord." Then she led all the centaurs away from here. Chao Xing, with a happy mood, called Meng Lida, Meng Na and others over. The nightmare archer with vines wrapped around his body, and a big bow on his back came to him, and saluted respectfully. "Dreams will obey your call, respected lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Melita, Mona. Next, I will recruit a group of new members. You will lead this group of new members." The two nightmare archers, who had broken through to the 5th level, looked at each other and nodded. After that, Chao Xing took out a lot of scrolls from his backpack. "Do you want to use the 3rd level nightmare archer recruitment scroll *85? Yes. Instantly, dark purple mist rose up. Chapter 467, Gathering Supplies. Preparing for War. After using the scroll, dark purple mist rose in front of him. From these mists, various strange illusions appeared, like scenes in dreams. When the mist dissipated, dozens of creatures with light pink skin and vines entangled their bodies appeared in front of him. These are the dream spirits. There are a total of 85 people, both men and women, but women account for the majority. They stared at this territory without saying a word, and I don't know what they are thinking. Even after seeing Chao Xing, they didn't say hello. And Chao Xing also knew the temper of these guys, and said directly, "Everyone, welcome to join my territory." However, in the face of Chao Xing's active greeting, these dream spirits with strange personalities still said nothing. Meng Lida stepped forward and pulled the bowstring directly. "Give up your fantasies and join the Lord's territory now. Otherwise, you will go to see the God of Nightmares." A faint murderous aura emanated from her body. This woman knew that her people were all weirdos, so her attitude was quite tough. Including behind her, another 5th level archer, Mona, also pulled the bowstring directly. The murderous intent emanating from the two 5th level creatures made people feel terrified. If they took action, these more than 80 archers would be slaughtered in a short time. Feeling the murderous intent of the two women, they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. "My people, why do you treat us like this? Have you betrayed your faith in your heart?" Meng Lida said without hesitation, "Our faith is the Lord. The God of Nightmares has already abandoned us. Now, is it death or submission?" Faced with her aggressive questioning, the group of nightmare archers fell silent. After a while, one of the archers compromised and said, "I am willing to surrender." When the first person surrendered, the others also compromised. Seeing this, Chao Xing directly sent a recruitment invitation. "Archers of Nightmare Court, Meng Lisa/Meng Lin/Meng Ku, have joined your territory. And the territory population plus 85. Legion skill, Nightmare Invasion has been activated. Now, Chao Xing also has his own 100-man archer legion. As for the strange tempers of these archers, he didn't take it to heart at all. The group of archers recruited before were more arrogant than them, but now they are still obedient one by one. It can be said that once you join Chao Xing territory, there is no possibility of struggle. With a satisfied look, he looked at their newly activated Legion skills. Legion skill Nightmare Invasion. When the attack hits the enemy, it will add an additional layer of Nightmare Mark. And when it reaches 10 layers, the enemy will enter a sleeping state, and the enemy's dream can be controlled at the same time. Note, the sleeping state will last for 1 to 30 seconds, and will wake up after being attacked. This skill is a bit perverted. If used well in a team battle, it can produce unexpected results. It just so happens that I am going to lead people to attack the ancient battlefield tomorrow, and it is still very good to improve my strength now. So, Chao Xing said, "Okay, Meng Lida, now take our new members to familiarize themselves with the territory." "Yes, great lord." After saying that, she said with a cold look, "Follow me?" Facing Meng Lida's serious tone. These people did not dare to say anything. Follow her honestly. And Chao Xing called out all the Star Country swordsmen, Silver Hand Knights, and tribal witch doctors. A total of 211 people from the three types of soldiers stared at their lord in a daze. Chao Xing said directly, "I have an opportunity for promotion now. It is very likely that one person can directly break through to the leader. But the number of places is limited. There is only one place for each type of soldier. You can choose a representative. Shao, you choose the Star Country swordsman." Although these swordsmen have already had a leader-level creature. But Chao Xing has enough souls in his hands anyway. And it is a good thing to have one more leader. Moreover, Zhao's skill is a self-created swordsmanship, which is different from other Star Country swordsmen. These witch doctors and knights looked at each other. After some discussion, the number of places was quickly determined. Xiao chose a swordsman named Feng, who was in his early 30s and looked relatively stable. Among the tribal witch doctors, an old witch doctor named Malog was selected. The old witch doctor Mogsa in front has become a 5th level creature, so there is no way to use these souls. As for the Knights of the Silver Hand, they chose a middle-aged man named Fortigan. After seeing that the three types of soldiers had been selected, Chao Xing was also generous and directly took out a large number of elites and leader souls. He raised the potential of Feng, Malog and Fortigan to the leader level. Each of them awakened 2 skills. Then, he took out 3 leader souls and gave them to the 3 people. They took them with trembling hands and grateful faces. Then they thanked him respectfully. Chao Xing waved his hand and asked them to start breaking through. In fact, he was also looking forward to what kind of abilities these people would awaken after breaking through to the leader. As the 3 people put the souls into their bodies, bursts of powerful aura emanated from their bodies. After a moment, Chao Xing heard a system prompt. Your territory member, Malog, has broken through to become a 4th-order leader-level creature, with basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill, Poison Goo Technique. Poison Goo Technique. The tribal witch doctor launches a poison goo at the enemy. After the poison goo hits the enemy, it will explode in the enemy's body, causing 178% magic damage, and causing it to enter the 5th layer of poisoning effect. It will then explode once every 10 seconds. The poison in the body lasts for 60 seconds. And the cooling time is 3 minutes. This leader-level skill looks quite ordinary. But in fact, it is still very powerful when used against a single enemy. After all, there are a total of 7 explosion damages, plus 60 seconds of poisoning. The damage coefficient is very terrifying. However, although Malog's breakthrough was successful, the other 2 failed to break through. Chao Xing had no waves in his heart. Anyway, he still had 3 leader-level souls in his backpack. So, Chao Xing gave the 2 another soul, and asked them to break through. The Star Country swordsman and another knight took it solemnly, and slapped it directly into their bodies. This time, their breakthrough was very smooth, following 2 consecutive system prompts. This also means that the 2 have become 4th-order leader-level creatures. Since this time, they were upgraded from ordinary creatures to leader level at one time, and awakened several new abilities. Chao Xing also looked at the attributes of the 2 from the beginning. Star Country swordsman, Feng. Race, human. Level 40, 4th order leader level creature. Health, 175262/175262, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power, 5144 to 5235. Armor, 875 to 833. Attributes, Strength 1047. Agility 1252. Spirit 1102. Constitution 1073. Skills, Expert Swordsmanship Mastery. Eagle Fall Slash. Sword Shadow Storm. Attribute same as before. Star Fall Slash. Leaps into the air and slashes enemies within the 30-meter area below multiple times. The number of slashes is Agility * 0.1 equals 125 times. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Talent, none. Bond, Star Country Swordsman, 100 people activated. Satisfaction, 78. Loyalty, 100. Silver Hand Knight, Fortigan. Race, human. Level 40, level 4 boss level creature. HP, 220952/220952, Pale Tree Blessing. Attack power, 4582 to 4792. Armor, 1186 to 1217. Attributes: Strength 1262. Agility 947. Spirit 984. Constitution 1106. Skills: Expert Riding Mastery. Expert Spear Mastery. Silver Hand, same attributes as before. Boss level skills: Knight's Journey, passive skill. After each attack, increase the attack power of all friendly knights by 1% of their own attack power. Up to. Can be stacked 10 times until the end of the battle. Leader level skill: Holy Right Knight, passive skill. Increases the mastery level skills of all friendly knights, including yourself, by LV1. Can be stacked with the bond effect. Talent: None. Bond: Silver Hand Knight, 100 people have activated. Satiation: 75. Loyalty: 100. After reading the properties of these two leader-level creatures, Chao Xing was very satisfied. Their newly awakened skills seemed to be very good. Especially the two skills awakened by the Silver Hand Knight in the back can actually be used to improve all friendly knights. And the improvement is not small. With such a leader by the side, the threat of this knight group can indeed increase again. Really good. Chao Xing explained with satisfaction. Okay. Everyone has been upgraded. Let's all go to training. Everyone obeyed the order and dispersed. Soon, only Chao Xing was left here. He thought to himself, this time, the spoils brought back by Harati have been basically digested. Now there is still a 4th level leader level soul left in the backpack, which is just right for Asan's Lake Lady's sword to upgrade. Speaking of which, Asan's Lake Lady's sword is still level 30 because it was deliberately suppressed by the Lake Lady spirit. But because of the legendary special effects above, killing enemies will increase the basic attack power. The basic attack power of this weapon has long been increased from just over 2,000 to more than 9,800. Even the complete version of the 70 level sword of the Lake Girl has almost this high attack power. This shows how outrageous Asam's current attack power is. Once the level of this weapon is upgraded to level 40, it will be further increased. Chao Xing looked at the sky. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. It was completely dark. There was nothing wrong with the territory today. The situation in the cafeteria was also very harmonious. Everyone was eating dinner at the table, including the big guy. Xiao de Tai Xuan did not steal other people's food. Seeing all this, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction, and then continued to the Mage Tower, and had a happy meditation with the Holy Light Priest. After absorbing the magic crystal, he returned to the Lord's mansion and fell asleep with the person next to him. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. This was also the coldest time of the day. The night was freezing. In the vast border area, in the endless snowfield, however, a group of humans dressed in disguise and behaving strangely crossed the border defense line and carefully came to the Ice Crystal Kingdom. On their arms or other parts, they inadvertently revealed a sun symbol. Then, they moved quickly towards the area where the snowstorm was located. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. You have entered the 6th day of the development period. The first monster siege will start at midnight tomorrow. Please be prepared. Today's weather: light breeze. The lowest temperature is -54°C to -61°C. It is suitable to go out and build territory. Tip: a cold current is gradually gathering, and the snowstorm area will usher in a big drop in temperature in the near future. Please be prepared. The moment they saw the prompt, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua opened their eyes at the same time. He analyzed in his mind. The first wave of monsters will attack the city at midnight tomorrow, which means that there are about 2 days left. It just so happens that Francesca's holy water is almost ready today. The holy water reserves are enough for everyone in our territory to get a bonus against the undead. We can start preparing to deal with the ancient battlefield today. Thinking of this, he was already looking forward to it. But Lu Muxua noticed the prompt at the back. He whispered, axing, "It seems that the temperature is going to drop again. Should we make some preparations in advance?" Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. What Lu Muxua said still made sense. After all, the temperature in this world is already low enough. If the temperature drops again, it is estimated that people and animals will be frozen to death again. Of course, Chao Xing is fine. After all, his energy tower has been built. Even if there is a blizzard, it will not have any impact. At this time, if you stock up some cold-resistant supplies in advance, you should be able to make a lot of money. However, this system prompt can be seen by all survivors, so there must be many people who think the same as them at this time. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head and said, "No need to prepare anything. The territory is still full of cold-resistant supplies now. I guess all kinds of cold-resistant supplies on the market are already snapped up like crazy." Lu Mushuan nodded gently. "Yeah." Then, the two of them got out of the spacious lord's bed together. After they finished washing, they looked at the swaying pale tree outside the window and looked at each other. A gentle smile appeared on their faces. This scene was quite warm. Soon, the two left the castle together. Today, the combatants in the territory did not go out, and they were all waiting silently in their rooms, because everyone knew that the Lord had an important action today. So Boji and others also stopped going out to fight. Next, they had to start pre-war preparations. Just as Chao Xing was about to go to the alchemy workshop to take out all the holy water refined by Francesca, suddenly received a visit request. "The Viscount Knights have applied to visit your territory. Do you agree?" Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Then he immediately reacted, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Good guy. They are finally here. A few days ago, I asked Fitzwalker to get me some resources. He said it would take some time to raise them. But after so many days, there was still no news." Chao Xing thought it would be impossible to deliver them to him before the monsters attacked the city. Unexpectedly, they arrived just when he was preparing to deal with the ancient battlefield. This efficiency was still very fast. So, he directly clicked agree. Then he quickly came to the gate of the territory. From a distance, he could see a huge convoy rolling over the thick snow, approaching his territory. Leading the way were several knights wearing armor and riding black war horses. Chao Xing knew one of them. He was the knight captain who had followed Fitzwalker to his territory. They also knew Chao Xing and knew that he was the lord of this territory. The knight captain rode on his horse and said in a calm tone, "We are sending you a batch of supplies under the order of the Viscount." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, bring the things to the territory." Seeing his casual answer, everyone had strange looks on their faces. After all, this was a Viscount who sent him supplies, and the others would have thanked him profusely by now. But he looked as if it was a matter of course. These knights didn't know that Fitzwalker had been subdued by Chao Xing. He just looked at Chao Xing with a strange face, as if he didn't understand what was so magical about this person. Moreover, the Viscount personally ordered that they must be polite to the Lord of the Other World and not to conflict with anyone in this territory. Otherwise, they would be held accountable. This made the knights even more confused. Before they could think about it, Chao Xing had turned around and walked towards the territory. The knight captain shook his head and said no more. He made a gesture, and everyone pulled the carriage and approached Chao Xing territory. Dozens of carriages followed him, crossed the city gate, and gradually entered the buffer zone of the territory. And when these people entered the territory, they suddenly felt a strong warm air coming. The temperature inside this territory is very different from the temperature outside, making people feel as if they have suddenly entered a warm room from a cold cave. However, the temperature in the territory is not what surprised them the most. What shocked them even more was the orderly arranged luxurious buildings in the central area of the territory. Everyone looked at the rows of high-end residential houses, arrow towers, and lighthouses that were more than 10 meters high, and a large area of cattle sheds and fertile fields that were being cultivated. All proved that the prosperity of this territory was far beyond their imagination. This was the first time they saw such a prosperous territory of a lord in another world, even completely surpassing the Baron's mansion. The knights stared blankly at everything around them until Chao Xing's voice brought their thoughts back. "Everyone, wait here for a moment. I have someone come over to move the supplies off the carriage." The knight captain nodded blankly. Okay. Including the others, they also stayed in place in a daze, looking at everything around them with a look of seeing a ghost in their eyes. At this time, Chao Xing had already pressed the communication device on his ear and asked Duan to bring a group of polar people over. Soon, 6 or 7 polar people came over at a brisk pace, and the knight captain sitting on the horse, including the other knights, instantly locked their eyes on this group of polar people, because they actually felt a dangerous breath from this group of polar people. That is a feeling that only appears when facing a creature stronger than oneself. Even, they feel that they are not the opponent of this group of polar people when fighting alone. When this thought came to their minds, they couldn't help but feel a little funny. What a joke. They couldn't beat a group of polar people. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? However, everyone in this territory seemed to think that this was a sparse and normal thing. And the group of polar people also moved a large amount of supplies from the carriage quickly. Just when they thought it was their illusion, they saw the group of polar people moving large boxes weighing hundreds of kilograms down. That action was as if they were moving a few kilograms of things. At this moment, they were sure of one thing. That is, this group of polar people really had the strength to kill them easily. And their eyes became more and more solemn. At this moment, Chao Xing, looking at the pile of supplies on the ground, had a smile from the heart on his face. This batch of materials is really a lot. This included a huge amount of crowns, food, and mithril, etc. 300 million crowns alone filled more than a dozen boxes. In addition, there was a large amount of food. 1 million kilograms of food, 40 kilograms per bag, and more than 20,000 bags. When all the supplies were unloaded, the knight captain gradually came to his senses. Then he looked at Chao Xing and asked in doubt, "My lord, I would like to ask, why are these polar people in your territory different from those in other regions?" What's the difference?" Chao Xing asked in a puzzled manner. The knight captain replied, "They give me the feeling that they are even more ferocious than some fourth-level creatures." Chao Xing smiled. "Nothing. It's just that the living conditions in our territory are better, and these polar people are stronger." He made up a reason. After hearing this, the knights looked at each other, although they knew that this reason was a bit nonsense. But no one dared to question anything on the field. After all, the other party could defeat their knights by sending a few polar people to work. Not to mention, they saw various soldiers and warriors constantly appearing in the central building of the territory. I'm afraid that if a soldier jumped out, their knights would be wiped out. After seeing the internal situation of this territory, the knight captain seemed to understand why their viscount attached so much importance to this territory. He took a deep breath and said, "My lord, the things have been delivered, and we won't stay for long." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." The knight captain bowed, and then led everyone and the empty carriage to the outside of the territory. Tap, tap, when the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away, until they were 1 or 2 kilometers away from Chao Xing territory. The knights slowly breathed a sigh of relief. One of the knights asked with a strange look, "Captain, is what he said true? Are those polar people really just stronger?" The knight captain glanced at him lightly, and then said, "Is it true or not? Does it make any sense?" The man replied cautiously, "But letting polar people have power is not allowed on the continent, and it has violated the laws of the kingdom." The knight captain said again, "That is the law for us, and it cannot restrict these lords of the other world. Moreover, this person seems to have a deeper relationship with the Viscount. Remember not to tell anyone about what happened today, although this lord of the other world may not care. If we cause him any trouble because of this, I'm afraid we will all be in trouble." The other knights immediately straightened their faces and said, "Understood." At the same time, when all the knights left, Chao Xing was still counting the corresponding supplies, and found that there was no shortage of weight. Satisfied again appeared on his face. In this way, he could make all his warriors break through. "Duan, the polar man, asked Lord, do we need to move these supplies to the warehouse?" Chao Xing shook his head. "Not for now. I will need them later." Chapter 468 Large-Scale Upgrade. Clues to the new expansion pack. "Okay, Lord," Duan said, and took the other polar people to continue working. Not long after the knights left, another huge shadow appeared in the sky of the territory. That shadow descended towards the territory at a very fast speed. It was Assam riding the Griffin King. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing suddenly showed a happy smile on his face, because this meant that Assam had completed the mission and returned smoothly from Malign City. Who? The old king flapped his huge wings, causing a violent wind sound, and then landed steadily. Assam jumped off its back and quickly came to Chao Xing. "Dear Lord, I have successfully completed the task. However, it took some time to find the master beast trainer, so it took a few days." Chao Xing smiled and said, "It's okay. You are back at the right time. I am preparing to lead people to attack the ancient battlefield of the dead today. You can go with me when you come back." Hearing this, Assam's face became serious, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had no complaints about the fact that he had just returned from Malign City, and was about to join the war in a blink of an eye. He said with a firm look, "I will use the sword in my hand to clear all obstacles for you." After a pause, Assam recalled something. and then took out two things from the backpack on his waist. By the way, Lord, this is what you asked me to bring back. After speaking, he stepped forward and handed over the things in his hand. Chao Xing took it. Obtain, Maryland City Center Shop Title Deed *1. Obtain, Dragon Taming Reins, Orange, *1 at this moment. Both rewards that he needed were successfully obtained. Chao Xing smiled even more happily. The most important reward was naturally the Dragon Taming Reins, Orange. This thing can force a dragon to surrender and become your pet. Of course, it is limited to young dragons. At this time, Chao Xing was already thinking, should he send a core member to the mountains outside to look for news of young dragons? At this time, Assam's words interrupted Chao Xing's thoughts. My lord, in addition to these two things, the two people you asked me to see asked me to bring you a message. Chao Xing asked in confusion. What did they say? Assam replied. The Earl didn't say anything. He wanted you to visit the Earl's mansion in Malign City when you have time. And the other trainer said that if you want to use this bridle to tame the dragon, he can give you a free clue. Huh? Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Assam replied. He said that his brother, when he was exploring the Daishan Mountains, he once found a dragon's nest on a high mountain. There seems to be a female dragon living in it. It has been almost 5 years now. According to the time calculation, the female dragon should have laid several dragon eggs. Hearing this, Chao Xing was delighted. Good guy. He just wanted to send someone out to find the trace of the dragon's nest. But this trainer brought him the news. And it was confirmed that there was a dragon's nest in that place. But, where is this Daishan Mountains? Assam replied, My lord. He said that the Daishan Mountains are outside the border, near the kingdom of Ostia. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Outside the border, still near the kingdom of Ostia. Didn't this kingdom destroy the kingdom of Victoria? Chao Xing knew that this country was an enemy of the Queen of Mine Victoria. And there was a wizard who was at least a hero. However, with his current strength, 1 or 2 heroes can no longer pose any threat. He made up his mind that after finishing the work at hand, he would explore the dragon's nest. Chao Xing nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Assam, this information is very important to me. Now use this to upgrade your Sword of the Lady of the Lake again. After that, he threw a glowing soul from his backpack. Assam took it respectfully and understood what Chao Xing meant. Then, he moved the legendary weapon, Sword of the Lady of the Lake, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, towards the soul. As the sword emitted a bright light, it enveloped the soul. In the blink of an eye, the power contained in this soul was absorbed completely. Chao Xing looked at the attributes of the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. The weapon level was upgraded to level 40, and the attack power increased by more than 700 points again. The basic attribute was also increased from the original 280 to 420. Now, the attack power of this weapon has officially exceeded 10,000. And Assam's attack power has also reached an astonishing 23,000. You know, he is only a level 54 leader creature now. If a period of time passes, how terrifying his attack power can be. It is simply unimaginable. And Assam also held the hilt of the sword in his hand with great satisfaction and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing waved his hand. Nothing. Now go and rest. And then wait for my order. Yes. The knight immediately respectfully withdrew. And then found his partner, Frost Wolf Winter. And Chao Xing himself came to the alchemy workshop. As soon as he entered, he saw the witch who was concentrating on refining potions. Chao Xing's voice rang out. Francesca, take a break first. I need you to go out with me later. The witch raised her beautiful head and said casually, I know. The holy water refined in the past few days is in the storage box. Go get it yourself. Chao Xing nodded, and didn't talk to her about the past. He walked directly to the storage box, and took out all the holy water refined during this period. Obtained, holy water, orange, *1521. Seeing this number, Chao Xing smiled again. Very good. Including the amount of holy water in my hand, it has exceeded 2,000. At present, there are only more than 1,000 melee units in the entire territory, which is completely enough. Now the resources are enough. And the holy water is almost ready. It can be said that everything is ready. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately contacted Ji Xinhua. Xinhua, is it convenient? After a moment, the message came back immediately. Boss Chao Xing. Of course it's convenient. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Don't be polite to me. Ji Xinyue's crisp voice sounded. With a hint of excitement, Chao Xing smiled and replied, It's the same as last time. I need to trouble you to go to the underground palace and bring me a message. Hearing this, her originally excited tone suddenly subsided. Ah, are you going to find those undead again? It can be heard that Ji Xinyue is a little scared. Although she has been to the underground palace several times, she still feels very scared every time she faces the undead. Chao Xing said, Yes. Just notify them, and tell them that I am ready. Let the Duke of Palatine bring people here now. I wait for them in the territory. Hearing the last sentence, Ji Xinyue seemed to realize something and her expression froze. This man may have some big moves next. After all, there are thousands of undead in the underground palace. Chao Xing actually let so many undead come to him. In addition, the strength of his own territory is well known to be strong. So many creatures are dispatched at the same time. They must be preparing for a big action. Or, to deal with an extremely powerful enemy? So, Ji Xinyue said solemnly. Yes, Boss Chao Xing. I go now. After that, the two hung up the communication. Ji Xinyue was no longer afraid at this time. He patted his flat chest, and then quickly went to the forest to inform Duke Paladin to bring troops over. As for whether Duke Paladin can find his territory, there is no need to worry about this. Chao Xing told this undead duke last time. When Ji Xinyue started to act, Chao Xing also clapped his hands and said, Next, we will make preparations for the war. Consume those resources, and raise the level of the warriors. Facts have proved that the decision he made a few days ago was right. Use the advanced power heart in advance to raise the level of all Ascalon warriors to the 4th level. Although more than 1,000 hearts of power were consumed, worth tens of millions of ice dragon marks. But the battles in the past few days have allowed them to reach level 40, which is the maximum level of the 4th level. In other words, now they can all break through to the 5th level directly. In this way, Chao Xing will immediately increase the number of 5th level warriors. It's really exciting to think about it. So, he came to the center of the territory and took out the altar of the god of Balthazar. Clang! The heavy red altar fell to the ground, carrying a heavy and ancient atmosphere. Including the breakthrough function on it is also in the light state. But before that, Chao Xing had another idea. Last time in the Oracle battle, I killed those gods and commanders and obtained 4 divine power fragments. Currently, I have a total of 9 fragments in my hand. With so many fragments, should we try to restore the divine power of this altar and enable it to open the function of breaking through to the master? Chao Xing did it as he said. Then he took out 4 fragments of divine power from the backpack and kept the other 5 as backup, just in case. Last time, I used the strongest skill of Lizardman's statue, which has exhausted my divine power. I have only recovered a few points in the past few days, so I must ensure that I can always launch a demigod attack. Do you want to consume divine power fragments to replenish the divine power of Balthazar's altar of living beings? Yes. Insufficient divine power fragments. Failed to open. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Are all 4 divine power fragments insufficient? How many do you need? He shook his head. Chao Xing was not going to continue to dwell on this issue. It doesn't matter if it can't be opened now. Anyway, he doesn't have so many resources for other warriors to break through to the 6th level master. So, Chao Xing said directly, all combatants, assemble. After receiving the order, more than 1,000 people in the entire territory gathered together, including those core combatants. The Witch Francesca, the Queen of Mind and Energy Victoria, etc. all came out. In about 2 or 3 minutes, they assembled. They stared at their lords with eyes wide open, and everyone showed high fighting spirit. Among them, the big guy, Zhou Taizhuang, was the most conspicuous. Even if he sat on the ground, he was much taller than the others, like a walking hill, full of deterrence. Chao Xing didn't waste any words and directly asked the 1,000 Ascalon warriors to line up. Then he clicked on the breakthrough function on the altar. Do you want to consume materials to make the warriors in the territory break through to the 5th level? Yes. The next moment, a familiar blood mist rose from Balthazar's warrior altar, and it spread quickly, gradually devouring the sacrifices on the ground. 20 million crowns, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of food, and a large amount of mithril quickly disappeared. This time, It can be said that Chao Xing sacrificed the most resources in history. The blood mist became extremely large, and the powerful aura inside almost condensed into substance. After finally accumulating to a certain extreme, it turned into a blood column that rushed into the sky. Buzz! The blood column rushed up to 1,000 meters high. Then it was divided into 1,000 small blood columns, and fell on the bodies of those Ascalon warriors. At this moment, all the warriors felt a burning power in their bodies. This power traveled through their bodies, allowing them to complete a higher level of transformation in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, waves of powerful auras rose up. Your territory member, Yaskin, has successfully advanced to a 5th level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Blood volume plus 50%. Prosperity plus 10. Your territory member, Barry, has successfully advanced to a 5th level ordinary creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Blood volume plus 50%. Prosperity plus 5. Thousands of system prompts sounded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the Ascalon warriors transformed to the 5th level at the same time. They looked around excitedly, feeling the surging power in their bodies, and their excitement was beyond words. The 1,000 Ascalon warriors who broke through exuded an extremely fierce aura. Like a group of awakened beasts, they were ready to fight on the battlefield at any time. And Chao Xing also looked at the group of warriors in front of him with satisfaction. So far, the number of strong men above the 5th level in his territory has exceeded 1,300. Even now, only the mages, the swordsmen of the Star Country, and the Knights of the Silver Hand are still at the 4th level. However, if you want these more than 400 people to break through to the 5th level together, you need a large number of expert-level power hearts, which is also a headache. At present, there are only the last few dozen left in my backpack. I can only think of a way later. Then, he took out more than 1,400 bottles of holy water from his backpack. Distribute them to all the Boar warriors, Ascalon warriors, Dragon Blood fighters, and other melee units. In the end, there were more than 400 bottles of holy water left, which Chao Xing kept for himself to use against those powerful undead. At this moment, more than 1,000 people held the holy water in their hands, staring at each other, not knowing how to use it. The Boar warriors asked in confusion, "Lord, how do you use this thing? Do you drink it directly?" Including Chao Xing, was a little confused. He was about to ask everyone to drink it and try, and Isabel next to him hurriedly stopped him. "Lord, this holy water is not for drinking. It contains strong corrosive power. If you drink it, it may cause great damage to your body." Chao Xing was slightly stunned, and then asked, "Then how do you use this holy water?" Isabel explained, "Just apply it on the weapon." Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. Fortunately, Isabel stopped it in time. Otherwise it would have caused a big mistake. After drinking this holy water, the more than 1,000 soldiers, even if they were physically strong, could withstand it. But diarrhea is inevitable. By then, everyone in the territory will become a jet fighter, and today's ancient battlefield can't be fought. So, Chao Xing coughed twice, and then said, "Everyone, just pour the holy water on the weapon." Everyone began to do so. Then, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Birdie Sun Chaser, used holy water, so that the next 5 attacks, when causing damage to the undead, will cause an additional 40% light attribute damage, affected by the innate eternal power. This state has become permanent. The role of the eternal power is once again reflected. A bottle of holy water can be used as countless bottles. As long as the weapon is not changed, it will exist forever. It is equivalent to saving Chao Xing an unknown amount of resources. Now everything is ready. Just wait for the Duke of Palatine to lead the undead over, and then you can officially start the action. And Chao Xing continued to wait in the territory. At the same time, on the snowfield about dozens of kilometers away from the territory, many survivors stood there blankly, watching the strange scene happening in the distance. A large group of undead appeared on the white snowfield. They all floated, with their legs about 20 centimeters away from the snow, and marched forward in a mighty manner. These undead were silent, all holding war blades and wearing uniform armor. The strong aura of the undead on their bodies made no living creature dare to approach, especially the undead leader, who gave people an invincible feeling. The group of survivors hid far behind a pile of rocks and exclaimed, "Oh my God! This group of undead has come out again." We often saw them on the snowfield in the past month. But this time the scale seems to be a little bigger. Yes, this number, I estimate it is more than 10,000. It's a bit scary. Do you think this group of undead is going to cause trouble for someone? Everyone was shocked. No one can be so unlucky. Right? With such a huge scale of undead, no territory in the entire snowstorm can withstand it. Indeed, it shouldn't be so outrageous. After all, we didn't provoke these undead. At this time, a survivor seemed to suddenly remember something. Then he said in doubt, "Brothers, do you still remember that the system prompted that the next expansion pack will be updated soon?" Hearing this, the others replied, "Remember? What do you mean?" The man had an excited look in his eyes, and then said, "I guess the next expansion pack is likely to be the scourge of the undead." The other survivors were also stunned. And then, as if they echoed something, their pupils suddenly contracted. Damn! That makes sense. How can an expansion pack be without the scourge of the undead? And the system also said that the next expansion pack will be released soon. The appearance of these undead is likely to warm us up. Brothers, let's take a picture and post it on the forum. The survivors took photos of this scene. After all, this is information related to the next expansion pack, which is big news among the remaining 2 billion survivors. Once it is announced, the few people who discover the information will become famous in the future. So soon, a post appeared on the World Forum. Shocking. The next expansion pack is confirmed to be the scourge of the undead. Pictures speak louder than words. The pictures of these undead were posted under the post, as well as their analysis. Soon, a lot of discussion was aroused in the post. Second floor, damn! There are so many undead. This number is a bit scary. Is the next expansion pack really the scourge of the undead? Third floor, brothers, if you don't believe me, I analyzed 2 months ago that the new expansion pack is the scourge of the undead. But no one believed me. Fourth floor, +1 to the above. I saw many brothers on the forum said that they saw a lot of undead near their territory. So I guessed that there might be an expansion pack related to undead soon. 1785th floor, my relative is in a game company. I can prove that what the above brother said is true. As the survivors discussed, the content became more and more outrageous. It even made many people believe that the next expansion pack is really related to undead. In just half an hour, this post quickly received millions of hits. Chapter 469 Legion Assemble. Target: Ancient Battlefield. As the popularity of this discussion thread gradually increased, more and more people participated in the discussion and posted various intelligence they found. Some people even dug out the video of the explorer couple before their death about 2 months ago. This further confirmed the authenticity of this post. However, what they didn't know was that the undead was originally a common monster in this world. Just like goblins, snow monsters, and other creatures, they can be encountered everywhere. After so many people's discussions and various so-called evidences, as a result, they concluded that these undead were related to the expansion pack. Brothers, the clues are now very clear. I bet that the next expansion pack is definitely the scourge of the undead. If not, I will eat 2 pounds of shit live. Then I will also bet. If not, I will take off the pants of the people and eat their live. Don't bet anymore. Since we have guessed the enemy of the next expansion pack, we must make corresponding preparations now. You can stock up on a lot of things to deal with the undead, such as holy light potions, holy light skill books, recruitment scrolls, etc. By the way, I sell a lot of primary holy light potions here, which increase the damage to the undead by 5%. Now it only costs 2,000 ice dragon marks per bottle. Hurry up and buy it. For a while, many survivor lords, with a keen sense of business, rushed into the territory almost immediately, next to the market. Then they began to buy up all kinds of things to deal with the undead. In the markets of various regions, some props were swept away in a short period of time, including the skill books of the Holy Light system, equipment, and so on. The prices have skyrocketed. At this moment, Chao Xing did not know that because of his action, so many people were sure that the next expansion pack would be the scourge of the undead. And it also caused a storm of stockpiling in the market. He was still waiting for the arrival of the Duke of Paladin. At this time, someone sent a message to Chao Xing. Yao Yiming, boss Chao Xing. Are you there? Chao Xing replied, well, what's the matter? Yao Yiming said, nothing. I just heard that it seems that the next expansion pack is the Scourge of the Undead. So I want to remind you to prepare first. Chao Xing was slightly stunned after hearing this. How do you know that the next expansion pack is the Scourge of the Undead? Yao Yiming replied, it seems that someone posted a post and also posted a picture with many undead appearing on it. Some people from other regions also posted various pictures of the undead they found. Now in the chat channel, everyone is discussing the next expansion pack. All kinds of things used to deal with the undead in the market are selling like crazy. After hearing this, Chao Xing became even more confused. Then he quickly clicked on the World Forum to take a look. At a glance, he saw the post that was so popular that the number of clicks even exceeded 20 million. When he saw the so-called photos and the truth above, his mouth twitched immediately. Fuck. Isn't this the Duke of Paladin and his group? At this moment, Chao Xing also realized that it was precisely because of Paladin and his group's actions that this discussion was triggered. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The imagination of these stupid survivors is really rich. After a pause, Chao Xing replied, I know. Don't follow me to hoard these equipment and materials. The next expansion pack is not the undead plague. Yao Yiming felt a little strange. But he didn't ask more, but said directly, okay. I know. Thank you for reminding me. Chao Xing. Although he didn't know why Chao Xing was so sure. But now, he is the number one in the 4 regions. Even in the last Oracle War, he became the number one among tens of millions of survivors. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number one in the entire server. What he said was obviously more convincing than other survivors. After both parties closed the private chat, Chao Xing shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether to say that the next expansion pack is the Blood Legion. After thinking about it, forget it. After all, even he himself didn't know what kind of creatures the Blood Legion was. And he didn't even know what kind of strength they had. Clear. There is no use saying it now. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a chill coming, which gave him goosebumps. Even the temperature in the territory suddenly dropped by 4 or 5 degrees. At the same time, there was a long-forgotten breath in the air. This breath represents death. Looking outside the territory, there appeared a large moving blue ocean. It was the army of undead led by Paladin. They came so quickly. This duke is so efficient. Chao Xing was amazed. When this group of undead stepped into the range of the territory furnace, the system prompt appeared. Ascalon Undead, Duke Paladin has requested to visit your territory. Do you agree? Yes. At the same time, the moving sea of undeads was approaching Chao Xing territory quickly. Mighty and mighty. From afar, thousands of undead figures were floating on the white snow. They were approaching quickly with the breath of death. Even the air was filled with a cold breath of death, as if it could freeze people's blood. In the entire territory, everyone couldn't help but stop their actions, and even subconsciously held their weapons. Although the level of the undead led by Duke Paladin was not high, the sense of oppression was very strong. And Chao Xing also brought his army to wait outside the territory quickly. The two sides met, looked at each other, and then said politely, Lord Chao Xing, how are you? Your Excellency the Duke, how are you? When Duke Paladin saw the army behind Chao Xing, the blue ghost fire in his pupils flickered, seemed to be very surprised. This was the first time he saw all the troops in Chao Xing territory go out together. The 2 previous trips to the underground palace, Chao Xing only brought his core combatants. Now, he deeply felt how terrible the power of this lord of another world was. Duke Paladin sighed, Lord Chao Xing, your soldiers are so fierce and terrifying. I feel that any dozens of people can kill me. He is now a 6th level commander level creature, although his strength is very strong. But Chao Xing soldiers, each with so many states attached, have a terrifying attack power. In the case of no cost, a few dozen people can indeed kill a strong man of his level. It's hard to imagine that the power you have now has reached this level. I'm afraid that in a short time, your armed forces will be enough to rival the core legion of a kingdom. Chao Xing felt a little proud when he heard the admiration of Duke Paladin. However, he still said modestly, Your Excellency, Duke, you are joking. My legion has just begun to take shape, and it is still far behind these kingdoms. Duke Paladin shook his head and did not continue to discuss this matter. His pupils, which were flashing with blue ghost fire, continued to sweep over the warriors behind Chao Xing. In particular, when his eyes fell on the more than 1,000 Ascalon warriors, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, I could still see the Ascalon Legion on this land. And it seems that these warriors are stronger than they were thousands of years ago. At this moment, many of the Ascalon warriors behind him recognized Duke Paladin. They all said with emotion, "Your Excellency, we have always been concerned about the glory of the kingdom. Your Excellency, we are willing to fight for the kingdom." But Duke Paladin waved his hand. "You don't need to do this. The past is the past. The glory of the kingdom no longer exists. We are just remnants of the last era. You are lucky to come to such a territory and fight for Lord Chaoxing. I am proud of you." The soldiers nodded solemnly, and proud expressions appeared on their faces. At the same time, they couldn't help but recall the scene 1,000 years ago. Chaoxing saw that the atmosphere between them became a little sad. He smiled and interrupted, "Your Excellency the Duke, everything is ready now. Then let's discuss tactics next." But the Duke of Paladin waved his hand and said, "No need to discuss. Lord Chaoxing, we will obey your command throughout this operation, including the army of undead behind me. They will also obey your command." The nearly 10,000 undead behind him also had no objections. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see how terrifying the army behind this lord of another world is. Any army of 100 people can disperse their army of tens of thousands of undead. It is really any one person who can fight against 100 people. So powerful that it is terrifying. Chaoxing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Duke Paladin would be so easy to talk to. But this way, it will be much easier. Chaoxing said readily, "No problem. Then I will tell you my idea first. Next, I will lead all the soldiers to enter the ancient battlefield first. Then negotiate with the group of undead. Once the negotiation is done, everything will be fine. If the negotiation fails, then try another method to negotiate." Duke Paladin's expression moved slightly. He also knew what the other method Chaoxing was talking about was. But he didn't refuse. After all, as mentioned before, this operation was under Chaoxing command throughout. After briefly explaining the action plan, Chaoxing waved his hand and said, "Now, follow me." After saying that, Chaoxing jumped directly onto Debai's back. Then he said, "Everyone, follow me." Upon hearing the order, Debai immediately stepped on his elephant hooves and rushed out with heavy steps. The snow under his feet was shaken up by it, and behind him, more than 1,000 combatants, plus tens of thousands of undead, were in full force, including the newly tamed Griffin Legion, wild boar warriors, etc., all brought up. In the territory, only 3 5th-level ancient war trees and a rattan head turret were left. With the power of these creatures, it is enough to deal with some small-scale attacks. In addition, there are so many elemental arrow towers in the territory. Even if they encounter the impact of tens of thousands of troops, they can hold on for a while. The ancient battlefield is not far away. Even if they encounter danger, they can rush back in a short time. In the blink of an eye, this large group of figures disappeared at the end of the sight. At this moment, Chao Yi, the old man who was watching this scene on the city wall, had a look of emotion in his eyes. When he first came to this territory, there were only a dozen combatants in the entire territory. Now, only a few months have passed, and it has already become so large. At this moment, the old man sighed. What a magical territory. I believe that in the near future, the territory of a kingdom will not be able to accommodate the development of the Lord. The name of this territory will definitely spread throughout the continent. About 10 minutes later, Chaoxing had led the army to the vicinity of the familiar ancient battlefield. As soon as he approached, he saw many weapon wreckage and fragments covered by snow. However, because there was a medium snow and 2 light snows during this period, the snow here became thicker. Chaoxing saw that there were many high-level undead wandering around. All of them were above level 50 or 60. However, compared with the undead power of the Ascalon undead, it was dark blue. The undead fire on these undead was pale green. Moreover, the undead in this ancient battlefield seemed to have no mind, and even their movements were a little slow. Chaoxing glanced at their attributes. Ancient undead. Race, undead. Level, 54, 6th order ordinary creature. HP, 418762/418762. Attack power, 5518 to 5589. Armor, 959 to 1082. Skills, expert sword mastery. Undead slash. Unyielding rage. Talent, undead body, Introduction: Warriors of a certain era. More than 10,000 years have passed since their death, and the passage of time has made them no longer conscious, leaving only the instinct to kill. See the above introduction. Chaoxing's eyes appeared solemn. The undead from more than 10,000 years ago. Isn't that too long ago? In other words, they died even before the invasion war. Oh my god! Who are their enemies? Questions arose in Chaoxing's mind, and he even wanted to catch an undead on the spot to ask. However, it was just as the system introduced above. The passage of time has made these undead lose their minds, and they can't communicate like the Ascalon undead. They now only have the instinct to kill. Just like now. After sensing the breath of Chaoxing and others, these dozen undead knew that they were not opponents, but they still rushed over regardless. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing didn't want to waste time outside. After all, the undead in that ancient battlefield are the most important. So he said directly, "Deal with him." After speaking, the holy light priest Isabel next to him quickly raised her staff. Buzz! From her staff, a strong holy light power condensed. Then, a huge holy light ball appeared on the head of the undead. The moment this holy light ball appeared, not only the several undead spirits that rushed towards them quickly, even the Ascalon undead army behind Chaoxing felt a series of tingling sensations on their bodies. Sizzle! Sizzle! As the huge holy light ball fell, terrifying damage numbers appeared one after another. -73,854. -74,821. -72,952. -85927. These ordinary undead spirits of level 6 and 7 generally have a HP of around 400,000 to 500,000, and are still very durable. However, because Isabel is a holy light mage, she is naturally restrained against these undead spirits. The same magic will cause an additional 50% more damage. So just one holy light ball skill took away nearly half of their HP. Even after Lu Muxiu had transformed into an angel, her output only increased by about 30%. However, there is a rather outrageous thing. After Lu Muxiu had transformed into angel form, because she was using a melee weapon, the effect of the holy water still existed. In other words, she had a full 70% extra damage bonus to these undead creatures. This is the real undead nemesis. Even more outrageous than the holy light priestess like Isabel. At the same time, after those undead were blasted into residual health by Isabel's holy light ball, the wild boar warriors immediately raised their double knives and rushed up. Puff! Puff! Swish! Swish. -13,742. -12,624. -14,735. -16,733. Every time the knife was chopped down, it made a sound like the sun burning the skin, and it caused more than 10,000 damage one by one. Most of these level 50 wild boar warriors have a basic attack power of more than 2,000. After Lu Muxiu's blessing of courage and strength, the attack power can reach 7,500, comparable to the leader level creatures of the same level. Add to that the 40% additional light attribute damage of holy water and the 10% attack power bonus of the command technique. Each attack damage can easily exceed 10,000. And the most outrageous thing is that these wild boar warriors use dual swords. In other words, their attack speed is ridiculously fast. They can cut 3 or 4 swords in 1 second. The damage per second reaches more than 50,000. In a few seconds, all these undead were killed. Your territory member, Rab, killed the ancient undead LV-54, a 6th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points, 3564. Combatants gained experience points, 1782. After more than a dozen consecutive battle messages, all the undead wandering outside the ancient battlefield were chopped down, and Chaoxing also gained a lot of experience. These undead give quite a lot of experience points. It seems that even if I can't subdue them, killing all the undead in the ancient battlefield below can also allow me to level up 1 or 2 levels. Of course, this is the method with the least benefit. Killing these undead, in addition to experience, does not even give the heart of power and soul, which is very unprofitable. The best way is to transform these undead and turn them into our own people. At the same time, Lad has come over and said respectfully, "Lord, this is the item dropped by the undead." Chaoxing took it. Get soul sand, gold, *3. Get undead crystal *17. Get Expert level Heart of Power *2. Get Large Spirit Book *5. Get Master level Element Crystal *7. Will these undead also explode with soul sand? That's good. After all, this material is still very useful. Used on the king's altar, it can revive the leader level creatures that died in the territory. However, no leader level creatures have died under Chao Xing command, so this resurrection function has not been used yet. After dealing with this group of undead, Chao Xing continued, Wild Boar warriors, go to the front to open the way. We will go in directly. Hearing the Lord asking them to open the way, these militant Wild Boar warriors were very excited. Raising the double swords, they rushed forward. Chapter 470 City of the Dead. Paladin's Transformation Ceremony. They quickly dealt with the scattered dead spirits they encountered along the way. Everyone followed them, and it was smooth sailing. Soon, they arrived at the center of the ancient battlefield, which was the area of the passage. In front of them, there was a cave covered by snow. There were dense footprints around the cave. It seemed that many survivors had come to explore. However, there were only footprints going in, not coming out. The fate of these people is naturally self-evident. Assam and Braun had walked over and cleared the passage. A spacious passage was revealed, with a height of about 5 or 6 meters. Chao Xing thought to himself, fortunately, this passage is large enough. Otherwise not only I can't get in, but also the newcomer in my territory, Xiao Tai's Wang, can't get in. He took a look at the inside of the passage, which was emitting a faint green light. Obviously, there are also many dead spirits in the passage. So, Chao Xing said, Assam, Braun, you go in first. Yes. After saying that, the two rushed directly into the passage. After a while, the angry roars of the undead and the sounds of fighting came from inside. Chao Xing and others also entered quickly. At a glance, they saw a large number of undead in the passage, and they were madly attacking Braun and Assam. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing thought to himself, last time I came here, there were not many undead in this passage. But this time there are so many. It seems that it won't be long before more undead will rush out of the passage. By then, I'm afraid my territory will be the first to be affected. This also shows that his action this time was very timely. At the same time, Assam and Braun were fighting against the undead inside. These undead had a strong desire to attack. Chao Xing frowned slightly, because his original plan was to discuss with these undead first, and then fight if the discussion failed. As a result, these undead had no consciousness at all, and could not communicate at all. Now, we can only hope that there are undead spirits that can communicate in the ancient battlefield. If not, the situation will be a little complicated. He exhaled lightly, and then said, let's do it. Clear the passage first. Upon hearing the order, all the ranged units launched attacks. Swish, swish, crash. The archer corps shot out arrows with nightmare breath one by one. There were also a large number of ground spikes, wind blades, and other magic attacks. A large number of undead spirits had damages of over 10,000 on their heads. Under this group of melee units with holy water attached to them, the battle was basically a crushing defeat. The undead spirits in the passage fell in groups, and they could not stop their steps at all. It took less than 3 minutes to clear all the undead spirits in this passage. The crowd quickly passed through this passage of 400 or 500 meters. At the end, a burst of green light appeared. Chao Xing knew that these were emitted by the huge number of undead spirits inside. So he reminded, we are about to go in. Get ready. Hearing this, everyone immediately raised their vigilance. The Duke of Palatine behind him also called a large number of Ascalon undead to enter the passage. Then, they went straight through the passage, and the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. The first thing that came into view was an extremely open space with an ancient city in front. This city has become a ruin because of the baptism of war in years. However, above this ruined city, there is a nearly huge army of undead wandering. They are densely packed and seem endless. The undead aura on their bodies illuminates the entire underground space. Above their heads, there are also flying undead giant eagles, griffins, and undead dragons. Crash! The undead army in the sky is like a green ocean, and with their every movement, it surges like a tide. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, but seeing it again, I still feel shocked, because the number of undead here is really amazing. The last time I came here, Chao Xing took people away without hesitation after sensing the breath of the undead inside. This time, he doesn't need to run away. Take a quick look. The number of undead here is at least 50,000 or 60,000. However, this is only the situation on the periphery. In the depths of the ruined city, there are more and more powerful undead hidden. Even the Duke of Paladin, who came to this city of the dead for the first time, couldn't help but be shocked. It's hard to imagine that there is such a huge city of the dead near Lord Chao Xing territory. No wonder you have to deal with them. If one day, so many undead escape at the same time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chao Xing nodded, and then asked, Your Excellency the Duke, do you know the origin of this group of undead? Now that the group of undead has not yet noticed them, they can chat first. Hearing this, the Duke of Paladin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This group of undead looks much older than us. Chao Xing replied, Yes. This group of undead probably died more than 10,000 years ago. Hearing this time, the Duke of Paladin's black pupils felt a little confused. More than 10,000 years ago. This time point is a bit too far away. The earliest recorded history of human civilization is only about 10,000 years old. According to the information I read in some ancient books, 10,000 years ago, humans were still living a tribal life. This also made Duke Paladin more suspicious. After all, this magnificent city in front of him doesn't look like a so-called tribe. The ability to build a city means that they are a powerful civilization. Paladin asked in confusion, Could it be that history is wrong? Human civilization existed 10,000 years ago? At this moment, not only Paladin, but also Chao Xing beside him, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seems that the identity of this group of undead is really a bit mysterious. The history of human civilization is only about 10,000 years. And they built such a magnificent city 10,000 years ago. And who killed them? Why do they have to guard this after death? A city? A lot of questions popped up. Chao Xing took a deep breath. No matter what it was, today he would unveil the mysterious veil of this city. At the same time, when Chao Xing's soldiers swarmed into this ancient city, the sea of undead in front seemed to have noticed them. Suddenly, the pale green undead flames on his body surged a lot. A series of harsh sounds came. There is the breath of living people. Another damn guy invaded our city. Crush them. Crashed. As soon as the words fell, a large number of undead rushed towards them. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Obviously, the current situation showed that this group of undead could not communicate. And Chao Xing's idea of negotiating with these undead was also directly shattered. I thought we could have a good discussion, but it seems that it won't work. So Chao Xing looked at the Duke next to him and asked, Your Excellency the Duke, do you have any solution for this situation? Duke Paladin shook his head. No. These undead have completely lost their minds. Just like a group of beasts that can only attack. It is probably impossible to get them to cooperate and voluntarily transform into our Ascalon undead. Chao Xing frowned slightly. If they cannot be transformed, that means we can only kill all the undead in this underground palace. This makes Chao Xing feel a little tricky. As we have seen before, the benefits of killing these undead are really not high. And at this moment, Duke Paladin changed the subject. But this time I brought the holy crown of the kingdom. Chao Xing was stunned. Is it the crown from last time? What is the use? A creepy smile appeared on the dead face of Duke Paladin. After wearing this crown, I have a higher level of authority. If we can beat these undead to a weak state, we have a chance. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. You mean, can we force them to transform into Ascalon undead? Yes. These undead have little consciousness left. After being attacked a lot, the undead fire in their bodies will become very weak. This gives me the opportunity to transform them. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled. Then what are you waiting for? Immediately ordered all Ascalon warriors, wild boar warriors, go! Try not to kill them. Beat them into a weak state, and hand them over to Duke Paladin for transformation. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, more than 1,000 fifth-level warriors rushed up with amazing momentum. And at the front, Yaskin, Lab and others raised their weapons and shouted, Everyone, inspect. It's time to test our fighting power. We must not let the Lord down. We are the most powerful warriors. Kill! All the warriors let out a shocking cry of killing, and then rushed forward fiercely. More than 1,000 warriors charged at the same time. And the momentum they burst out was not weaker than the tens of thousands of undead on the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Chao Xing and Paladin were in the back, watching the scene in front of them. The next moment, the two waves of armies had already made head-on contact. Tens of thousands of undead armies waved the ghost blades in their hands and slashed down fiercely. Hua la la. These more than 1,000 soldiers are like a lone boat on the sea. Facing the surging waves, they will be drowned by the group of undead in an instant. If it was a month ago, these soldiers of Chao Xing would not be able to stop the attack of so many undead. However, now is different. Facing the impact of a large number of undead, these more than 1,000 fighters not only did not retreat a step, but began to counterattack in an orderly manner. For the glory of the Lord, defeat them. The warriors waved their swords and attacked frantically. Puff! The sound of the blades constantly passing by appeared. The formation of the first wave of undead army was cut open in an instant, and the blood volume began to drop sharply. And because of the power of holy water, every knife eroded the group of undead and made them scream continuously. Ah! Pain. So painful. These damn guys. Their weapons have power against us. The blood volume of the undead army dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. These warriors shouted, "Everyone! Attack!" They actually rushed forward despite the attacks of tens of thousands of undead. Like a school of fish swimming upstream, they broke through the formation of the undead army. A large number of undead were defeated by this invincible army. When the health of several undead dropped below 10%, the green flames on their bodies became erratic. Duke Paladin said, "Sir Chao Xing, I'm going over." Chao Xing understood what he meant and nodded immediately. "Okay." After saying that, Paladin rushed to the battlefield at the fastest speed. At the same time, as he held up the crown in his hand, a mighty king's aura instantly spread. These dozen undead with residual blood instantly felt that they were bound by a special force, and it was also invading their consciousness and polluting their will-o'-the-wisp. As undead, they actually had a fearful thought in their hearts. And at this moment, Paladin still held the crown, his face unchanged. He chanted some strange spells. "Homeless undead, the glory of the kingdom is willing to shine on you. Follow the king's will and become a brave warrior." With Paladin's spell, the pale green ghost fire on the undead gradually turned into a lavender color. There was a struggle in their eyes. "No, we can't betray our faith, Lord Tyrannus." However, their resistance was useless. In just a few seconds, the pale green light on their bodies completely changed color. This also means that they have completely turned into Ascalon undead. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing smiled with surprise and couldn't help clapping and praising. "Ha ha! Paladin's move is really good. I actually forced him to transform successfully. But this speed is still a bit slow. According to the speed just now, Paladin can transform at most a dozen undead at a time. And it takes 3 or 4 seconds. How many undead are there here? More than 100,000. At this speed, the transformation will not be completed until tomorrow. Moreover, these undead are not fools. It is impossible for them to stay in the same place and let Chao Xing and his men transform. It is normal for the warriors to kill a group of undead if they can't stop." Chao Xing's heart moved slightly. "Forget it. We can only see the situation and transform as many as we can. Even if it is only 1/10. It is a big profit." At the same time, the group of warriors were still fighting fiercely with these undead armies. Sometimes the battle is too intense, and there will always be a time when you can't stop. Some undead with residual blood were cleared, and then turned into a ball of pale green ghost fire and disappeared from the world. "Ah! Great Lord, we can no longer protect your glory." One by one, the undead were killed, and they made inexplicable sounds. They were like the moment before death, when they appeared, and they recovered a little bit of consciousness. Of course, many undead were transformed by Duke Paladin. As time passed, in the ruined city of the undead, more undead rushed over. Hua la la. A strong breath of death came to my face. At least 20,000 more undeads are pouring out. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing waved his hand. "Ascalon's undeads. Go and fight these undeads." The command of this battle fell on Chao Xing, so he naturally had the right to command all the undeads. After hearing this, the group of Ascalon undeads waved their battle blades without hesitation and rushed out fiercely, even though most of them were only at the 3rd to 5th level of combat power. compared with the undeads in this ancient battlefield. They were far behind in both number and strength. But they were still fearless. Of course, Cao Xing would not let them deal with this wave of enemies alone, but sent out the Dragon Blood Fighter Corps and the Centaur Corps to assist in the battle. Shadows rushed into the sky and then fell into the army of the undead like cannonballs. Boom! Boom! For Dragon Blood Fighter leaders used the terrifying skill Dragon Blood Sky Thorn in succession. A series of violent explosions broke up the formation of the undead army. More Dragon Blood Fighters used the large-scale control skill of Ice and Snow Dragon Spear Stab. Each of these fighters was Cao Xing trump card, and fighting 1 against 100 was just a common occurrence for them. At this moment, they rushed into the army of the undead and started killing on the spot. The Ascalon Undead Corps and the Centaur Corps behind them were not to be outdone. They waved their swords wildly to stop the enemy from moving forward. The Blue Sea of the Dead fought against the Green Flame of the Dead, and the two sides were actually evenly matched. Kill! The Centaur Lance Knights charged all the way, knocking down the 6th level undead one by one. The Centaur warriors followed closely behind. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of centaurs rushed straight into the heart of the undead army. The momentum of everyone was condensed to the peak, and each of them seemed to have invincible confidence. Invincible on the battlefield. Even in the battle, the group of Ascalon undead could not help but look at Cao Xing warriors. Emotions such as emotion and envy emerged in their hearts. In their view, this is the real legion. This is the real invincible army. Once, they also had this momentum. Under the glory of the kingdom, they were invincible. Now that they have become undead, their strength has dropped significantly. Among them, the undead Lieutenant Carhan said, "Everyone, don't lose face in front of your former comrades. Even if you become undead, you must show your spirit." Hearing this, all the undead on the field showed a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. "We are the strongest warriors." Tens of thousands of undead shouted to the sky, and the undead fire on their bodies surged. Then, they attacked the undead in the ancient battlefield with the most ferocious fighting posture, with the cooperation of the Dragon Blood Fighters and Centaurs. Soon, this wave of nearly 20,000 undead troops was stopped again. At the same time, the Duke of Paladin was almost working at the fastest speed. Seeing that the undead fire on the undead became dim, he rushed over quickly and used the power of the crown to transform this group of undead. In just a few minutes, 200 or 300 ancient undead had been transformed. Moreover, the combat power of these undead is quite strong. The lowest level of strength is 50, which is equivalent to adding 200 or 300 6th level combat power at once. However, these undead are in a weak state at the moment. Even if the transformation is completed, they cannot be put into battle immediately. But as long as they recover, the undead power possessed by Duke Paladin will increase dramatically, including Cao Xing mouth. A smile appeared. Very good. The number of these undead that have come out is about 60,000. With the power of my legion and the power of the Ascalon undead army, they can be contained here. In this way, the transformation can be carried out slowly. Just as Cao Xing thought so, the large-scale battle here immediately disturbed the more powerful troops in the City of the Dead. Roar. After a terrifying roar from the City of the Dead, another army of nearly 20,000 undead rushed out. And above their heads, there are a large number of flying units such as undead dragons and undead winged birds. Like a pale green wave, it pressed towards them overwhelmingly. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was not surprised. After all, he had seen before that there were more and more powerful undead in the ruined city. He waved his hand and quickly gave orders. All-star country swordsmen, earth magicians, this 20,000 strong undead army is in your hands. Silver Hand Knights, the undead units in the sky are in your hands. Let me see the results of your training with the griffins these days. After hearing the last sentence, a strong desire to fight rose in the eyes of all the Silver Hand Knights. The glory of the Lord shines on us, and the Silver Knights will be invincible. After the words fell, 100 griffins soared into the sky. Chapter 471, 10,000 versus 100,000. Full suppression. Cry. The sharp explosion sounded throughout the ancient battlefield. On the back of each griffin, there was a Silver Hand Knight wearing white armor, holding a spear and a round shield. They had a firm look in their eyes. The leader was Fortigan, who had broken through to the leader last night. The griffins kept flapping their wings in the air, moving very fast, and in just a few seconds, They crossed a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. The Griffin Knights rushed directly to the front of the group of undead flying troops with the power of destruction. Then, the knights thrust out their spears. In the name of Remedios, I will impose sanctions. After the knights' spears were enhanced by the eternal power, the attack range directly reached 13 meters. With the addition of holy water, every shot was like the judgment of the gods. These undead creatures were stabbed and screamed continuously. Puff! Puff! Minus 13,764. Minus 13,863. Minus 14,126. Minus 13,352. Minus 15826. The dense damage numbers appeared every time they were hit by the spear. The ghost fire on these undead winged birds would weaken a little, and under the skills of the knight leader, for Dragon, each of his attacks would increase the attack power of other Silverhand Knights. So the damage of one hit was higher than the other. Roar! Cry! The undead dragons and undead winged birds were stabbed and screamed continuously. But soon, these undead flying troops reacted and launched a fierce counterattack. Voila! 3 or 4 undead dragons spewed dragon breath at the same time, and the pale green flame seemed to be able to ignite everything. And on the other side, a large number of undead winged birds sent out dense feather blades. However, the knights did not dodge or evade, but directly rushed forward against the attacks of these monsters. The dragon breath sprayed on them, causing a large amount of damage and setting their bodies on fire. And these knights seemed to not feel the pain of the burning at all, and rushed directly to the front of these monsters and launched a fierce counterattack. Recovery numbers appeared above their heads, quickly raising their health back. With 100 griffins and 100 Silverhand Knights, they directly held back this undead air unit of more than 2,000. And in less than a minute, a giant undead dragon burning with pale green flames was set on fire by the knights from the sky until it was seriously injured. It fell like a meteorite, and then hit the ground hard. Boom! Where the undead dragon landed. The pale green flames once again ignited the ground for hundreds of meters around. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing shouted, "Your Excellency the Duke! Over there! He just took a look at this undead dragon, which is a 7th order leader level creature. There are not many in the entire ancient battlefield. It's a big profit to transform anyone." And Duke Paladin also knew the power of this creature, and immediately gave up the ordinary undead in his hand. He rushed to the dragon as soon as possible, took out the crown, and began to use the same method. In an instant, a vast blue undead power enveloped the undead dragon. However, even if the soul fire of this undead dragon is in a weak state, it does not seem so easy to succumb under the restraint of Paladin's undead power. It keeps roaring in anger. Roar! Roar! The voice contains strong anger and will never surrender. However, Duke Paladin's transformation is mandatory, regardless of whether you are willing or not. After nearly a minute, Duke Paladin dyed the green flame of this undead dragon blue. Roar! With an unwilling roar, the undead dragon became the Ascalon undead. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was overjoyed. Great! Another 7th level leader level thug. Great! In the sky, the group of undead winged birds became furious after seeing their companions being captured. They attacked the Silverhand Knights, riding griffins crazily. However, no matter how fierce their attacks were, the injuries of these knights could be quickly recovered in a short time. More like monsters than these undead. Moreover, facing their crazy offensive, these knights were still counterattacking in an orderly manner. Swish! Puff! One shot after another was delivered, directly stabbing the blood volume of these undeads like water. The griffins under his feet continued to attack with their sharp claws and long beaks, making it impossible for the enemy to get close. In the blink of an eye, several more undead winged birds fell from the sky because their undead power became weak. Duke Palatine rushed over without hesitation and began to transform these undead. In addition to this group of air units, the 20,000 undead army that rushed out from the other side was held back by 100 Star Country swordsmen and 100 Earth magicians. So far, the number of undead sent out from the entire ancient battlefield has exceeded 80,000. There are 4 large-scale battlefields, and fierce battles are taking place. Chao Xing did not command them one by one. These warriors have sufficient combat experience, and they are able to deal with the enemy with mutual cooperation. His eyes are still fixed on the abandoned city of the undead, because in it, he also felt more and stronger auras. There are even many auras that bring him a sense of crisis. There are many 7th level leaders and commanders. However, these powerful undead seem to be in a sleeping state and did not come out immediately. And at this moment, from the abandoned city in the distance, bursts of heavy horse hooves came. Shoo! Bursts of undead warhorses came. Then, Chao Xing saw a group of undead knights rushing out from the front with amazing momentum. They were wearing dark gray armor, which had become rotten due to the precipitation of years, emitting a pale green light. The tattered cloaks fluttered in the wind. At their feet, there was a group of undead warhorses. There were nearly 2,000 of them. The last time in the Battle of Gluin Lake City, the scene of the group of knights charging was still vivid in my mind. A normal legion, even if the number far exceeded these knights, could not stop them. What's more, Chao Xing no longer had any soldiers to command. The 70,000 to 80,000 undead army below had tied up all his legion combat power. Now only some core members have not appeared. However, with these powerful core members under Chao Xing, it is not a problem to deal with 2,000 knights of the same level by himself. After all, even those elite dragon blood fighters can fight 1 against 100. These core combatants are even more powerful. It is also easy to fight 1 against 1,000 or 2,000. Lu Mushua instantly entered the angel form. Buzz! A strong holy light emerged. White wings fluttered, as if a battle angel descended. Axing, leave this knight group to me. She volunteered to go alone to stop this group of undead knights. Chao Xing glanced at this holy angel. Although Lu Mushua is a survivor lord, her attributes are inferior to those of these natives. But in the battle angel form, her attributes are greatly increased. And she also has the passive skill Dark Nemesis. She does have the strength to confront this knight group head-on. Just when Chao Xing was about to let her go on the field, the newly joined giant boxer, Xiao de Tai Shuang volunteered, Lord, Lady Lord, leave this undead knight group to me. Xiao de Tai Shuang held a huge fist like a water tank and looked at Chao Xing confidently. It is worth mentioning that this big guy has also broken through to the 5th level in the past few days, and is now a commander-level creature of level 47. With his terrifying brute force and skills, he can face the 6th level commander head-on without losing. However, it is not a one-on-one fight. It is a group of 2,000 undead knights, and their levels are higher than this big guy. Chao Xing asked, "Are you sure it's okay?" "Of course it's okay," Xiao de Tai Shuang said confidently. "I have eaten so much food from the Lord these days, and I have gained such powerful strength." Xiao de is not the kind of person who eats and drinks for free. He must make enough contributions to the territory. Chao Xing also laughed after hearing this. Then he nodded and said, "Okay. You go. Remember to be careful." After getting Chao Xing permission, Xiao de Tai Shuang's mouth corners also opened an arc, revealing a pair of white teeth. At this moment, he seemed to have an invincible confidence. "Don't worry, Lord. I've dealt with this kind of knights before." After saying that, he directly stepped out with his huge legs, like a running mountain, and rushed out. Boom! Boom! Every step he took was accompanied by a shaking sound. On the opposite side, the group of undead knights saw Jode Iron Frost rushing alone, as if they were enraged, and the speed of their horses under their feet increased again. Both sides charged at the same time. The ground trembled slightly, and this giant tribe, relying on its own strength, actually burst out with a momentum comparable to the 2,000 undead knights. It made many people on the battlefield look at it sideways. While running, waves of strange energy rose from Jode Iron Frost's body. Then, the giant roared. "Giant tribe tyrant body. Iron Frost Phantom. Bless me!" In an instant, a thick layer of iron frost covered his skin, making him look like a huge piece of steel. Behind him, 2 phantoms with powerful aura appeared. Instantly, a breath like a barbarian dragon rose from his body. Your territory member, Chiata Iron Frost, used the giant tribe overlord body, which has become a permanent existence due to the bonus of talent. Your territory member, Chiata Iron Frost, used the Iron Frost Phantom, which has become a permanent existence due to the bonus of talent. Note, in the permanent form, it can be closed and exited at any time. 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. This also means that the 2 skills have become permanent. Then, the giant with infinite dominance and clones rushed out like a heavy truck. In a flash, he came to the side of the group of undead knights. Then, he raised his fist as big as a water tank and punched forward. Bang! This punch seemed to explode the air. The violent sonic boom made people's eardrums pierce. Dozens of undead knights in front were directly blown away by the terrifying wind brought by this punch. And nearly 20,000 damage appeared on their heads. Shoo! The undead warhorse screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing this scene, the group of undead knights roared, "Damn it! It's the giants! Kill this monster!" When they stabilized their bodies and prepared to charge again. But they found that the giant had already taken a step and took the initiative to kill them. Then, he raised his fist as thick as a water tank and punched out again. Bang! Boom! He punched out one punch after another, and sometimes mixed some fighting skills. Elbow strike, iron mountain lean, flying kick. The undead knights on the field were directly blown away like toys. The people around could only see that groups of undead horses were thrown into the air, and a large number of undead knights were thrown hundreds of meters away. No one could stop them. This big guy rushed through the knights. In the blink of an eye, their formation was disrupted. However, these undead knights were also very experienced in combat, and knew how to use the advantage of numbers to deal with such a powerful single enemy. Reorganize the formation. Prepare to form an encirclement and strangle this monster. After the words fell, all the knights quickly distanced themselves from Chiaotai's Wang. And in a short time, they quickly formed an encirclement and began to rotate and move at high speed. While moving, they kept handing out weapons, trying to strangle the giant. But Chiaotai's Wang was completely fearless. He rushed to the front of the group of undeads, facing the attack of the group of undeads. The fist as big as a water tank attacked again. Boom! Another large group of undead knights were knocked away. Chiaotai's Wang punched one after another. Seeing that the encirclement was about to be blasted through, the group of undead knights seemed to be a little panicked. Stop him! Dozens of war horses rushed towards Chiaotai's Wang recklessly. This giant still did not dodge. Just kidding. In the state of dominance, his skills will not be interrupted. In addition, the recovery number of over 10,000 per second given to him by Chao Xing made him not have to worry about his own safety. So, he directly faced the charge of the undead war horses and punched one after another. One by one, the undead war horses were hit directly by this huge fist, and the undead ghost fire on their bodies became increasingly dim. This is truly a one-force victory over 10. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the 2,000 knights was completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes showed admiration. Jode is a guy with strong fighting power. As a giant who is naturally good at fighting, he also showed terrifying fighting power at this moment. And at this moment, more strange and bizarre undead soldiers appeared from the city of the dead. The curse of the old days will cover you. A shadow suddenly appeared above the head of the swordsman of the Star Country. Chao Xing looked over and found that it was a group of undead warlocks wearing tattered robes and holding bone staffs. They were hunched, and the tattered robes fluttered slightly in the wind, and the empty pupils exuded a cold breath. There were as many as 2,000. At this moment, the curse magic was launched against the swordsmen of the Star Country, which caused them a lot of trouble. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing said quickly, "Francesca, this warlock army is in your hands." After hearing the order, a beautiful figure flew out from behind, and instantly rushed into the sky, flying towards the direction of the group of undead warlocks. The undead warlocks below looked at Francesca, who was rushing at high speed and carrying endless spiritual energy, and raised their bone staffs at the same time. Groups of black energy balls smashed towards her crazily, and this woman had extremely flexible reactions even in midair. With a flash of his figure, he dodged the attack and came to the top of the warlocks. He pressed his hands down slightly. The invisible aura exploded in the crowd like a cannonball. Bang! Boom! The crowd was thrown to the ground. The undead warlocks were blown away like pieces of rags. No matter how they fought back, they were still easily resolved by the witch. Chao Xing took a look and stopped paying attention. With Francesca's strength, it was more than enough to deal with this group of undead warlocks. At the same time, another army rushed out from the ruined city. This was a group of undead legions holding giant axes, with a number of about 3,000. They were tall, almost 2 meters tall, and the broken giant axes in their hands exuded a cold light, and the axe blades were covered with mottled rust and dried blood. This group of undead axemen took heavy steps. Their eyes were empty and indifferent, as if they could destroy everything. Braun volunteered, "Lord, leave this undead army to me." Chao Xing nodded. Okay. Go. The moment he finished speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of Bron's mouth. He took a deep breath. Huh? The muscles in his legs suddenly swelled several times. Then he jumped on the spot and rushed to a height of 100 meters. 2 huge spider web cracks appeared on the ground where he was standing. Boom! Like a cannonball. This big guy raised the shield in his hand and smashed it into the middle of this group of axemen. Then a frontal battle began. Next, many undead armies appeared, such as the Undead Heavy Armor Guard Army, the Undead Archer Army, the Undead Stealth Army. Every time a new undead army appeared, a strongman would rush out from Chao Xing's side. Victoria, Hilda, Isabel and others all appeared one after another, including Frust Mu Xiaolan, Volibear, and even Tong Chu Chu, who was driving the Earth Dragon mech. They all had the ability to fight alone. At this moment, more than 10 minutes had passed since they entered the underground palace. The battles on all sides had already started. Chao Xing troops were fighting against nearly 80,000 undead, and the core combatants also held back nearly 20,000 undead. In other words, the number of undead in this ancient battlefield has completely exceeded 100,000. On the field, at least thousands of undead had been killed by Chao Xing men, and Duke Paladin had also transformed nearly 2,000 undead. But so far, except for the many casualties of the undead army under Duke Paladin, Chao Xing's side has not suffered any casualties. Killing these undead, Chao Xing gained a lot of experience. His level has moved towards level 58. Even Sarah's level was only 1 level higher than Chao Xing, at level 59. And as they fought, there were not many undead soldiers coming out of the ruined city. No matter how powerful a city of undead is, its number is limited. More than 100,000 level 6 undead were already a terrifying force. However, although there were no large undead troops inside, there were still some powerful auras, which seemed to be strong men sleeping in this ruined city. As they fought, these strong men also woke up one by one. Chao Xing saw a knight with terrifying strength, at least the 7th level commander level combat power, holding a great sword and riding a giant undead wolf. His aura was extremely fierce. The undead giant wolf under his feet took him and quickly rushed to the group of Ascalon undead. Sweeping the great sword, groups of Ascalon undead were picked up by him. Seeing this, Assam picked up the sword of the Lady of the Lake and volunteered, "Lord, let me take care of this knight." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Go." After receiving the order, the winter under Assam's feet suddenly turned into a white shadow and rushed towards the undead knight at a very fast speed. And the other party also felt the threat of Assam. Abandoning the opponent in front of him, he stepped on the undead giant wolf under his feet and rushed towards Assam. Seeing this scene, Assam's fighting spirit rose in his eyes. "Come on!" The distance between the two sides was closing rapidly. When the distance was less than 10 meters, they drew their swords at the same time. Clang! Clang! The two knights clashed in an instant, and the weapons in their hands collided with each other. Minus 78,622. Minus 74,716. Minus 135,762. The 3 layers of holy shield on Assam's body were broken, and terrifying damage numbers appeared on the head of the other knight. The two sides separated immediately, and both felt the difficulty of the other side. The undead knight turned around and made a mechanical sound. "Invader, die!" Assam was not afraid. "Kill!" After saying that, he controlled the frost wolf under his feet again and rushed out. The two powerful knights started a head-on confrontation. Clang! Clang! Both sides are master-level creatures, and their health is terrifying. It is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. And at this moment, there was another strong vibration in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Boom! It seemed that some prehistoric giant beast woke up from the ruins, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Chao Xing saw a huge undead giant elephant rushing out of the ruins. Its body size exceeded 10 meters, even larger than Dubai. Every time this undead giant elephant took a step, the earth shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. In its empty eye sockets, a pale green ghost fire burned, and its body exuded an endless breath of death. Even from a few kilometers away, you can feel the pressure of the other party. Chao Xing glanced at it. It was found that the level of this undead giant elephant had also reached level 70, which was a 7th order leader level creature. So, He jumped directly from the back of the mammoth. Then he patted its thigh and said, "Dubai, this monster is in your hands." Moo! Dubai swung his trunk and rushed out. Although the opponent was much bigger than him, Dubai was not afraid at all. The two giant elephants charged at the same time, making a sound like an earthquake. And they moved very fast. And they had a head-on collision in an instant. Bang! Dubai and the undead elephant pressed their heads against each other. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. The ground under their feet was trampled into deep pits. Moo! Dubai swung his trunk and pushed forward with his sharp tusks. The two behemoths started the most primitive fight. And with the appearance of the undead elephant, it seemed to have set off some kind of chain reaction. One after another, creatures with 6th and 7th level leaders appeared. Chao Xing also sent out Andrew, Black Smoke Shaman Blot, Dragon Shaman Vimni and others, including Isabel, Victoria and others. They all found their opponents. Every time a strongman rushed into the city of the dead, Chao Xing would have a corresponding strongman to intercept him. This is his foundation. In the Battle of Oracle, the strength of his territory has undergone a sublimated transformation. Even though there are many strongmen sleeping in this ancient battlefield, and their strength is terrifying, Chao Xing has enough strong men under his command. And at this moment, another undead swordsman, with a 7th level commander level suddenly jumped into the air. Beside Chao Xing, only Lu Mushua and Sarah were left. If a few more strongmen came out, they would have to go out in person. Chapter 472 Angels and Demons Attack Together. Chao Xing complained, "There are really many strong men in this ancient battlefield. Fortunately, I am well prepared. Sarah, go!" As the strongest man under his command, he turned into a shadow and rushed forward at the moment of receiving the order. Swish! In just 10 seconds, Sarah appeared in front of this commander-level undead swordsman. The other party also noticed Sarah's arrival and the stinging breath on her body. The undead swordsman quickly raised the undead battle blade in his hand and slashed out terrifying sword energy. And Sarah almost did not dodge, directly ignored these swordsmen, and rushed to the enemy. When the opponent's swordsman destroyed her holy shield, Sarah also launched a fierce attack. Swish! Swish! The blade of flowing fire kept slashing down. Minus 95,962. Minus 116,892. Minus 125,632. Minus 136,325. Blessing of Liberation. With the blessing of holy water, Sarah's damage against these undead creatures was simply too explosive. Although this undead swordsman was a level 70 commander level undead, 11 levels higher than Sarah, he was no match for her at all. She was almost being beaten unilaterally. The 3 million HP also poured out like water. And with the appearance of this undead swordsman, this ruined city finally stopped having new strong men appearing. At this moment, the entire ancient battlefield has been completely shrouded in various terrifying battles. The undead army, numbering more than 100,000, was fighting against nearly 2,000 warriors under Chao Xing, and tens of thousands of undead warriors of Duke Paladin. Those leaders and commanders of the 6th and 7th ranks who appeared were also suppressed by the strong men under Chao Xing. And it seems that Chao Xing has the upper hand. It has been seen that the undead in this ancient battlefield have a very terrifying power. If they go out in full force, a city like Malign will be destroyed in an instant. Even the army led by the overlord of the others will be overwhelmed. However, in such a short time, a lord of another world, relying on the power of his territory, actually confronted this huge force head-on. This is simply unimaginable. Even Chao Xing and Lu Mushua have not appeared yet. Instead, they are watching the battle outside the battlefield. Moreover, Chao Xing still has a trump card in his hand that has not been used. It can be said that this battle is almost certain to win. Very good. As long as we hold on, Paladin can transform more undead. Maybe. This time there will be more than 27th level leaders or commanders. Just when Chao Xing was thinking this, the entire ancient battlefield suddenly shook as never before. It was as if some extremely terrifying existence had awakened. The next moment, a destructive aura instantly erupted, directly covering the entire ancient battlefield. Chao Xing was slightly stunned, and said with a serious look, "There are actually strong people. This guy's aura is far beyond the master level. It feels to me that it is even comparable to the dragon speaker. In other words, this aura is definitely a heroic creature. Moreover, Its potential is not lower than that of the commander. And it may even be the master. Including other people. They also felt a dangerous aura coming. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. A knight covered in black armor, and riding a black warhorse slowly walked out. He held a black sickle in his hand. And exuded a faint black aura. At this moment, the entire battlefield couldn't help but slow down the pace. Including Chao Xing. He was also alert. He glanced at them. Black Knight, Tyrannus. Race, Undead. Level 75, Level 8 Overlord. HP, 13.2425 million/13.2425 million. Attack power, 42,366 to 43,679. Armor, 8649 to 8834. Skills, Master Sword Mastery. Undead Shield. Dark Charge. Frontline Slash. Knight Heroic Spirit. Commander level skills, Endless Harvest. Every time you kill an enemy, you will increase your own attack power by 1%. Up to 300% if no enemy is killed within 10 seconds. The effect disappears. Domination Domain, Dark Knight Domain, increases attack power by 20%. And when activating skills, there is a 50% chance to increase skill damage by 100%. Talent 1, Body of the Undead. Talent 2, Heart of the Night. Bond, Undead Legion, 100,000 people activated. It is indeed a heroic creature. And it has dominance potential. From the performance of the Dragon Speaker, it can be seen that this level of strong has extremely powerful destructive power. Moreover, the skills of this Black Knight look even more terrifying. Compared to the extremely powerful group battle of the Dragon Speaker, he seems to prefer one-on-one. This Black Knight wears a black helmet on his head, and his specific face cannot be seen clearly. From under the helmet, a series of hollow voices came out. The City of Darkness cannot be invaded. Invaders? Why are you attacking our city? Hearing the other party speak, Chao Xing was a little surprised. Because this is the first undead he has met and can communicate with. This also gave Chao Xing a glimmer of hope. So, he said, I want to talk to you. Hearing this, the Black Knight did not speak, and seemed to be thinking about something. After all, the combat power shown by Chao Xing at present is already quite terrifying. Continuing to fight is not a good thing for this city of the dead. And when the Black Knight saw the transformed undead, he was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, a terrifying breath burst out from him. How dare you enslave the undead of the Grey City? Damn it! He seemed extremely angry. As if Chao Xing and his team's transformation of the undead had offended his reverse scale. You damn invaders! How dare you humiliate these loyal warriors like this? He said angrily, all the undead of the Grey City. Tear them apart. The black breath spread from his body. The undead burst with the breath of this Black Knight, and a trace of consciousness seemed to appear in their empty pupils. The breath of all the undead surged a lot, and launched a fierce attack on Chao Xing men, including the Black Knight. He also rushed over on his warhorse. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing sighed. Is there still no way to discuss it? Feeling a little regretful in his heart. If possible, Chao Xing really didn't want to fight these undead to death. But looking at the current situation, we have to defeat the Black Knight first. At the same time, the Black Knight seemed to know that Chao Xing was the core figure here. So, he rode his warhorse and rushed over at a very fast speed. The oppression brought by an 8th level master is still quite terrifying. However, Chao Xing was left with him and Lu Muxue. Just when Sarah was about to abandon the opponent in front of her and rush over to intercept the Black Knight, Chao Xing's voice rang out. Sarah, you continue to deal with the enemy, and leave this Black Knight to me. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes were a little worried, but she still faithfully executed her lord's order. Chao Xing looked at the female knight next to him, and then asked, Muxue, are we sure to deal with him together? At this moment, Lu Muxue, holding the ice flower sword, orange, was floating in the air like a valkyrie. She wore a white holy helmet on her head, revealing only the lower half of her face. She opened her thin lips slightly, and an ethereal voice came out of her mouth. No problem. We do it together. Chao Xing nodded. Then, the two looked at the enemy in front of them, without any fear in their eyes. Even if this Black Knight is a master above level 8, they dared to fight. Clang! In an instant, Chao Xing entered the demon transformation form. Then, they rushed forward together. An archangel with white wings growing on his back, and a dark big demon passed through the battlefield of the undead below at a very fast speed. On one side is light. On the other side is darkness. At this moment, the angel and the demon attacked together, and the picture was really amazing. Seeing them rushing over, the Black Knight made a hoarse voice. Angels and demons? If it's a real angel, I may not be a match. However, you only have the breath of the 6th level. Too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sickle in his hand. At this moment, a fatal sense of crisis came over. Before it fell, people felt a tingling sensation on their skin. It seemed as if the body would be cut in half by this knife. However, Lu Muxue and Chao Xing did not dodge at all. They directly blocked his knife and launched the attack at the same time. Schwa! It seemed as if even the space was cut open. And then 2 shattering sounds were heard. Crack! Crack! The devil and the angel were unharmed. But only one layer of the holy shield on their bodies was broken. Seeing this scene, the expression in the Black Knight's dark pupils could not be seen. Just when he was about to launch a second attack, Chao Xing took out a bottle of holy water from his backpack and threw it directly at him. Shoo! The moment the holy water touched him, it burned wildly. Roar! The Black Knight shouted in pain. Damn it! You actually have this kind of holy water for us undead. The Black Knight was furious, and Chao Xing smiled when he saw the holy water take effect. Muxue. Defeat him. At the same time, the war angel next to him raised the sword in his hand and slashed out one after another. The Black Knight was hacked back, and even the warhorse under his feet screamed. The Black Knight tried to counterattack several times, but was interrupted by the attacks of Lu Muxue and Chao Xing. The holy water suppressed him too hard. In addition to enduring extreme pain, his attributes were also reduced by 30%. It was equivalent to the original dominance level combat power, which was now weakened to the commander level. The strength dropped significantly. On the other side, Lu Muxue had a full 70% undead bonus. As one side gained, the other side lost, and they directly suppressed the Black Knight. At this moment, the Black Knight roared, and then suddenly raised the sickle in his hand and swept it around. Swish! This knife directly covered the area of 3 or 4 kilometers nearby. All the warriors and the group of Ascalon undead had hundreds of thousands of terrifying damage. Even many undead died on the spot. It was the Black Knight's leader skill, a frontline slash. As he killed the group of undead, at least hundreds of black energy were absorbed by him. The commander-level skill Endless Harvest was activated, which increased his attack power again. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes condensed slightly. It is really worthy of being an 8th-level creature. This destructive power is really terrifying. Moreover, this is only his leader-level skill. This Black Knight has even more terrifying attack methods. Seeing that this guy was about to raise the sickle in his hand again, Chao Xing quickly said, Muxue, control him. At this moment, the wings behind Lu Muxue opened instantly, and her lips with a faint luster opened slightly. Divine punishment. From her sword blade, a light like the sun burst out. Buzz! This light was so strong that everyone was filled with light in front of them. Minus 108,852. Minus 138,922. Minus 202,312. Minus 102,825. Minus 113732. Several extremely terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the nearby undead fell into a state of blindness. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Muxue waved the holy light blade in her hand and continued to slash. Swish! Swish! Minus 97,622. Minus 106,253. Minus 112,622. Minus 1322311. One after another, damage numbers exceeding 100,000 appeared every time the sword was slashed. It was accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, like a powerful Valkyrie. On the other side, Chao Xing also kept throwing out the fire of evil thoughts, constantly bombarding the Black Knight. After the opponent's blindness was lifted, he prepared to attack Lu Muxue again. Chao Xing stepped directly with both feet, and a large number of black tentacles emerged from his feet, firmly fixing the Black Knight again. It was another control skill. Shadow Tentacles. When all the skills in the demon form were thrown, Chao Xing instantly switched back to the Frost Dragon Mage form, and directly threw out various powerful skills. Ice tornado storm. Iceberg fall. Ice-breaking flying blade. Throwing out terrifying skills one after another. Bang. Crack. Minus 75,525. Minus 74,255. Minus 88,562. Minus 132,256. Although the damage number is a little worse than Lu Mushua's. But he wins because the attack frequency is high enough. The Black Knight's health is dropping like water. Get out of my way. Being suppressed by these two 6th level creatures for so long. The Black Knight seemed furious. A strong black aura burst out from him. As if some kind of vast power was about to descend on him. Seeing this scene, Qiaoxing took out the Moon God's sealing orb without hesitation. Instantly, the Black Knight was sealed in the moon. At the same time, his skill was also interrupted. Then Qiaoxing and Lu Mushua seized the time to attack the Black Knight. At this moment, the two of them worked together to suppress this 8th level dominant creature. The blood volume of more than 10 million was also dropping. This is simply incredible. You know, they are all just survivor lords. And it is difficult to deal with elites of the same level. Not to mention, now they have surpassed almost 20 levels and are dealing with an 8th level dominant creature. The biggest reason is naturally the restraint of holy water on these undead creatures. In addition, Lu Mushua's battle angel form suppressed the opponent. And then Qiaoxing various endless means. Therefore, this 8th level dominant looks a little weak. It is still quite abnormal to be a real hero level creature. After Qiaoxing and the others' attacks, a large number of cracks appeared on the round moon that sealed the Black Knight. The Moon God's sealing orb is indeed a powerful treasure that can seal legendary creatures. Even this 8th level dominant Black Knight was controlled for 5 seconds. Crack! Finally, the round moon shattered, and the Black Knight escaped from it. Roar! The Black Knight let out an angry roar, seeming to feel a little humiliated. Then, it began to launch terrifying attacks on Qiaoxing and the others. But they were all offset by their terrifying blood recovery. It was completely a head-on confrontation. Even if the opponent's skill could deal hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of damage. But Qiaoxing and others' survivability was equally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the battle lasted for more than 3 minutes. At this moment, after Qiaoxing released 10 skills in a row, the system prompt appeared. Ding! You have released 10 magic skills. Special skill, Ice Crystal Fury has taken effect. Your next skill damage increased by 100%. Attack range increased by 100%. Seeing this prompt, Qiaoxing smiled. Very good. Just waiting for this skill. Next, let you experience what the end of the world is. He raised his staff, and an unprecedented ice force condensed. The temperature of the entire underground ancient battlefield suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. What he was going to release was the forbidden spell level skill Doomsday Ice Star. Moreover, it was a doubly strengthened Doomsday Ice Star. The destruction caused by using this forbidden spell in the valley before was still vivid in my mind. Now with a double bonus, it can be imagined that if this attack is released, the entire undead army will suffer heavy losses. And this Black Knight seemed to have noticed the horror of Qiaoxing's attack. Before he could react, more than 100,000 huge ice meteorites appeared above his head. It was simply overwhelming. All the undead couldn't help but look up at the sky. After all, the sense of crisis of destruction was too strong. It can be imagined that if the meteorites fell, the entire ancient battlefield would collapse. Even the Black Knight felt a sense of crisis. With his vitality, although he could survive under this forbidden spell, the army of undead below would definitely suffer heavy casualties. He hurriedly said, "Stop! What do you want to do?" Qiaoxing's face was a little pale. This skill was too terrifying and directly drained his mental power. He threw a few drops of top-grade sap into his mouth, and then asked, "Now, can we talk?" The Black Knight was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Qiaoxing chuckled and said, "Let these undead stop first." Hearing this, the Black Knight thought for a moment, then waved his hand. All the undead in the Grey City, stop! Hearing the order, all the undead stopped attacking, and Qiaoxing also waved his hand. Stop it all. As the two gave orders, this chaotic battlefield involving more than 100,000 strong men stopped instantly. However, they were still alert and ready for a second battle at any time. Even Qiaoxing held up his staff to maintain the massive amount of destructive meteorites above his head, ready to fall down at any time. although doing so would consume his mental power at a great extent every moment. It was also necessary. After all, as long as this skill did not fall down, they would be afraid to act rashly. Moreover, this time Harati brought back a large amount of top-quality sap for himself. And Mr. Chow now has a very sufficient reserve. The Black Knight asked first. Humans, why do you bring some weak undead to invade our Grey City? Chao Xing said, I am a lord of another world. My territory is nearby, and it will continue to expand. It won't be long before my territory covers this area. So, how do you think we should get along at that time? Hearing this, the Black Knight fell into silence, and seemed to understand why Chao Xing suddenly attacked their city. The Black Knight continued, For thousands of years, the City of Darkness has been the city we have protected. We will not allow other people's territories to interfere with the City of Darkness. Chao Xing said, So, I came to talk to you about this matter. The Black Knight asked, How do you want to talk? Chao Xing replied directly, I think you can give up the City of Darkness. Then let all the undead transform into Ascalon undead and obey the command of the Duke of Paladin. The Black Knight decisively refused, Impossible. From ancient times to the present, no one can make us surrender. He was extremely determined. And other undead were also extremely angry when they heard that they were going to be transformed into Ascalon undead. Seeing this, Chao Xing shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I am not discussing with you. I am informing you. If you do not agree, I will use coercive means to directly wipe out this city of the dead. I will not allow such a dangerous force to exist near my territory. Hearing this, the Black Knight was immediately furious. Human, don't provoke me again and again. Do you really think you can deal with our army of undead? If you use the forbidden spell, I will kill your army and we will all die. The Black Knight's eyes were filled with black flames, and he looked very angry. Chao Xing looked at him, then shook his head and said, You have no chance. After that, he took out the Lizardman ancestor statue. His mind moved. The Black Knight suddenly felt a sense of crisis like death. Demigod. It's the power of Demigod. Even the Duke of Palatine behind him looked at the Lizardman statue in Chao Xing's hand with a shocked face. Chao Xing said, Do you understand now? If I want to destroy this city, or even annihilate all the undead here, it's a very simple thing. And the reason why I am willing to talk to you here is because you undead are still useful. After hearing this, the Black Knight was speechless for a while, although he was reluctant to admit it. But I have to say that what the Lord of the Otherworld said is true. He can really completely destroy the city of the dead. Chao Xing's voice continued to sound. Then, choose, become the undead of Ascalon, and live in peace with everyone. Or fight to the death with me. And then all of you undead will be killed by me? In fact, Chao Xing Lizardman ancestor statue had already used up all its divine power during the last Oracle War. After a few days of recovery, there are only 6 points of divine power on it. If possible, Chao Xing really doesn't want to waste divine power fragments to deal with this Black Knight. After all, killing this kind of undead creature will not explode the soul, nor the heart of power. It's a huge loss-making business. At this moment, the Black Knight fell into hesitation. On other battlefields, those undead at the leader level and commander level have also regained some consciousness at this moment. They said angrily, General Tyrannus, we will never surrender. We are the last guardians of the City of Darkness. We must protect its spirit until the last moment. Fight to the death with these humans. But the Black Knight shouted angrily, Shut up. It is glorious to die in battle. But what after that? What can we do? Who will protect the things in the City of Darkness at that time? We have persisted here for more than 10,000 years. Are we going to fail today? Hearing this, the other undead on the field were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. Obviously, compared with these warlike undead, this Black Knight is more rational and more concerned about the overall situation. Chao Xing also appreciates his style of doing things. At this time, the Black Knight looked at Chao Xing. Remove the forbidden spell on your head first. Chapter 473 Negotiation. The undead army surrendered. Seeing this, Chao Xing directly removed the forbidden spell and asked, Now, are you willing to surrender? The Black Knight did not speak, but looked around. Then he looked at all the Ascalon warriors on the field and the group of wild boar warriors. The black undead fire on his body trembled slightly. He said with some doubt, There seems to be a familiar power in these warriors of yours. Chao Xing was a little confused. What does a familiar power mean? The Black Knight asked solemnly. Before this, these warriors under your command should have used some means to break through. Right? It should be the power borrowed from a certain existence. Chaoxing suddenly recalled. You mean this altar? After speaking, he took out the altar directly. Clang! The heavy altar fell to the ground. At this moment, nearly 100,000 undead souls remaining on the field all looked at the red altar. Even though they had lost their minds, they still had an extremely respectful look on their faces when facing the altar. The flames in the eyes of the Black Knight surged. It is it. The Great War God altar. I didn't expect. After experiencing that eternal war, there are still missing war altars in this world. And it was actually obtained by you, the Lord of another world. Chaoxing asked in confusion. There should be a lot of such altars left in the world. Right? Is it rare that I got it? Black. The knight nodded and said, yes, there are still many. However, this altar is not for everyone to use. Back then, the one who wanted to make the world more powerful created a large number of altars for gods to deal with future crises. However, this altar can only be used by his believers. And you are not his believer. But you can still use the altar, which means that you have obtained his will recognition. Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he nodded slightly, and continued to ask, do you mean that this dark city is related to Balthazar? Yes. The Black Knight explained slowly. All the dead souls in this city are followers of Balthazar. He was originally one of the 6 true gods, and the original god of war. But for some reason, the god started an eternal war, and the true god Balthazar died in that war. And a new true god appeared and took his place. And we, the followers of Balthazar, were also liquidated after his death. When the punishment of the gods came, we voluntarily accepted the curse and turned into dead souls to protect this city. A sudden realization appeared in Chaoxing's eyes. He did see the death of the god of war on the altar. And so far, he has confirmed the death of 2 true gods. The crystal dragon Kralkatorrik, the god of war Balthazar. This also made Chaoxing understand one thing. Even the immortal true gods will die. And he also knew, there is a deeper power behind this that is driving all this. Before Kralkatorrik disappeared, the words he said to him were still lingering in his ears. The 6 true gods are not enemies. And the ancient dragons are not friends. Don't trust anyone. At the same time, the Black Knight just said, after Balthazar's death, a new true god appeared and replaced him. In other words, the 6 true gods and the ancient dragons actually want to maintain balance. But in the dark, there is a force that is pushing all this, causing these true gods and dragons to fall continuously. After deducing this, Chaoxing took a deep breath. He realized that he couldn't think about it anymore. The closer he is to the truth, the more dangerous he is. Chaoxing said, I understand. However, if you want to continue to protect this dark city, you can't do it now. With the passage of time, most of the undead here have lost their minds. Only by accepting the transformation of Duke Paladin can you continue to exist. The Black Knight glanced at the undead paladin next to him. The Duke also said, your undead fire is getting weaker and weaker. It won't be long before all the undead, except you, will become monsters without any mind. They won't even obey your orders. Sooner or later, they will fall into a state of frenzy, rush out of the underground, and then be killed by the strong outside. Now, after being transformed into Ascalon undead by me, your undead fire can continue, and it may even restore the minds of other undead. After hearing the last sentence, the Black Knight seemed to have made some kind of decision. I understand. Since you can use the altar, it means that you have been recognized by the god of war. And this undead has the ability to keep our undead fire alive. Then, I am willing to agree to your proposal on behalf of all the undead. Hearing his agreement, Chaoxing also felt very happy, because in this way, he can control this underground city. And how many undead are there in this underground city? I am afraid there are more than 100,000. Now, this Black Knight promised to transform all the undead in the ancient battlefield into Ascalon undead. And Paladin has sworn to fight to the death for him. This is equivalent to Chaoxing directly controlling this 100,000 undead army. Although these undead cannot be amplified by his eternal power, this is also an extremely terrifying force. At that time, under Chaoxing's call, this group of undead armies, which add up to more than 100,000, will clear all obstacles for him. Even if facing the Blood Army, he has more power to protect himself. A smile appeared on Chaoxing's face. This is a wise choice. After transforming into the Ascalon undead, everyone can continue to survive. At the same time, the Grey City can also be preserved. The Black Knight's head in the black helmet nodded slightly. You are right. As the Duke of the Undead said, in the near future, we will lose our minds due to the passage of time, including the remaining undead in other areas. They will lose control and rush out of the ground. And the Grey City will also lose its guardian. Chao Xing was stunned. In the near future, the remaining undead in other regions will be out of control. Does this mean that the undead in the underground cities around the world will rush out together? Could it be that what those stupid players said is true? Maybe the next expansion pack is really the Scourge of the Undead? Or will the Scourge of the Undead and the Blood Legion appear together? Chao Xing frowned and asked, Tilnes, do you know how long it will take for you ancient undead to completely lose control? The Black Knight shook his head and said, I don't know. Now I can still clearly control the undead in the entire Grey City. As long as my consciousness still exists, all the undead here will be subject to my constraints. I don't know about the undead in other regions, but I guess the situation is similar to ours. Chao Xing nodded slightly. At this time, he suddenly had a different idea. Looking at the Black Knight in front of him, he asked, Tilnes, do you know the location of other undead cities? Yes. Chao Xing has been thinking about whether he can conquer the undead in other cities just like conquering the undead in this Grey City. If it is possible, it is equivalent to intercepting the Scourge, or he will become the Scourge. If it really succeeds, he is even prepared to let the undead Scourge deal with the Blood Legion. That scene must be exciting to think about. Of course, this is just a thought. After all, undead cities like this are scattered all over the world, and there are not many in the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom. The Black Knight thought for a moment and shook his head. Each undead city is very far away from each other. Even I don't know the location of other cities. Hearing this answer, Chao Xing nodded slightly. There is no regret in his heart. Although Tyrannus doesn't know, it doesn't mean that no one else knows. After all, in that post on the forum, Chao Xing saw many stupid survivors saying that they had discovered the city of the dead. There were also reports of a large number of undead appearing, as long as he followed the clues and chatted with them privately. The location of these ancient battlefields was no secret to Chao Xing at all. By then, it would be possible to raise an army of millions, or even tens of millions of undead. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became even more excited. However, this was just a later assumption. The most important thing now is to convert all the undead in this Grey City first. So, Chao Xing looked at the Black Knight next to him and said, Tell them to start now. The Black Knight nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and asked all the undead to gather. Under the restraint of the Black Knight, all the undead stood honestly in place, allowing the Duke of Paladin to convert them. The Duke also began to be busy, holding up the holy crown of the kingdom and releasing power to convert other undead. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. As the undead were transformed into Ascalon undead, the undead fire on their bodies became brighter. They regained consciousness and looked at their bodies, and the Black Knight beside them in astonishment. Lord Tyrannus, this is... He waved his hand and said, No need to say more. Only in this way can we continue to survive. Although these undead felt strange, since it was the order of the Black Knight, they chose to obey. It's just that there is a bit of awkward feeling in my heart. After becoming the undead of Ascalon, the first person they pledged their loyalty to was the Duke of Palatine, who held the holy crown of the kingdom. And in their hearts, they were equally loyal to the Black Knight. So, this is equivalent to them obeying the orders of two leaders. At that time, when the two leaders gave orders at the same time, they didn't know who to obey. Of course, these depend on their own arrangements later. After Chao Xing saw that the transformation of the undead was on the right track, he came to the Black Knight and said, Tilnes, I want to know about the Shield of Origin. Is it convenient? The Black Knight was slightly startled, and then looked at Chao Xing unexpectedly. You actually know that the Shield of Origin is in our Grey City? Chao Xing nodded and said, Yes. A mysterious existence told me before. The Black Knight thought for a moment, then said, This shield was originally used by a legendary warrior in our Grey City. However, his soul was directly destroyed in that battle, and he lost the qualification to transform into an undead, and left this shield in the Grey City. At the same time, this is also one of the things we protect. Chao Xing continued to ask, Now, If I want to take this shield of origin, will it have any impact on you? The Black Knight shook his head. No impact. Or rather, this shield is waiting for someone like you who is recognized by the true god Balthazar to appear. Chao Xing was immediately happy. If I had known that I still had this identity, I could have taken it directly a month ago. However, this kind of thing is also uncertain. If he hadn't shown his absolutely powerful fighting power, I'm afraid he would have been overwhelmed by this group of undead at the beginning. Not to mention, he could have awakened the sleeping Black Knight Tyrannus after a series of battles, then use his absolutely powerful strength to force him to negotiate with him. It can be said that strength and luck are both indispensable. Please follow me. After saying this, the Black Knight turned around and walked towards the direction of the Grey City. Chao Xing followed him. Soon, they passed through the battlefield area outside and came to the city. Just like what they saw outside, this place was in a state of ruins. There were all kinds of collapsed buildings everywhere around, and those once solid stones and beams were now scattered on the ground, covered with thick dust. Walking along the street, the stone slabs under my feet were full of cracks, and withered weeds grew in the cracks. There were also rows of collapsed buildings on both sides of the street. After walking for a while, Chao Xing suddenly saw something strange next to a pile of ruins. It looked like a few dusty seeds. What kind of seeds can be preserved for so long? Could it be the seeds of the ancient war tree? With a puzzled look, Chao Xing walked over and picked it up directly. Obtained, seeds of the ancient war tree *3 haha. Really? Chao Xing still remembered that the ancient war tree in his territory once said that when it was sleeping, it sensed the breath of some other seeds nearby. Among them were the ancient wind tree and the ancient knowledge tree. And the place where they were sleeping was near this battlefield. Not bad. Not bad. So it seems that this dark city should have other seeds. While following the Black Knight, Chao Xing glanced around some uninhabited corners of the dark city. Noticed his eyes. The Black Knight next to him asked, "Are you still interested in these seeds?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Of course. This kind of seeds is very helpful to me." Tyrannus said, "You don't have to look for them. The seeds of these ancient trees appeared in our Grey City many years ago. Over the years, I have collected the seeds of the entire ancient battlefield together. If you want, I will give them all to you." Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Give them all to me? He seemed a little surprised that he didn't expect it to be so easy. Tyrannus shook his head, and the black helmet on his head shook slightly. "These seeds are useless to us." After saying that, he took out an ancient bag from under his black armor, and threw it directly to Chao Xing. And Chao Xing also took it. Obtained, War Ancient Tree Seeds *73. Obtained, Wind Ancient Tree Seeds *12. Obtained, Knowledge Ancient Tree Seeds *1. Seeing this number, Chao Xing was immediately shocked. Turtle, there are so many. Isn't this equivalent to me having more than 80 growing defensive units? This wave is a bit comfortable. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and said, "Thank you, Tyrannus." The Black Knight waved his hand and continued to lead Chao Xing to the depths of the Grey City. A few minutes later, they had arrived at the most central area of the city. In front of them, there was an ancient statue. The statue was tall and majestic, standing in the ruins, like a silent guardian. He was tall and straight, wearing ancient armor, holding a big sword in his hand, as if ready to go to war at any time. The face of the statue was the same as the altar in Chao Xing's backpack. Obviously, the identity of the other party was about to be revealed. The Black Knight said with emotion, "This statue of the god of war is also one of the things we protect. This great existence foresaw his own death many years ago. So, he gave us an oracle. Let us believers guard the statue well. And one day in the future, the will of the god of war can continue." Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. The god of war also foresaw his own death, just like the ancient dragon Kralkatorek. And these two true god-level creatures seem to have made the same choice before their death. That is, they left their own power and heritage. He looked at the statue. This god of war seemed to be in a state of preparation before the war. He held up the great sword in his hand and stared at the front with a firm gaze. He was like a general inspecting his millions of elite soldiers, exuding a sense of planning and strategizing. Chao Xing looked up and gradually looked at the eyes of the statue, because the eyes of the entire statue were the most special. It seemed that they were not carved, but a pair of real pupils. Under his gaze, the pupils suddenly moved down and looked at Chao Xing with a scrutinizing look. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's heart tightened. Fuck. The statue is alive? Before he could react, the huge statue burst out with a vast and mysterious light. It completely illuminated the entire ancient battlefield. Under this light, all the undead in the ancient battlefield showed fanaticism on their faces. They knelt down one after another, and worshipped towards the central area of the ancient battlefield. Even the Black Knight Tyrannus looked at Chao Xing with a shocked face. Unbelievable. This lord from another world actually activated the power of the statue. Chapter 470 for the Shield of Origin and SS level mission. Chao Xing didn't know this at the moment. The scene in front of him had changed. It was exactly the same as the last time he saw the Dragon of Destiny arena in the Crystal Land. There was a vast white space around him, where nothing existed and nothing could be seen. There was only a tall man in armor, sitting on a huge stone throne. Chao Xing looked at him. The man also looked at Chao Xing, with an interested look on his lips. An ancient voice came out of his mouth. Interesting. Kralkatoric's characteristics? As the only one among the ancient dragons that can maintain its sanity, it still died. The more it knows, the faster it dies. Chao Xing frowned. Why? Even powerful beings like you will die? The man smiled and shook his head. This is just a trace of my will. I can't tell you too much. When you are strong enough, you will know everything. Now, let's talk business. Are you willing to accept my inheritance and take the true God trial? Hearing this, Chao Xing was thoughtful. This is another task triggered? What is the true God trial? Chao Xing asked. The man on the throne replied, you will know when you accept it. He didn't seem to want to say too much. Chao Xing was thoughtful and continued to ask, if I can't complete this trial, will there be any punishment for me? Caution has always been his style. Even if he is powerful now, it is the same. Without knowing the specific content of the trial, blindly accepting it will be troublesome if there is a time limit or a penalty for failure. The man on the throne chuckled and shook his head. There is no penalty. If you fail, it means you are not suitable for my inheritance. Chao Xing did not ask any more questions after hearing this. He replied directly, okay, I accept it. The man smiled again. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and a white light burst out from his fingertips in an instant, and then fell on Chao Xing's eyebrows. At the same time, the surrounding scene quickly receded. The white space and the man on the throne disappeared one after another. When Chao Xing returned to the city of the dead again, the system prompt appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please pay attention. You have triggered a large SS level event. The True God Trial. The first ring of the mission, go to the Whirlpool Mountain. Defeat the legendary creature, the Extreme Cold Demon Worm, and start the next ring of the mission. The True God Trial is divided into 4 rings. After completing all the trials, you will obtain the plane key, open the hidden plane, and obtain the inheritance of the God of War. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's eyes appeared solemn. It seems that he didn't expect that the difficulty of this mission was SS level, which is more difficult than completely destroying the Church of Light. Moreover, the first ring of the mission is to defeat the legendary creature, the Extreme Cold Demon Worm. I can only say that it is worthy of being SS level. This trial mission has 4 rings, which is equivalent to a ring that is more perverted than the previous one. But this also gave Chao Xing a thought in his mind. After all, he hadn't killed a legendary creature yet. If you kill a cold demon worm like this, what kind of reward will be revealed? It's really exciting. Of course, although Chao Xing has a trump card to kill the legendary creature now, he doesn't even know where the Whirlpool Mountain is, so he can only wait and see. After the light of the statue dissipated, the Black Knight also reacted. He looked at Chao Xing in shock and said, you actually activated the will of the statue and obtained the inheritance of the God of War. Chao Xing nodded. Great. He seemed extremely excited. This group of undead has been guarding here for more than 10,000 years, just to wait for this moment. Now, their wish has finally come true. So they are so excited. Chao Xing smiled and said, Tilnes, can you give me the Shield of Origin now? Of course. The Black Knight said solemnly, since you have obtained his approval, then this shield naturally belongs to you. After the words fell, he raised the sickle in his hand and slashed forward. Shwa! A terrifying gust of wind swept past. The ground next to the statue was directly slashed by this knife, leaving a crack as long as 100 meters. Then, the crack began to slowly expand. Boom! The ground began to shake wildly. A mysterious and ancient light burst out from the crack. It was as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Under Chao Xing's gaze, an ancient shield exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere slowly rose from the ground. As soon as this shield appeared, it exuded a shocking sense of heaviness, as if it came from ancient times, carrying countless history. It looks indestructible. As it continued to float up, waves of light emerged on the shield. The ancient stone skin on it fell off, and a little bit of dark green lines appeared on the surface. From these green lines, a vigorous and vast vitality surged. Just standing next to it, you can feel the power of this shield. When all the noise disappeared, this shield floated quietly in the air, like an insurmountable barrier. Chao Xing exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Tildes next to him also exclaimed, "You are right. This shield blocked many crises for the Grey City in the past, and carried the glory and splendor of that era. Now, it belongs to you." Chao Xing nodded solemnly. Then he walked over and slowly grabbed a corner of the shield. The next moment, this shield appeared in his backpack. Obtained, Shield of Origin Anodite, Legend. At this moment, Chao Xing's mouth corners were hooked again. Finally. Got it. This is the first legendary shield equipment he has ever obtained. Chao Xing is also looking forward to its properties. I couldn't wait to take a look. Original Shield Anodite. Quality, Legend. Equipment level, Level 70. Armor, 3075 to 3372. Attached special effects. 1. Constitution plus 3000. Strength plus 2000. Stiffness plus 20%. Attached special effects. 2. Huge transformation. The shield can change size freely according to the user's body shape. Up to 50 meters wide and 100 meters high. Attached special effects. 3. Origin conversion. Converts the excess healing amount into a shield, with a maximum shield of 100% of health. Attached special effects. 4. Origin blessing. Protects up to 100 friendly units. Taking on there. All damage received will be reduced by 50% for 1 hour. Note, the protection state can be removed freely during the duration. Attached special effects. 5. Origin giant. Legendary special effects. After binding the shield, all treatment effects received will be increased by 100%. And after each attack, the body will grow larger, up to 100 meters in height. After 1,000 attacks in total, it will transform into the Origin Giant. Note, in the Origin Giant form, all attributes increase by 100%. Stiffness increases by 100%. And one legendary skill can be used, destroy the heavens and the earth. Equipment introduction, a shield with infinite vitality. It represents absolute power and protection. Damn. It's really perverted. There are 5 special effects, none of which are useless, and each one can greatly enhance survivability. Especially the last legendary special effect. It is so perverted that it is unimaginable. Not only can you transform, but you can also use a legendary skill once. And how powerful the legendary skill is can be seen through the skill Eternals in Ice Prison. Chao Xing was completely shocked at this moment. Of course, like all legendary equipment, this Origin Shield also requires level 70 to use. And in his mind, Chao Xing already has a candidate for the assignment. There is no one in the entire territory who is more suitable for this shield than Braum. Although Lu Muxia and others also use shields, they tend to be both offensive and defensive. Braum is a pure meat shield. With this shield, it will usher in a qualitative change. This thing can only be used after he reaches level 70. When the time comes, this big guy will be so excited to have such a powerful shield. Of course, this time will not be too far away. After all, there is no bottleneck from level 60 to level 70. With Chao Xing's current speed, it is estimated that Braum can reach level 70 directly within half a month. Thinking of this, the mood becomes better. At the same time, the Black Knight Tyrannus said with emotion, "In this way, basically everything in the City of Darkness has been taken away by you." After hearing this, Chao Xing scratched his head embarrassedly. He did gain a lot this time. Not only did he recruit all the undead, but he also obtained a large number of ancient tree seeds and this powerful Shield of Origin. In addition, an SS-level inheritance mission was triggered. It can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. And this also raised a new question in Chao Xing's mind. Tilnes, are there statues like this in other cities of the dead? The Black Knight nodded. There should be. The reason why we, the undead, exist is to protect the inheritance of the God of War. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. because this means that not only him, but other survivors may also trigger Balthazar's inheritance mission. Of course, at present, this probability is very small. The primary reason is that these undead will attack all living creatures. There are basically no lords like Chao Xing who can fight against an entire city of the dead with their strength. But there are always some survivors who are lucky or have some special means. Of course, even if they trigger it, it is useless. It is impossible for anyone to complete the first ring of the task at this stage. After all, they are asked to defeat a legendary monster. Chao Xing did not think much about this issue. He continued to ask, Tilnes, I have another question. Now, after accepting the inheritance task of the true god Balthazar, Chao Xing has gained more recognition from Tilnes. This Black Knight can be said to have nothing to say. Please ask. Chao Xing said, as far as I know, the history of the human race clearly records that the human race has only risen in the past 10,000 years. And you have existed for more than 10,000 years. What did you experience in that era? Hearing this question, the Black Knight slowly glanced at Chao Xing. You should ask me this question after you have the strength of a legendary level. Knowing it now will only have a bad impact on you. Chao Xing's expression moved slightly. It was obvious that the Black Knight also knew something. He stopped asking. Okay, let's leave here first. Then, he and Terrence walked out of the ruined city. At the same time, there was a blue and a green sea of undead outside. Duke Paladin was still transforming more undead. A large number of ancient undead were transformed into Ascalon undead with blue ghost fire. The area of the green sea gradually shrank, and the blue sea began to expand. Sarah, Assam and others, after seeing Chao Xing and Terrence come out together, they were slightly relieved. Duke Paladin also noticed the figures of the two and said, Lord Chao Xing, it will take some time for me to transform all the undead here. I will come to you after I finish the transformation. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, then I leave this to you. Let's go back to the territory first. After saying that, Chao Xing glanced at Tiernis. We leave first. This is up to you and Duke Paladin. Also, how to arrange the undead army behind. You and him should discuss it. The Black Knight nodded slightly. I understand. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he led his legion away and entered the passage. However, he still left Xiao and other Star Country swordsmen behind to prevent any accidents. For this scene, the Black Knight Tyrannus did not say anything. Watching the backs of Chao Xing and others leaving, a complex look appeared in his eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking. At this moment, Chao Xing led the army out of the passage quickly. The group returned to the snow outside. So far, this ancient battlefield that had been sealed for many years, the city belonging to the undead, was completely conquered by them, and all the secrets inside were also revealed by him one by one. On the way, Chao Xing began to count the gains of this time. This trip, the harvest is really huge. Not only did I successfully solve the threat of this ancient battlefield, but I also got more clues to the ancient battlefield and accepted an SS-level mission. In addition, I also obtained a powerful legendary shield and controlled hundreds of thousands of undead legions. In addition, I harvested dozens of seeds. Chao Xing took the time to take a look at the properties of these seeds. There is no need to look at the ancient war tree in front again. After all, he had obtained it before. Just keep sowing, and in a few days, he will have a group of new city defense units. Unlike the elemental arrow tower, these ancient war trees are also defensive units. But they are intelligent. In other words, the ancient war trees can grow. The 3 ancient war trees in Chao Xing territory have now grown to the 5th level. The basic attack power has now reached more than 4,000. And with the addition of various blessings, it is even about to break 10,000. It is still quite powerful. It can be imagined that when this batch of ancient war trees grow up, the defense ability in the territory will be qualitatively strengthened. As for the other ancient wind tree seeds and ancient knowledge tree seeds, Chao Xing has never obtained them. With anticipation, he looked at the attributes. Ancient wind tree seed, magic plant. Seed effect, planted in soil with abundant vitality and regularly watered with cold spirit water. It can quickly grow an ancient wind tree with the strength of a level 25 leader. Note, the ancient wind tree has good group attack means and is an excellent plant for defending large-scale monster attacks. The growth cycle is 15 days. Ancient knowledge tree seed, magic plant. Seed effect, planted in soil with abundant vitality. It can quickly grow an ancient knowledge tree without attack ability. Note, As an ancient sage, the ancient tree of knowledge does not have the ability to attack, but it can teach the corresponding skills of the dark elves or elves. Its growth cycle is 1 month. Chao Xing explained, these two plants are very good. The ancient wind tree has group attack capabilities, and the ancient tree of knowledge can even teach those elves and dark elves skills. It just so happens I know an ancient elf tribe with a large number of ancient elves. Wait and see if there is a chance to bring all these ancient elves back later. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to start planting these two plants after returning. Then wait until Rhaenys finishes the investigation and go to the elf tribe. Thinking about it, Chao Xing and others returned to the territory. It didn't take long for them to go to the ancient battlefield. Now it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. More than 1,000 combatants gathered together again, waiting for Chao Xing's next order. Chao Xing took a look and continued to give orders. Bergie, Zierda, and Braun, you three continue to lead the legion and go out to deal with those enhanced ice nests. The mages don't need to go out. I see that your level has reached the maximum. Just go back to the mage tower to continue meditating and absorb more magic power. The combatants below nodded one after another. Yes, Lord. Soon. They quickly left the territory. Only Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were left here. The female knight whispered, axing. I also went to the night hall for training. I have learned a lot of combat skills there recently. There was an excited look on her pretty face. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. Okay. Go. Yeah. Soon. Lu Muxue also left here. At the same time, a thin figure ran towards Chao Xing quickly. He was wearing a dirty coat. His face was covered with soot, and he moved quickly. It was the little fellow named Sale among the two blacksmith apprentices. After coming to Chao Xing, Sale bowed slightly. Then he said respectfully, Lord, Master Harold asked me to come and inform you that the legendary weapon you asked him to repair last time has been repaired. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. The ancient sword has been repaired? Very good. Let's go together. Okay, Lord. With excitement, Chao Xing followed the blacksmith apprentice and soon came to the blacksmith shop. Chapter 475 Frost Catapult and Corrosion Arrow Tower. Clang. The door of the blacksmith shop was pushed open. Chao Xing saw two figures standing next to the forging table at a glance. The dwarf blacksmith held a brand new long sword in his hand, his eyes full of admiration. This long sword was emitting waves of mysterious fluctuations at this moment, revealing majesty and power. And next to him, another blacksmith apprentice was also looking at his master with admiration. At the same time, Harold also noticed Chao Xing's arrival and immediately said respectfully, Lord, you are here. Chao Xing nodded, then smiled and said, I heard that you have successfully repaired Magdel. Right? Yes, respected Lord. Harold also seemed very excited at this time. This is the first legendary weapon I have repaired in my life. It can't see a flaw, and it will definitely bring you powerful power. Please take a look. After that, he handed over the sword. Chao Xing was also slightly excited and took the weapon from Harold. Obtained, Ancient Sword Magdel, Legend, took a look at the attributes. Ancient Sword Magdel. Quality, Legend. Equipment level, above level 70. Attack power, 7852 to 7947. Additional effects. 1. All attributes plus 2000. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional effects. 2. King's Authority, repaired successfully. Effective. Additional effects. 3. King's Command, repaired successfully. Effective. Additional effects. 4. Sword of Judgment, concentrate the weak divine power contained in the sword. Cut out a terrifying sword energy, causing 880% tearing damage to all enemies in front. Cooling time, 7 days. Additional effects. 5. Enemy Purgatory, same attributes as above. Note, Enemy Purgatory will affect all friendly parties except the Lord. Please use it with caution, Turtle. More than 7,000 attacks. Plus all attributes plus 2,000. This improvement is really terrifying. Chao Xing was amazed. If Lu Muxue equips this, not only will her attack power increase dramatically, but other blessing skills will also be greatly improved. Moreover, all the special effects above can be used, which can greatly enhance Lu Muxue's combat ability. In addition, the most perverted special effect of this legendary weapon, Enemy Purgatory, can now be used. Chao Xing thought, although this weapon is powerful, It is too dangerous. If you use it carelessly, all your units will be turned into undead, which will be a lot of fun. Of course, Lu Muxiue will definitely not be so stupid. If she had just come to this world, Chao Xing would not dare to hand this kind of weapon to her. But after a few months of getting along, both sides have already trusted each other. Perhaps, this is also the meaning of the family mode. In addition, the repaired legendary weapon has also become a level 70 weapon. If Lu Muxiue wants to equip it, she has to upgrade it by another 11 levels. Chao Xing put it into his backpack and said, "Harold, you did a good job. Keep working. I go out first." "Yes, Lord." After leaving the blacksmith shop, Chao Xing looked at the long sword and shield in his backpack, and his face showed excitement. Now, there are 2 legendary weapons waiting to be bound in his backpack. This way, not only can Lu Muxiue and Brahm's combat power be greatly enhanced, at the same time, the title of Star Picker can also get a bonus of 20 points of luck. Moreover, the hidden dangers of the ancient battlefield have been solved. When the monster siege is over, I can go to the main city of Yongchuan to exchange for rewards. At that time, there will be another legendary weapon. Next, the strength of these warriors of mine will usher in a blowout period. Thinking of this, I feel better. Next, I will find Juliet and Lil Nif and let them plant the seeds of these ancient trees. Chao Xing was just about to act. A system prompt appeared. Malign City Chamber of Commerce. Jace applied to visit your territory. Chao Xing was slightly stunned. It's that old guy Jace. Isn't he in Malign City? How did he come to my territory? With a puzzled look, he clicked OK. Outside the territory, a convoy quickly approached the territory. More than a dozen carriages moved forward in an orderly manner. A small half of the carriages were loaded with goods, and more carriages were empty. The wheels rolled over the thick snow, making a creaking sound. Dozens of figures gradually came over. It was the merchant Jace, who had met twice before, and his guards. Speaking of which, this merchant left a good impression on Chao Xing. Last time in Malign City, he also took care of me. So, Chao Xing also went to meet him, and the 2 sides met quickly, with a polite smile on their faces. President Jace, how are you? Lord Chao Xing, long time no see. The 2 exchanged greetings, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. The group of guards behind Jace looked at the scene in front of them with strange expressions. They really didn't know that the vice president of their Chamber of Commerce had such a good relationship with a lord from another world. After a pause, Chao Xing asked, President Jace, how did you have time to come to my territory? Hearing this, the businessman Jace also showed helplessness on his face. That's right, Lord Chao Xing. I was leading a caravan to trade in the villages around Maligned. After walking for almost a week, I heard a message that Gwyneth had left Maligned alone. Her father and I were close friends. Her father asked me to take good care of the girl before he died. If anything happened to the girl, I would be so ashamed of my old friend. So we sent a large number of people out of the city to look for her. But we couldn't find her. It wasn't until a few days ago that I learned that Gwyneth had asked about you before she left. So I guessed that she might come to your territory. So I brought people here immediately. A look of realization appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Gwyneth was indeed a member of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. Chao Xing did not deny it. She is indeed in my territory. Hearing this, the merchant Jace showed a look of as expected. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's here. I never thought that this girl could come to your territory alone after she lost her voice, crossing more than 500 kilometers. Chao Xing replied, I also find it incredible. So I let her live in my territory. President Jess, are you here to take Gwyneth back? The middle-aged man seemed to realize something. He shook his head and said, Lord Chao Xing, don't misunderstand. I didn't come here to take her back. But I didn't want her to get into trouble. If she wants, I certainly won't force her to leave. It just so happens that Gwyneth has been depressed since she lost her voice. It would be nice if she could relax in your territory for a while. Jess had a smile on his face. Chao Xing nodded. Gwyneth not only has master-level singing skills, but also has a beautiful face and talent for musical instruments. It can be said that even if she can't sing, she is still a rare talent. And Jace is now letting Gwyneth stay in his territory, obviously wanting to do a favor. Of course, another reason is that Chao Xing territory is strong enough. Jace believes that Gwyneth is safer here and has better development. At the same time, The businessman bowed and said, Lord Chaoxing, since it has been confirmed that this girl is in your territory, I feel relieved. I won't bother you now. After saying that, he was ready to take people away. But Chaoxing stopped him. President Jace, wait a minute. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Chaoxing continued, I wonder if you want to do a business with me. Hearing this, he seemed to understand something, and his eyes gradually lit up. You mean the Guangyu eggs you told me about last time? Chaoxing shook his head and said, Guangyu eggs don't grow that fast. It's only been a month since we last met. A Guangyu chicken will grow up normally in at least a few months. After hearing this, Jace knew that he was a little too hasty and laughed twice. But Chaoxing shook his head and said, however, it's a rare trip for you. I can't let you go empty-handed. Hearing this, the businessman Jace's eyes gradually lit up, and then asked tentatively, you mean, take a look at this. After saying that, Chaoxing took a bottle of crafted rum, green, and dream magic wine, gold, and handed them to him. After taking it, the businessman Jace first opened the bottle cap of the rum, and a strong aroma of wine came immediately, even making people feel refreshed. Instantly exclaimed, good wine. This rum is of very high quality, even compared to other craft beers on the market. It is of superior quality. This is the most authentic rum. Rum is a common drink on the continent. Some adventurers and mercenaries like to go to taverns to have a few drinks, but most taverns sell ordinary rum. The price difference between craft rum and ordinary rum is as much as 10 times. The main reason is that the raw materials for craft beers are more difficult to obtain. In the absence of tree sap, those distilleries will use some other materials instead. Of course, the effect is definitely not as good as tree sap. Like the batch of fine rum in Chaoxing hands, all the materials are strictly in accordance with the recipe. That's why Jace gave a very high evaluation of this bottle of rum. At the same time, he opened the bottle cap of the dream magic wine. As a strange fragrance appeared, Jace's pupils suddenly widened. And then he exclaimed, this taste is the signature wine of Dwelluan Lake City's Fantasy Tavern. Fantasy magic wine. Oh my god. All the creatures in this city were sacrificed with blood before. I thought this magic wine had become extinct. I didn't expect to see this wine again in Lord Chaoxing territory. Chaoxing smiled and nodded. I wonder if Lord Jace is interested in buying it. Merchant Jace asked in confusion, do you mean, you want to trade these two kinds of wine with me? Chaoxing nodded slightly. If the price is fair. Of course, I am happy to trade with you. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then said, for fine rum, the general market price is about 2,000 crowns. However, those are just inferior rums, which are far inferior to Lord Chaoxing. In this case, I will buy your fine rum at a price of 4,000 crowns per liter. What do you think? Hearing this number, Chaoxing quickly calculated it. However, he did not agree immediately, but continued to ask, what about the other kind of magic wine? The businessman Jace's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. The other fantasy magic wine. The price of the fantasy tavern was 100,000 crowns per liter before, so I will buy it at a price of 80,000 crowns per liter. What do you think? Jace's price is still very fair. In total, he only made 20,000 kronor per liter, and he had to deduct labor costs, transportation costs, taxes, etc. In the end, he didn't make much. This price was similar to the value Chaoxing expected. At present, there are 11,300 liters of craft rum in stock. At 4,000 kronor per liter, this is 45.2 million kronor. Then, there are 600 liters of dream magic wine in stock. If all are sold, it will be 48 million in profit. Adding it all together, there is a total profit of 93.2 million, which is still quite good. Although I can ask Fitzwalker for money directly now, but who would be dissatisfied with their own money? More. In addition, it is also very important to establish a trade system of your own. In the future, Chaoxing will also sell agate grapes, silver dewberries, etc. to the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. The livestock industry in the territory is contracted by the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and the wine production is handed over to the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. This is equivalent to the 3 chambers of commerce establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with this territory. So, Chaoxing nodded and said, no problem. Let's trade at this price. Jace also smiled happily. Lord Chaoxing is really straightforward. Then, Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and said, Lu Zhuang, take a few polar people to the winery, and take out all the wine we have produced during this period. Understood, Lord. Hearing the order, the polar people in the territory immediately began to act. A few minutes later, large wooden barrels filled with a lot of wine were carried out by these polar people and piled together. After running back and forth many times, more than 100 wooden barrels were piled together. It was still quite shocking. When Jace saw so many barrels of wine, a smile instantly bloomed on his face. He thought that Chao Xing territory had not been developed for a long time, and the materials must be very scarce. Even if it had started to produce wine, there must not be much inventory. And now it seems that Chao Xing wine reserves seemed to exceed his imagination. The surprise in his eyes became stronger. Good. Good. Lord Chao Xing really won't let me go back empty-handed. So much wine is a very amazing fortune. If I hadn't brought enough crowns before going out this time, I wouldn't have been able to buy so many things. Chao Xing also smiled. So now, let's trade directly. No problem. Jace agreed readily. Both parties completed a wave of transactions quickly. Transaction successful. You lost fine rum asterisk 11300 liters. Dream magic wine asterisk 600 liters. And you gained coins asterisk 93.2 million. Chao Xing assets increased sharply again, counting the 100 million crowns that were not spent in the morning. His current assets are about to exceed 200 million. He felt so comfortable. After getting the money, Chao Xing was in a good mood. So he asked De Zhuang and others to help load the barrels of wine and beverages onto the caravan's carriage. After a while, all the wine and beverages were loaded. Chao Xing took a look at the goods on their carriage. Then he asked, Sir Jace, did you bring any good stuff with you this time? Since you have money, you must spend some to see if you can improve your strength. Jace understood what Chao Xing meant and nodded. Ordinary things must not be in your eyes. But this time, I really got a few good things. Lord Chao Xing can take a look. A system prompt appeared. Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. Jace will open his goods list to you. Do you accept it? Chao Xing directly clicked to accept. The next moment, several things appeared in front of him. Corrosion Arrow Tower Construction Drawing, Gold, price 6 million crowns. Frost Cannon Ball Catapult Construction Drawing, Orange, price 20 million crowns. Curselet Pearl, Gold, price 3 million crowns, 3 pieces in stock. There are only 3 things in the whole store. But as Jace said, everything is extraordinary. The Corrosion Arrow Tower is not to be mentioned. It is a gold quality arrow tower. You know it must be very powerful. The other Frost Cannonball Catapult is even of epic quality. You know, the few giant stone machines I robbed in the goblin camp last time were only of blue quality. This Frost Cannonball Catapult is definitely extraordinary. Chao Xing exclaimed, President Jace, these 3 things are really good stuff. Jace also had a little complacency on his face. He smiled and replied, yes. Those 2 drawings are the good stuff I have kept in my bottom of the box. And I will not take them out easily. As for the other 3 curse beads, I found them in the black market with you last time. Chao Xing nodded. I want all 3. The merchant Jace laughed immediately. Lord Chao Xing, you are still as straightforward as ever. Then let's trade now. After the words fell, the 2 sides conducted another round of transactions. Transaction successful. You get Corrosion Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint Gold. You get Frisk Catapult Construction Blueprint Orange. You get Loyalty Pearl Gold asterisk 3. You lose coins asterisk 35 million. Ding! The item Diamond Membership Card is effective. For this transaction, 20% of your coins will be returned. You get coins asterisk 7 million. Seeing the second prompt, Chao Xing laughed. This Diamond Membership Card is really a good thing. It saved him 7 million crowns in one transaction. In the long run, it is hard to imagine how much profit it can bring to him. After the transaction was completed, Jace asked someone to take down a package from the car and handed it to Chao Xing. Lord Chao Xing, these are Gwyneth's personal belongings. There are some books she usually reads, as well as her clothes and the like. Since she has joined your territory, you can pass these things on to this girl. Chao Xing took it and felt it was heavy in his hand. There seemed to be at least dozens of books in this package. After a pause, Jace said, By the way, please convey it to her. Although Gwyneth can't sing anymore, my friendship with her father is still there. As long as she wants, she can return to Malign City at any time. Chao Xing took it and said, I know. I will convey it to her. The merchant nodded again and looked at the sky. It's getting late. We have to rush to the next stop before dark. Lord Chaoxing. See you next time. Chaoxing nodded. Okay. See you next time. After that, Jace returned to the caravan. Then, he left the territory with more than a dozen carriages. After the caravan left, Chaoxing couldn't wait to take a look at the properties of the 3 items he had just traded. Corrosion Tower Construction Drawing Gold. Drawing description. You can build a corrosion arrow tower in the territory, and the enemy's armor can be reduced after the arrow hits it. Attack power. 1745 to 1833, 100% chance to reduce enemy armor by 100 points. Up to 10 times. Attack interval. 1.5 seconds/1 time. Maximum range. 1,500 meters. Armor. 450 points. Durability. 25,000/25,000. Floor area. 48 square meters. Building height. 19 meters. Material required for construction. Level 16 furnace. Wood *10,000. Stone *5,000. Iron *2,000. Mithril *200. High-level element crystal *20. After reading the properties of this blueprint, Chaoxing was amazed. This thing is quite powerful. Although the attack of the corrosion arrow tower is not high, only more than 1,000. However, the most important thing about this kind of arrow tower is its ability to reduce armor. Up to 10 times. It adds up to a full 1,000 points of armor reduction, which is quite abnormal. Chaoxing put it into his backpack with satisfaction, and then looked at the second blueprint. Frost Cannonball Catapult Construction Blueprint, Orange. Blueprint description. You can make a trebuchet that can automatically condense frost cannonballs, causing large-scale freezing damage to the enemy. Attack power. 34,912 to 35,732, no need to reload ammunition. It will automatically condense a frost cannonball every 5 seconds. Attack interval. 5 seconds/1 time. Attack effect. After landing, it will cause 121% ice attribute damage to enemies within 30 meters around, and there is a 30% chance of freezing the enemy. Maximum range. 3,000 meters. Armor. 1,500 points. Durability. 80,000/80,000. Material required for construction. Level 11 Lord Castle. Advanced Mechanical Factory. 30,000 refined iron. 20,000 copper. 5,000 mithril. 1,000 eternal gold ingots. 1,000 master element crystals. Oh my god! Automatically condensing frost shells. Isn't this equivalent to an infinite ammunition version of a catapult? Moreover, this thing has an attack power of more than 30,000. And it's a range attack. If I build a few thousand of them, who the hell would dare to attack my territory? Of course, it is quite difficult to build so many catapults. There are too many materials required. Building any one of them can bankrupt an ordinary survivor. Even Chaoxing himself cannot carry out large-scale production. However, it is still possible to produce a few. I thought, Locke has been making robots recently, so he probably doesn't have time to make this kind of catapult. It just so happens that I don't have enough materials right now. I let him make this for a few days after the robot army is formed. In my mind, I have already made plans for the next step. Next, the last thing. Cursed Luck Pearl Gold. Quality, rare. Item effect. After using it on a creature, its luck value will be reduced by 100 points in the next 24 hours. Chapter 476 New version of the Book of the Dead. 100,000 Undead Army. Chaoxing touched the black bead in his hand, with a strange look on his face. This thing is a bit evil. After all, reducing the luck value by 100 points is a very abnormal attribute. Chaoxing has only added 30 points of luck to him with 2 legendary equipment and the Shining Throne so far. It can be seen that after the 100 points of luck are reduced, it will definitely have a very big impact on the target. Chaoxing put it in his backpack. See if there is any unlucky person who will be chosen by him later. Then, Chaoxing turned around and returned to the territory, crossing the buffer zone all the way. He came to the center of the territory, walked straight to the back garden area of the territory. Soon, he came to the pale tree that was more than 30 meters high and lush. The pale tree was like a sacred giant tower, standing upright in the center of the territory, like an ancient guardian, protecting this land. Under the pale tree, there are two beautiful figures. They are busy taking care of various magical plants. They are the sisters of the tree spirit tribe, Juliet and Neve. Speaking of which, they have been very hard during this period. Now the territory is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of plants is increasing. Although those ordinary crops are managed by the villagers of Grapevine Village. However, other magical plants need them to take care of more, such as Moses grass, Aurora grass, Dream magic vine, Golden sunflower, etc. It can be said that the development of Chaoxing territory is inseparable from the contributions of these two women. At this moment, seeing Chaoxing coming, the sisters stood up respectfully. Meet the Lord. They are still wearing plain clothes today, looking quiet and elegant. Chaoxing said directly, Juliet, Neve, I have something to trouble you again. Help me plant the seeds of these ancient trees. After saying that, he handed over a bag. The two sisters took it carefully and looked at each other. These seem to be the seeds of the ancient war trees. Great. Our territory has a new guardian. Neve also said with a smile on her face. Yes. Yes. A few days ago, those big tree uncles told me that they didn't know when they would see other companions. As a result, the Lord brought back so many seeds today. The two girls had no resistance to planting these plants and were very happy. Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. Then you guys go ahead, and I won't bother you. At this time, Little Neve came over and held Chaoxing's sleeve, saying a little embarrassedly, Lord, can I take a few minutes of your time? Chaoxing turned his head and saw Little Neve, who was lowering her head and blushing. What's wrong? Little Neve whispered, You still don't remember. We haven't worn the two clothes we gave us last time. Juliet next to her also whispered, We want to wear them for you once. Chaoxing also remembered this after hearing this. He touched Neve's head, then looked at Juliet. Okay, then go and wear them for me to see. Hearing this, the two girls immediately showed happy smiles on their faces. Great. Lord, please follow me. Then, each of them took one of Chaoxing's hands and walked forward. The palms of the sisters were very smooth, and it felt like touching a pair of soft jade. Then, they carefully led Chaoxing into a mid-level residential room. This is the room shared by the two sisters. After pushing open the door, there were some neat furniture and flowers everywhere. The room was decorated beautifully by them. There were many small ornaments and some potted plants for decoration. From time to time, a faint floral fragrance came to the nose. Juliet turned her head and said softly, My lord, please wait a moment. My sister and I will go change clothes. Okay. After that, Juliet took Neve's hand and entered the room together. Chaoxing sat on a chair in the hall, waiting silently. From time to time, the whispers of the two sisters came from inside. A few minutes later, the door was opened. Two beautiful figures walked out slowly. The moment Chaoxing saw the two figures, his eyes widened and his eyes could not be moved away. Little Neve was wearing a bright dress like a tulip at this moment, and the hem of her skirt was slightly rippling, like a flower blooming in spring. The exquisite tailoring of the upper body fits her body perfectly. And of course, it also highlights her slightly flat chest. The whole person exudes a youthful atmosphere. Juliet on the other side gave Chaoxing an amazing feeling. She was wearing a dress that looked like it was woven from moonlight, and the hem of her skirt fell naturally like flowing water. Light and agile, the low-cut design of the upper body showed her perfect figure. Her shoulders were exposed, and her deep collarbone could be seen, like a lotus quietly blooming. It was quiet and elegant. Moreover, the two girls were wearing the sapphire necklace that Chaoxing gave them last time, which made their skin look even whiter. It was really beautiful. Chaoxing stared at it for a long time. After a while, he said, It's really beautiful. Juliet and Neve heard Chaoxing praise, and happy smiles appeared on their faces. As long as the Lord likes it. Hee. After that, they turned around together. The hem of their skirt swayed slightly. Then, they came to him together and squatted down gently. The two girls put their faces against Chaoxing's knees, which looked like a special etiquette of their tree spirit tribe. However, Chaoxing's eyes were already attracted by the two pairs of snow-white breasts. The collars of their clothes were relatively loose, and this angle was even more visible. The left half was tightly clasped, as if it could be bitten in one bite. The right breast was slightly larger, but it could be grasped with one hand. The sister seemed to have noticed Chaoxing's fiery eyes, and did not avoid it. but blushed slightly. At this moment, the always timid Neve suddenly stretched out her little hand and grabbed Xiaoxing's big palm and put it into her clothes. Instantly, a warm touch came. Xiaoxing's heartbeat instantly accelerated. And then he subconsciously grabbed it gently. Little Neve's legs were unstable, and she almost fell to the ground. On the other side, Juliet saw her sister's actions, and was also very shy. But soon, she mustered up her courage and whispered, "Little Neve can do it. So can I." After saying that, she also grabbed Xiaoxing's other hand. At this moment, Xiaoxing can be said to be moving forward in parallel. The pair of tree spirits kept exhaling bursts of hot air. Seeing that the two sisters were about to fall down, Xiaoxing quickly took one hand each, held the two girls' slender waists, and directly picked them up. They were really light, as if they were holding a pair of dolls. The fluffy skirts fluttered in the air, and two pairs of slender and straight legs could be seen. They were wearing white pantyhose at the moment, which made them look holy and flawless. Xiaoxing put the two figurine-like beauties on the edge of the bed. Then he gently stroked their slender legs. After a while, Juliet and Neve's dresses fell off, revealing their extremely white and shiny skin. The whole body is simply too exquisite. This pair of beauties, except for the small size of their breasts, have the best figures. Then, Xiaoxing gently picked up Neve and said, After a slight tremor, Neve shed waves of red. But as a leader-level third-level creature, her physical fitness is still very strong, and she adapted in a short while. Just when Xiaoxing was a little worried, Neve whispered in his ear, "Lord, please continue." After hearing this, Xiaoxing was no longer worried. He directly let Neve's 10 toes clasp tightly, and the other hand tightly grasped the palm of his sister. After a while, it was Juliet's turn. The same red was shed, accompanied by waves of unspeakable cries. Until 2 hours later, Xiaoxing climbed up from the siege of the two figurines. The two sisters of the tree spirit tribe had been exhausted. At this time, they were in a deep sleep, and their sleeping posture was quite sweet. That perfect and exquisite figure. Just one look can ignite the fire in the heart. However, Xiaoxing still has things to do next. Moreover, for them, this experience is also the first time, so they need to rest. So, Xiaoxing kissed each of them on the cheek and came out of the room. Xiaoxing took a deep breath. Until this time, the perfect figure of the sisters was still lingering. Shaking his head, he threw the picture in his mind away. Xiaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear and called Xiao Yi over. Soon, a middle-aged old man came over briskly. "Respected Lord," Xiaoxing said, "next, you stop building elemental arrow towers. First build more corrosion arrow towers around the territory. This kind of corrosion arrow tower does not need to be built too much. Just build one at a distance, and with a large number of elemental arrow towers, it can play a better effect. As you command." "Lord," Xiao Yi replied respectfully, and then quickly left to build the corrosion arrow tower. Xiaoxing himself came to the vicinity of the mechanical factory and began to add status to those robots. Speaking of which, after the continuous production in the past few days, the number of robots has reached 270. These more than 200 robots are all 6th level combat forces. When all of them are deployed, they are still very powerful. In this way, Xiaoxing continuously released ice therapy and ice armor, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset in the afternoon. All the warriors returned to the territory. At this moment, after Xiaoxing added status to those robots, he stood on the city wall and looked into the distance, thinking about something in his heart. A few days ago, I sent a few people to explore. Alyssa and Elie's mission is to explore the location of the branch or headquarters of the Church of Light. After so long, they should have arrived at the target area long ago. But there is no news yet, and they are probably exploring. And the place where Rennie's went is farther, but she should have arrived. These two places are more important to Xiaoxing, especially the Church of Light. As long as the headquarters of this church is found, Xiaoxing will directly dispatch the entire army to kill this force directly. So far, there has been no combat information from these three women, so there should be no need to worry. So, he turned around and walked down from the city wall. Then he saw Juliet and Neve who were working. They gently bent down and planted the seeds of the ancient war trees on the edge of the city wall, and then waited for the moment when they were finished growing. However, the steps of the sisters seemed a little unnatural. They walked with a limp. Especially Neve, the little girl, who needed the support of her sister. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing said embarrassedly, "Was it a bit too intense just now?" However, the potential of the sisters has been raised to the leader level by Chaoxing, so their physical fitness is still very strong. There is no need to worry. Then, Chaoxing went to the mage tower to meditate as usual, absorbed a magic crystal gold, and increased his magic attack power a little. Speaking of which, after his daily absorption during this period of time, 18 magic crystals have been absorbed, and the magic strength has been increased by 18%, which is quite good. After absorbing the 19th magic crystal, the time came to around 10 o'clock in the evening. A large number of undead appeared from the ancient battlefield. They were so powerful that their number even exceeded 20,000. The blue ghost fire on their bodies even illuminated the entire snow. In addition to the Duke of Paladin, there was also a Black Knight, Tyrannus, leading the way, under Chaoxing control. Both sides are now in an equal state. And at the front, there are 101 swordsmen from the Kingdom of Stars. They all rushed to the direction of the territory. After hearing the news that this group of undead came out of the ancient battlefield, Chaoxing also came to the outside of the territory to greet them as soon as possible. Soon, more than 20,000 undead appeared in front of Chaoxing territory. On such a cold night, a large number of undead floated in the snow, which was really a bit creepy. If you don't know, you might think that the monster siege has started in advance. Chaoxing looked at the blue undead fire on the undead and asked with doubt in his eyes, "Is this all the transformation completed?" Duke Paladin nodded and said, "Yes. At present, all the undead in the entire ancient battlefield have been transformed into Ascalon undead. Because of the increase in the number of undead, my strength has also been greatly enhanced." Chaoxing glanced at the panel of Duke Paladin and found that his level even soared to level 70. Surprise appeared in his eyes. Then he explained, "Congratulations, Mr. Paladin." But the undead duke shook his head and said, "No. This action is thanks to Lord Chaoxing. Thank you. You have fulfilled your promise again." Chaoxing also laughed. Speaking of it, it seems that all the things he promised have been fulfilled one by one. This is also the quality that a powerful lord should have. Only by keeping one's word and fulfilling one's promises can one establish enough prestige. In this way, more people will be willing to work for you wholeheartedly, and more people will be willing to join you. Chaoxing continued to ask, "Paladin, Tyrannus, what arrangements will you make next?" The Duke of the Undead and the Black Knight looked at each other. They knew that Chaoxing meant how to distribute the hundreds of thousands of undead in this ancient battlefield. The Duke of Paladin replied, "I discussed it with this Commander Tyrannus. Next, they will lead most of the undead to continue guarding the City of Darkness, and I will lead another part of the Ascalon undead back to the underground palace." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "I have to say that this is a very good choice. Although there is nothing worth protecting in that ancient battlefield, it is the hometown of this group of undead, and it is also close to Chaoxing territory. In other words, this group of undead has now become the guardian of Chaoxing territory. If you encounter any problems, you can immediately find this group of undead for help." At the same time, Duke Paladin said, "Lord Chaoxing, please give me the Book of the Dead that I gave you last time." Although Chaoxing was a little confused, he still took out the Book of the Dead. Anyway, the last summoning times on it have been used up, and it is no longer useful. At this moment, Paladin, after taking the Book of the Dead, took out the golden crown again. With his drive, the surging blue undead power began to flow into the book. Voila! The Book of the Dead began to flip wildly. A huge amount of undead auras surged. Chaoxing also noticed that the aura of the Duke of Paladin had become weaker, and weaker with the infusion of undead power. Even, his level was constantly decreasing. Level 69. Level 68. Level 67. Later, it dropped directly to level 51. Just barely touched the threshold of the 6th level. Chaoxing asked with a serious expression, "Duke, what are you doing?" The undead ghost fire of the Duke of Paladin dimmed a lot. And then he said weakly, "I have injected more undead power into this Book of the Dead. You follow the previous method. When you encounter danger, you can summon a total of 100,000 undead, including me and Tyrannus, to fight for you at one time." Chaoxing's eyes suddenly showed a strong shock. Summoning 100,000 undead at one time, including a large number of leaders, commanders, and even dominant creatures. What a terrifying force this is. It goes without saying. At the same time, I also admire the character of the Duke of Paladin. After all, the natives like them could not upgrade by killing enemies like them before joining the territory. Under normal circumstances, it takes a lot of time to upgrade from level 51 to level 70. And now, in order to repay Chao Xing, he would rather reduce his strength by a lot. Duke Paladin continued, however, because of my lack of strength, this Book of the Dead can only be used twice. Chao Xing immediately replied, "It's enough. Thank you, Your Excellency the Duke." The undead waved his hand. "You're welcome. You are more important than us. Even if we are annihilated, we must ensure your safety. Lord Chao Xing, when the Blood Legion appears, I will lead all the Ascalon undead to fight for you." After he finished speaking, he handed over the book. And Chao Xing also took it solemnly. "Obtained, Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Well, the matter has been done. We will not bother you anymore." After saying that, Duke Paladin prepared to lead the other undead back. However, before leaving, he added another sentence. "Lord Chao Xing, the power of the Blood Legion is beyond your imagination. Even if we have the assistance of the 100,000 undead army of Tyrannus, we cannot fight against such a powerful enemy. Before that, you need to make more preparations." After hearing this, Chao Xing nodded solemnly again. He himself also attaches great importance to the threat of the Blood Legion. After all, it is a powerful existence that destroyed many kingdoms and caused countless killings. In addition, there is the Watcher behind them, which is also a behemoth. "I know. Thank you for reminding the Duke." The Duke waved his hand and turned around. Soon, the 20,000 undead army was divided into two waves and left. One wave went to the Ascalon Underground Palace. Another wave returned to the Grey City. Chapter 477. The Baron's mansion was shocked, and Fitz asked for help. After watching the army of undead leave, Chao Xing also returned to his territory. He was thinking about the next development plan. At present, the undead in the ancient battlefield have been resolved and have become the guardians of the territory. In this way, the safety of the territory has been greatly increased, and Chao Xing can also explore farther away without worry. After sorting out his thoughts, Chao Xing returned to the Lord's castle and handed the repaired Magdel to Lu Muxue. The beautiful woman took the brand new sword, and a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. "Wow! It's actually a complete version of the ancient sword. Great!" She seemed very happy, holding the weapon in her hand, and couldn't let it go. Then she turned her head and said, "Axing, thank you." Chao Xing hugged her in his arms, then rubbed his head and smiled. "What else do we have to thank each other for?" "Well," the woman snuggled in Chao Xing's arms, and seemed very obedient. After the two of them were silent for a moment, the heartbeat of the woman in his arms accelerated a little. You can feel the heat she exhaled through her clothes. After a while, Lu Muxue whispered, "Axing, are you tired today?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "No." "What's wrong?" "Then, I want you tonight." Hearing this, Chao Xing suddenly felt a surge of heat. Today she transformed into an angel form, and the scene of killing all around among the undead is still vivid in her mind, which is completely different from the little woman's appearance now. Chao Xing stroked her beautiful face with one hand and held her shoulders with the other hand. After a while, Lu Muxue gradually raised her head and looked at him with a blurred look. Axing, looking at the moist lips. People want to taste it lightly. And at this moment, the pair of lips approached quickly, and Lu Muxue took the initiative to kiss them. The lips touched. At this moment, the two hugged each other tightly. As the temperature gradually became hot, pieces of equipment fell on the big bed one by one. Soon, in this cold world, two hot bodies embraced and entangled together. Lu Muxue's eyes were blurred. Lying on the bed, staring at the man in front of her, Chao Xing was also doing his best to comfort this beauty. Until an hour later, both of them released their thoughts, then embraced each other and fell asleep. At night, in a snowy area dozens of kilometers away from the territory, a group of figures with masks on their faces stared at a large area of buildings in front of them. It was a small town where humans gathered. The various buildings in the town were scattered in the snow, and the ancient bricks and stones exuded a vicissitudes of life against the backdrop of the white snow. There seemed to be a lot of permanent residents inside. This town is called Hongyu Town, close to the lower reaches of the Leyte River. It is also the location of the Walker family and the Baron's mansion. And at this moment, a person wearing a white robe and exuding a powerful aura appeared. Then he said, "Have you confirmed the town's defense force?" A masked elite killer said, "Confirmed. The town's power is not strong. There are only the Baron's knights and his guards." Hearing this, the white-robed priest had a grim smile in his eyes. "Very good. Let's start the action now." "Yes, sir." After the words fell, more than a dozen figures entered the town under the cover of the night. Chao Xing was sleeping at this moment. Just when he thought nothing would happen tonight, the communication device beside his ear suddenly made a buzzing sound. Then, a hurried and slightly anxious voice came. "Master, are you there?" Chao Xing opened his eyes immediately. The voice was from Fitzwalker, the young viscount. Chao Xing heard something wrong in his tone. So he said, "I'm here." "What happened?" Fitzwalker said. "Master, my story may have been exposed. I don't know when the Church of Light gathered a large group of people, broke into the Baron's mansion, and started killing people. They are probably coming for me. Now the guards are trying to stop them, and I don't know how long they can be delayed." Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned immediately. Fitzwalker has captured so many black-robed priests this time, and the Church of Light must have noticed that there is something wrong with him. But what I didn't expect is that the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom is now looking for this force. These people actually dared to attack a viscount openly. The courage of the Church of Light is beyond imagination. "How many people are there?" Chao Xing asked quickly. Fitzwalker said, "Master, there are about a dozen people on the other side. All elite killers. However, the leader is a white-robed priest, who is extremely powerful and is estimated to be a master-level strength." Chao Xing's expression became more serious. "A master can even sweep the entire Viscount's mansion. The group of knights who came today could not stop such a powerful enemy." Chao Xing quickly replied, "I know. Hold on. It doesn't matter if you are caught. Try to delay time and wait for me to come." Fitzwalker also hurriedly said, "Okay, master. I will delay them and wait for you to come." After that, both parties hung up the communication, and Chao Xing also climbed up from the bed as soon as possible. Lu Muxue, the person beside him, also knew what happened. With a slightly serious face, asking, "Let's go together." "Okay." Chao Xing quickly agreed. After that, the two climbed up from the bed, put on their clothes, and put on armor. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and said quickly, "Sarah, Assam, Jode, Braun, Victoria, and Hilda, now each ride on the Griffin and follow me." This time, there were not many members of the Church of Light who attacked the Baron's mansion. Chao Xing didn't need to bring so many people. What we need to do now is to rush over as quickly as possible. After hearing the order, the people whose names were called dressed as quickly as possible and gathered at the center of the territory. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue stood in front of the tall energy station. Then, he blew a whistle. Whoa! With Chao Xing call, several adult griffins quickly flew out of the nest, including the Griffin King. These adult griffins landed steadily beside them. Chao Xing jumped onto the back of the Griffin King first, and then said, "Old Wang, fly up. Others, remember to follow me." Hearing the order, the Griffin King took off at a terrifying speed. The other people also jumped onto the back of the Griffin, and followed Chao Xing to fly up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at an altitude of almost 1,000 meters. At this time, Chao Xing looked around and confirmed the location of the Baron's mansion. Then, he quickly calculated the distance and time in his mind. It's only more than 60 kilometers from here to the Baron's mansion. The maximum speed of these griffins can exceed 500 kilometers. That is to say, if we move at full speed, it will only take a few minutes to arrive. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately ordered, "Old King, fly over as fast as you can." Cry. The old king under his feet instantly accelerated, and with the vibration of his wings, he rushed out for hundreds of meters. He took Chao Xing with him like a dark lightning, cutting through the night sky. At the same time, in the center of Hongyu town, there is a gorgeous mansion. It is the Baron's mansion. At this moment, the Baron's mansion is in chaos. A large number of guards and knights are fighting with a group of intruders, because the Baron's mansion where Fitzwalker is located is not in a strategic location. Instead, it is in a relatively peaceful and resource-rich snowy field. Therefore, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, the Baron's mansion can only ask for help from the nearest malign city. or ask for help from other barons. But it was obvious that the enemy's strength was beyond their imagination. No matter who they asked for help, it was too late. At the same time, a white-robed priest holding a longbow stood behind a group of cultists, and he kept pulling the bowstring. Swish, swish. Arrows shot out one after another, hitting the heads and hearts of the guards, killing them instantly on the spot. Puff, puff. The guards fell one after another like harvested wheat. The knight captain who had come to Chaoxing territory during the day saw this scene with panic in his eyes. But he knew that at this time, he had to do everything he could to stop these crazy guys. So he shouted, "Stop them! Don't let them hurt the Viscount." After that, a large number of guards rushed up. However, they were facing a group of crazy cultists, who were extremely powerful. Most of them had the combat power of the 5th or 6th level elite. And Fitzwalker's knights were just a group of 3rd and 4th level knights. Therefore, these cultists were simply crushing them all the way. A large number of guards were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpses fell to the ground. Then, their eyes were fixed on the knights, who were fighting bravely next to them. The white-robed priest ordered, "Go, kill them." After receiving the order, more than a dozen cultists rushed up like hungry wolves, and the white-robed priest kept pulling the bowstring from behind. Puff, puff. Every arrow shot out can take the life of a knight. Ah! Damn it! Daniel, hold on. Reorganize the formation, and be sure to stop them. Screams rang out, and in the Baron's mansion, Fitzwalker hid behind a pillar. His face was quite ugly. Next to him, there was a plump woman in cotton pajamas. Her mature face was in a panic. "Fitz, what happened outside? Who dared to break into the Viscount's mansion?" Fitzike said in a heavy tone, "Mother, don't ask. If the knights outside can't hold them back, and the people outside break in, you just cooperate honestly. I have called for help, and someone will come to rescue us soon. We just have to hold on. That's all." Fitzwalker trusted Chaoxing 100%. He believed that his master would definitely bring people to rescue them. The woman next to him showed deep worry in her eyes. "Fitz, are you asking for help from Baron Dominic? Or Earl Winston of Malign City?" Fitzwalker shook his head and said, "Neither. They can't save us." "Okay, don't ask any more." Hearing this, the noblewoman's shoulders trembled slightly, and then she pinched the corner of her clothes and waited nervously. At the same time, various shouts and killings were heard from outside. "Cons! Kill them! The king will punish these damned cultists. Don't let them hurt the Viscount." The sounds of various battles, as well as the sounds of the knights fighting bravely, resounded throughout the Baron's mansion. However, as time passed, soon, the knights' voices became weaker and weaker. Later, they could not even be heard. At this moment, Fitzwalker suddenly felt a strong breath approaching quickly. Then, a huge crash came from the gate area. Boom! The gate broke open. The captain of the night team also came in. He was kicked away and fell into a pool of blood. He raised his head and looked at Fitzwalker with difficulty, with guilt in his eyes. Then, he fainted. The white-robed priest held a bow and arrow, and his eyes locked on Fitzwalker and his mother in the corner. A grim smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Fitzwalker, you traitor. I didn't expect the church to find you so soon. Right? You dare to expose our church members to the old king. You are a traitor. Now you should pay the price for your behavior." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed priest pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow at the two of them. The woman next to him saw the scene, and the fear in her eyes became even stronger. But she must not be a fool to be the wife of the Baron. Through the words of the white-robed priest, he quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. His son seems to have joined the Church of Light, and for his own promotion, he led people to capture other black-robed priests. Now this group of people came to the door. The noble lady was a little at a loss at this moment. Fitzwalker was also very flustered, but he remembered Chaoxing's words and said calmly, "Priest, I think you may have misunderstood. I didn't betray the church. I just want to climb to a higher place and have a bigger position, so that I can do better for the church." Hearing this, the white-robed priest released the arrow in his hand without hesitation. Swish! The arrow hit Fitzwalker's shoulder on the spot. He let out a scream. He covered his shoulder and was in pain. The white-robed priest said with a playful look in his eyes, "Do you think I'm a fool? You want to deceive this priest with such nonsense?" The woman next to him saw that her son was injured, and she didn't care about much. She stood up and stood in front of Fitz Walker, pleading, "Sir, please let Fitz go. He is still very young. He was just confused for a moment, and he will definitely do good things for the church in the future. Please forgive him." Because the incident happened suddenly, the mother of the young baron was also awakened from her sleep, and her clothes were relatively thin. The tight pajamas outlined her plump figure. The proud size of her chest stood up, and there were round buttocks. This woman's figure can be said to be truly protruding in front and behind. The white-robed priest couldn't move his eyes away immediately. There was a lustful look in his eyes. "Little guy, you have a good-looking mother. Wait for me to deal with you later, and then love her well." Hearing this, Fitz Walker, who was shot in the shoulder, said with difficulty, "Don't do anything to my mother. I can give you whatever you want." The white-robed priest looked disdainful. "Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with us? If you betray the church, no one can save you. Now, die." He was about to draw the bowstring and finish Fitz Walker off. The noble lady rushed over and stood in front of him. "No, please let him go." The white-robed priest showed impatience on his face. "Stinky woman. Get out of the way. I come over and deal with you later." He was about to kick the woman away, and at this moment, suddenly, he felt a violent wind coming from behind. As a sixth-order leader-level creature, the white-robed priest had a very fast reaction ability. He immediately realized that he was attacked. He turned around suddenly and wanted to fight back. However, the next moment, he saw a peculiarly shaped dagger rushing towards his face, and it was cut off at a tricky angle in an instant. The white-robed priest had only one thought in his mind. So fast. Puff. Minus 51,725. After a large damage number, the white-robed priest flew backwards. With one knife, he was directly chopped down. He didn't even see the enemy's figure clearly. Plop. After the white-robed priest landed, he hadn't figured out who the enemy was. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying figure rushing towards him. The crisis of death made him subconsciously roll over and stand up from the ground. Then he quickly engaged the enemy in front of him. Ding! Ding ding! The dagger collided with the bow and arrow several times, directly knocking the weapon in his hand away. This white-robed priest was also very experienced in combat, and quickly took out a short knife, wanting to fight in close combat. Then the next moment, a blade burning with fire, carrying a terrifying force, chopped down. Schwa! A piece of palm flew out directly. This knife actually triggered the dismemberment effect. Ah! The white-robed priest held his broken hand, with blood flowing from it, and looked forward with horror. At the same time, a shadow emerged. It was Sarah holding a dagger. Fitz Walker and the noble lady next to them showed surprise on their faces. They knew they were saved. "Damn it! Who are you?" The white-robed priest covered his broken palm and asked in horror. Sarah didn't say anything. Still like a death god who harvested lives, she rushed over with the most ferocious posture. The white-robed priest suddenly felt a sense of crisis like death. Instantly shouted, "Come and save me!" At the same time, in the courtyard outside the room, there were more than a dozen assassins from the Church of Light. They heard the shouts from the room and wanted to rush in to help immediately. However, at this moment, huge shadows in the sky came down with the sound of wind. When they looked up at the same time, they found that 5 or 6 huge bird creatures were approaching quickly. On the backs of these griffins, powerful figures jumped out one by one. It was Chao Xing and others. These elite hunters looked at them in doubt. "Who are these guys?" "I don't know. Go into the room and rescue the priest." After saying that, the dozen killers wanted to turn around and rush into the building. Chao Xing casually said, "Go. Kill them." Chapter 478 Tit for Tat. A dialogue with the Seed of Light. As Chao Xing order was issued, Braum on the side took the lead and stepped out. And then his body began to grow rapidly. In a short time, he became a big guy more than 2 meters tall. He roared, "Little guys, come and attack Braum." After the words fell, all the killers actually rushed towards Braum involuntarily. It was his group taunt skill giant roar. The eyes of these killers also had a look of seeing a ghost. Before they could react, a bigger figure appeared in front of Braum. It was Qiao de Tai Shuang. This real giant, just standing there at this moment, gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Then, he raised his huge fist directly. A terrifying suction came. In an instant, all the dozen cultists were sucked in front of him. The next moment, Xiao de Tai Shuang punched out. Boom! This punch also made a sonic boom. These assassins of the Church of Light. At the moment of contact with the heavy fist of Zhou Tai Zhuang, they felt as if they were hit by an iceberg, and their whole bodies were shattered. They flew backwards in an instant. Minus 66,232. Minus 41,526. Minus 67,622. Minus 68,622. Minus 79,242. More than a dozen huge damage numbers appeared. The two big guys, Braun and Jode, are still quite powerful when they work together. With just one punch, these assassins were severely injured. On the other side, Hilda, who exuded a bloody smell, made a move casually. A large number of self-destructing blood spiders had already pounced over and directly exploded on these elite assassins. Puff! Puff! In an instant, blood flowers exploded. The blood poison state of these elite killers directly stacked dozens of layers. Minus 115,240. Minus 115,240. Minus 115,240. Minus 115240 one after another. Hundreds of thousands of terrifying damage numbers appeared. The strong blood poison made these elite killers scream unforgettable. Ah! Damn it. I was bitten by a spider. What kind of poison is this? My bones are melted. Evil guy. Half of the townspeople in Redstone Town can hear this scream. Many townspeople woke up from their sleep in the middle of the night. But they didn't dare to come out. They hid in the room and shivered. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these 6th-level elite killers fell into a residual blood state. The blood spider queen who transformed into a master is really terrifying. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing raised his staff directly. Then, a ice tornado storm plus iceberg fall was directly cast to cover all the dozen people below. Wah-la-la. 2 huge ice dragons soared into the sky and began to rotate at high speed. Boom! Boom! When the huge magic wave dissipated, most of these Church of Light assassins had their health reduced to 0 and were killed instantly. Only the last 2 or 3 elite assassins were left behind by Chao Xing. You killed 11 elite members of the Church of Light and gained experience points 139562 and gained honor points 188. Combatants gained experience points 69781. The battle outside ended in a crushing manner, and it took less than a minute in total. And the sound of fighting was still coming from the building in front. Chao Xing quickly said, "Tie these guys up and take them back to the territory. I was just worrying about where to find members of the Church of Light, but they actually came to me on their own initiative. In this way, I can take these assassins back, and then let Isabel use confession to force clues about the headquarters of the Church of Light. Of course, even if we can't get any clues from the headquarters, it's good to get some other information." Hearing the order, Brown walked over quickly. He rolled over the 3 seriously injured assassins of the Church of Light and tied them up like a dough. Chao Xing quickly crossed the courtyard and entered the Baron's mansion. As soon as he entered, he saw Sarah and the white-robed priest still in a state of battle. However, it was Sarah who was unilaterally crushing the other side. The archer was approached by an assassin, and there was no need to say what the consequences would be. Right? What's more, it was a violent assassin like Sarah. Every time the knife fell, it splashed a terrifying damage of 40,000 to 50,000. The blood volume of the white-robed priest dropped like water. If he didn't have nearly 900,000 blood volume, he would have been killed by Sarah on the spot. But even so, just 1 minute after the battle began, the blood volume of the white-robed priest had dropped below 300,000. Obviously, the remaining life value would not allow him to hold on for long. "Damn it! Who are you?" The white-robed priest looked at Sarah in front of him and asked in shock and anger. When Chao Xing came in, his eyes were locked on him at a glance. "Otherworld Lord. So, the mastermind behind this guy is you." At this moment, he seemed to understand something. But at this moment, Sarah snapped her fingers. Snap! Minus 258,232. Shadow bloomed. A huge damage burst directly blew the white-robed priest away. He only had the last 10,000 points of health left, just as Chao Xing was preparing an ice-breaking flying blade. When this guy was dealt with, at this moment, a strong light burst out from the white-robed priest. Buzz! This light was so strong that it directly illuminated the entire Baron's mansion. It made the sky of Redstone Town as bright as day. But Chao Xing felt a familiar breath in it. That was the breath of the Holy Scripture. At the same time, a male voice emerged from the white-robed priest. Kylie, what happened? The white-robed priest covered his chest at this moment and said with difficulty, Master Seed of Light. An unexpected situation has occurred. A group of people suddenly broke in and ruined our plan. The leader is Before he finished speaking, Sarah's flowing blade had already slashed across his throat. Puff. Minus 117,951. Attack on vital points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the Church of Light. White Robe Priest. LV56. 6th Order Leader Creature. Gained experience points. 73920. Gained honor points. 600. He wanted to reveal Chao Xing's identity, but was interrupted by Sarah End. He stared blankly at the direction of Chao Xing. Finally, he fell down. However, after the death of this white-robed priest, the power of light on his body still did not. The voice disappeared. The atmosphere seemed to be in a state of silence. The male voice appeared again and asked, Who are you? Chao Xing's eyes flashed. Through the conversation just now with the white-robed priest, he already knew the other party's identity. The Seed of Light. The one who was also a human survivor like himself, but was chosen by the God of Light. At the same time, he was his enemy. This was also the first time he heard the other party's voice. It sounded like he was also an Oriental person. Seeing Chao Xing silent, the Seed of Light on the opposite side was not a fool. There are not many people who are capable of killing Kylie in the snowy plains. And Kylie obeyed my orders to deal with the traitor. Before, I sent people to investigate all the strong men near the Baron's mansion. There is only one person in this area who has master-level combat power. I know who you are. You are Chao Xing. Chao Xing's eyes flickered. This guy is quite something. He actually thought of himself at once. This is also related to some clues revealed by Chao Xing before. After all, his performance in the Oracle War was too impressive. He has 4 master-level combat power, and is a survivor of the snowstorm. It is hard not to think of them together. Chao Xing still did not speak. But the other party has already confirmed his guess. Chao Xing. I know it is you. Before this, I sent someone to investigate you. You think you are hiding perfectly. But in fact, I have already seen through you. The witch's action in the Oracle War has exposed your visit to the Witch Forest. Later, I learned some deeds from other survivors. Fong Long and Jiang Qingyun of the Three Heroes Society, who had a grudge against you, were all wiped out one after another. Later, some people went to investigate, and found the power of the devil in their territory. In other words, the devil in Dwelluan Lake City is also you. Very good. You have repeatedly sabotaged our actions, and even robbed our church's scriptures. You will soon pay the price for your actions. I will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and knew that he could no longer hide it. Chuckling. Really? I would like to see how you are going to make me regret it. You are the Seed of Light. Right? Do you like the gifts I gave you a few days ago? Did those demons give you a surprise? Hearing this, the light on the body of the white-robed priest suddenly increased sharply. At this moment, the Seed of Light was in a new base, holding the Holy Book of Dawn in his hands with trembling hands. After hearing Chao Xing's voice, he stood up from the chair and looked forward with hatred in his eyes. This was the first time he was so close to his enemy. The murderous intent in his heart was almost boiling. Damn it. It's him. Chao Xing. I want you dead. After a moment, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew that this was the most critical moment. He said calmly, Chao Xing, I didn't expect that the one who has been targeting our church is actually a lord from another world like you. You really exceeded my expectations. Even the Lord of Light probably wouldn't have thought that a lord from another world could develop so quickly. And once he notices, you will bear the wrath of a god and perish in an instant. At this point, the Seed of Light changed the subject. However, since we are both from Blue Star, I can give you a chance. After hearing this, Chao Xing on the opposite side chuckled again. Oh! What kind of chance are you going to give me? The Seed of Light said, hand over the Holy Scripture, and then lead your master members to join the church. Not only will all the previous grievances be written off, but when the God of Light descends in the future, I can also advise him and ask him to help you break through to the legendary level. Chao Xing seemed to be interested. Really? The God of Light also has the ability to help others reach the legendary level? Of course. The power of the gods is beyond your imagination. The Seed of Light said proudly. Chaoxing said, since the gods are so powerful, how come you can't even deal with some demons? Hearing this, the other party's tone froze. After a moment, the Seed of Light snorted coldly. What do you know? The Lord of Light is now in a sealed state, and can't use too much divine power. When he descends, the group of demons will be annihilated in an instant. Chaoxing narrowed his eyes and continued, then wait until your God of Light comes out. And then let him talk to me. What this means is that the Seed of Light is not qualified. The young man on the other side naturally heard the sarcasm in Chaoxing's words. Chaoxing, don't push your luck. Are you worthy enough for the God of Light to see you in person? Chaoxing said frankly, yes. Otherwise, who in your Church of Light is qualified to talk to me? I can kill the first place among tens of millions of survivors. What can you do? Without relying on the so-called Church of Light. You are not even as good as the most ordinary lord. You feel superior to being a dog for the God of Light. If you stand in front of me now, I can kill you in 1 second. Do you believe it? Hearing the disdain in Chaoxing's tone, the Seed of Light almost lost control. Because Chaoxing was telling the truth. If it weren't for the Church of Light, if he had developed his territory in accordance with the rules, like other survivors, he might have died long ago. However, the Seed of Light was unwilling to admit it. He regained his composure and said, don't be so stubborn. Chaoxing, I already know your location. If you don't want to surrender, your territory will face our revenge. Now, I'm in the dark and you're in the light. If you go against us, you won't end well. Chaoxing listened to the other party's threat, and his face remained unchanged. Really? Then how do you know that I don't know your location? Who do you think you can hide your little tricks on the border from? Or, do you think you're hiding well? Hearing this, the other party was silent again for a moment. He was a little surprised that Chaoxing actually had so much information. However, he seemed to see that the other party was deceiving him, and he must not reveal it at this time. Chaoxing, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Chaoxing chuckled and said, I give you this sentence as well. I hope you won't regret it when I find you out. After a wave of harsh words, the light completely dissipated. Chaoxing stood there, thinking carefully about the conversation just now. This was the first wave of probing by both sides. Now, they have roughly determined the enemy's position. Chaoxing, in the snowy plain. The Seed of Light, in the border area. At this moment, these two men, who also came from Blue Star, looked at each other's direction. Obviously, their identities were destined to be hostile. It's a life and death battle between the two. Now, it depends on who can find the other party first. In other words, whoever has more powerful power will be the final winner. Chaoxing now has dozens of master-level masters. These master-level masters can even be regarded as heroes with a powerful state. In other words, he now has dozens of heroes. In addition, he also has nearly 2,000 powerful warriors who can fight against 100 or even 1,000. And 100,000 undead army. In addition, the Lizardman totem that can kill legends in seconds. Not to mention the revenge of the Church of Light. Even if this force came out in full force for a head-on confrontation, Chaoxing would not be at all outmatched. He looked at the corpse of the white-robed priest and murmured, the Church of Light, when I find your headquarters, it will be the time for you to be destroyed. At the same time, Sarah picked up the soul and weapon dropped by the white-robed priest, and then said respectfully, Lord, this is the item that just dropped. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and took the things from Sarah's hand. Obtained, white-robed priest, Kylie's leader soul *1. Obtained, master level heart of power *1. Obtained, curse scale longbow gold. Obtained, large book of agility *7. Obtained, master level elemental crystal *62. The harvest is not bad. A soul and a heart of power. Chaoxing put it into his backpack, and then ordered, very good. You leave the Baron's mansion quickly now. Go to the entire Redstone town and the surrounding areas. Check if there are any other traces of killers around. Yes. After the words fell, Sarah disappeared directly into the shadows. At the same time, Chaoxing looked at the two people shivering in the corner. In addition to Fitz Walker, there was another woman who was in her 30s. But because she was well maintained, she looked only in her early 30s. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Fitz Walker. Her dark brown pupils stared at Chao Xing with a look of doubt in her eyes. The young baron, covering the arrow on his shoulder, walked forward with a pale face. Then he said excitedly, "Master! Sir! You are finally here!" Chao Xing nodded. "How are you now?" Fitz Walker replied, "I'm fine. Just an arrow hit my shoulder. I'm fine." At this point, he said angrily, "These damn cultists are so bold. They actually dared to invade the Baron's mansion." Chao Xing laughed. "Don't you understand the nature of these cultists? These crazy guys can do anything. It's good to save your life this time." After hearing this, Fitz Walker also smiled. "Your Excellency is right. These..." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. His body softened, and he fainted. Plop! Fitz Walker fell to the ground. The expression on the face of the mature woman next to him instantly turned into panic. "Fitz! What's wrong with you, kid?" She knelt down beside Fitz in a hurry, and because of the violent movement, several buttons on her clothes broke off. The white patch on her chest and the black lace underwear were exposed. Chao Xing frowned slightly and glanced at Fitz Walker's panel. Then he said, "He's fine. Just poisoned." Hearing this, the woman next to him quickly came to Chao Xing's side and begged, "My lord, please save him. I only have this one child." Chao Xing lowered his head and immediately saw the white patch and the huge size that could not be held by a palm. He looked away and put his eyes on Fitz Walker. "Don't worry. It's easy to save him." Hearing this, the panic on the woman's face gradually dissipated, and she asked uncertainly, "Really? My lord?" Chao Xing was too lazy to explain to her and directly pressed the communication device on his ear. "Lab, bring me the light feather chicken. I'm in Hongyu town next to the Leyte River." Hearing the voice, the wild boar warrior Lab, who was in the territory, immediately shouted, "Yes, lord. I come right over." After giving Lab instructions, Chao Xing called others. "Braun, carry him to the bed first. Others, go clean up the battlefield in the Baron's mansion. Clean up the bodies of these Church of Light killers." After hearing the order, everyone started to act. Zhou Taizhuang picked up the body of the white-robed priest and dragged it out of the room. Others were cleaning up other fighting noises in the courtyard. At this time, the noble lady who was slumped on the ground looked at Chao Xing back with a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that she didn't understand why those powerful beings listened to him so much. Moreover, when her son was in trouble, he also asked him for help. What exactly is this person? And how powerful is he? In her puzzled eyes, Braun had already lifted Fitz Walker up and put him on the table next to him. Then he followed him out to clean up the battlefield. Chao Xing sat leisurely on a big animal leather chair next to him, looking at the Baron's mansion. Speaking of which, this was his first time in Fitz Walker's Baron's mansion. He glanced around and gradually showed disappointment in his eyes. Although the decoration here was luxurious, it was still far behind his own lord's castle, and the defense force was also weak. The entire Baron's mansion, all the guards added up, only had more than 100 people, and their levels were not high. This battle can be said to be annihilated. In the snowy plains, it is not easy for these natives to raise a guard team of 30 or 40 levels. However, this is not something Chao Xing needs to worry about. On the side, the mature woman came over and brought him a cup of hot water. He placed it beside him respectfully and pleaded, "Sir, please save Fitz. He is the only man in our family. This child works hard and has just become a viscount. He has a bright future. If you can save him, I will agree to anything you ask."